More than just been to, I work here every day. I come here much more frequently than you do. But he could not say that aloud, of course, so Ye Qingxuan just nodded. To tell the truth, I feel puzzled. Some small places feel different from the outside world. Some feel like black zones, but they are more stable. Mary smiled softly and said, the Jianlan Underground Palace is a place where the physical world and etheric world overlap, so there are so many things that don't quite make sense. Because of its special nature, it was transformed hundreds of years ago into what it looks like now, just in case. This is the best vault and seal. You can say it is a natural field. Unauthorized personnel can only see 2 walls behind the door. Only people with a medium and a key can walk into it, but what they see are quite different. I see. Ye Qingxuan nodded slightly. The key Mary had handed Dominic was like his librarian's certificate, they were all keys to the path. There was one key for one path, but everyone walked through the same door. He was bewildered by this distorted spatial relationship, but it actually appeared in many places. The laws of physics that man perceived were often subverted in front of the fickle world, but it all happened for a reason. This had much to do with the music theory of the school of abstinence, which studied ether itself, including the phenomena caused by etheric interference. With Ye Qingxuan's current attainment, he could not understand the occurrence of this kind of situation. He could only keep it in mind and ponder slowly. Where we are heading now is the Stein Chamber, the core of the Royal Museum, Mary said. It contains the collections of emperors and precious objects from all over the world. There are even movements that had been rated as natural catastrophes, as well as rare ancient flutes and harps. She paused and looked back. She looked very solemn. Therefore, please keep what you hear and see as a secret, Mr. Holmes, or the royal family will be disturbed. Ye Qingxuan nodded. I understand. Mary averted her gaze quickly, as if unwilling to look at him for one more second. Ye Qingxuan's face twitched a little. His face had been disguised, but it was not that ugly, right? Due to Mr. Holmes's outstanding performance yesterday and great contribution to Anglo, I shall answer to Mr. Maxwell's request. We shall open the Stein Chamber for you to choose any item. Chapter 306, Indecisive. Due to Mr. Holmes' outstanding performance yesterday and his great contribution to Anglo, I shall answer to Mr. Maxwell's request. We shall open the Stein Chamber for you to choose any item. I shall represent the royal family, witness your choice and result, and approve it. Of course, I will not agree if you choose something that affects the nation. Otherwise, you can choose freely. Mary's voice was polite. It was obvious she was purposely keeping her distance, but the act was not annoying. Rest assured that I do not covet Anglo's authority. Ye Qingxuan looked down and his lips twisted into a self-mocking smile. I genuinely wish that this country can prosper for a long time. That would be before Mary could finish, she tripped and toppled over. They had closed the distance as they spoke and walked in step with each other. However, Ye Qingxuan, troubled and distracted, accidentally stepped on Mary's dress. Amidst confused yelps, Mary swayed and her lantern fell from her hands. It tumbled in the air and fell toward the ground. It was about to shatter, but the crash did not happen. Someone caught it the moment before it landed. Mary was caught as well. In that moment, Ye Qingxuan had stepped forward to Mary's right. One hand held up the lantern while the other held Mary's left shoulder. The princess, who had lost her balance, almost fell into his arms. Flustered, Mary looked down. She was not used to being so close to others. A soft voice sounded from under her veil, Mr. Holmes, please let go of me. Ye Qingxuan stepped back and raised his hands, showing his innocence. Mary lowered her head. Hiding her face behind the brim of her hat, she bit her lip and said softly, we're here. The next few minutes, Ye Qingxuan followed the rules and closed his eyes. He did not see anything. He could only hear gears turning. It seemed to be some elevator moving, but he could not sense any changes. When he opened his eyes, he was already inside the large stone room. Light shone down from somewhere, illuminating the room that was filled with stuff. It was as if he had walked into a huge vintage store. It was a dazzling sight. There was a mask from an unknown era, an ancient Eastern book, a strange sword with complex patterns, a damaged yet majestic armor, a body wrapped up in ancient bandages and placed in a gold coffin. "You have this too?" Ye Qingxuan froze when he saw it. After processing it, he ran over and caressed the seemingly plain tablet. He sighed, "The earliest tuning device, Rosetta Stone? This is the foundation of all the current research of ancient texts and music theory. I can't believe it's here. And the inheritance not of the Semitic people from the Theban desert, and this sword." Attracted by the legendary and precious items, he forgot to remain polite and mannered. Just as Mary had said, there were plenty natural catastrophe-level scores here, the handwritten original of Pomp and Circumstance whose inheritance seal had not even been used yet, Nocturne, the core music score of Illusions, remains of the Emperor Concerto left behind by the first king of Red, Beethoven. The handwritten drafts of various saints were kept carelessly on the ancient shelves as if they were regular books. According to Ye Qingxuan's guesses, the mummified corpse in the gold coffin was not a relic of a saint. It was a saint's body. The main body of Avalon's enchantment, the blueprint of the Elizabeth Tower bell, was in the center. The chapter of Golden Victory, King Arthur's symphony of predestination that combined the essence of both modifications and summoning, was placed in a golden box. Many more things that Ye Qingxuan could not distinguish were scattered about. If they could be in the same room, then they were undoubtedly at the same tier. However, everything had been sealed up. There were no ether waves at all. Without a doubt, this was to better preserve the objects. After all, there were countless alchemy items here. No one knew what weird things would happen if they influenced each other. This also made it hard for Ye Qingxuan to choose. He did not want to take home something that seemed cool but was actually useless. He could only rely on his eyes. Deep in thought, something flashed past the corner of his vision. He looked back in confusion but saw a half-transparent shadow walk out from a wall. It was Gawain. Mary seemed not to realize anything. Gawain's shadow raised a finger and made a shushing motion. Ye Qingxuan blinked and kept his poker face. Thinking a bit, he looked over at Mary. "Is there anything that suits me?" Mary snapped out of her thoughts and smiled. "You should choose personally." She was not planning on helping. It was clear that the royal family was going to let Ye Qingxuan choose by himself. He would not be allowed to choose something too powerful that could affect the nation. But if he chose a relic that a past king liked but was actually useless, that would be his fault. "So I guess I have to choose by myself?" he murmured to himself while looking at Gawain from the corner of his eye. The Gawains heard Ye Qingxuan's voice. They instantly started moving as if sinking into deep thought. A few shadows debated soundlessly with each other. They made hand gestures as if discussing something. They were the moderators of the Jianlan underground palace, in charge of maintaining and cleaning this place. They obviously had knowledge about the things here. Hearing Ye Qingxuan's needs, they began discussing fervently. A normal person would just jump between different thoughts in their minds. Gawain, however, suddenly turned into a group of shadows and argued amongst themselves. Like kids, they practically started fighting. Finally, the victorious shadows proudly chased the others away and stood before the places they had decided on. A relic was before each one. They varied in size, some seemed weird while others looked normal. Ye Qingxuan could not tell what some were. The first item was a crystal bone. It was translucent and seemed to contain some mysterious intelligence. Smoke flowed within the refracted light. Occasionally, a shadow would appear, but it was too fuzzy. Looking at it too long would make one entranced. This was alchemy equipment from one of the schools of mind. It was not cheap. According to Jiao Wan Pei, there should be a heart mark in there too. A mind musician might have sealed his nirvana into his bones before death to pass on to later generations. The second was a tobacco pipe. It was carved from stone and seemed useless. However, according to analysis of the shape and the autograph within, it was probably something from the school of summoning. He could summon the spirit sealed within after lighting it. The smoke would give the spirit a body. It probably had the effect of flame transmission as well. It had a wide array of uses. Secret kills, investigation, and defense were possible. The third object was a basic monocle. If one looked from the side, one could see the tiny music notes carved onto the lens. Alchemy equipment like this was probably a rare result from the school of revelation. It was the best aid in probing. The fourth was a flat flagon with a lid. It looked to be made of pure copper and was covered with scratches. It was an ancient artifact, but there still seemed to be liquid inside it. There was a small sound when Ye Qingxuan shook it. He could not tell where it came from, but he felt a strong thirst. Even with the flagon between them, he still had a strong desire to drink the fine liquor. The fifth item was huge. It was a large piece of armor. The right hand and helmet were damaged. The inside was even more broken. It seemed completely broken, but Ye Qingxuan could not overlook it. It was still the armor of a knight of the Round Table. He could not tell which one it was exactly, and the phantom beast had been taken out. However, it was still a rare masterpiece given by God. If he could find a good alchemist to fix it, its past glory might be brought restored. Ye Qingxuan paced around the chamber in silence. He gazed at the 5 items but still could not choose. He was too indecisive. It was too hard to come to a decision. After a long time, he sighed. He reached out and took the monocle. "This one," he said to Mary. She flinched but nodded and undid the seal on it. Faint ether waves seeped out. The Eye of Silence? Ye Qingxuan studied the side. It contained the alchemist's name and a meaningful quote: "Sometimes, knowing the truth is not a simple task." The Eye of Silence was an auxiliary tool created by ancient alchemists. It permanently solidified the realistic vision. It could break all influences of illusions and increase the musician's overall sensory range. It also came with zoom and magnification features. However, the most valuable was the special music score carved into it. This was a complete development took. If the musician recorded the items in the glossary, the monocle could quickly mark the item in the wearer's vision. This included medicinal plants, alchemy equipment, minerals, animals, and demons. Then it would read and measure the objects. Measure distance, explore ether waves, estimate the enemy's ability, analyze. This was like receiving the starry eye from the school of revelations. It was great help for interpretation as well. "Are you sure?" Mary seemed a bit sad. The Eye of Silence was not the best of the items here. It had a wide range of uses, but only impressive ability was that it could see the realistic world. If you want to switch, I also. Chapter 307, The Past and Future. If you want to switch, I also. No need. Ye Qingxuan shook his head and placed the monocle before his eye. One that suits is the best. Just as Ye Qingxuan had thought, this could make up for his shortcomings, especially his weakness in the school of revelations. There were not many musicians who studied and did well with 4 schools like him. For the school of abstinence, he had improved a lot after inheriting the school of Stoneheart. The core of the Avalon enchantment was like a surprise experience gift package. Personally experiencing the power of Genesis, he had improved even more. Now, this school was his strongest point. He did not have to worry about the school of mind and illusion either, thanks to his talent and the guidance of that witch Lola. The school of revelations was the one he had wanted to learn. However, he barely qualified. Other than Bolero, he had not learned many other music scores. The Eye of Silence would make up for this shortcomings, as well as boost his overall abilities. It would be much easier to distinguish the other objects. Just as he had guessed, the crystal bone was the inheritance of Nirvana from the school of mind. He had Lola for guidance and coaching though, so he did not need it. The stone tobacco pipe was a good thing. The phantom beast inside was alluring to people, but he really did not want to become an addict that always held onto a pipe, so he had to skip it. He did not know what the flagon was for, but, according to the Eye of Silence, its true value came from its material. Shards of some sacred weapon had been melded into it so the flagon could automatically convert any liquor inside to fine wine that could act as recovery medicine. Drinking it could help recover energy. Long-term usage would probably help improve one's physique as well. It was definitely high-quality recovery alchemy equipment. For most musicians, it was a great thing to be able to forever save on the expenses for recovery medicine. For Ye Qingxuan though, he did not lack this money. Lola was rich and bought high-quality recovery medicine from the Cavendish laboratory by the trunk. In addition, Maxwell had transferred most of the smuggling business to Ye Qingxuan as thanks for saving his life. This meant Ye Qingxuan could rule over downtown for Maxwell. As long as occasionally showed up for a meeting, he could sit and reap in the benefits. Just the annual interest from this dirty money was enough for Ye Qingxuan to live lavishly. To be honest, the strangest life was to have money he did not know how to spend. It felt great. As for the damaged armor, everything was great except for one fatal flaw: it was too big. If Ye Qingxuan tried it on, he would turn into a 2-meter-tall giant, which was obviously a problem. He would not be able to do any secret attacks in that, so he had to pass. "I'll settle with this one." Ye Qingxuan chuckled. He activated the monocle and information flooded into him. He almost went blind from all the glowing ether marks. Soon, he became used to it. He adjusted the inner intervals and tuned it to his needs. Now, he was able to see everything with his right eye. When he looked at a tile, the eye would tell him the material, production site, and length of creation. If he focused on his palm, he could look past the flesh to his bone. Under the Eye of Silence, blood flowed like a silver river through his semi-transparent arm. It shone with serene moonlight. That was the Deva's blood that contained ether-like qualities after flowing through the suboriginator. When he looked up, he felt like he was going blind. The frail Princess Mary in her white dress suddenly became a human-shaped beast. Her entire body shone with blinding red light. It overlapped into a pair of dragon wings. Even the air she exhaled that hung in the air shone with dragon breath. Ye Qingxuan gulped and looked away. Mary saw his reaction and blanched. For some reason, she looked away and hid her face inside her hat. "Please don't," she looked down as if upset. "Don't look at what you shouldn't." "No, no, no. You misunderstood. I wasn't looking at that." Ye Qingxuan secretly wiped away some cold sweat. No wonder she was the Red Dragon's descendant. Just a glance was terrifying. After the short awkwardness, he finally walked out of the chamber. At the thought that the princess with prejudice against him was finally leaving, he could not help but sigh in relief. Royalty all had weird tempers and were hard to get along with. Easterners said that being with royalty was like being with a tiger. This red dragon princess was pretty scary too. A carriage was waiting at the front of the Jianlan underground palace, but Mary did not get on. Instead, she stood in her spot, as if considering something. Ye Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Did she notice the exchange between him and Gawain? Mr. Holmes," with her back to him, Mary looked down and suddenly said, "Thank you." "Huh? What?" Ye Qingxuan froze. "Thank you for saving me. I am eternally in your debt. Would you be able to leave your address so I can pay a visit?" "It was nothing, princess. Please don't mind." Seeing her awkwardness, Ye Qingxuan could not help but laugh. He wanted to say something but suddenly saw the person waiting beside the carriage. That person was looking at him. After a pause, Ye Qingxuan looked down. Your Highness, I apologize for the impoliteness, but I must take my leave. Stunned, Mary reached out to hold him, but Ye Qingxuan had already passed her. He walked toward the square without hesitation. Mary gaped at his back. Seeing the man waiting beside the carriage, she grew more confused. Mr. Lancelot? The middle-aged man beside the carriage leaned on his cane and coughed quietly as he looked at Ye Qingxuan's figure. The youth walked away with an emotionless face as if he saw nothing. Maxwell can't block Lancelot's perception. I know it's you, Lancelot said when they brushed shoulders. You wanna hide from me your entire life? Ye Qingxuan's steps halted. He just smiled without saying anything, as if mocking the man. Can't you just let the past be past? Lancelot coughed. The nobles who forced the queen to punish your father had all failed with the parliament. Isn't that enough? Come back, the armor of Lancelot is still yours to inherit. You should understand the expectations the family has for you. Why must you hate the family so stubbornly? Mr. Lancelot, I think you've misunderstood something. Ye Qingxuan looked back as if he had heard something hilarious, but his expression was somber. I never hated the Lancelot family. Not a bit. I am just deeply disappointed, but... Lancelot lowered his eyes and did not reply, letting Ye Qingxuan leave. When Ye Qingxuan was far away, he heard a low murmur carried by the wind. Ye Qingxuan, you've been insisting on those unavoidable things all these years. Can you really be happy? Ye Qingxuan froze and turned to look back. Lancelot's expression was somber with expectant eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but the youth suddenly looked up and smiled. He said, Sorry, my surname is Yi. So I don't belong to the Lancelot family. So I'm not happy. He turned and left. Metals clashed in the heavy darkness. It sounded like cold surgical knives and forceps hitting each other. No need to stop the blood, said a hoarse and strange accent. Start changing all the blood now. Match it with the patient's blood type. Give me blade number 3. The heartbeat's almost gone. Do the cardiac injection. If there's no effect, use a music score to control the heart. We only need half an hour. Where are the spare organs? Change it if it gets rejected. I won't believe it if none of the 5 work. Is the brain under anesthesia? Idiot. Why didn't you say so earlier? Give him another shot. Darkness and dizziness fell again. He closed his eyes. After who knows how long, he opened his eyes again. Everywhere hurt in his body seemed to be shattered. There was a respirator over his face and layers of tubes connecting his body to the alchemy machine maintaining his life. It was strange. In disarray, he suddenly thought that he was just like the man he had once called father right now. Open your eyes and look here. A man that smelled of antiseptics looked at him. The old man's head was wrapped with an Indian turban that was so old one could not tell its original look. What number? The Indian pulled his eyes open and held up some fingers. 5, he said scratchily. The old Indian man nodded in satisfaction and let go. He vaguely heard voices beside the bed. As you wished, the surgery is over. He's still alive and will live for a long time. If he's careful, he can live for at least 60 years. Very good, Gandagar, a young man said. You've fulfilled your promise to me. Just as we had agreed on, I used all my knowledge to complete this surgery. No one will know. I'll cooperate and have my memory wiped as well. This will have never happened, but I hope you'll remember your promise to me. The youth smiled. Gandagar Rahul, I promise, under the name of the vengeful spirit, that you can live peacefully in downtown for the rest of your life. I'll protect your son as well. The mistakes that the imperial physicians of the chief made will no longer have anything to do with you. Ganesha will bless you, kind sir. I hope, the young man said lightly. You can go now. I have something to say to him. Footsteps sounded. The old Indian left politely and closed the door. The man on the patient's bed opened his eyes. His breathing was turbid and his voice was weak and unclear. I'm still alive? Yes. The white-haired youth dragged a chair over and sat beside the bed. Thankfully, it was easy to find a corpse to replace you that night in Avalon. You should thank Lola. If not for her illusions, you would not have been able to live so long and pull through the surgery. Surgery, the patient breathed with wet sounds. It seemed to be a sigh. What did the surgery do? Some good things, the young man answered. No matter if it's the family's restrictions, the flesh mutated by dark musicians, demonized organs. I helped you get rid of everything. Everything that isn't human was purified by the moonlight and you got a new face too. I also put something into your heart. If you try to have anything to do with natural catastrophes again, no one will be able to help you. My sound of heart is so messy now. Did I fall from the resonance level? Yeah, but you can probably get back up with your abilities. But, here, the young man sighed heavily. One vertebra was too tainted so we could only cut it out. You might never be able to stand up again. Being alive is better than anything. Yeah, being alive is great. The young man pulled something from his pocket and placed it beside the bed. It was a stack of identification cards and a notebook filled with cramped font. This is your new identity. I made it for someone else, but she's busy studying now and probably doesn't have time to play, so you can use it. The cards were laid out before him. They seemed old but were flawless. The picture was his current appearance. There were no flaws in the mark and signature either. You graduated from the Imperial Anglo Medical College and became a medic. Later, you were sent to the Northumberland 5th Corps in India. The Baata War erupted. Your group was sent to Baata to fight the followers of the natural catastrophe. You were sent back after getting injured in the second year. All your comrades were killed, so don't worry, no one will recognize you. The man stared at the profile picture on the card. After a while, he asked quietly, so this is me from now on? From now on, you no longer have anything to do with the past. Embrace your new life. The young man glanced at him and uttered quietly, Mr. John Z. Watson. Chapter 308, Nightmare. Charles heard the sound of blood flowing. It flowed on the floor, snaked across the walls backwards, and writhed toward the ceiling. It moved without regard to gravity, humming a love song of death. He gazed at the elegant decor stained with blood, the dark red pillars with dark red Baroque carvings, the dark red walls with dark red oil paintings, and the dark red ceiling with dark red chandeliers. The large hall was bloody as well. Corpses were scattered about the world covered in blood. The dead faces were torn into pieces and each one was unfamiliar. Charles stared at them in fear. Finally, he looked down and saw Abraham's face. Abraham looked at him as well. Charles's pale face was reflected in the blank eyes. A pleased smile seemed to still remain on the dead face. Charles, you're a hero. He grasped Charles's hand and said gently, so impressive. I'm proud to be your professor. Professor, Charles gaped at him. Charles, be good and don't run around anymore, Abraham advised quietly. You must stay safe. You always speak nonsense and insult too many people but can never win in fights. You worry me. Professor, you. A gaping hole opened in Abraham's chest. It was empty. Blood flowed out, hurting Charles's eyes. Run, Charles. The dead man looked at him with a gentle yet strange smile. Don't look back and run. I'll look after you even in the underworld. Charles shook but could not move his feet. He wanted to say something but the dead died once again. All was silent in the large hall. He could hear the panicked footsteps outside the hall. Screams sounded over and over. Everyone was running in panic. Someone pounded on the door, wanting to hide in here, but the door remained closed. The blood behind the door trembled and transformed into light rain. It fell through the air, it was so beautiful. Blood finally flowed in from the world outside the door. The entire world was still. Someone walked toward the hall through the pool of blood. Under the heavy creaks of rusted bronze, the large door opened slowly. The sound was deafening and Charles froze in place. A bloody youth with black clothing and white hair stood amidst the corpses outside the door. He looked at Charles coldly. There were no reflections in his eyes, only cold cruelty and darkness. Ye, all those people, you. Ye Qingxuan did not reply. He unsheathed his sword and walked through the puddle of blood. His murderous intent was heavy. Charles trembled and looked about in terror. All he saw were the dead faces looking at him. Those gazes came from the underworld. They seemed mocking and gleeful. "Run, Charles," they said. "Don't look back and run." But those faces were ripped apart by the sword, they became ugly and bloody. Like an executioner, the white-haired tore the corpses into thousands of pieces. His eyes were vicious and cold. Blood splattered onto his face, covering his features and making him seem menacing and monstrous. He looked back at Charles, who was retreating. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something. Charles stumbled back and Ye Qingxuan stepped forward. The blade pierced through his chest. The flesh lost its color, a bright yet cold blade poked out of his back. "Ye," Charles gaped at Ye Qingxuan's face, it was so unfamiliar. "You came to kill me." Chuckling, he embraced the youth beside him. "Whatever, why should I run? It's all, whatever." Fatigued, he closed his eyes and darkness surged. "Senior! Senior!" Light flashed through dazed eyes. There seemed to be someone moving before him. He was shocked awake from his sleep, spirit returned to his eyes. "Ye?" he asked, stunned. "You're finally awake." Ye Qingxuan smiled. "Move, I want to see." Beside him, Bai Xi squeezed in and pinched Charles's cheeks. "Charles, you've been sleeping for days without moving. Let me see, did you get fatter? Wow! So oily. Stop messing around." Ye Qingxuan knocked the side of her head. "Get old Phil out of here. Don't you know the doctors are about to go crazy?" "I don't care. Old Phil can go wherever he wants, right?" "Woof, woof." Beside the bed, old Phil barked. Then he reached a paw out to pat Charles's face. This meant, "Follower number 3, rest well and don't worry about anything else." Abraham sat in the back. Seeing them fool around, he chuckled lightly. After a long time, the doctor finally heard the news and hurried over. He checked and nodded. "I don't see any problems, but you should still stay for observation. You should only be discharged after we're sure there are no sequelae. Don't worry, others will pay for the medical bills anyway. Thank you all." Abraham nodded and saw the doctor out. However, the doctor sent a meaningful gaze at the entrance. Abraham flinched, but he quickly followed him out and closed the door. "Sir, is there a problem?" he asked quietly. "It's not really a problem but a hidden trouble," the choir musician said after a short pause. "He still has strong psychological trauma. We must observe for a bit more before we can conclude if this event will trigger the old wounds." "Old wounds?" Abraham was shocked. "You don't know anything?" The choir musician was shocked as well. He requested a projection of the checkup from a nurse. One could see a vague shadow on the skull. "What is this?" Abraham furrowed his brows. "I don't know." The doctor shook his head. "This shadowy patch has been repressing his nerves since childhood. His frontal lobe, amygdala, and hippocampus have probably been affected. Now that he has suffered trauma, it might become a problem. Will it cause perceptual disorders? It won't be that serious. This shadow's disturbance is quite small and may even be benign. At most, it'll just cause nightmares. Abraham fell silent. The doctor patted his shoulder and left. Abraham slumped on the bench in the quiet hall. He gazed at the ward. Is it nightmares? As the day grew late, Ye Qingxuan brought Bai Xi back to the school while yawning. Abraham made some tea for Charles. Drink some. You fooled around for the whole day after waking up. Professor, don't you know me? I'll die if no one talks to me. On the bed, Charles laughed and accepted the mug. He blew at the hot steam. As long as you're okay. Sitting on the chair, Abraham stared at Charles for a long while. Charles looked back and laughed dumbly. Abraham suddenly asked, Charles, do you still get those nightmares? No, sir. Charles scratched his head and looked down. I probably won't in the future either. After a short pause, Abraham chuckled. That's great. He chatted with Charles for a while until bidding farewell when the bell rang in the night. He shut the door gently. In silence, Charles watched as Abraham left. Then he looked down at the mug that was now cold. He instantly fell into a trance. The reflection in the mug was red, along with his pale face. Amidst the blurry red world, Charles gazed at the wailing souls that had emerged from the wall and looked outside the window. People would pass by occasionally. When the bloody and mangled doctors and nurses passed, they would sense his gaze and look up. Their withered and ugly faces would distort. Was that their smile? He imagined they must be very gentle. The decorations in this room must be heartwarming as well, right? There were pure white walls and a soft bed. There was soothing incense as well, even though it smelled like bodies burning. Late at night, the church bells rang faintly. The sound of hymns traveled over too. The holy voices sounded like the wails of the dead. It was indescribably tragic. The fleeting imaginations passed again and everything reverted back to normal. Everything was normal. It was good. So, I'm the only one with problems? Charles looked down at the bloody water in his mug. He drank it all expressionlessly and closed his eyes. There were no more nightmares in the darkness. All was peaceful. Chapter 309, How are you? The inside of the sacred city's basilica was dark, but the starry sky shone. The flickering lights formed the brilliant ether sea. Is the observation record of Anglo still not ready? Father Albert gazed at the westernmost corner. There, the starry sea was dim, almost swallowed by darkness. Only faint light flickered, but he could not distinguish anything. Bayer, it's too slow, he said. Archbishop, the musician division is short of hands as well. Bayer shrugged helplessly. His image was projected from Anglo. Floating beside Albert, his image flickered with instability. With the current situation, it's difficult just to maintain this call. Nibelungenlied's gentle and warm voice came from the starry sky. After all, a god's incarnate had descended. Clutter and noise still remains in the ether sea. Mr. Mephistopheles has already sent the records of the Westminster Church. I am comparing it to Mr. Bayer's resources. Soon, the noise will be filtered out soon. Please hurry. Albert shook his head. I hope that I am just overthinking, but I become unsettled whenever something happens in relation to Anglo. Archbishop Albert, no need to worry. It is already over, Nibelungenlied said. Mankind is victorious in this war. I hope so. Albert lowered his eyes, thinking of something. Soon, the cleaning of the clutter and noise began. Changes appeared abruptly in the vast starry sea. The darkness above Anglo magnified and the images changed quickly as if it was replaying at 100 times the original speed. The interfering signals in the murky darkness were filtered out layer by layer until the original nature was revealed. Avalon's contours slowly emerged. The ripples that represented ether waves were born from it. However, they covered the details and one could only see the general image. Within it, the atmosphere of the battle between the blazing sun and abyss was unmistakable. Their ripples and waves had torn apart all other waves and suppressed them. A strand of pure light floated above, locking the entire battlefield until there was a victor. This was the boundary marked by Genesis. The influence shook violently until the abyss's aura finally dissipated. After all these years of inactivity, the sword in the stone is still so sharp and terrifying. Albert replayed the image and looked carefully. He deduced the music theory in his mind. I don't know how far it is from its prime, but seeing this, I don't think it's too far. Bayer asked, I think every other nation is concerned about whether it has the strength to continue Kingdom Comes. Anglo is very tricky, Albert said lightly. They placed the battlefield in Avalon's shadow. Not only is there the geographic advantage, it also hid sword in the stone's specific situation. This question will have no answer. This is unimportant to the sacred city. As long as Anglo is willing to use this power against natural catastrophes, we have nothing to say. That's the attitude of the sacred city? This has been the sacred city's attitude for centuries. That's so straightforward. Bayer sighed. No wonder the sacred city is not likable. Bayer, this city contains 30% of mankind's power. If we learn how to be tactful and talk in circles, many would feel fear and be unable to sleep. It's okay to be unlikable. At least, it's better than being seen as a beast. Compared to the diplomats that are insignificant to natural catastrophes and demons, we wish to focus more on developing more musicians who can expand our land. There's no point in fighting over power within the walls. Hearing this, Bayer laughed. Is this arrogance? This is awe, Bayer. Awe of the dark world. Albert stared deeply at him before looking away. He gazed up at the image in the starry sky. If the mundane world was under the sky, then the church's duty was looking past the brilliance to the darkness. Under the illusory starry sky, the record of the battle was replayed at 100 times its original speed. As it played over and over, the unclear image gradually sharpened. Suddenly, Albert raised his hand and paused the video. What is this? Below the starry sky, amidst the darkness of Avalon, a large moon rose gradually. It entered the ether sea and created violent waves. It was nothing compared to the battle between the sword and the stone and the abyss, but the music theory construction within it was unbelievable. The moon seemed large but was actually very fine and detailed. Under careful observation, it seemed to be an extremely precise and perfect object. Like a clock, hundreds upon thousands of music notes were transformed into rotating gears. They grouped into intervals, turned into music theory, and constructed the music score. Finally, it entered the ether sea and created this perfect and flawless moon. Deva sensing? In Avalon's shadow? Albert was stunned. That's impossible. After studying for a bit, Bayer nodded. The construction is very fine. It's like an art piece, dot. No, compared to the preciseness on the surface, I care more for the aura it emanates. Albert pondered for a while and sighed. It's completely natural and made real from an illusion. If it completed the process, it could meld into the true moon. Are you sure this is merely Deva sensing of someone becoming an official musician? It's not something stronger, such as resonating with the world? It is not, but it's not far from it. I didn't know Anglo had such a genius in recent years. With such fine detail, he can easily try for the resonance level with a few years of preparation. Albert looked at Bayer. Which Grandmaster's student is this? I don't know. Bayer shook his head. Of the questions we posed, only this was overlooked. Maxwell's clerk remained silent. He seems to have been authorized to do so. Not willing for their country's talents to be stolen by the sacred city? Albert shook his head. Before the end of the decade, he will most likely become a grandmaster. It's understandable that Anglo does not want to give him up. Bayer chuckled. He submitted the additional information and his projection faded. After all, this was a long-distance projection crossing thousands of miles. Every second was expensive. Even if they had a generous budget, they still needed to save on certain aspects. Silence fell back over the hall. In the silence, Albert replayed the records over and over. Finally, he caught an insignificant detail. The moment the moon entered the ether sea, the intersecting ripples that spread in all directions seemed to carry a message. I am here? Albert slowly deciphered the message. He could not help but laugh. He's announcing his existence to the world? This musician really doesn't like to be lonely. It's good he didn't attract something from the depths of the ether world. He quickly moved on from this detail. However, when the recording came to an end, he froze again. He sensed another signal from within the upheaval of moonlight. However, the waves were too unclear and he could not decipher it. Moonlight again? Albert furrowed his brows. What did he say this time? No one replied. Nibelungenlied, are you here? I am. Nibelungenlied's voice was gentle. How may I help you? What was that signal? Archbishop, you were mistaken, Nibelungenlied said lightly. There was no signal, it was only regular white noise. You will not run into this type of disruption anymore. Albert nodded and refocused onto his observation. After a long while, he finished. He recorded the result and data into Nibelungenlied's book and left. However, the recording of that night kept replaying in the silent starry sky. The stars changed and ripples appeared one after another. It was dazzling. In that starry sky, someone said, I am here. After a long time, someone asked quietly under the same starry sky, how are you? Chapter 310, Secrets of the Past. Late at night, the lights from the palace still shone and illuminated the dark clouds as well as the boundless ocean in the distance. Amidst the sound of the lift, the carriage drove into the stillness of the palace square. Soon, a servant ran over to guide the dignified man on the carriage. What time is it? Lancelot asked. 2 o'clock in the morning, sir, the servant responded reverently. He opened the gate for him. After Lancelot silently walked into the gate, the servant remained in place, not daring to see the direction of his departure but closed the gate for him. As Lancelot walked, doors opened in front of him one by one. In the end, there were no more ornate decor, exquisite paintings, or carpets, but only a serene air in the corridor. Lancelot pushed the door open. The chandelier was always bright and there were only one table and several chairs in the room. The seats were filled with people, only the one left for Lancelot was empty. An iron box and several ashtrays were on the table. The iron box looked unadorned but there were many cigarettes piled in the ashtray. Hearing the sound of the door, someone looked over. Most of those men were old, well-dressed, wore glasses, and looked dignified. They sat in this lifeless and cold monotonous room without looking out of place. They were like statues that had always belonged there. Waiting in silence, they did not speak to each other. They just smoked and pondered silently, patiently. This was the chamber that all of Anglo talked about. It was the core of the empire and the legendary place full of conspiracies, bloodshed, and secrets, the Privy Council of Anglo. It was originally the supreme information institution that reported only to the king. It was composed of the king's think tank to formulate political and diplomatic strategies, and the beginnings and the ends of the war. Then the king transferred more and more authority to their hands. Now, it had become the highest administration in Anglo, a political organ composed of the royalty, ministers from national defense, foreign affairs and internal affairs, as well as the Privy Seal. The last time so many people were summoned here late at night by the royal family was decades ago. Everyone looked dignified as they had last time, but there was the feeling of slight inhibition this time. Either consciously or unconsciously, all eyes fell on the iron box in the middle of the table with uneasiness, but also solemnity, as if they were looking at their enemies. The box looked like a solid iron block with no lines or emblems. It was very smooth but with sharp angles. There were no openings or cracks at all. But after looking for a long time, people would feel that the iron box was squirming and exuding a disturbing aura. "I'm sure that the purpose of bringing everyone here today is quite clear," Maxwell started bluntly. "Then I won't waste any time. Let's just take a look at this, the worst situation now." Maxwell stretched out his hand and pressed the iron box. He looked up at the others. The Secretary of State was silent for a moment and placed his hand on it too. He was followed by the Foreign Minister. Finally, Lancelot took off his glove, exposing a hand covered with scars, and pressed down on the iron box. When the identities of 5 people were verified at the same time, there was a crisp sound in the box like cranking gears. The complex gears started to turn. With slight tremors, many cracks suddenly appeared in the smooth surface. The box shrank until it became a stylobate-like object. The thing that was sealed inside was finally exposed to the pale light. On the black iron stylobate was a glittering crystal prism. Alchemists had melted iron and silver into the purest metal and turned it into glazed gold by transforming the nature. It looked like a crystal, but not even closest explosion or shock could damage it. It was used to make the windows and glass of politicians' cars. Its good lighting could allow people appreciate the scene outside through the glass while still feeling a great sense of security. However, no one felt safe right now. Amidst the gasps, an eerie sensation spread through their bodies. Under the cold light, what the prism sealed was a bloody face. One could not tell what that face was like. It looked human and inhuman at the same time, like the face had not developed completely. It was not beautiful, but when one looked at it, they would feel the beauty of life. That horrible beauty overwhelmed people's souls, making them unable to move. It was solidified in the glass as if it was sleeping, but the creeping granulations and capillaries spread above it and penetrated the entire crystal prism, turning it into heterogeneous flesh. The tiny veins were like purple-red tentacles, slowly growing and winding the prism. The exposed parts were slightly undulating as if it was alive. This D***MN thing was breathing. "A few days ago, it was just a piece of dried-out fingernail-sized meat," Maxwell said. "Now, as you can see, it has felt the calling of the body and come back to life." The people there looked at it in amazement, finally snapping out of their daze. Even though they had been prepared, seeing everything was still unbelievable. The Foreign Secretary stared blankly at the prism and the iron box and reached his hand to touch. "Is this real?" "Don't touch it." Maxwell held his wrist quickly. The man's fingers had almost touched the tiny creeping tentacles but were yanked away. "It's not something new and fun, sir." Maxwell's eyes were terrifying. "Living things are nutrients to it, you will be sapped dry." The Foreign Secretary withdrew his hands as if he had been shocked by electricity. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his fingers, though he had not touched anything yet. He stared at that thing with horror. The Secretary of State smoked in silence. "After a long time," he said, "is it really that thing?" His voice was hoarse, sounding unpleasant but with a gloomy and dignified breath. "Yes." Maxwell nodded, gazing at the prism that was turning into flesh and blood. "It is one of the 4 natural catastrophes, Leviathan, the monster whose fate is entangled with the kingdom of Anglo. Gentlemen, we are in trouble." If there was anything that would make this group of powerful people so frightened, this was the first thing. Since the founding of the nation, the scourge of natural catastrophe, monster of monsters, the shadow that shrouded Anglo Leviathan had begun to revive. Having just solved the infiltration and conspiracy of the evil gods, they had to confront this now. It was awful. Lancelot pulled out a cigar from his colleague's case but hesitated. Rather than lighting it, he put it back in the end. Covering his mouth, he coughed softly and wiped the blood from his mouth. He asked quietly, "How long do we have?" Archbishop Mephistopheles told me that the power of Westminster Abbey can maintain this for 5 years at most. After 5 years, we will have to face the enemy that had killed countless of our ancestors. Maxwell's expression was grave. A true catastrophe will befall the world. Hearing this, everyone's face turned pale. 5 years? It was not enough at all. 5 years was enough to make a man rise up, earn a fortune, and become an influential millionaire. 5 years was also enough to train a group of elite soldiers. It was enough to make a group of students achieve success and become the best musicians. 5 years was enough to build countless weapons and launch wars to plunder countless cities or states and accumulate priceless wealth. But what could a country do for 5 years? For a natural catastrophe, 5 years was so short. That was even truer for mankind. It's too short. The defense secretary put out his cigarette and lowered his eyes. The time's too short. The three saints, three pillars God, for living creatures, they were the monsters standing at the top of all natural catastrophes. When compared with the senseless phenomenon-level natural catastrophes, they may be less destructive on the aspect of pure force. However, there must be something very scary about them since they could be ranked at the top of all natural catastrophes. As one of the 4 living creatures tied with Hecatoncheir and the Dark Mother, Leviathan did not have the omnipresent divinity like the three-pillar god, but it also did not require descending and risking the etheric sea. These creatures did not exist in the etheric realm but in the material world. Once it was truly resurrected, Anglo would face something that had entirely come to the world and could freely use all its power without any limitations. Imagine a monster that could perform natural catastrophe-level music scores with a wave of the hand. No way to stop it? Someone asked. Sir, we have our limits. Maxwell shook his head grimly. We don't live in a world where we can get everything done by shouting hot-blooded slogans. What about Hermes? He charges so much consulting fees every year. Will he just stand by? He says he has a way, but Her Majesty forbade him to step in. Why? Lancelot met Maxwell's eyes and explained, Hermes behaves absurdly and is not trustworthy. He has no loyalty either. If he is allowed to step in, it will only get worse. Then we just wait for the war? The defense secretary asked. Yes. Maxwell nodded. Then, the break of the royal fleet seal should be put on the agenda. I don't wish to have a bunch of useless men when I have to fight a natural catastrophe. The royal family is ready. Except for the key number 0, the rest of the Stein chamber will open one by one. Let all these years of accumulation gradually turn into strength. This year, Avalon's great enchantment will be fully restored to the power of Kingdom Kamsara. Otherwise, we have no chance at all. The holy spirits of the Grandmasters should also begin to be awakened. 5 years should restore them to their current level. How many saints' bodies can we gather? The 3 kings should not stay out of the western defense. If we fail, no one will be able to get away. Someone thought for a while and asked, where is the sword in the stone? It is still in the Jianlan underground palace. It was already very reluctant to force its power last time. Maxwell rolled up his sleeve and showed them the cracks on his wrists and arms. Those cracks were like burning glows, stinging people's eyes like coal burning in the stove. It's not just the sword. I have also reached my limit. So, where are we going to find the final weight? Guishu. During the long silence, Lancelot suddenly said, St. George's spear is still in the Guishu. Do we have to negotiate with the sacred city to retrieve this artifact? Guishu. Everyone became silent. In the silent room, the faint sounds of wind blowing in vortex echoed. Sometimes, in order to retrieve the things of the past, people had to dig out the secrets buried in the past. But once the tomb had been dug, was anyone else willing to look at the bloody and dirty secrets? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311 to 320. Chapter 311, Are You Willing? The next day at noon, salute cannons went off. Amidst the majestic melody, musicians played the stately yet celebratory march. As everyone cheered, a handsome man rode out of the gates on a white horse. He was dressed according to the ancient law. He wore a laurel crown made of white silver and a gold cloak and armor. He sat straight-backed on the white horse, regal like a prince. The girls who had been invited to the wedding and were standing on the grass of the manor stared and yelped. Donna, wearing a wedding dress and surrounded by girls, lowered her head shyly when she saw her fiancé's enthusiastic gaze. Under the MC's guidance, the best men walked the white horse and cheered Donna's name in unison, blessing this new couple. In the crowd, Brady gazed at his daughter's shy yet happy expression, and grinned from ear to ear. As the descendant of a fallen noble family, he had toiled his entire life in the customs department of the First Department. After many conspiracies, plans, and exchanges of interest, he finally rose to top and established a large family business in Avalon's midtown. He had been worried over not having an heir, but seeing his daughter's happiness now, he was satisfied. As long as she was happy, everything was worth it. Congratulations, Lord Brady. The wedding guests all came up to him and he welcomed all of them. At certain points of the conversation, he would hold his belly and laugh heartily. Life was hard and there were not many days of celebration. One must learn to be content. Dear Brady. A middle-aged man with a white turban walked over and embraced him with a warm smile. Like the other wealthy Indian merchants, he was covered in gold and silver accessories. There was also a giant and breathtaking gem on his turban. Of course, there was also the smell of curry. Brady furrowed his brows imperceptibly but quickly smiled again. Thank you for coming. Today is a day worth celebrating. Please do not hold back. The Indian merchant chuckled. He waved for a servant to bring up the prepared gift. A golden holy emblem embedded with gemstones and diamond pieces sat atop the red velvet in the box. Brady was instantly overjoyed. Is this a holy emblem blessed by the Pope? How could I? This is too precious of a gift. This is insignificant compared to our friendship. The Indian smiled meaningfully. I hope our friendship will continue. Naturally. Brady nodded. Their gazes were in tacit agreement. No one would reject such a generous friend. Plus, one only needed to help out a little to maintain this friendship. Receiving this promise, the Indian merchant left in satisfaction. Soon, all the guests had arrived and the priest overseeing the wedding finalized the last preparations. In the flurry of movements, everyone was getting ready nervously. However, Brady had finally relaxed. He sat below the stage and gazed happily at the couple in the distance. They were a perfect pair, their families were of the same status, the groom was handsome and the bride beautiful, and both had high morals. The more Brady looked, the more satisfied he was. It was great he could have a young man like that to inherit his business and connections. What a nice young man, someone praised. He placed his bowler hat on the table and sat down beside Brady. A lawyer graduated from the National University and working for the government, young and accomplished. In fact, he is highly regarded by his superiors. He should be sent to the Eastern Indian Trade Company soon, right? What a bright future. Hearing someone speak of his son-in-law, Brady instantly grew proud. However, when he turned around, he was met by an unfamiliar young man. He had an enthusiastic smile that made one feel happy just looking at it. However, this was a wedding, but he was dressed entirely in black as if he was attending a funeral. As he smiled, his long and narrow eyes squinted, hiding the coldness within. Who are you? Brady furrowed his brows. He looked to his guards. The burly men paced through the crowd but did not acknowledge the youth's presence. "Mr. Brady, please do not be nervous." The youth shrugged. "Me? I'm just a guest at this wedding. Are you a musician?" Seeming to understand something, Brady's expression darkened. Many unaccomplished musicians in Avalon would use their position to get free food at others' ceremonies and ask for money. Others might be helpless against this, but if this guy planned on trying this at Brady's event, he was at the wrong place. He coldly pulled a checkbook from his pocket and scribbled a large sum. Tossing it over, he said, "Sir, today is my daughter's big day. There are many members of the musician division here today as well. I hope you'll understand and not try to destroy your own future." "Ah, I'm sorry, you seem to have misunderstood me. I am not here to cheat you." The young man smiled awkwardly and pulled a small box from his arms. "Today is my first visit and it's coincidentally your daughter's big day. I did not have much time to prepare a gift. I hope you like it." "A gift?" Brady scoffed and took the box. What kind of gift would people who came for free food give? "Won't you take a look?" The man's eyes were eager. Brady scoffed again. If the man wanted to be humiliated, then there was no harm in looking. However, he froze after he opened the box. In the box was a large egg-sized ruby. Its color was flawless. He could not find something at this level even in Avalon's best jewelry store. But why did this look so familiar? He picked up the gemstone in confusion and felt that it was wet as if it had been dipped in water. His thumb came away scarlet. It was blood. It finally dawned on him that this gem was the one that the Indian merchant wore on his head and valued more highly than life itself. Chilled, he yelped. What did you do to him?" He stood up abruptly and wanted to retreat but realized that he could not move anymore. His yelp seemed to have been swallowed by something. No one noticed them. "Sit down." The young man looked up at him. His long and narrow eyes were open now. His pupils were pure black, like a wind tunnel leading toward somewhere. They were terrifying. His voice was not gentle, it was an irresistible command. Brady softened involuntarily and collapsed onto his chair. He finally realized there was a small note on the bottom of the box. The words on it were sharp yet inexplicably elegant. "Your loyal friend, Sherlock." His pupils constricted instantly, he almost suffocated. Here, it felt as if he had fallen into an icebox. The legend, the shadow shrouding Avalon, the controller of the dark rules, truly existed. "Do not say the name aloud, sir." The young man casually raised his forefinger and placed it before his mouth. "This name doesn't suit this joyful event. Just view me as a wedding guest." Brady shuddered. He wanted to yell for help, but his instincts told him that it was best to sit quietly. He gazed around with his periphery vision and discovered that everyone was still bustling around. No one noticed them, as if they had been isolated and became a lonely and hopeless island. A few men in musician robes furrowed brows. They had been invited to this wedding and looked up after sensing the ether waves. When they saw the young man at the table and the trademark hat on the table, they blanched. They quickly looked away and pretended that nothing had happened. Some even rose and left quietly. Seeing this situation, Brady was completely hopeless. Drenched in sweat, his face paled and he slumped into his seat, almost slipping off. In the crowd, the blissful Donna looked back. Seeing her father's expression was off, she walked over. "Father, are you all right? Do you feel ill?" Brady's lips quivered and he tries to speak, but no words come out. His daughter's concern deepened his fear. She should not have come over. "Donna, go. Hurry and go," he yelled in his mind. "Relax, sir. A wedding is a sacred ceremony and only happens once in a lifetime. Do not act out of sorts here and do not disappoint your daughter," a hoarse voice sounded in his mind. The young man drinking tea glanced over with dark eyes. She doesn't know that you're working with the Indian drug smuggler, right? It felt like Brady was struck by lightning. He forced himself to calm down and placated his daughter gentle. However, his fear grew. What do you want? He gathered his courage and asked. He waited for his final result. Before, the vengeful spirit was just a legend. However, starting last month, it became a nightmare that haunted everyone. 1 month, apparently only 1 month after the shaman disappeared, hundreds of mafia leaders who dared to have their own ideas were personally thrown into the sewer by the vengeful spirit. He was extremely cold and cruel. Apparently, everyone in the family, regardless of age, would disappear. Some were killed in horrible ways as a warning. The sight was a total nightmare. Brady had always thought that a downtown redneck would not dare to do anything to an official like him. However, the man was now right in front of him. I am an important figure of the Anglo Customs Department. His voice shook. If you do something to me, the country will not let you go, Ut. Has my reputation really become that bad? The young man was stunned, but then he chuckled wryly. He muttered to himself, that Watson, what did he do in my name? Before Brady could reply, the priest walked over and asked, Mr. Brady, can the wedding begin now? Brady looked back stiffly and gaped at the priest. He did not know what to say. Father, in just a moment. I still need to speak to this man. The man gazed at the priest and the priest froze in place. Then the man asked, Are you religious? Brady nodded stiffly. Did you know that there's a passage in the Bible like this? The young man rose slowly and took the Bible from the priest. He flipped carelessly to the middle and read a passage to the stunned man. His expression was solemn and powerful, his voice was raspy like scraping metal. Thou shalt hold the self-evident truth in awe and advocate justice, this as well. Thou shalt love thy neighbors as thyself, do no injustice. Thou shalt no sinners suffer. He carries poison and nurtures nothingness. His flame is short-lived and his light does not shine. After finishing, he closed the Bible and looked down at Brady. Do you understand what I mean? There was no smile in his eyes. It was replaced by metallic fierceness tinged with blood. Brady could not meet his eyes. The man had stopped talking, but the raspy voice still echoed in Brady's mind like thunder. It pounded at his last bit of sanity until he practically broke down and cried. What do you want, Dot? Brady, I want you to be a good father. The young man petted his hair sympathetically, like a saint petting his lamb. Not a dead father, but a live one with a good career and family. Be a good man and make your family proud. You've made many mistakes, but you can still survive to old age with a large family and die happily. Are you willing to be this type of father? Yes. The next moment, Brady nodded wildly as if he had received salvation and choked out, I'm willing. Good. The young man nodded in satisfaction. A wise and just choice, sir. Just as the legends say, you will receive happiness due to your reverence of the self-evident truth. Putting on his hat, he gave Brady one last glance. In that moment, all barriers seemed to disappear. The hustle-bustle and blessings of the outside world finally traveled to his ears. Hearing the sounds, Brady's sweat poured out and he practically passed out. It had only been half a minute, but it felt as if he had returned to the world from hell. He was so happy he could cry because the sudden Grim Reaper had bid farewell. Amidst the solemn music of the wedding march, the guests watched as a young man with a Bible replaced the priest and stood between the couple. It is obvious that you love each other and will last for a long time. Under everyone's shocked scrutiny, the young man held Donna's hand with his left and the man's hand with his right. He asked Donna, do you take this man as your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, to love him, care for him, respect him, accept him, until death do you part? Donna looked below the stage. Seeing her father nod, she let go of her worries and gazed at her lover with gentle eyes. I do. What about you, groom? The man who had replaced the priest looked to the groom. Faced with the solemn question, the groom puffed up his chest and replied, I do, sir. I love Donna and I'm willing to protect you with my life. Good, all of your words are genuine. Pleased, the man placed Donna's hand into the groom's. I am overjoyed in seeing you vow to love each other. I now declare thee as husband and wife. Please exchange rings and the groom may kiss the bride. Under everyone's gazes, the shy bride and groom exchanged rings. As the people applauded and cheered, they kissed deeply. Today was their day of joy and this moment would never be forgotten. The young man who had overseen the wedding had now disappeared. Chapter 3:12, I wish you luck. Outside the door, the young man with a bowler hat climbed into the carriage. One side of the seats in the carriage had been removed and replaced with a wheelchair. The young man on the chair was reading a book. He had plain looks. Other than his defined features, he had no other unique points. However, sometimes his squinted eyes would flash with terrifying steel gray light. Aren't your tricks too gentle? He closed his book and glanced at Ye Qingxuan. It's just a small punishment. Ye Qingxuan lay on the seat lazily and fanned himself with the hat. And anyway, I've already attended 4 funerals today. You should at least let me relax at a wedding, right, Mr. Watson? Watson shook his head. When you wallow in that fake mercy every day, don't you feel like you're slacking on your duties as the manager of the illegal trade in Anglo? Watson, you're so heartless. Sorry, that's how I am. Watson scoffed. If you aren't willing, you don't have to throw everything to me. I'll get onto a ship to Wales, buy a manor, and retire. Ah, don't be like that. Wales is so boring. They only have sheep there. And are you sure you can move around like this? Ye Qingxuan shrugged. Don't you think Avalon is beautiful in comparison? There's work every day and money to take every month. Who do you think did this to me? Watson's mouth dropped open, but he did not know how to respond. Never in his life had he met someone who spoke so shamelessly while pretending he was doing it for the interest of everyone. After a long while, Watson sighed dejectedly. Ye Qingxuan, let's fight. I really want to kill you right now. A blue firebird jumped out from his sleeve and sang beautifully. To be honest, I just love it when you're angry and want to kill me. Where did you learn to talk like that? That's just how I am, Ye Qingxuan answered. A thick investigation report was thrown at his face in response. This is what you wanted, the investigation on the Parliament. Watson clenched his jaw. People like you cause messes when you're bored. Please find something to worry about. Ye Qingxuan got up and flipped through the report. His expression changed subtly. The White Crow really exists. Watson replied lightly, the Parliament looks like a loose organization that works in the interest of many people. However, there is someone in charge. The participants provide the resources and receive dividends. After aggregating a good portion of Avalon's resources, all the power obviously goes to the one in charge. Using other people's hens to lay eggs, right? That's one way to put it. It seems that everyone in the Parliament has autonomy, but that's just the appearance. Once you look under the disguise, you realize that the Parliament is just a dictatorship. All the true power lies in the hands of one person. Ye Qingxuan glanced at him. Isn't that you? You think too highly of me. Watson scoffed. The Adrian family has fallen for so many years. How would I have the capital to be the leader? Even my mask was given to me by my father after he failed resonance and was upset. The one who helped me to my position was White Crow. Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. The former leader? Watson smiled. Yes. In fact, he found the dark musician to host my fallen ritual. He helped open the gates to power for me. To be honest, I'm a bit grateful to him. Did he order you to do everything? No, he disappeared after he handed me the parliament. Maybe he was happy to see what I wanted to do. Watson shrugged. Like you, I once secretly ordered men to track him. And? He's vanished off the face of the planet, Watson said lightly. Both White Crow and the people who searched for him, they all seem to have evaporated. White Crow put you, someone who does everything for power and authority, into the position to replace him. He must want the results you gave him. Ye Qingxuan pondered. But if Anglo is destroyed by a natural catastrophe, everyone will be infected. This will turn into a world of demons. How does he benefit from this? Who knows? Watson replied. There are more than enough saints who want to save the world and madmen who want to destroy it. Ye Qingxuan flipped through the files wordlessly. After a long while, he looked up. According to your investigation, the last time the White Crow showed himself was more than a decade ago? Yes. Watson nodded. After that, he chose me and went behind the scenes. 5 years later, he disappeared. Do you have any clues? No, but this timestamp is meaningful. Coldness flashed past Ye Qingxuan's eyes. Was that not the time his family was massacred and exiled? What role did the White Crow play in this? Sensing the heaviness in Ye Qingxuan's heart, Watson sighed. The parliament is already destroyed. All the smuggling channels are either divided up or closed down. The rest are under our control. Even if the White Crow reappears, he won't be able to do much. If I were him, I would definitely have not showed up during recent times. Ye Qingxuan, you're doing unnecessary work. Unnecessary work is better than doing nothing. Ye Qingxuan tossed the files aside. Tell them to continue surveillance. I don't believe someone can just evaporate like that. When I catch him, I'll show him. The coldness in his tone stunned Watson. He closed the book in his lap and took off his glasses, rubbing his nose. Your most important task right now isn't to waste time on meaningless stuff. Have you finished reading the music theory your professor gave you? I don't have much trouble on mind and illusion. Ye Qingxuan shrugged. Right now, I'm reviewing some stuff for the School of Revelations. I hope I don't fall short. Watson wrinkled his nose. It's my first time seeing someone who learns from so many schools. Isn't the School of Royalty like this? The School of Royalty is just Anglo's own school of summoning. The main focus is still summoning, but we put the characteristics of other schools onto our phantom beasts, like this. The robin in Watson's hand flapped its wings and flames jumped. I put elements of the School of Modification into my phantom beast. The limit is 940 elements. If I utilize this bird well, I can easily burn down a whole house. In other words, I can destroy this entire street with just a wave of my hands, but... Oh? Ye Qingxuan was stunned, his eyes were impressed. That sounds cool. Thanks. Watson's expression was cold. He did not seem happy at all. The most mainstream schools right now are the schools of modification, summoning, and choir. After all, the first is the cradle of battle musicians, the second researches natural catastrophes and demon nature, and the school of choir studies life. The more medical advancements there are, the more stable their theories, and the more branches they have. But the ones you chose to study perfectly avoided all the realistic schools. Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan finally reacted and counted on his fingers: abstinence, revelations, mind, illusion. Hey, you're right. I didn't learn any of the three. Can I still start now? In your dreams, Watson scoffed. You think you're a freak like Nibirius and can change schools as easily as changing clothes? Of the 7 schools, modification counters illusion, summoning counters mind, choir and revelations don't counter each other as much, but it's still hard to combine them. Plus, the schools you've learned already counter abstinence. If you want to learn new music theory, it'll be a feat to remain sane. If you want to learn other schools, wait until you reach the completion stage before trying for the scepter level. That's kind of depressing. Ye Qingxuan nodded, but he did not seem upset at all. What does that have to do with my task now? Ye Qingxuan, this is the worst thing. Watson looked at him with troubled eyes. You've already fallen into Hyakume's eye. When you look into the abyss, it also looks back at you. When you observe each other, you establish some sort of connection. That sounds intimate. Right. Watson nodded. So intimate that as soon as you step out of the enchantment, he'll whisper in your ear at any time. He's hurt now and won't be able to control the material world. However, once he recovers, do you think he'll let you go? You don't want to stay stuck in Avalon forever, right? Ye Qingxuan inhaled sharply. So, my most important task right now is to try for resonance? Yes, as soon as possible. Watson nodded. Ye Qingxuan was silent for a long time. I get the theory, but how come you talk about the resonance level like it's as easy as buying cabbage from the market? Is it not? Watson eyed him and finally said with mock surprise, I forgot that you've just become an official musician. Is there any point in provoking me here? Ye Qingxuan pursed his lips and yelled, Stop! The carriage stopped beside the road and Ye Qingxuan jumped off. Where are you going? Didn't you say to try for resonance as soon as possible? Ye Qingxuan looked back at him. I'm going to find a former scepter musician and ask for advice. Oh? Watson arched an eyebrow. Remembering that resentful woman, his eyes turned sympathetic. Good luck. Chapter 313, 7 Questions for Musicians. Ye Qingxuan was in the library of the ancient mansion. The resonance level? Lola asked lightly. It's simple. Oh? Ye Qingxuan's eyes brightened. How simple, Didn't you become an official musician after dying a few times? Lola side-eyed him. Just die a few more times. Ye Qingxuan's expression twisted. This woman really held grudges. Ye Qingxuan had only stayed inside the academy and given himself a break for half a month. Miss Lola, please accept my small offering. He sighed. Taking out the bag of blood he had prepared, he pushed it over cautiously. Lola glanced over and weighed it in her hands. Satisfied, she accepted it. Lola's best trait was that she accepted when she saw something good and never insisted on too much. Working with a shrewd woman was straightforward. There were no cons other than having to shed a lot of blood. The resonance level is still too far for you right now, Lola said. The distance isn't due to your ability but the way you look at problems. What do you mean? Ye Qingxuan asked. After pondering, Lola suddenly asked, Do you know what the 7 questions for musicians are? The 7 questions for musicians were the hardest problem that musicians faced when trying to break into the resonance level. Compared to the vast world, the endless ether sea, the distant originator, compared to these huge entities, humanity was too insignificant. If an insignificant man wanted to resonate with the world, move the ether sea, and receive limitless power, he must first determine the origin within himself. Even the highest towers were built on flat ground. If one wanted to go higher, one must have a foundation. One would only be able to reply to the ether sea after determining one's origin and utilize the limitless strength. Thus, musicians ran into a huge problem. How could they look past the confusing fog, glimpse into the ether sea and the music theory hidden within, and find the origin that they could use? The sub-origin technology of the School of Stoneheart stemmed from this. By turning one's internal organs into alchemy equipment, they completed this process and could temporarily play music scores above their level. However, this was still a foreign object. Their own body still needed to have a breakthrough. Thus, past musicians had made countless studies. However, not many were successful. If there was no method, one man out of a dozen musicians may be lucky enough to accidentally succeed and become a dabbler. It was a strange problem that countless people could not understand. To this, the East had this saying passed down with the heart rather than relying on words. The West also had concepts such as inspiration and awakening. All in all, people who understood would understand. People who could not understand would not understand no matter what. The more one thought, the more confused one would become. It was like a towering wall with no top that stood before all musicians. They must break through this wall to move forward. This wall was known as the barrier of knowledge. The 7 questions for musicians was a solution that various musicians had concluded. Basically, if one could understand the propositions from the 7 schools, then they would be able to break through the barrier of knowledge, see the true nature of music theory, and find the origin. In other words, one must be able to solve all 7 propositions. They include the eternally unchanging object of modifications, the intangible object with a tangible spirit of summoning, between life and death of choir, the unknown of revelations, who am I of mind, the origin of dreams of illusion. The origin of dreams? Ye Qingxuan gaped at Lola. Are you sure? I have hundreds of books on the 6th shelf of the bookshelf behind you that explores this topic, but it's best if you don't look around. The more you read, the more confused you'll become. Then Lola asked lightly, you already have an idea? No, not at all. Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes. But he told me in a dream that he's waiting for me at the origin of dreams. It's been so many years. No one even knows if he's alive or not. Lola looked down and sipped her tea. What really happened to teacher? I don't understand. Let's change the topic. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. There's still one more. What's the proposition for the school of abstinence? After a moment of silence, Lola's eyes grew sympathetic. Abandon oneself, she said. The school of abstinence studies the essence of ether. To them, there's a barrier between the flesh and oneself. You must abandon yourself. Yezi, I really hope you don't choose this. Do you know how many abstinence musicians die from the backlash of music theory at this point? Some are burned to ash, some are suffocated, some turn into mist. In the East, musicians created a set of skills to study this proposition. You've probably heard of it before: autopsy, military autopsy, and the hydrothermal cadaver refining method. In ancient times, they referred to resonance musicians as fae. In order to become one, they are willing to give up their flesh body. Sadly, doing this will definitely kill you. This is the biggest obstacle in the school of abstinence. Maybe 1 in 10 musicians can start learning. However, not even 1 in 100 can break through the barrier of knowledge. Considering this, Ye Qingxuan nodded. So what you're saying is that if I want to reach the resonance level, I must choose one of these 4 propositions, right? The unknown, who am I, the origin of dreams, and abandoning oneself. None of these are easy. Actually, Ye Qingxuan had realized this when Lola first mentioned the 4 propositions. These were the questions that stemmed from the final goal in music theory of each major school. The direction pointed out by the 4 propositions caused him to suddenly discover some details and theories he had overlooked. It felt abnormally difficult. If he could have a breakthrough, it meant that his study of music theory and ether had reached another level and was closer to the final stage. However, everyone's method was different. Their knowledge of barriers were different as well. Using other musicians' methods would only confuse him further. But I'm still curious. Ye Qingxuan rubbed his face with a gloomy expression. This doesn't make any sense. I'm a genius, but I'm still stuck here. How can so many people break through? Everyone faces different problems. The more you accumulate, the bigger the reward, but the more difficult it is to break through. In addition, Lola paused and smiled mysteriously. Do you really think that everyone uses these methods? Are there other methods? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. Why wouldn't there be? Lola asked in reply. In the end, the barrier of knowledge requires you to think outside of the box and escape from previous restraints. Free yourself from the shackles of the material world and see the true face of music theory. After this stage, the musician would have a complete grasp on the essence of music and start to develop their own style. Usually, a musician who had been stumped for years would experience a drastic change or emotional attack and suddenly be enlightened. Then they would break past their old beliefs and enter a new world. Thus, as long as you can reach this result, you can try some loopholes. What loopholes? Ye Qingxuan's eyes brightened. You can sign a contract with the Holy Spirit that the sacred city enshrines. Resonate psychologically and pull yourself out of your own perspective to see the world from a higher angle. Your problems are nothing to saints at the scepter level. They can easily see through it. In addition, you can improve your sound of heart. The most popular is the fire spirit Akane. People who sign a contract with him and freely add fire effects into their music. The twin spirits of wind and thunder are hot picks too. So, how is it? Does this method sound familiar? Why does it sound like the fallen ritual for dark musicians? Is there any difference? In the end, it's borrowing from others' strength. Lola snickered. People who use this method just bypass the obstacle and use someone else's perspective. However, their entire life would be influenced by others as well. To those failures, becoming a resonance musician is the highest point of their life. True power comes from one's internal self and mind. People who try tricks will never reach the scepter level. For true musicians, the resonance level is only the starting point. Ye Qingxuan returned to the academy in the afternoon. He had left with much confusion and was still confused when he returned. In fact, he now had propositions that he had to think about. He still had no clue how to start with these 4 problems. Thankfully, he had time to think. Compared to the depressive thinking that entire day, good news boosted his spirits. The principal that had disappeared for half a month had finally come back. It seemed that the mess with the parliament had been dealt with. Even if the 5th department, they still needed time to remove the parliament completely. There must have been many unhappy moments. Maxwell's secretary left a message at the history department for Ye Qingxuan to go to his office as soon as he returned. This was the deal he had made with Maxwell. When the matter with the parliament ended, he would tell Ye Qingxuan what happened to Ye Lanzhao without holding anything back. Ye Qingxuan quickly reached the office and knocked. "Oh, finally back?" Maxwell said. "Come in." When Ye Qingxuan entered, he realized that Maxwell was not the only one in the office. Chapter 314, The Past. The smell of tobacco hung in the air. It seemed to contain the dust of traveling. A man in a gray canvas robe sat on the sofa beside Maxwell. His ether was as still as dead water, as if it was swallowed by the darkness in his robe. He looked as if he had come from thousands of miles away. He held an old pipe, his face was hidden in the darkness and difficult to see. He was talking to Maxwell. "After all, with our relationship, I will definitely agree to help you with this." He rose and bid farewell. "You're leaving now?" Maxwell tried to keep him. "Why don't you stay a bit longer? It's not too late to leave tomorrow. The distance is far and it will be a difficult journey. The sooner I leave the better. My goal for coming to the academy has been reached as well, and there is no point in staying. Thank you for your hospitality. Then, safe travels." Maxwell rose to see him off. The traveler-like musician moved silently as if he was floating. When he brushed past Ye Qingxuan, he could feel the pair of eyes under the darkness sweep across his face. Those eyes were meaningful. "Who was that?" Ye Qingxuan asked when the man was gone. "Since he doesn't wish to reveal his identity before you, it's obviously a secret." Maxwell smiled mysteriously and motioned for Ye Qingxuan to sit. Whiskey or brandy? I also have the strongest kerosene from downtown. Maybe you'll like it. Don't you have anything non-alcoholic? Ye Qingxuan eyed Maxwell. He rummaged through the cabinets. Finding some black tea, he boiled water to make tea for himself. Maxwell sat with propped legs and watched as Ye Qingxuan scurried about. He did not care at all and just chuckled. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I thought you would get impatient. No matter where you go, you still have to come back here. Ye Qingxuan sat across from Maxwell, poured a cup of tea, and pushed it over. Oh. This is for you, Ye Qingxuan said lightly. I have a lot of questions, so get ready to be thirsty, Mr. Principal. If I knew this, I'd choose an easier topic to discuss. Maxwell sighed and downed the cup of tea. He wiped the water on his beard like an old swordsman getting ready to fight after drinking wine. Okay, let's start. Don't worry, I won't hold anything back. Then, Ye Qingxuan asked his first question, who is White Crow? You know about him? Maxwell was shocked, but he shook his head. Unfortunately, I want to know the answer too. More than a decade ago, the sacred city ruled that your father was a heretic and had fallen. It caused uproar, but your father ran away. The Lancelot family was the first to be questioned. I don't know the specifics, but the former head of the family closed himself off to the world. Due to all the pressure, he was forced to exile you and your mother. After that, he fell ill and died 2 years later. At the same time, Ye Lanzhao used his scepter to erase his existence. Other than people with special status, everyone forgot about him. Unfortunately, he couldn't undo his mistakes. Amongst them, the one who put in the most effort to attack the Lancelot family was the White Crow that you speak of. I see. Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes. Then why did Ye Lanzhao come to the West back then? An Eastern Deva's blood with a bright future and scepter would be the star of any school and the hope of the entire family. Why did he leave his hometown to come here? 27 years ago in the East, Bai Xi inherited the noble Bai family. He led his soldiers to rebel without care for his family in the capital Chang'an. The emperor was furious and killed his entire family. However, Chang'an was breached 3 days later and the royal family was practically massacred by Bai Hang. Bai Hong was the sole survivor of the Bai family. Due to outside pressure, he did not kill the youngest princess. He allowed her to inherit the throne, change her title to Wu. She became the first empress. After that, Bai Hang became the high and mighty regent, and the world's most treacherous minister. 1 year later, the Yi family was secretly ordered by the empress to fight under the name of removing treacherous officials. They partnered with the 8th Battalion to besiege Chang'an for 5 years. However, the Yi family was betrayed by his ally. The head of the family was beheaded and given to Bai Hang as an apology. After that, the Yi family was cut up and punished by the crown. All direct bloodlines were imprisoned for life. Your father, the successor of the Yi family, Ye Lanzhao, was 22 years old at that time. There was no place in the East and no reason to stay there, so he came to the West alone to start a new life. To be honest, I don't know what he did to break free from all those bars and shackles. Maybe no one could stop him if he really wanted to escape. Anyway, the result was that he came here and started a new life, just as he had wished. Maxwell sighed. Unfortunately, the new life here wasn't as easy as he had thought. Then what happened? Then what? Then I met him for the first time. Maxwell chuckled. He applied for a position at the Royal Academy of Music and became a visiting professor. 1 year later, his talent and ability was acknowledged, and he became the youngest vice principal in the Academy's history. You know what happened next? He met your mother, they got to know each other and fell in love. In the end, they endured all the challenges and married. I officiated their wedding. That was the most honorable thing I've done. Unfortunately, now I always think that maybe what happened next would not have happened if I'd protested their marriage. After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan asked, "So what happened next?" "The Lancelot family is practically part of the royal family. In order to marry your mother, Ye Lanzhao agreed to many terms. One of them was that he must work for Anglo for 10 years. He agreed and received a secret position in the Royal Research Institute. The following year, he represented the institute and participated in a research project in the Sacred City." "The Sacred City?" Ye Qingxuan pondered. "Is it the church or the musician union?" "Both and even more." "The Silence Governance participated as well," Maxwell said lightly. "This was one of the results of the Third Amendment Act, but the Third Amendment Act was a secret agreement made 200 years ago between the various countries and the Church. According to this agreement, each country would respect that the current King of Red, who was also the Pope, was the only representative of God. He would make no fallacy and protect the Church's legitimacy and God's undeniable status. In return, the Church would not have any political power, it would separate from the government. Churchmen were forbidden to join the military, government, or interfere with any country's laws. They were even forbidden to accept the worship of believers. All funding came from the various countries. The Sacred City Parliament led by the Pope established the Sacred City's position as the core of the world. The first thing the Sacred City Parliament did was to establish the Musician Union to unite all musicians. At that time, the Inquisition, an organization that had grown astray, was abolished. The musicians were added into the silent authority that was under the Musician Union's sole authority and became judicial musicians. The non-musician priests returned to the church and formed the ministry of faith that had the authority of final interpretation of the Bible. From then on, God belonged to God and mankind belonged to mankind. The Pope was responsible for guiding the lofty spirit while the men of the world were ruled by their kings. Whether it was metaphysical or physical, everything found its place. A new order was born. The secret research institute that was not part of any organization was established at that time. The research that Ye Lanzhao participated in was started 18 years earlier. The Sacred City Parliament gathered scholars and alchemists from each country, secretly deployed musicians of dozens of research fields in 16 different schools, and began an unprecedented research. What is a natural catastrophe? Maxwell's voice was like stones rubbing and creating blazing sparks. That was the goal of the research, to understand the nature of the natural catastrophe. For this, all of the world's strength was secretly united and captured a natural catastrophe. All the preparation, process, and actions of this plan had been sealed. No one knows what happened, other than country leaders and the Pope. Natural catastrophe? Ye Qingxuan was shaken. Which one? Of the natural catastrophes, the ones with the most characteristics are the three saints, the three-pillar God, the four living objects, and the 8 phenomena. Maxwell smoked his cigarette. It's impossible to even prove the existence of the three saints. The three-pillar God is too large and far away from humanity, making it hard to understand. The 8 phenomena are just phenomena. There's not much research value. Therefore, the most suitable target is one of the 4 living objects. Hecatoncheir? It suddenly dawned on Ye Qingxuan. The 4 living objects was Hecatoncheir, Leviathan, the Dark Mother, and Sirius. Of these 4, the Dark Mother did not have a specific shape and was difficult to observe. Leviathan of the deep seas had already died. No one would be able to find it before it is reborn. Sirius seemed to be the easiest, but its nature was difficult to grasp. It lived in the black zones across the world. It was where the ether was the most disorderly. Sirius existed between real and intangible. Like an unrealistic bubble, it could burst at touch. Merely observing it could cause it to scatter, let alone catching it. Therefore, the most suitable choice was undoubtedly Hecatoncheir. But, the Sacred City was actually able to capture him? Yes, with grave losses, Maxwell said softly. To my knowledge, since 80 years ago, 4 of the current 11 saints disappeared and 2 of the 9 Eastern Imperial musicians died. The other participants were all gravely wounded as well. The former King of Yellow was lost due to this. But that's not the worst. The worst is that we succeeded. Chapter 315, Graduation? Maxwell spoke of some of the events very vaguely, but Ye Qingxuan could imagine the bloodiness and sacrifices behind the vague words. Even musicians as powerful as the 3 kings could fall in a battle against a natural catastrophe. Scepter musicians were not even able to enter the battlefield. Did Ye Lanzhao participate in the research of Hecaton Care? He's talented, but he's not even a summoning musician. What use does a mind musician have? Did you forget your father's title? Maxwell glanced at him. Moonchant, the purifier of all abnormalities, the only one who can resonate with the pure white moon and the blue moon at once. He's the one who most understands the differences between natural catastrophes and men. I would find it odd if he didn't participate. And then what? And then? Maxwell put out his cigarette. And then it's as you know. Your father turned and fell into the territory of natural catastrophes, becoming a dark musician. I know that. Ye Qingxuan clenched his fist. Looking at Maxwell, he asked gruffly, "Is it true?" "I don't know." Maxwell looked away. When he left, he caused too big of an upheaval. The entire research institute was practically destroyed. All the files were destroyed and all the people. After all these years, I often think if that young man had already turned into my enemy. Will we meet on the battlefield one day? Sometimes, I even think it'd be better if he died. I don't want to agree, but I think that too. Ye Qingxuan's words stunned Maxwell. The young man lowered his head and hid his expression. He said coolly, "Those guys that only know to cause trouble are better off dead." But I don't want him to die without a clear reason. After a long silence, Maxwell patted his shoulder. Humans are unable to interfere with the past, but if you want to investigate the truth, you must become stronger. You should at least be a scepter musician to have insight on the secrets, but isn't it too early to talk about this? I'm still lost about the resonance level. The barrier of knowledge is enough for me to get headaches over for a few years, let alone finding the origin of the resonance. Maxwell froze and fell silent. Thinking of something, his gaze turned odd as if he was looking at an inhuman creature. What's wrong? Ye Qingxuan had a bad feeling. Ye Qingxuan, you've only been in school for half a year. Maxwell held his chin and praised. You went from nothing to an official musician within half a year and are learning 4 schools at once. According to the Academy's rules, you can graduate already. Huh? Ye Qingxuan froze too. Graduate? Yeah. Maxwell nodded. The Royal Academy of Musician has a 6-year schooling system, but realistically, you can graduate after becoming an official musician. You must know that not many of the graduates this year are official musicians yet. With your record now, you're more than ready to graduate. What if today Wait. Ye Qingxuan was dazed. Finally, he slapped his thigh. I paid for 1 full year's worth of tuition. I still have a year left. Maxwell looked at him as if looking at an idiot. I gave all those downtown businesses to you and you still need money? I don't care. I'm not graduating. Ye Qingxuan sprawled on the sofa, throwing a tantrum. Otherwise I'll go lie down before the palace and starve myself in protest. You better believe that. Maxwell is a ruthless and corrupted principal. A commoner student is expelled. I'll get you onto the Musician Union's complaint board, the headline. Even someone as thick-skinned as Maxwell was taken aback by this. He had experienced many who could not graduate, but he had never seen someone who was not willing to leave the academy. Hey, don't be like that. Help me out. I haven't reached the quota for this year's graduation. With you, I'd at least be able to ask for a bigger budget for next year, Maxwell said. It's your own fault that you can't reach the quota, alright? What kind of school has such weird graduation exams? So you're set on not graduating? What are you so impatient for? Ye Qingxuan picked his nose with a rogue expression. I'm just a first-year student. Wait until I'm in my 6th year before talking about graduating. You're really not leaving? Nope. What can you do about me? Oh, that's great. Maxwell rubbed his hands and smiled mysteriously. Then you won't reject the trial task that the Academy assigns you, right? Ye Qingxuan was instantly stunned and it finally dawned on him. You were waiting for me to say that. You're the one who doesn't want to graduate. I didn't force you. Maxwell shrugged. You can choose between graduating and working. Ye Qingxuan ground his teeth and stared daggers into the old guy. Just tell me what you want. The Royal Academy of Music had the tradition of trial tasks. It was like summer internships of other schools. The musician union would assign some simple missions for students so they could accumulate experience. Of course, some bad teachers would take advantage of their students and make them work for free. For example, people like Maxwell, who set up traps for students. Don't be scared. It's pretty simple. The prepared Maxwell took a document from the drawer and tossed it at Ye Qingxuan. It suits you too, but it's just a bit far. How far? Ye Qingxuan felt like he had been scammed. After thinking, Maxwell said casually, around 5 days by sea, 6 days by train, and then half a month by foot? Ye Qingxuan almost spat out blood. Why don't you just say going across the entire world? Yeah, something like that. Maxwell shrugged and stated, you know about the Romulus people, right? A few centuries ago, after Romulus was destroyed by a natural catastrophe, these people scattered throughout the world. Decades ago, their leader established a new tribe in the north. Do you want me to represent Anglo and ally with them? And then we'll have. Do you think the nations would allow a group of refugees to take a land that is rich in resources? Maxwell side-eyed him. You're going to save people. Recently, there's a large-scale infectious disease going around. The local church suspects that this is related to the digging of archaeological sites and is recruiting scholars who can interpret and understand history. You're just going over to help out, An infectious disease? Ye Qingxuan's eyes brightened. Does it turn people into? Sorry, it's just a regular disease. PSH, that's boring. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. You think all musicians make the headlines every other day? Maxwell suddenly grew furious. Hurry back, pack up, and get the F***ck out. If you're still here the day after tomorrow, I'll have the 5th Department exile you. There's no need to be in a hurry, right? Hey! Maxwell was pissed at the mention of this. Thanks to that Mr. Demon and those guys who messed around, Avalon's enchantment is still damaged and riddled with holes. Its protection is basically non-existent. The royal musicians have been tearing their hair out these 2 days. Do you know why? Ye Qingxuan's heart skipped a beat. Why? Because someone in this room is the biggest interference. Maxwell was practically jabbing Ye Qingxuan's face. After you messed with the enchantment, your ether waves are connected to the core. The enchantment won't be able to be repaired as long as you're in Avalon. If not for me covering you, you'd be hanging from the Traitor's Gate for destroying national defenses by now. And you're asking me what's the hurry? Ye Qingxuan felt guilty about this too. It had been an emergency, but it truly was a bit too much to make national defenses into his own body. No one had investigated for so many days that he thought the crisis was over, but it was actually waiting for him here. Okay, I'll go. He dejectedly prepared to go back and pack, but Maxwell called, "This is for you." he tossed over a ring. Ye Qingxuan caught it and realized it was high-grade alchemy equipment. He could see that it was a product by Avalon's famous alchemist workshop Cavendish Laboratory. It was much better than the defense rings he had stolen before. When he touched the inside, he felt some vague letters carved on it. 007SH? What's that? I help you record a file with the 5th Department under the name of Sherlock Holmes. From now on, your code is number 7 and is directly under me. You basically have amnesty now, Maxwell said casually. There's no reason to make you do everything by yourself out there either. Someone will give you messages later. Remember to burn them after memorizing the content. They can help you muster a considerable amount of people and power. Use them carefully and see it as a gift. That simple? Ye Qingxuan cautiously put on his ring. He did not know why going to help cure a disease in a refugee camp would have something to do with the mysterious 5th Department, but seeing Maxwell's actions, there must be hidden dangers. It was better to be safe than sorry. Oh, right, what's that refugee area called? Ye Qingxuan asked before he left. Auschwitz, Maxwell said with a smile. A place filled with peace, friendship, and kindness that accepts the poor refugees with no home. Chapter 316, Safe Travels. Ye Qingxuan was prepared, but he was still shocked when the man from the 5th Department knocked on his door. Richard? He gaped at the senior who had graduated and apparently went back to his hometown. You, Dot. Oh, you still remember my name? Richard still wore a black uniform and a strange smile. Then you can call me Richard. Mr. M told me to give this to you. See, I told you we're fated. Ye Qingxuan was speechless. So the school's executive office was the reserve for the 5th Department? Maxwell truly was creative. Ye Qingxuan could not think of how a student organization in a musician academy was related to the 5th Department. Not even 10 minutes after Richard had left, someone else came. Ye Qingxuan, frantically packing in with a sweater on his head, opened the door and froze. Seaton? The burly man who practically blocked the door turned and pointed at the carriage behind him. His gesture meant, the boss wants to see you. Heard you're going to Auschwitz? The fat middle-aged man across from Ye Qingxuan smiled warmly. But seriously, who was he? Hermes? Where did the handsome young man go? Ye Qingxuan felt lied to. Ah, you can't recognize me? Seems I've changed a lot. Hermes rubbed the bristly hair on his chin and cackled. Don't mind me. I've been growing quickly these days, but it should settle down soon. Trying not to insult him, Ye Qingxuan just sighed. Boss, how may I help you? Didn't I already say it? I heard you're going to Auschwitz. Ye Qingxuan blanched. I just found out an hour ago. News travels fast. No need to bother with the details. Hermes pulled out a check from the church and wrote a long number. Since you're going there, help me bring some money over. I fund a child there, Dot. Boss, can you just get to the point? Ye Qingxuan's expression was troubled. That is the point. Hermes's was serious. Go and check for me. You're just going there to study some stupid books, right? You'll have a lot of free time, so just help me take care of the girl. If she doesn't need anything, then you don't have to care. Spend the extra money for yourself. I've also helped you buy a first-class ticket for tomorrow's luxury cruise so you can travel comfortably. Ye Qingxuan was stunned. After a while, he said awkwardly, I misunderstood you. I've never seen you care so much about other people. She's not other people. Hermes grew troubled. She's like, my daughter? Ye Qingxuan spat his tea out. You're what? I'm kidding. Don't take it seriously. Hermes whistled and raised his hand. Seaton, come and send him off. Look at you, you don't have any manners. He still has a sweater on his head and you dragged him over. What if you keep him from packing? Ye Qingxuan sighed. He finally had the time to pull the sweater over his head. He had not worn it in a long time and, as expected, it was a bit small. In the end, Hermes saw him to the door and asked casually, "All right, are you still wearing that pocket watch?" Confused, Ye Qingxuan looked down at his chest. The tick-tocks from the double snake time meter answered him. For dinner, they held a celebration at a restaurant outside the academy for Charles's discharge from the hospital. Charles was like a starved beast. When Ye Qingxuan arrived late, he discovered that his portion was practically gone already. Hearing Ye Qingxuan's mission, Abraham nodded. Since it was assigned by the musician union, it shows that they think highly of you. I'll prepare some resources and books related to interpretation tonight. You can read them on the way there. You're leaving? Bai Xi squeezed in. Where? Auschwitz. It's a small place, but it's a pressing matter. I'm leaving tomorrow. Hearing this, Bai Xi went blank. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I haven't packed yet. I'm going by myself. Ye Qingxuan tapped her forehead. You still want to go out after failing all those classes? Focus on your credits first. Oh. Bai Xi lowered her head and did not say more. Soon, she lowered her utensils. I'm done. Without waiting for the others, she rose and left. They heard the door slam in the distance. Old Phil, chewing on a bone beside the table, looked in the direction she went, then back at Ye Qingxuan. He shook his head judgmentally, picked up the bone, and ran off as well. Charles snorted. His mouth was stuffed with meat and he could hardly breathe from laughing. Ye Qingxuan looked to his teacher for help, but Abraham just shrugged helplessly. Ye Qingxuan sighed and chased after Bai Xi. They ran all the way to the music history building. Bai Xi ran into her room and slammed the door. After organizing his words, Ye Qingxuan got ready to knock on the door, but then he heard a click. She locked the door. Bai Xi? Ye Qingxuan knocked. Bai Xi would dot. There's no one here. A voice traveled from behind the door. After thinking, Ye Qingxuan grabbed a chair and 2 books. I don't believe you'll never open the door. If you want, try staying there the entire night. But Bai Xi really did not open the door the entire night. Good girls were not supposed to open the door for men at night. Bai Xi was a good girl and kept the door closed. If she said there was no one there, then there was no one. She said nothing the entire night. The next day, Ye Qingxuan waited by the academy's gate for a long time, but Bai Xi did not come to see him off. She's probably angry you're not taking her with. Charles patted his shoulder. Don't worry, she'll get over it. She'll probably forget by the time you're back. I hope. Ye Qingxuan scratched his face awkwardly and climbed into the carriage with his luggage. When he arrived at the pier, he realized that another unexpected person was waiting for him. It was a black carriage without any marks. The driver raised the brim of his hat and smiled at the youth. It was Maxwell. Ye Qingxuan did not know why Maxwell suddenly wanted to dress up as a driver, but he was used to his principal's oddities. Oh, you're here to see me off? Not me. Maxwell shook his head and tossed something over. This is for you. The small box felt heavy. Ye Qingxuan opened it and discovered a black velvet pouch. It was filled with dried tobacco that smelled expensive. What attracted his attention was the thing beside the bag. It was the familiar stone pipe. Under the eye of silence, the pipe was covered with beautiful flowing light. Stunned, Ye Qingxuan looked up. Maxwell smiled and jutted his chin toward the carriage. She thinks this suits you. He could see a vague but delicate silhouette in the carriage. The princess? Ye Qingxuan gaped at Maxwell. Hey, old guy, did you Maxwell looked away. Her Highness used the Queen's authority to read your files. This isn't my fault. Ye Qingxuan raised his hand expressionlessly, showing the Jiao Shao Huan Pei on his finger. Principal, can you at least shield your heart when you lie? Maxwell hit his forehead awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot. Maxwell, I'd be dead long ago if I believed you. Well, it's nothing bad for you. Not only was Maxwell unapologetic, he even extended a hand as if nothing was wrong. She hurried over to see you off so early in the morning and even brought a gift. Are you going to let her return empty-handed? Where's your gift for her? After a short pause, Ye Qingxuan felt around his body and took off a defense bracelet, putting it in Maxwell's hand. It's not really auspicious, but this is the only thing I can give now. It's saved me many times and it's meaningful to me. You really ruin the mood. Maxwell shook his head. Casually glancing at Ye Qingxuan's chest, he said meaningfully, whatever, it's the thought that counts. Also, say sorry for me, Ye Qingxuan said lightly. I lost that thing a while ago. Maxwell froze. He looked down at Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan looked up at him. After a short staring contest, Maxwell looked away. He sighed, regret flashed past his eyes. Safe travels, kid, he said, and whipped his horse. The black carriage faded away into the distance. The vague gaze from the carriage disappeared as well. Not too far away from the pier, a big yellow dog squatted on the rooftop of a shop and gazed in Ye Qingxuan's direction. Beside it, Bai Xi scribbled on the ground with a tree branch. Hearing the whistle in the distance, she pursed her lips. Old Phil, did that guy leave yet? The dog barked. Not yet. Bai Xi looked back and saw the youth's lonely figure on the empty square before the ship. The stressed-out worker beside him was trying to convince him of something. He did not move. The whistle sounded again, but he still did not move. He looked in old Phil's direction, saw Bai Xi, and waved. However, he still did not move, as if he was waiting for something. If it did not come, he would not go. Bai Xi pursed her lips and huffed. She jumped down and walked over unwillingly. Why aren't you leaving? Bai Xi muttered in annoyance with her head down. Stop making things hard for others. This was totally uncharacteristic for her. She always did what she wanted and never cared about others. Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan smiled. I'm waiting for you. Oh. Bai Xi looked up and then looked away. She asked quietly, are you going to spend Feast of Winter Veil there too? It won't take long. Ye Qingxuan fluffed her hair. It's just 2 months. I'll be back before winter ends. Bai Xi broke free and smoothed her hair. You don't have to tell me that. Sorry, I haven't had time to play with you. I'll bring a gift for you. Oh. Bai Xi lowered her head. Ye Qingxuan asked, then I'm going now? Oh. Nibbling on her lower lip, Bai Xi looked away. Ye Qingxuan chuckled. With one last glance, he picked up his luggage and walked toward the ship. When he started climbing the steps, he heard someone call out, cousin. Looking back, he saw a small figure duck under the workers blocking and run over. Without waiting for his reaction, she opened her arms and hugged him lightly. Safe travels, she said. Ye Qingxuan was stunned, but he quickly laughed. Okay. Under the blaring whistle, the ship slowly left the port. The white-haired girl and yellow dog at the port gradually faded into the distance. Ye Qingxuan stood at the bow and stared at Avalon as it grew further away. When he came here, he only had a suitcase, a few $1,000s, some clothes, and a dog. He left all of that in Avalon. Thinking like this made him sad, but he still had himself, at least. And a hug. It was great. No matter what, he would not be lonely anymore. Chapter 317, Smooth and Calm. 3 days later, all was calm in the blueness of the sea and the sky. The ship cut through the still sea, leaving behind ripples that spread in all directions. The sea wind was moist with a slightly fishy smell. It was relaxing. Under the afternoon sun, Ye Qingxuan leaned against the mast. He squinted up at the end of the sky and sea. He was both spacing out and focused. "Mr. Yi, it's dangerous there." The second mate looked up at him from the deck with concern. Putting a smile on, he asked, "Can you come down?" Ye Qingxuan leaned against the mast at the top of the sail and looked down. "You don't have to worry," he said. "Let me stay here alone." "Oh, okay." The second mate's expression stiffened, but he sighed. Official musicians were all weird. If Ye Qingxuan wanted to be somewhere, then let him be. The sailor just hoped nothing would go wrong. He did not know how to answer to the captain. He just hoped he would not get screamed at again. He prepared himself to return to the cabin with a bitter expression when he heard a voice from above him. "Also," the young man said calmly while looking into the distance, "the boiler in the kitchen is going to explode. If you send a repairman within 5 minutes, it can still be fixed." "Huh?" The second mate froze. When he processed the message, he scrambled into the cabin, screaming. The sailors fell into a flurry. After a round of broken sounds, some ashen repairmen walked out. It was clear that the hot-tempered captain had screamed their ears off. However, their gazes grew reverent when they looked up to the mast. The youth in the air seemed to be napping. However, a majestic melody hung over his fingertips. The powerful melody resounded with the sea wind and blew to all directions. It even traveled higher into the sky. It was hard to hear. However, countless water vapor lines spread from Ye Qingxuan's hands. Hundreds upon thousands of water droplets were woven into a beautiful radiance, sensing all changes within a radius of countless nautical miles. At this moment, all changes within that range were under Ye Qingxuan's control. It was the 10th measure of Bolero. The water vapor lines thrummed with his breathing. They wrapped around the large ship and spread into the sea, leaving behind fine ripples as the ship moved forward. The ripples were interwoven like a heartbeat. The beat was rhythmic and strict, 60 beats per second, never more or less. It was precise to the nanosecond. Though the ripples were small, they spread at an incredible speed to impossibly great distances. However, they quickly rippled back to Ye Qingxuan with feedback. The come and go created a simple and fast loop. On the mast, Ye Qingxuan suddenly opened his eyes. His raspy voice echoed throughout the bridge along the perception threads. "Sailors, get ready. There's a rogue wave at 9 o'clock direction coming in 2 minutes." Commotion erupted. The first mate in charge of steering frantically adjusted the direction. Soon, just as Ye Qingxuan had said, wild waves suddenly appeared on the calm waters in the 9 o'clock direction and swept toward the ship. Usually, the sailors could only raise the sails and speed up to dodge the full hit or move passively. However, they had a warning this time. The ship had already adjusted direction and charged past the rogue wave. The wave collapsed and they dodged the worst hit. Shocked cries sounded across the cabin. "Thank you, sir." The second mate happily climbed up the mast just to say thank you. He even brought a bottle of red wine. The captain had just taken it out of the cold storage and it still had cold smoke. "This is a gift of gratitude from the captain." "No need for the wine," Ye Qingxuan said. "I still have to thank him for opening the ship's large-scale observational ether ball for me. These opportunities are rare and I'm glad to help." The middle-aged second mate was a rhythm-level musician from the School of Revelations. He was responsible for observing and whiled his days away on the ship. After learning that Ye Qingxuan was the student of Abraham who had recently been awarded by the Queen, he was extremely attentive. He took care of all the details, from pouring tea to massaging Ye Qingxuan's leg. When Ye Qingxuan mentioned that he wanted to see the ship's ether ball, he had hesitated for a long time but still asked the captain. The captain had screamed at him but gave Ye Qingxuan authority after the second mate vouched for him. Even without the second mate, a request from an official musician was already enough for the captain to consider seriously. At first, he feared that Ye Qingxuan would mess around. Soon he felt he was fortunate for making the right decision. It was clear that Ye Qingxuan's observation skills and interpretation speed were much better than the second mate. With his help, the ship's speed was 60% faster than usual. They had not run into any trouble either. The originally tense and long 24-hour ride had now become a relaxing vacation trip. The captain was so happy that he practically smiled in his sleep. If not for Ye Qingxuan's status as a musician, he would probably have had him sleep on the bridge and work without rest. Tell the captain to drink less. Ye Qingxuan steadied his monocle and gazed at the ocean. In a few hours, we'll leave the yellow zone and enter a red zone. My perception range will shrink. Different from land, ether zones in the sea changed like tides. The majority were slightly chaotic yellow zones. Sometimes, they would turn into red zones for silent sailing. Other places were the unapproachable black zones. If a ship accidentally ventured into it, the ship would have to power off and pray they could float out of the area. Otherwise, they would remain there for eternity and become a ghostly ship. Therefore, ships were required to land occasionally or use lighthouses to receive the newest star map from the sacred city. This way, they could avoid the most chaotic ether currents and find the most stable path within the tides and ether. Hearing Ye Qingxuan's words, the second mate pulled out his small ether ball. Connecting it to the bridge, he scanned it and sighed in relief. With our speed, we should pass through it within half a day. Mr. Yi, there's no need to worry. Ye Qingxuan nodded. You can go now. The man hesitated. He asked quietly, about lunch. The gaze behind the monocle seemed to reflect some absolute truth with a cold and distant shine. The second mate froze. He looked away respectfully and did not dare to say more. Climbing down timidly, he ordered the kitchen to work overtime and prepare the best food for the man. Actually, Ye Qingxuan did not hear his question. He was thinking. He needed to travel by ship for 5 days from Avalon to Auschwitz. He would go from west to north and, after passing by Burgundy, go from north to south. Then he would ride the train for 1 week and finally, travel by foot for half a month. He had never traveled as far as practically half the human world. The further he was from Avalon, the livelier the ether's power. In the first few hours, Ye Qingxuan had the auditory hallucination that his body kept popping quietly. As if chains were breaking apart, his power kept rising. As the ether's density rose and he left the restrictions of the enchantment, his suppressed power was quickly recovering. After increasing more than 30%, there was still room for growth. Having his strength increase rapidly felt good, but Ye Qingxuan wished it would stabilize. He forced it to the point of 1/3 more than usual and let it out slowly and gradually. Once past this threshold, his precision of the manipulation would decrease. Perhaps some musicians would be overjoyed by the increase in strength. However, this was nothing good for Ye Qingxuan, who needed precise control. Thankfully, the sub-originator in his heart gave him the best aid. It had weakened a bit after leaving Avalon, but it quickly recovered with the immense amount of ether. It even helped Ye Qingxuan control his explosive strength. Without the enchantment's restrictions and with the increased strength, he was also unprecedentedly sensitive to ether. This was the best opportunity. After destabilizing, he would be able to reconstruct his music theory and explore the 7 questions for musicians. He had been thinking for all these days. The 7 questions for musicians were actually just one summary of music theory. One could only answer the question if one truly grasped the changes in music theory and essence of one's school, understood deeply, and explored it. Compared to the blind searching from before, he discovered many places he had neglected and unclear parts of his understanding after being given the question. These were holes in his foundation. The music theories of the 7 schools were like a giant web. They came from different places but reached toward the same goal and tangled with each other. In this process, The 7 questions for musicians represented the focal points of each school. The unknown, between life and death, origin of dreams, abandonment of oneself. While deciphering the music theories repeatedly, he discovered that the distance between the different questions had lessened. They gradually merged into one direction and were linked together by some power. This power told Ye Qingxuan that the propositions were all on one important axis. This power came from his blood. Ye Qingxuan looked down at his palm. Through his eye of silence, he could see the silvery etheric blood flowing silently. It crashed against the walls and shone vaguely. Deva's blood. Chapter 318, Sea Fog. Deva's blood. Ye Qingxuan could feel that the power sealed in his blood was getting closer after he became an official musician and went through Deva sensing. Ye Lanzhao had sealed it, and although he could not truly utilize it, it somehow affected him. He could often feel an instinctive urge when he was half asleep. It was urging him to hurry and enter resonance so he could have his talent again. And also, the most important. Dreamweaver? Ye Qingxuan murmured the name that had appeared in Jiu Shao Huan Pei. This was the guide that had grown clearer after Deva sensing and was an advancement he had never heard of before. As the musician paths became more refined throughout history, musicians of the same school began to specialize in different aspects. It created specializations for musicians like the ones for alchemists. Different musicians had their own strengths, which required different advancements. For example, musicians of the Anglo school of royalty would combine the theories of summoning and modifications when they become an official musician. This allowed them to grasp the technique of changing between elements and beasts. Compared to other advancements, the Dreamweaver had much higher requirements. Simply put, someone under the resonance level should not even think about it. When going through resonance, one must target one's origin in a special place according to the theory. However, Ye Qingxuan thought that reaching its requirement was more than difficult. The position of the origin could move. Located between the realms of existence and non-existence, the origin floated in the 9 levels of the etheric sea. It could move up and down and jump between the levels. The first time Ye Qingxuan saw this, he almost cried. It was weirder the more he thought about it. Why did this origin not follow conventions? The more he thought about it, the more confused he was. In the end, he decided to ignore the problem. Deciding to relax, he started to read the books Abraham had given him. It was research about Romulus. He should at least know some basic facts before arriving there. The Romulusian culture originated in a riverbank area and developed into the desert and oasis area, Thebes. This was one of birthplaces of civilization. The ancient Theban school was also born there. After the 3 legendary cities of gold were destroyed, the culture spread in all directions. The people established various city-states. Finally, the hero Aeneas, guided by the originator, left his hometown and established the city of wolves in a new land. He united the city-states and created a large empire. This was Romulus. The empire flourished within the century and created many legends. However, it was destroyed and flattened by the natural catastrophe wave of silver. The survivors were tainted by the natural catastrophe's breath. From then on, they were seen as lower-class citizens and the descendants of demons. They had no home. They finally found a barren piece of land and began to live there. People referred it to as Auschwitz, which meant heaven in ancient Romulusian. It was the biggest irony. Reading ancient history and music scores was very difficult and time passed quickly. Ye Qingxuan soon stopped reading. He closed the book and looked down. The sailors were busy again. The whistle was muted and the bells were taken down. The hammer was taken out and wrapped in cotton. All passengers were politely sent into the cabin. The wheel cabin was extinguished and the tied-up sail was taken down. The entire ship began to float solely with the wind. The entire process was complicated and fast. Soon, the deck was silent. Ye Qingxuan tugged on the rope and dropped down. He glanced at the man beside him. Should I go in? No need. The middle-aged captain had typical Asgardian features. His edges were sharp and his brow bone was high. He looked cold, handsome, and unfeeling. There's still 1 more hour before we enter the red zone. The passengers paid money, so we have to worry for their safety. However, musicians like Mr. Ye don't need our concern. Instead, we'll need your concern if anything happens. With that, he took out his silver cigarette case and opened it for Ye Qingxuan. The youth shook his head and took out the pipe he had not used yet. That's a good thing. You've maintained it well. The captain's eyes were envious. Can you share some tobacco? Ye Qingxuan chuckled and did so. The atmosphere is so tense even I feel pressure. Mr. Captain, are you nervous? Relax. We're using the safe path for civilians and it's just passing through the red zone. Nothing will happen if we're quiet. You just need to get used to it. He lit the tobacco with ease and inhaled deeply. Letting the smoke out, he tilted his head back in satisfaction. Are you familiar with black zones? Ye Qingxuan asked. Yeah, accidentally brushed past one once. The captain nodded. The sight was so scary I still remember it. We just bumped into a reef and it was like the entire ship was alive and singing. Everyone was. A sailor approached and he stopped talking. He did not want unrelated people to hear his words. Rather than being secretive, it was for the good of the sailor. After all, not everyone could stand those unbelievable stories and terrifying rumors. The sailor glanced at Ye Qingxuan and lowered his voice. Captain, look behind you. There's something. Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. When they approached the red zone, he had pulled in his sensory proximity and precision so he would not be disturbed. Before the sailor came over, he had felt something floating over with the current, but he thought it was just trash. Hearing the sailor's words, he narrowed his eyes to focus and quickly nodded. Captain, you should go take a look. Hearing that, the captain's eyes instantly grew serious. After taking 2 steps, he looked back. Together? Ye Qingxuan nodded and caught up with them. When they arrived, the onlookers were forced away. Only he and the captain remained. The captain looked down past the railing at the tossing blue waves. Something floated over and softly bumped into the side of the ship. It sounded like a polite guest knocking on the front door. It was a broken shard, a broken piece of a lifeboat. All that remained was the bow and was toyed by the waves like a dead fish. On the bottom of the boat, poking out from the surface, one could see a bloated corpse. He had been nailed to the bottom. Someone had taken out a nail from the boat and stabbed it through the man's hand, nailing him to the bottom of the broken boat. Half of his body was soaked in the water, allowing him to float with the waves, but it was not enough for him to drown. He nailed it himself, a sailor said quietly. When the disaster happened, the man did not have the strength to grasp the boat anymore, so he nailed himself onto it. He prayed for savior, but sadly, nothing answered his prayers. A seagull had pecked his eyeballs away. All that remained were 2 empty eye sockets that stared deep into the distance. Ye Qingxuan looked away. They had not entered the red zone yet and already saw something so pathetic. This was beyond his imagination. The first mate asked, Captain, what do we do? In the stern, the captain smoked and thought for a long while. Finally, he muttered, What are you waiting for? He's already dead. Do you want to pull him up and pray to him? Let's continue. He turned and left. Thus, the ship continued to sail. Half an hour later, the ship that floated with the wind finally approached the red zone. Ye Qingxuan could feel that the ether in the sea and wind was close to saturation. In a musician's senses, it was like steering into a world of star clusters. Passing through the dazzling clouds, every breath seemed to shine. There's fog. Ye Qingxuan stood on the deck and stared at the fog rising in the distance. Soon, it was thick enough he could not see his own hands. It was damp and cold and swallowed the ship. Amidst the pale whiteness, the sailors on the deck put on respirators. Even Ye Qingxuan put on a mask that looked like a pig's snout. It was difficult to breathe with it, but at least he did not feel like he was suffocating anymore. Of course, there was nothing to see with the fog. He sensed that the water surface was empty and still. There was the sound of tides in the faraway distance. Everything was normal. Ye Qingxuan returned to the cabin. He was ready to continue reading, but he froze after 2 steps. Taking out his book, he realized it was wet. "Illusion," he murmured. His finger trembled. Did someone cast an illusion here? Abraham had not said anything, but after the fire, all resources were given moisture and fire protection. The books and files were not flammable and would be dry even if they were soaked in water for a few hours. He had used the school of abstinence to refuse changes in the object's nature. If this was the case, then did this odd fog truly exist? After thinking for a long while, he snapped his fingers. The bolero net was awoken. He had been adding bits of music theory from the school of revelations. Now, bolero, which did not have any characteristics before, had started showing signs of the revelation style. He had given up on other aspects and turned it into pure investigation and reading. Accompanied by the light melody, the perception threads were awoken again. Faint moonlight shone from it. In Ye Qingxuan's eyes, the fog instantly became dreamy, beautiful, and ethereal. Though it was beautiful, he did not dare to look around. The more he saw, the more he would be eroded by the illusion. Right now, he had noticed it but could not get rid of it. Once a musician became an official musician, the structure of all music scores would change. It would become more complete and the effect's stability would be incomparable to the past. This was especially true for illusions. If he could not find the core and origin, he would sink further into it. In the end, he would not be able to tell reality from illusion and would be vulnerable. Chapter 319, Fulcrum. Musicians had 2 ways to decipher illusions. No matter what illusions the enemies made, the school of modifications could form music theories into formulas and destroy the illusion by force. With a big fireball, the entire terrain would be gone. The illusions attached to the reality would certainly be defeated. But for Ye Qingxuan, this was nonsense. He knew nothing about the movements of the school of modifications at all. He was never good at interfering and influencing matters. Plus, there were so many innocent people on board that he could not do this at all. Since he could not do it forcefully, the only way he could go about was through his technique. The core of the school of modifications was formulas, the core of summoning was the beastly nature, and choir was the equilibrium of the 4 liquids. The core of the school of mind was intention. As for the school of illusions, its core was the fulcrum. All illusions needed fulcrums, otherwise, it was impossible to build one. As long as the fulcrum was found, then the illusion would fall apart. Under the mask, Ye Qingxuan's eye of silence lit up faintly. It connected to the water vapor threads and spontaneously began to analyze the data in it. This rare auxiliary equipment was the treasure of the school of revelations. It was the equivalent of a formal revelations musician. It could easily interpret and explore illusions. However, in the realm of illusions, a faint song sounded like a siren's voice. Compared to the illusionary voice that could move the white mist, Hariti from the sewer was nothing. The whole ship was in chaos in an instant. The passengers' screams came faintly from the cabin. "Beware of the sea!" The first officer yelled. "There's something in the sea." The sea tossed as if it was boiling. The sailors, too, were out of control. They waved frantically, chopping down the indistinct mist before them. Hideous figures appeared in the mist. They were burly green mermen more than 2 meters high. They stepped out of the illusion, climbed up the ship's side, and began to attack with sharp cries. they clutched rusty iron bars and swords. Their scales were like armor that swords could only leave white marks on. Some fat mermen with barbs on their backs stepped on the vulnerable deck, rushing towards Ye Qingxuan. Startled, Ye Qingxuan quickly retreated. He knew this was an illusion, but letting the illusion attack him would cause him to sink deeper. The more one interacted with the illusion, the less likely one could break free from it. There was a plop in the distance. The second mate fell down to the ground when trying to retreat. The next moment, a few mermen rushed to him excitedly. They pinned him down and started to munch his body. He screamed painfully, reaching out to the youth. "Help me! Mr. Yi! It hurts!" Ye Qingxuan gritted his teeth but did not move. He did not dare make any actions. He was not even sure whether that second mate was made by the illusion to shake his will or not. He could only speed up and cooperate with the interpretation of the Eye of Silence at full force. If he removed the illusion before the second mate became brain-dead, the second mate still had the possibility to live. Otherwise, Ye Qingxuan would also be trapped. His steps did not stop while he was interpreting. He managed to dodge the attacks of several mermen, retreating into the sailor's defensive circle. But then, a sword was thrust from behind. The sailor's eyes were blood-red. They were looking at him, but their eyes reflected a hideous monster. They did not know who they were anymore. Ye Qingxuan smashed down, forcibly took down the sword from a sailor, and chopped his side. The rope of the sails was cut off and the wheel began to spin. Ye Qingxuan took the chance to seize the rapidly rising cable by his side and rose to the apex of the mast. Soon, a thick shadow emerged from the fog in the sky. An eagle's hiss came from the distance. Several shadowy figures loomed in the thick mist. It was a harpy. Ye Qingxuan could not catch a break. Gritting his teeth, his eyes darkened. There was absolutely a musician manipulating this illusion. He did not know why the ship was attacked, but he definitely would not allow this to happen no matter what their purpose was. He cast the bolero net without even looking up. In a few seconds, the harpy pounced toward him. Coldness flashed in his eyes. The fulcrum of the illusion was found. That's it, he jerked off the damp-proof mask on his face and clenched it. Lightning that burst at his fingertips burnt down the mask. In a twinkling, with a crisp sound in the void, the harpy and hideous merman disappeared silently. This was the fulcrum of the illusion. The mist that was almost tangible squirmed. Suddenly, it dissipated with a hiss. Now, he finally realized that the ship had deviated into a strange bay while it was enveloped in the heavy fog. Some indistinct figures were singing softly on the distant reef. Around the ship, water splashed as something swam excitedly around the ship. A childlike laughter was heard, which was particularly bizarre. Ye Qingxuan hummed coldly and his Eye of Silence locked onto the dark figures so he could see them clearly. They were sirens that had been completely demonized. Ye Qingxuan immediately drew back his sight and looked over the ship that was in chaos. The point was there. The fulcrum was hidden in his damp-proof mask, so it was obvious that the musician was one of the passengers on board lurking on this ship. It seemed that someone had seized the opportunity to trigger the illusion. First, he made the people out of control, then, he drove the ship to the lair of these sea monsters. What was more, judging from the broken lifeboat before entering the red zone, this must have happened more than once. "It's you!" Following the guide of the fulcrum, Ye Qingxuan's eyes glittered and his sight fixed on a man. Zhou Xiaowanpei popped up from his hand, thunder boomed and fell down from the sky, under the roars, the prepared captain twisted his body and rolled on the ground. He unexpectedly dodged Ye Qingxuan's attack. I was exposed. Staring at Ye Qingxuan, who was descending from the sky, the captain suddenly smiled strangely. Ye Qingxuan frowned. "You're still human?" "Yes," the captain replied earnestly and nodded. "Of course I am. How else could I be their captain? It seems that I've misjudged you. I didn't expect that you're a musician from the School of Illusions. Ye Qingxuan tread forward with no expression. You did all this to lead the people to this demon lair, but, for what? I couldn't help it. It isn't easy to raise children. The captain sighed and turned back. He looked down at the side of the ship. Hearing the childlike laughter, he showed a helpless face. Especially because there are so many children and they're hungry, so hungry. Every day, they say to me, "Dad, I'm hungry, I'm so hungry, I want meat." I can only do my best to find meat for my children. He paused and sneered. Oh, by the way, do you remember what I told you about the Black Zone? It's a long story, but some things just happen, right? You need to try to accept it, just like me. To tell you the truth, the plan should be perfect. Unfortunately, you appeared before we sailed. This is the flaw, but you just can't reject it. This is your misfortune, Mr. Yi. As he spoke, a strange figure emerged behind him. It was like some sort of weird shellfish without shells. It squirmed in the air, releasing faint fluctuations that rippled the fog. It was the strange demon in the ether world that was born from those who had died in the sea, the Mirage. It often appeared in the material world through its contractor. It would project its power through fog and illusions. The ignorant would be attracted and immersed in the environment, allowing themselves to be sapped dry. Finally, they would become a withered corpse. Sorry, Mr. Yi. The captain laughed. My illusion has been launched. I hope you won't make any unnecessary action. When the children are full, I'll let you go. Boom! Before the captain finished his words, lightning projected from Ye Qingxuan's CAE. It twisted sharply in the air and suddenly drilled under the side of the ship, pouncing toward the childlike laughter. The laughter cut off, it was followed by a dying scream. The captain's figure wavered, his face slacked. My fulcrum. You've worked very hard to attract my attention with those words. However, the youth suddenly smashed his cane on the deck. Steel collided, producing a sharp sound. You speak too much nonsense. There was a snap as if glass was shattered. As the fulcrum was destroyed, the crumbling illusion finally disintegrated. It was double illusion. This meant adding an illusion to the basis of another illusion by using something non-existent in reality as the fulcrum of the next illusion. Only musicians who specialized in illusions could make such an ingenious trap full of murderous intentions. After the enemy had broken a layer of illusion, who would expect that he was still trapped? The exquisiteness and meticulousness in it was really breathtaking. At least, with Ye Qingxuan's ability, he definitely could not escape from the original illusion movement's range to build such an enormous illusion. But the most fatal flaw of the opponent was that he had created demons with the illusion. How could an illusion musician who could resonate with the Mirage have no response to Deva's blood? That was impossible. With pops and cracks, the surrounding eerie bay, sirens, strange-looking captain, and the Mirage behind him all disappeared. Time seemed to turn back quickly. All that had just happened was just a short dazed moment. There was no fog on the sea. It was cloudless and sunny. The ship remained outside of the red zone. It was still half an hour before it entered the red zone. Ye Qingxuan and the captain stood at the stern. The sailors beside them were whispering while the captain was still frowning. Only 5 seconds had passed. The atmosphere was peaceful and there were no problems at all. Except you. Ye Qingxuan picked up a harpoon from the sailor beside him and aimed it at the broken lifeboat beneath the ship. The swollen corpse was still staring at him. Its eyes were empty and dark. Chapter 320, The Intangible is Tangible. Nameless Mr. Illusionist, can you give me your name? Ye Qingxuan focused coldly on the what was left of the lifeboat. However, his gaze passed through the bottom of the overturned boat. There was a small air pocket between the boat and the water surface. Who would notice what was hidden in the narrow space? No need to keep hiding, Ye Qingxuan said lightly. Your first fulcrum was the eye sockets of that corpse, right? You used the sound of the piece knocking against the ship to attract attention. Then you created a shock with the pathetic state of the body. Finally, one's gaze would fall on the eye socket. You hid the fulcrum there. Seamlessly and unnoticeably, the people who saw it would fall into your illusion. The field of illusions that you specialize in is into absurdity, right? No one spoke in the silence. The captain and sailors stared at Ye Qingxuan as if he was crazy. Expressionless, Ye Qingxuan pulled the trigger. Ping! The harpoon in his hand shook and shot through the air with a steel rope. The already rotten corpse burst from the piercing. Foul fluid flew in the air. The harpoon dug into the bottom of the ship, piercing the darkness. There was still no sound. However, through the analysis of the Eye of Silence, there were small changes in the ether within the perception threads. The boat instantly became transparent in Ye Qingxuan's eyes, revealing a black shadow that was quickly sinking. You want to leave? Ye Qingxuan sneered. Friend, do you know what an electric fish is? At his fingertip, Indra's eye shone. Electricity surged down the harpoon into the sea, instantly illuminating the black waves. Burning electric light scattered in all directions of the deep sea. Ye Qingxuan did not hold back this time. He had directly used his sub-originator and gave the guy an electric treatment. This was his first time using Indra's eye since becoming an official musician. Even he was shocked at the strength he had when he did not hold back. After leaving Avalon's restrictions, the high density of lively ether created wild friction. Blinding white sparks scattered in the deep sea. The lifeboat that took the brunt of the force was burnt to crisp, the body evaporated into dust. The electric light shot into the deep sea like a spear of lightning and pierced the black shadow. Under the bubbling of water, a streak of lightning rippled in all directions. In its path, countless dead fish floated to the surface. The ship crackled and popped. Even protected, everyone's hair shot up. There was the weird smell of seawater decomposed from the high heat in the air. A scream sounded from the bottom of the sea. With a sharp crack, the burnt boat was broken through. The musician who had been attacked by Indra's eye without warning screamed weirdly. He shot up to the sky, his boots were clearly not average objects. A gentle melody reacted with the wild wind and he flew up more than 100 meters in an instant. Get back here! Ye Qingxuan clenched his hand and a horn blared, Night on Bald Mountain, but this guy was not a demon, and did not sign a contract with a natural catastrophe, but Night on Bald Mountain's basic effects still showed. Under the targeting of the perception threads, countless silver ropes emerged from thin air. They curled toward the figure like snakes and wrapped around his ankles. He yelled and his figure became transparent. However, moonlight flowed down the ropes and broke his illusion. Boom! The ropes curled back and dragged him onto the ship. He slammed onto the floor. He tried to roll over and get up, but a foot met him halfway and stepped down onto his neck. Then, a smiling youth expertly reloaded his harpoon and aimed the coldly glinting thing at the man's face. What's your name? Ye Qingxuan asked. Simon, the young burnt musician replied obediently. Simon, a siren musician of the indefinite earth. Oh? Ye Qingxuan was interested. I didn't expect you to be from such a place. The indefinite earth, voodoo crypt, and fantasy swamp were all prestigious houses of the school of illusion. They were incomparable to the school of royalty that was supported by the entire country, but they still had very unique and powerful techniques. The indefinite earth was the best at large-scale illusions. The siren musician was a profession of the school of illusion that utilized the talent and research of the siren demons. They specialized in using fog and water vapor to create large-scale battlefield illusions. When they fought on the sea, their fatality would skyrocket to the level of an entire battalion. They were comparable to the wave warlocks of the schools of summoning and modifications. However, sirens were strongest in ultra-wide ranges and ultra-precise illusions. Otherwise, Ye Qingxuan would have had a much harder time. You've just reached the resonance level? Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows after sensing Simon's ether waves. I'm just an average musician who hasn't graduated yet. What did I do to attract the attention of the indefinite earth? The double illusion was very finely constructed. I'm impressed. I don't like the sound of your tone. Simon gritted his teeth, his eyes were filled with hatred and regret. You're not a pure revelations musician? I'm going to argue with anyone who says you're just a soft persimmon scholar. F***ck, none of you Angloians speak the truth. Hey, I'm confused as to why I just randomly walked into an illusion trap. Ye Qingxuan wrinkled his brows. And soft persimmon? What does that mean? Simon blanched and gaped at him. After a long while, his expression grew incredulous and he cackled. You don't know yet? Oh my God, you don't know anything. The moment you left Anglo, you entered the hit list of so many genius musicians. Ha 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 ha. King knew it. Clenching his jaw, he turned toward Anglo. As if he could see a certain old man, he repeated the vilest curse he could think of inside his head. He had calculated carefully and was cautious, but he had still fallen in that old B*****'''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' hands. You think you won? Under his feet, Simon glared at him and sneered. It's not over yet. Ye Qingxuan instantly felt a fleeting shadow flash over the distant sea. A cackle sounded. It was Simon, who was under his feet. Ye Qingxuan, it's only our first meeting and you've already seen through the double environment. Simon glared at him. If you can see through the last one, I admit defeat. Then the shadow dissipated like a dream. Ye Qingxuan looked down dumbly. Under his feet, Simon had somehow stiffened into a corpse. It was clearly a replacement. I can't believe it's a triple illusion. The hair on Ye Qingxuan's arms instantly rose and he shivered. This guy had actually created a triple illusion, which was incredible. But when did he drag Ye Qingxuan into the last layer? Where was the fulcrum hidden? On the boat? In the sound of the waves? In his meal? A hint in the guests' conversations? Or was it before he boarded the ship? Ye Qingxuan instantly remembered the server who had urged him to hurry onto the ship. An odd light had flashed through his eyes. It had started then. No, it might have been even earlier. Or... The youth trembled and he looked down furiously, suddenly stomping his feet. Simon, who had been playing dead, squeaked. He could not pretend anymore. His escape music score that he was preparing was interrupted too. This time, Ye Qingxuan was decisive. He yanked the wind flute off from Simon's neck, taking away all chances of fighting back. So scheming. Ye Qingxuan spat. You used the trick you prepared beforehand to fool me into thinking I'm still in the illusion. After I stop focusing on you, you'd be able to escape. Your plan is pretty good. You tossed alchemy equipment for making illusions into the sea beforehand, right? You can activate it when needed. It can trick your enemy and buy you time. With his last trick gone, Simon had a defeated expression on his face. He had already been gravely wounded by Ye Qingxuan's sudden Indro's eye attack and had been forcing the pain down. With no hope in sight, he lowered his head and coughed violently. Blood seeped from his openings. I lost. His voice was hoarse and unwilling. How did you discover it? Any trick will lose its effectiveness after a few times, Ye Qingxuan said coldly. It's true that there is tangibility in the intangible and intangibility in the tangible. However, if you go past 3, even the most incredible setup becomes a joke. I see. Simon hung his head, he stopped fighting and spoke no more. Ye Qingxuan pulled a small pouch from his waist and tossed it down. Swallow this if you don't want to die. Simon followed the orders. He opened the pouch and swallowed the refined silver sand without caring if it was poison or what. Soon, Ye Qingxuan sensed that the sand had reached the stomach. He used Night on Bald Mountain to group the silver sand into clusters and block his stomach. "Don't move if you don't want to be burnt to dust from the inside," Ye Qingxuan said coldly. Simon felt the weirdness in his stomach. He could not help but shiver and nod like a bobblehead. The captain decided it was safe now and came over cautiously. He glanced at Simon, who was on the ground. "Mr. Yi, what do we do with him?" "Lock him up." Ye Qingxuan looked down and smiled mysteriously. "I have use for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 321 to 330. Chapter 321, Want to die? It's not that easy. They restarted the journey. There were no more dangers, and they passed through the red zone safely. Late at night, a soul lantern illuminated the bottom cellar. Simon, starved for the whole day, wolfed down the dinner Ye Qingxuan had provided, without caring if there was poison in it. Ye Qingxuan propped up his legs and watched. "Let's talk. Why did you attack me? You really don't know anything." Done eating, Simon wiped his mouth. He asked slowly, "Do you have some enemy who doesn't like you and decided to throw you in here?" "No, this opportunity is so rare. No one would waste it on you, oof." Ye Qingxuan retracted his hand and stopped the pain hint. He said lightly, "I ask and you answer." "Auschwitz," Simon answered obediently. "The Auschwitz trial." "What's that?" Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. "What does that have to do with you attacking me?" "Me attacking you? Ha, I won't be the only one attacking you when you land." Simon shook his head. "Let me start from the beginning. You know the King of Yellow, right?" Mozart, the King of Yellow, was a genius musician who grew famous 10 years ago. He used 13 years to go from a country bumpkin to one of the most powerful men on earth. He was a respected musician and was comparable to the best musicians Bach and the Pope. If there really was a template for a protagonist, it would be him. However, he disappeared 5 years ago. He vanished off the face of the planet. One of the three kings just disappeared without a trace. A few days ago, someone found a relic in Auschwitz. It contained various precious technologies. According to analysis, it may be the scepter tomb of Aeneas, the first king of the Romulans. This was like Avalon's kingdom come. However, the relic had been occupied by the Romulan refugees. It was clear that they had regrouped here just for the relic. They received support and aid from the Chainsaw Fraternity and rebuilt their home, fighting off any outsiders. It's a bad coincidence. Simon shrugged. A few days ago, the sacred city discovered that the King of Yellow was last seen there before disappearing. Everyone has been sending people there to explore the secret of the King of Yellow's disappearance and the ancient music of the site, but the Romulans fought all of them away. But with everyone stopping each other, they all kept calm and nothing big erupted. Everything was peaceful and solving the problem was only a matter of time before the Pope's order. Order? Ye Qingxuan had a bad feeling. What order? The gist of it is that the King of Yellow is the first of the three kings. This issue pertains to the dignity and safety of humanity. Anyone who can decode the relic and find where the King of Yellow went can receive a reward from the sacred city, the permanent blessing of Concerto No. 5. Ye Qingxuan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Concerto No. 5? Which one? What else can it be? Simon glanced at him mockingly. Of course it's the one known as the Emperor Concerto. The King of all kings, the Emperor of all concertos, the Piano Concerto No. 5. Its strength was above that of the material world, but it was carved within ether. Kings ruled in the material world, but the ether world was the musician's territory. People blessed by it would have their own land in the ether world. Once they entered the scepter level, they could combine it with their symphony of predestination and create an unparalleled scepter. Do you know what this means? Simon gritted his teeth. With that power, you'll have the chance to become one of the next 3 kings once you enter the scepter level. You might even be able to inherit the throne and become the king of all musicians after the current king of Black falls. Silence. Long silence. Ye Qingxuan turned blankly and stared in Avalon's direction. After a long time, he jumped from his chair and yelled, "Maxwell, F***ck your entire family. You shoal, old mother cur, how much do you hate me to make me do this sh**tty work? I've contributed to Anglo, I've bled for Avalon. And you make me go fight with all the musicians in the world for this? Why don't you just hang me on Traitor's Gate?" F***cku, no one replied. Shocked by Ye Qingxuan's burst of fury, Simon gaped from his position. When Ye Qingxuan finally finished ranting, he returned to his chair. He stared at Simon with red eyes and slammed a fist on the table. "And what does this have to do with you attacking me?" Seeing Ye Qingxuan's terrifying eyes, Simon spilled the beans. In order to avoid conflicts between countries, the sacred city turned this mission into a trial for the next generation of musicians. Only musicians under the age of 30 and hadn't received a title from the sacred city can participate. Now, many of the grandmasters have gone to Auschwitz, but no one entered. Instead, they camped around the site and let their juniors go and fight for clues. This fight is restricted to young musicians, but it's still intense. Because of this, everyone has the mutual understanding to try and get rid of competition before entering the city. Here, Simon peered at Ye Qingxuan. Everyone thought that Anglo's school of royalty would be the strongest competition. But no one expected that they would send you instead of the royal musician Gavin, So then I became the top soft persimmon of the world, right? It dawned on Ye Qingxuan and he snickered. That *shoal Maxwell must have secretly sent out my information, right? Tell me what you've heard. You're the student of ancient scholar Abraham, a Revelations musician and genius in ancient history and interpretation, but you've only been studying for half a year. You're the weakest of all the nominees. Everyone's been keeping an eye on your tracks ever since you left Avalon. Here, Simon's expression grew furiously sad. My teacher was right. You Angloians never tell the truth. How are you King Revelations? Look at you. Nothing on you, except for the equipment, looks like Revelations. You look more like an illusion musician than me, and you minored in mine too. And if that's not enough, you even majored in abstinence. You're actually the representative from the silent authority, aren't you? Ye Qingxuan could not help but scoff. You came to kill me but got destroyed by me and you're still playing victim? I wasn't planning on killing you, I swear. Simon raised his hand and swore with an innocent expression. Of everyone, you're the best at exploration and interpretation. I just wanted to capture you and make you explore for me. I never used any harmful illusions. But then you failed, right? Ye Qingxuan said lightly. Anyway, I lost. Simon closed his eyes and tilted his head back, baring his neck. Life or death, it's all up to you. Silence. He opened his eyes cautiously and looked at Ye Qingxuan. The youth was studying him. Gripping his chin while considering something, Ye Qingxuan suddenly started chuckling creepily. You want to die? It's not that simple. His smile was hair-raising. Who'll help me if you're dead? You, what do you want? Panicking, Simon tried to retreat but he was cornered. Don't be scared. It'll just hurt a little bit. Ye Qingxuan activated Governor and pressed Simon to the wall. He pointed at the ceiling. Relax. It'll be over by the time you count all the specks up there. Simon was in despair. No. A chilling scream sounded in the cellar and lasted for 30 minutes. The sailors who overheard all trembled but did not dare to approach. They looked on from afar and whispered amongst themselves. 1 hour later, Ye Qingxuan exited. He tidied his collar and slowly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. It looked as if he was wiping his face after a feast. His smile was indescribably strange under the dim light. The cabin behind him was silent. The young man woke up from his daze. His entire body screamed in pain and his throat was parched. What happened to me? He climbed up from the broken lifeboat and rubbed his face, trying to organize his thoughts. I remember, I was attacked by an illusion. But, who am I? Why am I here? Young master, you're finally awake. The old man at the stern looked up. His voice sounded like grating metal. There was a giant turban on his head and he looked Indian. There was also a sword in his chest, nailing him to the boat. He was immobile and seemed close to death. The young man froze. Who are you? Young master, I'm Asen. The old Indian man looked sad. I'm your servant Asen. Are you sick again? Sick? The young man blanched. What sickness? You're my servant, so do you know who I am? Young master, your name is Ye Qingxuan. The Indian yelled with all his might as he grabbed the young man's hand. Roll up your sleeves and look. The young man looked down and did so. He saw tiny words on his wrist, your name is Ye Qingxuan. Chapter 322, Nika Cave of the Crystals. Your name is Ye Qingxuan. You will lose a portion of your memory every few days. You should trust Asen. He will take you to your treatment. Ye Qingxuan? The young man murmured blankly. That name sounds so familiar. Ye Qingxuan? I'm Ye Qingxuan? I'm an Easterner? He looked down and saw his reflection with trademark silvery white hair in the water. His broken memories instantly reconnected. It dawned on him. Is it like this? Yes, young master. Tears of joy appeared in the old Indian man's eyes. You finally remember. Ye Qingxuan was stunned, but he embraced Asen. He did not know what to do, there was just the feeling of pain and tension in his heart. Young master, I'm gravely injured. I might not be able to accompany you anymore, Asen said in Ye Qingxuan's embrace. Next, you must be careful about others' attacks. Asen, get yourself together. Ye Qingxuan could not help but panic. What should I do? Go to Auschwitz, Asen exclaimed with his last ounce of strength while grasping Ye Qingxuan's hand. Go to Auschwitz and find your father. Father? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. Yes, your father. His name is, Asen choked out, is Old Phil Wan. Ye Qingxuan nodded with tears in his eyes. But soon, he felt something was wrong. He asked, Asen, why is my father's surname Wang? Because, Asen's mouth opened and closed with difficulty. Then his expression slacked and his breath cut off. His hand fell from Ye Qingxuan's, his pulse and heartbeat stopped. He was dead. Asen? Asen. Ye Qingxuan shook his shoulders forcefully, but no one replied. He sobbed and screamed, but Asen was forever gone. After a long time, the lifeboat floated to a shore. The crying young man stumbled onto the shore and took one last glance at Asen, who was on the boat. I'll take revenge for you, he sobbed. Wiping away his tears, he turned and left. After a while, Asen, who was long dead, climbed up on the boat. He massaged his neck and sighed. The tears were so tragic. I should have just said that I was your father. Would that be too sad? With that, Asen jumped off from the boat and watched as Ye Qingxuan faded into the distance. He waved. Safe travels, Ye Qingxuan. Seeing his determination as he traveled westward to Auschwitz, his journey must be very interesting. According to the original plan, Ye Qingxuan needed to get there within 1 month. After the ship landed, he needed to take the carriage train for 5 days and walk for half a month across valleys and mountains. In the end, he would find the grouping area in the barren land. Simply put, he would get there when he had no other place to go. That was what he was supposed to do. But Ye Qingxuan refused. Since he knew that everyone was targeting him, he definitely would not keep traveling on that dead end. Why not let Simon forge on under his name? After all, Auschwitz was not going to move. Ye Qingxuan could go in a circle and take it slowly. 6 days later, a hunter on horseback pointed deep into the mountains for the youth who was still dressed as an Indian. Go around this and keep going for 2 hours and you'll be there. The youth nodded. He pulled 2 pieces of paper money and offered them. The hunter thought for a moment and rejected it. Instead, he pointed at the youth's ring. I want this. Sorry, I can't give you that. Ye Qingxuan chuckled. Tucking the money into the saddle, he turned to leave. 2 steps later, the hunter was in front of him, blocking him with the horse. Looking down, he repeated, I want this. This time, he pointed at him with a dagger. Sometimes, in these faraway mountains, the line between hunters and robbers was very blurred. Faced with the blade, the emotionless youth smiled after a short pause. Good, I like this too. I want this one. 1 minute later, the youth was on horseback with a dagger, humming a tune from Avalon as he restarted his journey. 2 hours later, Ye Qingxuan came to the big conclusion that horseback riding was hard. He had used a mind score to make the horse cooperate, but the lower half of his body was practically numb. If he did not have the governor to help support his body, he would have probably slid down from the jolting horse. Thankfully, the hunter had provided a good horse. Otherwise, all the brambles and obstacles on the road would probably take his life. Ye Qingxuan had learned his lesson. He should never overestimate his physical strength, especially since he was too weak to even run a marathon. But he somehow reached the destination. The chestnut horse snorted and stopped in place, refusing to go forward. Before them, the dense forest had disappeared. The vegetation was sparse and the black dirt looked as if it was crystallizing. The signs grew stronger further in. The crystallization of dirt and dust spanned a few hundred miles in radius. This was a flat plain between the hills. He could practically see crystal crumbles scattered on the ground. In the middle was a giant cave. The black cave seemed bottomless. He could only see huge overlapping crystals. Just as fungi grew in a damp tree hole, translucent and beautiful crystals grew here. He tossed a lantern into the darkness. The dim light fell onto the humongous crystals and created magnificent reflections. The cave instantly became a multicolored dreamscape. But the light was quickly extinguished and the cave fell into still darkness again. It's been centuries. Has the environment not recovered yet? The ether is still so dense and messy. It's like a red zone. Ye Qingxuan stood before the cave. Looking around the barren territory, he sighed. He peered into the crystal cave, his eyes growing solemn. It's our first meeting, but I've heard much about you, Nika Cave of the Crystals. This was where the natural catastrophe diamond snake was killed by the silent authorities centuries ago. At that time, this was not the hinterland of the human world yet. Within the chaotic red zone, waves of beasts and natural catastrophes fought. The diamond snake built its nest here. After that, grandmasters from the sacred city came to kill it. The place turned into this state after that. Nothing grew for hundreds of years. There was not even a worm or caterpillar within the radius of a few dozen miles. This was the legendary battlefield relic between the mountains and forest. There was no life here. Other than exploratory musicians who studied history and geography, no one else cared about this place. And other than the fact that the silent authority would periodically survey this place through the sacred city hall, it was practically forgotten by the world. If Ye Qingxuan did not flip through Abraham's archive and the school's library, he would not know that there was such a place near his path. Since it was along the way, he decided to come take a look. After all, someone was taking the brunt for him, so it wasn't a problem for him to vacation and do some archaeological digging, right? Thinking like this, Ye Qingxuan pulled out a pendant to measure depth and tossed it into the dark cave. He did not feel the weight lighten until the rope was almost to the end. 370 meters? Ye Qingxuan eyed the scale and started to pull the pendant back. When he retracted it, he realized that the pendant was actually severed by the sharp crystals halfway down. The cave was actually much deeper. How deep is it actually? Ye Qingxuan sighed. He nailed the rope on and added 2 protective measures after pulling it tight. He adjusted the ether ball to the illumination mode and hung it at his waist. Then he started going down. The fluorescent light illuminated the colorful crystals. They looked like mirrors that led into an inhuman world. He stopped to rest many times along the way. Even with the governor supporting him, he was close to giving up and going back several times. However, he gritted his teeth and forged on. Unfortunately, the rope was used up before he got to the bottom. He stepped on the wall of the crystal cave and stared blankly into the darkness below him. Under the ether ball's illumination, the layers of gorgeous light grew like a forest. They had stood there silently for hundreds of years, growing slowly as they absorbed the chaotic ether. It probably took a few decades to grow 1 inch. After short hesitation, Ye Qingxuan let go of the rope. He stood on a crystal a few meters wide and walked into the center of the cave. Below him was bottomless darkness. Above him was a sliver of weak light. All was silent, there was no sound at all. It was as if he had left the world. The bottom of this cave probably led to the underworld of legends. Loneliness and fear were magnified here. Explorers would most likely break down from their fear before they landed and leave this inhuman place. Especially because Ye Qingxuan glanced at the ether ball in his hand. Its light was blinding and he could see countless tiny waves crashing against each other, struggling to break free from the prison. It was its reflection of the outer etheric environment. If this was overly still and eerie for regular people, this place was the convergence of radiance and fury for musicians. The chaotic music theory remaining in the crystals would randomly ripple and distort the environment. This was caused when the diamond snake was killed. Just like the Jianlan underground palace, the material and ether world overlapped here, creating a strange realm. However, this place was not as stable as the Jianlan underground palace, it was filled with chaos. If Ye Qingxuan was not an official musician and did not have a deep understanding of music theory, he would probably suffocate here. It's been so many years, but there are still remains of large-scale reverberations? Chapter 323, Are You Starving? Under the eye of silence, disorganized lights and ripples flashed through the dark cave constantly. Every crystal was like a piano key that was silently playing a melody. He could see all the way to the sky from the abyss. The war had ended centuries ago, but the song still hung over the battlefield. It was the scars left in the ether by the glorious battle. Ye Qingxuan leaned against the wall and sat on a jutting crystal. He stared at the radiant glow. Compared to such a large relic, humanity was as insignificant as dust. Abandon oneself, Ye Qingxuan murmured as he pondered. The core of the school of abstinence was the construction of order and disruption of nature. He felt that he might be able to find some inspiration in this chaotic ether environment. However, he realized he was too idealistic after he came here. Bolero's perception threads dissipated the moment they extended from his fingertips. The water vapor was too fragile and could not explore in this type of environment at all. He could only change the medium. He slit his finger. A strand of blood floated out and spread in all directions, reflecting the pale moonlight. The moonlight spread as well, rippling like water when touched by stray ether currents. Next, a heartbeat sounded in the darkness. The dust began rippling in the air. They floated and danced. Called forth by the heartbeat, they formed various small rings. They gradually enlarged and enveloped Ye Qingxuan. Within the dust rings, the restless ether seemed to enter a stable white zone. They no longer crashed or changed and instead grew still. The small dust rings enlarged to about 5 meters in diameter before bursting like a bubble. Ye Qingxuan's heart beat furiously and his expression twisted. After a short pause, the dust rings began to spread again. He was trying to create a zone of stable music theory within this restless environment. After dozens of attempts, he finally managed to maintain a range of 5 meters. Within that range, all was calm, even if all was in turmoil outside of it. Perspiration began beating on Ye Qingxuan's forehead. If he did not have his sub-originator, he definitely would not dare to mess around in a black zone-like place. However, this was a rare opportunity, so there was no reason why he shouldn't try creating a stable white zone. Establish order, disrupt the nature, and create music theory, these were the essences of the school of abstinence. There was no better way to grasp the essence than personally experiencing it. However, the pressure was so heavy it felt like he was suffocating. It was too much to manage. In the silence, Ye Qingxuan could only hear his heavy breathing and his tired heartbeat. Each beat felt like it carried a burden of 1,000 tons. It took a long time before he was slightly accustomed to the giant pressure. He slowly took out some food and nibbled at it. The rest went back into his pocket. He was already ready to fight a long war. He would not leave unless he discovered something. 3 days later, Ye Qingxuan climbed out of the black hole. His face was white and his vision blackened occasionally. He was well prepared, but he had forgotten one thing. Unless he had special containers, preserving food was a joke in such a chaotic environment. 6 hours after he had descended, he discovered that all his food had all molded, dried out, or changed color. A portion had no changes, but Ye Qingxuan did not dare eat them. So he starved for 2 days. And did not discover anything. Actually, his understanding of the school of abstinence and ether had both increased, but he made no progress with the question about abandoning oneself. Instead, he had almost abandoned himself in this giant ditch. He was starving. If he did not have the help from the governor, he would not be able to climb up. Right now, Ye Qingxuan was the definition of hunger and sad. He even had the urge to eat dirt. An even sadder fact was that the horse he had tied to the tree had run away too. Staring at the knot rope, Ye Qingxuan wanted to die. Oh heavens! Such hatred! I have to starve and, the youth with a turban lamented to the sky. His sad cries traveled countless miles and mixed with the howls of wolves. It was indescribably pitiful. Wolves? Beside the fire, Donald subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword. However, he quickly relaxed. Dozens of carriages surrounded a notch in the mountain and set up a camp around the various bonfires. The merchants had traveled for the entire day. Now, they were holed up inside their tents and fell asleep instantly. Only some burly men were still sitting in the carriages and conversing casually. Beside them, oiled crossbows shone. There were even some alchemist bows. Usually, these illegal items would not appear in caravans. However, who really cared about laws in these barren places? The robbers did not. For their own safety, the merchants did not care either. "Boss, I told Rabbit to set all the traps," a muscular man with a sword said beside the fire. "Those guys who want to come play at midnight need to worry about their life first. But to be honest, I kind of wish they'll come." "Don't say that." Donald shook his head. "It's unlucky. Best to be careful, right?" The man laughed, playing along. Donald did not reply. Looking at the steel basin hanging above the fire, he thought for a bit and tossed some wild vegetables in. The stew inside the basin bubbled and emanated a smell that was not exactly delicious. It was good enough to have food in the wilderness. Who cared about the details? The stew was soon close to boiling. However, the basin suddenly started shaking as if it was shivering. An earthquake? No. Donald's expression changed. He pressed his ear to the ground. It's a horse. Before he finished speaking, a stallion neighed in the distance. It was followed by a sharp whistle, but it stopped as suddenly as it began. The muscular man jumped up from the bonfire. "Boss, there's a situation." Donald rose. He wished he could push this guy who had jinxed it into the fire. No sh*t. The camp soon fell into unrest. Everyone who could fight gathered with their swords, daggers, and crossbows. They stared nervously at the torchlight in the distance and the approaching caravan. Someone was yelling enthusiastically in the wind. "Whoever is there, please stop." Donald stood up and unsheathed his sword. "If you want money, we can manage to give you enough for a drink. We're all out here trying to survive. Can't we help each other out?" The caravan stopped not too far away. The distance was enough for a charge and assault. They could see people unsheathing their sabers and scraping them against their saddles. The sound was grating. "How much money?" a raspy voice asked. "How much money to buy your lives?" Donald's face changed. He looked back at the pale merchants behind him. He turned around, said a sizable sum. The leader laughed hoarsely. Someone nudged a horse forward until he was just outside the crossbow's range and tossed something in. The defense group was stunned. They quickly retreated, but the thing rolled in the air, fell within the illuminated area, and rolled to Donald's feet. It was a head. Rabbit? He recognized his companion, as well as the whistle that he was not able to take out from his mouth. The horse had walked past him and cleanly beheaded him. There was no pain on his face. "That money isn't enough at all." "Keep it for your chickens," the raspy voice said lightly. The bandits guffawed. "Think a bit more and tell me another number." Gritting his teeth, Donald looked back at the merchants. "We can't give more." The lead merchant's face was white as paper. "We already won't have any profits, and we all came with debts. We hired you, so you have to help us and defeat them." With a dark face, Donald picked up the severed head. "Look at this cut and their sabers. They aren't typical bandits. They're the elite cavalry who fled from the Caucasus Federation. They have 30 horses and at least 40 men. One charge can flatten our camp. One of my men has already dead. I took your money, so I don't care about dying, but how many do you think can escape if they charge into the camp? If you can escape, can you keep the goods?" The merchants fell silent and exchanged glances. They soon said a new number. The hoarse voice did not laugh. He seemed to be in deep thought. "This number isn't that small and you're very genuine, but," his tone changed and became taunting. "Did you count the goods in your wagon from the chainsaw fraternity?" Donald froze. He turned back to the merchants, but they could not meet his eyes. Someone said, "That's a trade secret. We couldn't help hiding it." F***, you've killed me. Donald clenched his jaw. These mother***curs even know what goods you have. They definitely have spies in your group and targeted us when we left. What do we do now?" someone asked with a trembling voice. What else could they do? Whistles sounded in the wind as arrows shot out. Donald raised his arm abruptly and blocked an arrow with his sword. The arrow split into pieces, but the ridge of his sword fissured as well. Donald's face twitched. Clenching his jaw, he chanted quietly, "My heart is like steel, my blood like fire." Firelight shot out from his blade. His sword transformed into the blade of fire. This was high-quality battle alchemy and was his bottom line. But it was too late. The pounding of war stallions was right before him. Chapter 324, Do You Really Need to Be Like This? The sound of hooves trampling on the ground was like thunder rolling. With the help of special horseshoes, the steeds ran fast. In the twinkling, the thunder came from afar, almost entering the range of the flames. It was too late. Donald's face slacked. The Caucasian cavalry's frontal array was charging forward. Even the fierce heavy armors of Asgard needed to weigh the consequences, let alone such a motley caravan. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward against the thunder. He struck down his sword to block the enemy's sabers. The outcome could be seen in seconds. But at that instant, the steed under the Caucasian bandit was startled. It stood up, hissing uneasily. Then with weak legs, the steed foamed at the mouth. Its expression twitched with extreme fear. The bandit fell down to the ground with the steed. He broke his legs on the spot and was unable to climb up. Looking at the Donald with the sword, his eyes were filled with despair. Donald hesitated. Rather than seizing the opportunity to cut off his head, he quickly retreated back to the defensive camp. That was weird. That was too weird. His entire body was tense. He restrained the mysterious outbreak of unrest and fear. He turned back but saw his companions' pale faces. Suddenly, the horses tied in the camp hissed painfully and collapsed to the ground, twitching. They struggled to escape as if they perceived something horrible was approaching. They even trampled each other. The Caucasian bandits were already in chaos. They were in an even worse situation than the camp. In the darkness, only a mess of roars was heard. Then the horses caught in chaos were forcibly injected with sedatives. Deprived of their mind and ability to think, they temporarily became puppets that could only react mechanically. But this was not over yet. Who is it? Someone screamed in the darkness but was quickly cut off. Suddenly, there was a burst of unrest that was immediately set to the silence. The voices of the bandits vanished as if they were engulfed by endless darkness. A black figure slowly approached in the darkness. One step, then another step. As if he was stepping on everyone's heart, every inch he approached magnified the pain and panic in their minds. Finally, the ethereal figure walked toward the camp, shrouded in heavy black mist. The black mist seemed to carry some sort of nightmarish beast. It constantly revealed hideous scales and claws. Sometimes it was like a beast, sometimes a tsunami, and sometimes the faces of the dead surfaced, spouting persuasive words. Those who saw froze and trembled as if they were cursed. At the very front, Donald's blade suddenly erupted with a fiery glow that aroused him from the vertigo. He gritted his teeth, raised his sword, and aimed at the man. Halt! The figure instantly stopped in the mist and his eyes swept over. That pair of eyes were green like wolves' eyes and contained some sort of unspeakable greed. His gaze swept past the people's face like a blade grazing over them. Donald heard the trembling sounds of the people beside him. Those who had never experienced true fear before hoisted their crossbows and aimed at the gradually approaching figure. Their fingers on the trigger twitched uncontrollably. Hold on. Donald kept down his voice. Do not shoot the arrows, do not shoot. The Caucasian bandits had already shown them what the outcome was if they shot the arrows. In just a few seconds, they would be completely destroyed. No one knew if they were still alive or not. No, death was better in front of that kind of guy. He looked at the dark figure. He was drenched with cold sweat and he shuddered uncontrollably. My friend. He could barely suppress his fear. We're all trying to survive. How about we help each other? Give me. The figure spoke with a husky voice. His gaze seemed to penetrate Donald's body and into the camp. The merchants shuddered and paled. In the end, they gritted their teeth and nodded. Give it to him. Soon, men carried a dozen coffin-like iron boxes and placed them outside the camp. Everything is here, Donald looked at the figure with vigilance and horror. "Friend, we just asked to live." Before he finished his words, the figure pounced on the box and ripped the iron box off like tearing a piece of paper. The power armor that was hidden in it rolled out and stopped at his feet. The latest model of power armor was the Chainsaw Fraternity's prestigious product. Each one could be exchanged for a fist-sized piece of gold. But the dark figure froze and immediately upended the iron box with rage. "Who the H*LL wants this?" The figure roared and glared at Donald. In the silence, the members of the caravan blanched. The dark figure bent over, seeming to be sniffing something. Suddenly, he cried desperately, "It's overcooked. It's burnt. Hurry up or nothing will be left. I helped you to settle such a big trouble. Now I just want to eat something. How can you fool me like this?" He looked at the stew on the fire with grief and indignation. It had already been overcooked. He pounded his chest. "Tell me, do you really have to be like this? Really? Really? Would you like some meat, sir? Would you like some water, sir? Would you like a chicken leg? Sir, I made some soup for you. It can nourish your body. Sir. Sir. Sir." 10 minutes later, they sat next to the fire. The caravan's chief and Donald sat carefully by the figure's side and kept offering food to him. They behaved like waiters in a pub. The figure, stuffing his face, ignored them. He kept eating anything that was offered to him. His stomach seemed to be bottomless. Finally, he gnawed on Donald's last brisket and sighed with dismay. "Ah, I'm finally full." Donald's face twitched. Was there an incinerator in this guy's belly? "Well, sir," he hesitated, pointing to the dark mist around him, and forced out a smile. The figure froze for a moment and hit his head. "Ah, I was too hungry just now. Sorry, I forget that extremes bounce back. I've been forcibly suppressed for such a long time. As a result, the power grew too much, almost beyond my control." He took a deep breath and flicked his fingers. After a desolate string sound, the dark mist around him as well as the terrible power that made the horses scared gradually dissipated, exposing a young face and big dirty turban. "Do you have a bed?" The young man got up and looked around. The caravan leader hurriedly pointed to his tent and gave it to him. "Thanks." The young man nodded with satisfaction. He pulled some cash from his pocket and stuffed it into the leader's hand. The merchant froze. He tried to refuse it, but the young man waved his hand. "See this as pay for the next few days of food and travel." "Wait. The next few days?" The merchant froze and soon became depressed. Was this sir going to stay for a few more days? The young man crept into the tent without any suspicion and fell asleep quickly, snoring. The people exchanged blank glances with each other. Finally, Donald, with grimace, was pushed out. He carefully approached the tent to say something but felt coolness against his throat. A line of blood appeared. Donald touched his neck blankly and felt a small wound there. With a scream, he collapsed to the ground, trembling. He finally realized that the tent was surrounded by faint smoke. A figure stood in the smoke like a ghost, overlooking him coldly. Donald dared not say anything. He looked at it in awe and crept away. "It's a blessing, not a curse." He touched the wound on his neck and said to the caravan's leader, "You'd better be respectful to that gentleman. He's not interested in what you want to do. You'd better treat him well. Otherwise, I don't know if you can get to the place safely." The caravan leader shivered and nodded. The night deepened. It was not until after daybreak that the caravan had the courage to look out of the camp. They saw the chaos, the horses that ran into each other and fractured their bones after being frightened, and the bandits that had fainted and lay on the ground in a mess. They quickly broke the bandits' legs and threw them into a carriage. Any one of these guys was wanted with great reward. The city-states along the way had probably all prepared gallows to hang them. As long as these guys were identified, they could get a windfall. As for this group of bandits, they would get a beautiful rope necklace. Ye Qingxuan just said that they could do away with those guys in any way they liked. Then he gathered all the swords and other weapons and put them in his backpack. Now he looked like an Indian wanderer who sold swords. "This is fun," Ye Qingxuan said to Donald. "Don't you think that collecting about 100 enemy swords is really cool?" "Well, as long as you're happy." Donald could only boil it down to the strange hobby of a mysterious musician and kept his mouth shut. From then on, Ye Qingxuan lived a cozy life in the caravan. After breakfast, he just laid in the carriage and slept. After dinner, he laid in the tent to read some books. Sometimes he would hunt some wild animals for a meal. This kind of life was sweet as honey when compared to having no food to eat and no place to sleep. Well, other than the fact that he often had to see the captain who was disgruntled for having to share a tent and carriage with his deputy hand. But Ye Qingxuan could definitely ignore this since he was such a generous man. "Boss, do you have more food?" Ye Qingxuan poked his head from the window and asked with a smile. "Can I have more? I'm a little hungry." The caravan leader looked behind, frowning. Donald was at a loss. Finally, he ran into the distance to hunt some rabbits. Ever since Ye Qingxuan joined them, the guard's duties only involved catching rabbits to eat. Soon, Ye Qingxuan's lunch was brought to the carriage. Ye Qingxuan lay there. He hummed and read a book while eating roast rabbit. Watching those guys outside the wagon eating dry food, he felt a great satisfaction from the bottom of his heart. The life was so simple and fulfilling. There was nothing to complain about. But in the afternoon, the convoy stopped for some reason. Some noise came faintly from the distant. Ye Qingxuan frowned and poked his head out to ask, "Why is it so noisy outside? What's the matter?" A man ran to the front, quickly ran back while panting. "A madman stopped in front of us. He's asking us to take him to Auschwitz." "Oh?" The young man frowned and a strange premonition appeared in his mind. When his perceiving thread extended over there, he could not help but want to whistle. Then he heard a familiar voice shout seriously, "Yes. I am Ye Qingxuan." Chapter 325, Rain. "My name is Ye Qingxuan and it will not change. Food is free in the East, so why can't I hitch a ride?" The proud youth with mottled white hair and ragged clothes blocked a caravan. His clothes were ragged because he did not start off with much clothing. His hair was mottled because his hair dye had faded. Now, Ye Qingxuan pointed at his fading white hair and said proudly, "Do you see this? It's the noble blood of a deva. Hurry up and give me your best carriage. Otherwise, I'll lose my temper." Donald gripped his sword as his expression twitched. With this situation, he could not fight the man, but he could not fight. Who knew if the man was a musician or not? He looked to the carriage in the center of the caravan for help, but the youth there just blew his whistle without a care. What was wrong with this trip? Why did he keep running into such weird things? Before he could react, a cackle sounded in the air. "Ye Qingxuan? I'm looking for you." A black shadow instantly descended from the sky and clawed Ye Qingxuan's shoulder, lifting him up. The 3-footed eagle's wing spanned a dozen meters. It was clearly a summoned phantom beast. The musician on the eagle's back played his flute and cackled. "Going to Auschwitz is a death trap for a weak musician like you. Why don't you form a team with me? You can try decode." Before he could finish, something whistled through the forest. A blinding beam of light flashed in the air. It sliced off one of the eagle's wings and burned half of the summoning musician's body. Yelping, the musician urged the handicapped eagle forward. "You think you can get to Auschwitz?" A woman with a tattooed face rode a python. She beat her copper drum and chased after him. There were thunderous rumbles and booms. Melodies overlapped each other, creating dizzying and complex ripples. One could faintly hear Ye Qingxuan say indignantly, "PSH, stop dreaming. Bring it on." The entire caravan seemed to be fossilized. The mortals always suffered when the gods fought. What's going on? The caravan leader was close to tears. Why do people keep fighting when they're talking? They blocked our path. Boss, be happy they aren't drag racing. The turban youth beside him munched on baked seeds as if this did not bother him. If I were you, I'd choose a detour. If they come back. Before he finished, the leader jumped. He almost bounced off of his horse. Detour. Turn around. Hurry. What are you still waiting for? For those unlucky B** starts to pay your salary, dot. The long caravan turned around and carefully avoided the musician's battlefield after going in a big circle. After 10 days, Ye Qingxuan's happy days of lounging around finally ended. He could only hitch a ride to here. There were no more after this. He had traveled slowly and casually for so many days, but, according to the arrangement, Ye Qingxuan was still on time. It was good enough that he had arrived. He had already planned on whiling his days away like this. With his small physique, killing was not his thing. He should treasure his life. "Sir, you're leaving now?" At the fork in the road, the caravan leader bid farewell to Ye Qingxuan politely. "You're leaving so soon. Why don't you stay a few days? We will treat you with hospitality." He regretted his words as soon as he uttered them because Ye Qingxuan's eyes brightened. "Really?" The leader wiped at his sweat and stammered, "But we shouldn't hold you back. Your time is precious. How can a small caravan like us waste your time?" No, not at all. And furthermore, you even dare to sell powerful things like the power armor. Your business is probably pretty big, right? Ye Qingxuan glanced at him with a subtle smile. Moving from the topic, he lifted up his bag and spoils. "Oz is up ahead. Thanks everyone for letting me catch a ride. Let's part here." The youth turned to leave. After hesitating, Donald called out, "Sir, can you tell us your name?" "Me?" Ye Qingxuan looked back from his horse with a strange expression. "I'm Simon." "Right, Simon. Just remember me as a peace-loving Indian musician." "Simon?" Donald sounded out the unfamiliar name. "Then, may we meet again, Mr. Simon." "Yes, may we meet again." Ye Qingxuan whistled and patted the stallion's neck. The horse neighed and galloped off. Watching as the youth faded into the distance, the caravan leader sighed, "What a miracle. I never expected to meet such a figure on the road. It's a pity he left so hurriedly. Do you think he's a resonance musician from the legends with that power?" "Maybe. I can't tell," Donald lamented. "I didn't know you'd be so generous as to gift him your horse." "Ha?" The man froze. "Didn't you give him it?" He stared at Donald, their expressions changed drastically. The leader stared at the youth's silhouette. After a long while, he muttered, "He even steals horses? This *Shoal Simon is so shameless." "Yeah. That Ye Qingxuan is shameless too." The youth whistled as he raced through the wilderness. After the long journey, he was finally close to Auschwitz. After 5 kilometers, he would be at the small village of Oz. It was the last rest stop before Auschwitz. Under the blazing sun, he could only see clumps of withered brambles and half-dead shrubs on the prairie. This was not far from the ancient Thebes civilization and still contained old relics and remains. According to ancient literature, there was a radiant city here in the past. Innumerable people lived here and created a glorious culture. Sadly, the times changed. The once fertile soil had become a barren desert through the changes of ether and rivers. There was no sign of the original glory. The city was now reduced to crumbling walls. Is this really the place that fed 100,000 citizens? Ye Qingxuan looked around. He saw a small creek not too far away, but the beach was covered white salt. It was undrinkable. Ye Qingxuan dismounted and reached out. He wet his fingers but almost threw up after tasting it. It was extremely salty and bitter, with a pungent metallic and fishy smell. The underground water here was clearly not drinking water anymore. It might be close to standard after several filtrations, but the citizens here could not even afford it, let alone use it for irrigation. It was impossible to herd livestock or grow anything. Transportation to this place was difficult too. It was hard to develop an artisan industry. There were no specialties either. 100,000 people? It'll be hard to support a couple hundred, right? Ye Qingxuan sighed. He rose and looked into the distance. An old woman was waddling over with a heavy wooden basket and a cane. Her head was lowered as she looked through the shrubs for wild plants to eat. When she occasionally chanced upon a palm-sized vegetable, it was like she had found a gem. Ye Qingxuan stopped beside her. "Excuse me, how far it is to Oz?" The old woman looked up and squinted at him for a long time with eyes covered in cataracts. Her accent was difficult to understand. Finally, she raised her finger and pointed in a direction. The general meaning was that it would take 3 hours by foot. Ye Qingxuan nodded. She stared at him. Her gaze was not pleading or full of prayers. It was just blank. Ye Qingxuan could not help but feel sad. He glanced at the basket on her back and saw dried vegetables, roots, and berries. "This is all you eat?" "There's nothing else to eat," the old woman said unclearly. "It hasn't rained in months. Everything's dried out on the ground. No water either." She looked down at the roots in her hands. "It's all we can eat." Ye Qingxuan fell silent, not knowing what to say. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to ask. So what if he knew the answer? He could not change anything. Even if he gave her money, what could she buy in the wilderness? Sorry. He did not know why he said that either. With one last glance, he mounted his horse. As he galloped away, he turned back and saw that the old woman was still standing there, staring at where he had stood. There was nothing there, but her rheumy eyes seemed to see something. A drop of water fell onto Ye Qingxuan's face. Stunned, he touched his face. It really was water. Water had fallen from the sky. Gray clouds had gathered in the sky without him realizing. Thunder boomed in the distance like resounding horns and drums. No, it really was horns and drums. Booming like thunder and whistling like wind, it roared in the sky and swept through the gray clouds and wind. Ripples appeared in the ether sea and performed a wild and coarse melody. The earth shook with the thunder. Boom! 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 Ye Qingxuan froze. Raindrops the size of beans fell from the sky. 1 drop, 2 drops. The dry land instantly became wet under the rain. It was raining. Under the thunderstorm, Ye Qingxuan stared at the clouds. A massive music theory made of ether and incredibly large formula was slowly being organized. The formula stirred the ether sea, guided power from the sky, transformed into wind and rain, extracted water from thunder and fire, and tossed down the countless water droplets. Rain fell in torrents. It's raining? On the barren land, an old woman dazedly reached out. Feeling the wetness on her hand, she looked up incredulously. A raindrop splashed onto her face, washing away the murkiness in her eyes, and rolled down like tears. It's raining! She danced and yelled happily, "It's raining! It's finally raining!" Chapter 326, The True Meaning Within. It's raining! Raining! In Oz, a village in the wilderness, the villagers in rags cheered and worshipped the panting young man as if he was a god. The man had short hair, defined features, and dark skin. Looking at the pouring rain, he plopped onto the ground. Mud splashed onto him. Stop celebrating. I haven't even grasped a bit of the essence from the movement the tempest. This storm just uses the water vapor in the air. It can only last a few hours. Hurry and collect the water. The villagers froze before hurrying back to their homes and flipping through the cabinets for anything that could hold water. The bustling place quickly emptied. Only the young man remained. Hey, at least help me up? He muttered as he pulled himself up. Looking at the large alchemy array surrounding him, his expression twisted in pain. This was enough to buy an entire village, and he had used it all up for a rainstorm. But seeing how these people acted as if they had been saved, he did not know how to ask for money. Teacher was right. Doing unprofitable things makes you happy for a while and sad for a lifetime. It took me forever to borrow all that money, and now it's all gone? He slapped the mud on him. It quickly dried and fell off. His clothing was as good as new. When the pouring rain fell onto him, it transformed into water vapor and disappeared. Thankfully Auschwitz is only half a day away. Otherwise, I'd really have to beg for food. He felt around his pocket bitterly and realized that it was cleaner than his face. Behind him came the sound of horse hooves hitting mud. He looked back. There, a youth held back his horse and stared back at him. He looked like an Indian with a bunch of weapons on his saddle. He looked like a musician, but a musician would not have so many cumbersome weapons. He looked like an arms seller, but it did not feel right. Who are you? Me? The young man smiled and adjusted his turban. An Indian who sells swords. You? Sam, the man replied seriously. Everyone calls me Hammer. Are you here to challenge me too? Let's start after I take a break. Ye Qingxuan thought for a moment and shook his head. What a joke. Challenging a resonance-level musician under this situation? It was modifications which countered him the most too. He would rather pass. Seeing Ye Qingxuan shake his head, Sam's expression grew regretful. What a pity. Ha! He looked at Ye Qingxuan longingly. Before I left, my teacher told me that if I meet musicians who challenge me, I have to beat them. I can take their money and belongings too. Wait, what kind of logic is this? Your teacher has problems too. With that logic, does your school come from bandits? After some hesitation, Ye Qingxuan asked, actually, I have a question. If you need water, why did you do all that to make rain? Ye Qingxuan asked seriously. Wouldn't it be easier to find the right place and make a well? Sam froze. He gaped at Ye Qingxuan. His eyes were filled with shock and respect. There was also a tinge of enlightenment and confusion. Basically, why didn't I think of that? Was written all over him. You can do that? He exclaimed, hitting his head. Why didn't I think of that? This isn't a matter of thinking of it. Friend, how badly do you lack common sense? Ye Qingxuan wanted to insult him, but he could only chuckle and move on. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, something flashed in the sky. Lightning streaked across the sky. The surging ether waves had reached their climax and somehow began transforming with the earth-shattering boom. They instantly heard the sound of crystallization. It seemed that something had come to this world under the guidance of the waves. No way? When Sam processed everything, he gazed at Ye Qingxuan blankly. Ye Qingxuan could not believe it either. He wiped his face and said, "Let's check it out first." He turned his horse around and galloped toward the direction of the sound. Sam's body shot up like a rock. He was enveloped in layers of gas and crashed forward in the same direction. An instant later, he dropped from the sky, creating a giant hole. He landed ungracefully and stumbled. He quickly climbed up and pounced toward the sensing. Immediately after, the youth covered in electricity activated the governor and sprinted over. He landed beside Sam soundlessly. The two stared at the thing before them and held their breaths. It was a long, long silence. The rain continued to fall and drenched them. Sam took a deep breath and sighed. Worth it. The heavy and freezing torrential rain turned the earth into a swamp. Ye Qingxuan and Sam lay on the ground and stared at the thing before them like idiots. Before them was a blooming sunflower. It seemed to grow from nothing. The lower the stem went, the more translucent it became. In the end, it became nothing. However, the giant pale yellow petals bloomed like the sun. It seemed to glow in the darkness shrouded by black clouds. It was too beautiful to look at directly or touch. Rain and wind passed through it like illusions, unable to move it. It was so small, but the entire world seemed illusory in comparison. After staring for a long time, Sam said with uncertainty, "Is it really?" "Yes, it's the Sirius." Ye Qingxuan nodded. He reached out to feel the sunflower, but his fingers went through it as if it was air. In his vision, he saw his hand dissipate to fog before the flower and regroup after leaving it. The flower was the one that did not exist. However, before it, everything else turned into apparitions. It made no sense, but it was real. Ye Qingxuan sighed. One of the 4 living natural catastrophes, the Sirius. To musicians, the categories and names of natural catastrophes were a required course. Some natural catastrophes were kept secret for various reasons, but most were not. This included the Sirius. In reality, it was way at the bottom of the danger list, along with the star ring. The latter was an ether river in the sky, the former was a mysterious plant. They had no effect on mankind. Except for providing topics to discuss. The true body of the Sirius did not exist in the material world. What they saw now was just a projection from the ether world, like an object's shadow when sunlight fell upon it. Different from Hyakon, it had no influence other than the fact that it looked like a plant. It never reacted to interferences or interacted with other things. It even ignored the other natural catastrophes. Nothing could touch it either. According to observational records, it appeared through pure coincidence. It would appear periodically anywhere that had an overly high density of ether in messy music theory. It would appear silently, bloom silently, wither silently, and disappear silently. It would be categorized as a phenomenon like the silver white tide rather than one of the 4 living things, if not for its various botanical characteristics, such as growing toward the light. What a miracle! After gaping for a long time, Sam nodded in satisfaction. Teacher was right. It always maintains distance between itself and the outer world. It looks like a hair's breadth away, but no matter how you approach it, the distance will never disappear. It doesn't want anything to do with anything. Really? Ye Qingxuan replied mechanically as he stared at the Sirius. He did not even know what Sam had said. The man seemed to say a lot before realizing that Ye Qingxuan was not listening. This Indian youth sprawled in the mud and stared at the Sirius with fiery eyes as if it was a diamond. He murmured something and wild waves of ether rippled around him. He seemed to have received something. Enlightenment? Sam was a little dazed. How could someone receive enlightenment from something like this? It was too weird. Actually, it was totally worth it for most musicians to go thousands of miles to personally see the Sirius. However, it was just a rare sight for most. After all, not being able to interfere it meant not being able to research it. They could not even touch it. Without its appearance, it basically did not exist. And what value did non-existent things have? After thinking for a long time, Sam left without bothering Ye Qingxuan anymore. Ye Qingxuan remained in the mud. He stared at the sunflower before him and mumbled something, deep in thought. Only the rain sounded in the silence. As it pitter-pattered and the ether waves changed, the Sirius bloomed and slowly began to wilt. The petals withered, fell, and scattered in the wind. The flower bloomed and wilted. Ye Qingxuan stared as the Sirius disappeared. The petals faded one by one as well. In the end, he could barely see the Sirius's silhouette clearly. The final dreamy golden petal fell, withered, and floated in the wind. Ye Qingxuan reached out mindlessly. His thumb and forefinger closed around the floating petal. He seemed to catch it but, at the same time, did not. The hallucinatory petal disappeared. Ye Qingxuan remained in his position. He stared at his fingers blankly as if the non-existent petal was still there. "I see," he whispered. Boom! A thunderous sound shot out from his throat. The rain on him shook, turned around, and spread into the sky like fire. These were flames transformed from water vapor. Amidst the fire-like rain, the youth's eyes lit up. This is how it is, this is the change of ether, interference of nature. This was the core essence of the school of abstinence. To this school, everything on this world was an image of ether. Therefore, there was no difference in nature. Everything could be constructed through music theory and could be changed through interference of nature. Therefore, by changing music theory, he could create fire and burn the rain. The Sirius's existence seemed to be still, but that was only to the outer world. It was actually maintaining its independence by continuously changing its nature, stubbornly keeping distance from the world and breaking the connection of theory. It was like a moat. It was on that side while everything else was on the other side. They could see each other but could not meet. What linked this process was the essence of interference of nature, but during his moment of enlightenment, the unclear understanding he had received during his days in the Nika cave of the crystals and his deepest confusion were linked together. Ye Qingxuan had finally touched upon the core of the 7 questions for musicians, the true meaning behind the question of abandon oneself. Since everything in mankind's eyes was constructed by ether, then did this include himself? Did the concept of self come from ether as well? He sank into deep thought. Chapter 327, Retreat When Difficult? The camp outside Auschwitz was under the same thunderstorm that night. The high gray walls were covered by dark clouds. There was only darkness in the world, there were no stars or moonlight. Only darkness and rain. One could see countless raindrops falling from the sky in the dim lights of the grouping area through the city gate that was ajar. The city gate was dozens of meters high and seemed to be made of iron. It was rusted from years of wind and rain. Without maintenance, it was practically impossible to push now. They could only manage a crack a meter in width for people to pass through. The lights were dim under the rain but illuminated the figures standing before the gate. Their clothing was all different. They had come from all over the world, the only similarity was the almost tangible ether waves and animosity exuding from them. Even if they had a truce, sparks practically flew from their eyes when they stood together. It was obvious that if someone made a move, the others would break out without any hesitation. However, they were restraining themselves now and no one shattered the truce. They were all participants in the Auschwitz trial, the strong ones who survived the journey here. The others had all died, retreated, or escaped. Those who could remain here were the next generation of elites and prodigies from each school. They represented the dignity and pride of their schools. If one overlooked the musicians who had already become accomplished, the musicians present would be the mainstay of the next generation in 20 years. They represented the future of each school. This was why they forced themselves to be calm and unite to some extent. This would lessen the problems later in the trial. According to the proposer Cold Flag, the journey here was difficult for everyone, so why create new enemies? Many of the hot picks of the trial were moved by his words and came here so they could keep all variables outside Auschwitz before the deadline. Simply put, they would make the unqualified ones give up after finding out how difficult it was. The participants included Cold Flag, Revelations musician and representative of the Rock Institute, choir musician Paul Bunyan from the Archipelago, the Hauser brothers, summoning musicians from Burgundy, Ariana, a mime musician, Rebecca, representative of the School of Illusion Voodoo Crypt, and more. Most people would be smart and turn around as soon as they saw this group. Even if they didn't, it was okay. They would just be invited into a friendly duel before entering Auschwitz. Private battles were not allowed inside the city, so was it better to create the winner beforehand? Of course, they did not go overboard. Unlike the secret fatal attacks in the wilderness, they would stop once the point was across. After all, the sacred city is watching. Someone looked up into the sky with a half-smile. Thunder clapped amongst the pure black clouds. The rain poured in sheets. Occasionally, lightning would streak across, illuminating the figures flying in the air. They had strange postures and seemed to come from different places. However, they all radiated with strong ether waves that slightly distorted the material world, changing it into the ether realm. This was a scepter's power. They were all of the scepter level. But in this solemn atmosphere, someone suddenly sneezed and pathetically took out a handkerchief to blow his nose. Sorry, this stupid place is too cold. I should have worn more. With that, he looked down at the grouping area. It's almost 11 and it's still not over? These kids don't know how to sleep. What are they doing at midnight? A nude party? Someone beside him glared. The deadline is midnight. After the clock strikes 12, no other musicians will be able to enter the trial. Yes, I understand. You've all worked hard. The guy who had appeared in Maxwell's office blew his nose and complained, I'm so sad. I was just messing around and then I was sent to this place to be a babysitter. Look at these kids. Each one is more troublesome than the last and they add even more trouble at night. What if we just let them be and go sleep? Everyone ignored him. Amongst them, a man in Eastern clothing comforted him, great burdens come to those with great abilities. Why don't you wait a bit more? After all, your representative from Anglo hasn't arrived yet. Mr. Who, are you talking about that white-haired kid? The mysterious man stuffed his handkerchief into his pocket and sighed. He's probably lying dead in a ditch somewhere if he's still not here. I think highly of him. Mr. Who chuckled. Then what about your kids? They must be sad if they hear your words. Mr. Who continued to smile. The Imperial College had me bring them here to open their eyes. We're just here for the fun. Someone glanced over and shook his head coldly. Undisciplined. Mr. Who just chuckled and started singing, Oh, I'm the undisciplined of Wollongong. The mood became so awkward that everyone looked away, pretending they heard nothing. In the long silence, someone finally looked up. Someone's here. Someone's here. Under the heavy rain, Colt Flag suddenly opened his eyes. The mark he had buried at the end of the road had been activated. He sensed that someone was crashing through the rain on horseback. The apparition of a giant whale appeared beside him. Rather than stopping it, the torrential rain became the whale's aid and helped it fly. The huge shadow floated across the sky with a mournful song. The whale song shattered the sheets of rain, transforming the world into an ocean. Sensing the animosity from the city gates, the musician on the horse sneered and sped up. The whale sang loudly, creating rolling echoes. Summoning? Colt distinguished the musician's beastly nature. Seems to have great attainments too. It's just for looks, someone replied huskily. It's not, the bigger the better. Enlarging the whale to such a laughable size without caring about its limits is just shallow. The one who spoke stood at the end of the crowd. He looked like a twin with two people joined at the shoulder. Only one spoke while the other stayed silent. They were the Hauser brothers from Burgundy. The one who spoke was Terry, the elder brother. He looked down and said something to his brother Casper, who nodded. Under the hood of the heavy raincoat, he opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and screamed. Thunder clapped in the sky. Boom! The giant whale apparition wailed. The pouring rain curled back and the whale broke apart abruptly. The musician on horseback was lifted up from the backlash. He fell off the horse and rolled in the mud. In the end, blood spewed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Convulsing, he could barely climb up. His sound of heart had been disrupted. He struggled in the mud. In the end, his energy spent, he stopped moving. He looked up with difficulty and saw a traveler in the distance. Another person had come. Seeing the musician's pathetic state, the newcomer was stunned. He looked toward the city gates and felt the tangible animosity even across more than 1,000 miles. Then, he grew excited. He stepped forward. Boom! An earth-shattering boom exploded under his feet. He advanced forward, drummed his sound of heart, awakened his instrument, and the mountains shook. Copper Mountain? Many of the musicians recognized the instrument. One man's expression changed. Someone can actually receive recognition from a saint's relic of this level? The rumbles got closer. Immense amounts of ether crashed, creating sparks. Practically all the rain had evaporated, the figure grew blurry as well. Each step he took was like a copper mountain and steel drum banging against each other. Ear-splitting thunder rumbled. However, the large amount of ether and wild changes were restricted inside the formula. They raged with furious fire but could not break free. It was unbelievable that this immense power was controlled by one person. Interesting. A modifications musician at the gate looked up. He slammed down and a roar shot out from his fingers. A majestic melody resounded and collided with the earth-moving sound in the air. The sheets of rain shook, a vast amount of rain evaporated, turning to steam. However, the heavy footsteps continued forward. The attacker at the gate stumbled back. He panted heavily and even coughed out blood. His face was stark white. He was completely defeated before an actual round. It had just been a virtual test. Everyone's expression changed. No sign of borrowing power from the saint, Colt Flag said hoarsely. I can't believe he had used his will to break through the barrier of knowledge and received recognition from a saint's relic. Finally, someone's here to challenge me. Amidst the approaching thunder, the newcomer was enthusiastic. His eyes flashed. Does someone want to fight? Come on, come on. Sam? Colt was stunned and his eyes darkened. How come aren't you still practicing asceticism in the lava dungeon? Why was he here? Colt had a headache. Chapter 328, I am Ye Qingxuan. If Colt had to name someone he did not want to see at Auschwitz, this guy would definitely be in the top few spots. In fact, he had passed Gavin, who used to be number one. Musicians who only emphasized the destructiveness of music scores and specialized in wide-range destruction were too powerful. Oh, Colt? Recognizing him, Sam's eyes brightened. Stop talking. Wanna fight? Colt scoffed and tried to ignore him. However, he stopped the other musicians. He's the only inheritor of the vacuum, a battle musician who specializes in large-scale destruction music scores. If he tries, maybe no one will be able to win, but he'll make at least half of Auschwitz into the grave with him. In addition, Colt did not finish his words. He just whistled and exchanged a meaningful glance. In addition, his teacher is watching from the sky. Aren't you scared of being discriminated against during the trial? Soon after Sam passed, someone else stumbled in under the rainy night. The young man wore shabby clothing and his body was covered in bruises. He looked like a bedraggled beggar. Rain and mud had poured into his shoes during this journey and he panted for breath. It was hard to imagine what he had experienced to survive the fierce competition on the way here. Is he lucky? One of the scepter judges in the sky glanced over and said coolly, "It's useless to come here. He can't get through the gate." Amongst them, an elder with an illusory body furrowed his brows but said nothing. When the youth approached and faint light illuminated his bruised face, the elder was stunned. Simon? Simon? Rebecca, another representative of the School of Illusion, recognized this pathetic youth. However, she never thought he would end up in this state. She could barely see the strong opponent in him anymore. What's Simon? The young man spat. Haven't you been looking for me for a long time? I'll never change my name, no matter what. Yes, I'm Ye Qingxuan. Come at me. Crack. 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 Those were the sounds of jaws literally dropping and hitting the ground. Everyone gaped at this proud guy in bewilderment. Did this guy think he could pretend to be an Easterner with that crappy hair dye? The Anglo-Ian Grandmaster was watching from the sky. Did he think this was okay? Ye Qingxuan? In the sky, Mr. Hu was shocked too. He glanced at the Grandmaster beside him. He looks so different. What happened? A bad breakup. The mysterious man who had appeared in Maxwell's office coughed violently with a troubled expression. After a long while, he tried to suppress his laughter and looked over. Sorry, I don't know him. On the ground, Ye Qingxuan was staring down the people before the gate. You! He declared seriously. Do you know Old Phil? Old Phil? The musicians stared at each other. No one knew who Old Phil was and their eyes grew serious. Was there a powerful and mysterious musician hidden in Auschwitz? After long hesitation, someone asked timidly, Who's Old Phil? Scared now? A sneer cut across Ye Qingxuan's face. He widened his eyes and declared, Old Phil is my dad. Aren't you scared? If you're scared, then scram. Otherwise, my dad will squash you all. Silence. Dead silence. In the crowd, Rebecca stepped back. Lowering her head, she felt humiliated. Why did she view this psycho as a strong opponent? In the sky, the illusory elder could stand it no longer. His deep voice rang out, Simon, enough? Stop fooling around. Ye Qingxuan looked up. Seeing the elder, his eyes grew confused. His expression changed dramatically as if thinking of something. After a long while, it dawned on him. You're Old Phil. He opened his arms in ecstasy. Dad! I finally found. Boom! A formless hand appeared in the rain and grasped Simon. It tightened and disappeared with a pop. Simon was gone too. All that remained was the shuddering elder who roared, You disgrace! The musicians on the ground were silent for a long time. They had no clue what had just happened. Does Simon have some hereditary disease? Someone asked. If I've guessed correctly, mind musician Ariana said dryly, he was probably brainwashed. By whom? One of you mind people? Stop joking. Ariana glared at the speaker. You think brainwashing is as easy as wiping words off a piece of paper? You have to block the memories, reset the personality, correct the self-recognition. You need at least 100 hints. This involves inheritance. It's impossible if you don't have a teacher who is also an expert in ultra-precise operation. Especially with a musician like Simon, you can easily ruin everything with the slightest moment of inattentiveness. It's so much easier to just kill him. What if you do it? Is it hard for you too? It was obvious the asker did not have good intentions. Ariana scoffed. Her smile was indescribably enchanting and demonic. What do you think? The other's heart shook and he quickly looked away in regret. Why did he mess with the psychos from the school of mind? Ariana smiled as if nothing had happened, but it was clear she would remember that man and deal with him later. Enough, stop fooling around, Colt uttered, snuffing the start of an internal war. There are 10 more minutes until the deadline. If you have any conflicts, wait until dawn to fight. he looked away and calmed himself down. He focused on the surrounding marks he had set and felt for ether waves. However, he heard someone else's voice in the silence. "Hey, Colt, someone else is coming." Stunned, he looked up and saw fire. In the distance, at the end of the road, the rain was burning like fire. A youth was walking forward on flames. He strode over, ignoring the group in the distance. As if he was in his own world, he hummed an unclear and faraway song. Raindrops fell onto him and rose like flames. When he stepped onto the ground, mud splashed like water. It was pure etheric change. The nature changed without any sign. It transformed into wind, condensed into rain, converged into fire, and turned into dirt. It was like an illusion. Colt furrowed his brows in discontent and looked back. "There's been enough weird things," he growled. "Rebecca, stop joking and get rid of the fulcrum." Rebecca froze under everyone's scrutiny. Suddenly understanding, cold sweat appeared on her forehead. It's not me." She waved in panic. "That's not my fulcrum." Everyone's eyes grew serious in the dead silence. A song traveled to their ears. The youth's hoarse song resounded in the rain and spread in all directions. It seemed to be some diddly but was so unclear. It was indescribably pleasant and distant, as if it came from the mountains. The song hung in the air. And under it, everything began to change. The youth came forward with fire in the darkness. All was silent in the air. "It's an Eastern language." Someone looked to Mr. Hu. "Is this your student from the Imperial College?" "I've never heard of this music score." "No, it's just a folk song." "It's not a music score and it doesn't have any effects." "Mr. Hu chuckled wryly. "And we don't have any Indians. If I'm not wrong, this is probably the other youth I've seen." "Who?" The grandmasters exchanged glances. None of their schools had a young man like him. Is he a student from a secretive school or fraternity? He's finally here? The mysterious man blowing his nose murmured from the back as he smiled. "You made me wait for so long, kid." In the silence, only the song sounded. Everyone gazed at the young man singing and advancing with fire. They watched as he walked in the mud without any obstacles. The footprints he left behind burned in the rain. Rain drenched his body and he looked pathetic, but he did not seem to care. In fact, he smiled happily. Faced with so many menacing musicians, he was still relaxed, as if this was a day trip. Rain fell on all his swords and knives, rolling down the hilts and blades. The average sword seemed mysterious now too. The atmosphere grew heavy, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it hard to breathe. Who is he? Someone in the crowd furrowed his brows. A sword seller? In the flowing flames and burning rain, the youth took off his heavy turban and revealed his trademark white hair. The whiteness shone in the fire, piercing their eyes. "I am Ye Qingxuan." The youth gazed at their faces and smiled warmly. "I'm here to sell swords." Chapter 329, You Are Late. Selling knives and cutters, yo! At dawn, a white-haired youth squatted in a corner of the messy and shabby market of Auschwitz and hawked dispiritedly. The rug before him was covered in the swords he had stolen along the way. There was also a carrot he had bought from a nearby stall. After he washed it, it would be his breakfast. So early in the morning, no one was here other than some vegetable sellers. The dilapidated grouping center was like Avalon's downtown district. It was filled with chaos, unruliness, and coldness. It seemed horrible, but not horrible enough to be unlivable. It was stuck in the middle, filled with the feeling of living each day as it happened and wishing for nothing more. Ye Qingxuan had lost his will to fight. He had been prepared to battle it out with the locals, but after he entered the city, he realized that no one paid him any attention. They did not discriminate against outsiders, they just acted as if the outsiders did not exist. This made Ye Qingxuan feel indescribably upset and disappointed. Scraping his carrot clean, he nodded mindlessly while making disgusted faces. Carrots grown in this kind of place definitely would not taste good. It was dry and felt like he was chewing on dirt. "How do you guys live?" he sighed and yawned. Last night, he had predicted a full-out war, but the others were very restrained. They only tested him a bit and then left. The others had no confidence and did not dare to fight. It started off with a big drumroll but ended with nothing. He had acted cool for nothing. According to the plan, he should meet with the Anglo-Ian Grandmaster that was here to oversee the trial and learn about the situation, listen to some suggestions, receive some advice, undergo vigorous training, and hopefully learn some secret tricks. However, none of that happened. Ye Qingxuan did not even know the Grandmaster's name. He hid his face in dark mist the entire time and did not even come out for food. After he saw Ye Qingxuan last night, he took the youth to a shabby inn. Pointing at a room, he said something along the lines of, "I live here. Don't come if you don't have any problems. If you do, it's best to not come either. Anyway, just pretend I don't exist. You're here now, so it'll all depend on you," the Grandmaster had said seriously while patting Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. "I promised Maxwell that you won't die. As for the rest, whatever. I believe in you, Ye Qingxuan." Ye Qingxuan could only chuckle sarcastically. The other Grandmasters showered their students with good stuff in hopes that they would not be eliminated. But for Ye Qingxuan, it was so unreliable. Oh, this mysterious Grandmaster did give him something. But it's useless. Ye Qingxuan stared at the object. It was a small whistle that the Grandmaster had made from a doorknob. Yes, the type of toy whistles for kids. That man had even told him seriously to not play with it. No **T. Why would he? Ye Qingxuan tossed the whistle onto the rug before him. But after thinking, he sighed and put it back in his bag. What if it wasn't entirely useless? Right? But it probably was useless. "Hey, knife, how much?" A man squatted before him and asked with a strange accent while looking around. Ye Qingxuan gazed at him and replied in local Romulusian, "Which one? I can give it to you for cheaper. Buy one get one free, just 40 pounds, how about that?" Hearing his words, the man looked over with a strange gaze. "Yeah. My accent is good, right?" Ye Qingxuan chuckled proudly. The emotionless man stood up and left without saying anything. Ye Qingxuan blanched. "Wait. Why are you leaving? I'm so friendly and nice. I won't hit you. Is it wrong to have a good accent?" But he did not do anything and just watched the man leave. It was his only customer. Ye Qingxuan shook his head and sighed. The sacred city had strict regulations that musicians could not disturb the civilians during trials and missions. They were also forbidden to use music scores on locals. Once discovered, the musicians' rights to the trial would be revoked. For serious cases, they could even be forcefully brainwashed by the silent authority to become someone useful to society. But his beastly characteristics are obvious, Ye Qingxuan muttered to himself as he watched the passers-by. Compared to other races, male Romulusians had slighter frames and rusted copper skin. Because of their environment, their skin usually was not very healthy. However, thick hair grew on their faces and limbs. Many also had sharp fingernails that were thick and hard like a beast. This was due to their blood tainted by the natural catastrophe. Apparently, these signs were especially prominent in recent newborns. Fear of light and water, aggressive. If this continued, Romulusians would probably really become werewolves after 5 or 6 generations. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxuan sighed involuntarily. What other hope existed in this kind of place? Auschwitz was practically the wilderness. There was no sign of life outside the towering gray walls. They suffered droughts. The land was covered in weeds and non-arable. There were no geographical advantages or possibility to be suitable for life. It was just a place to stay. If he had to name something that could be developed, it would be the sparse copper mines. But with the discovery of the relics, even the mines were gone. There was no way to better the environment. It was understandable that the people here were just whiling their days away. A bell shocked him from his thoughts. The dilapidated church across from the market slowly opened its doors, revealing the shabby yard and building within. Seeing this, Ye Qingxuan rose, knocked the dust off, and walked forward without a care for his stall. If the locals ignored him and the big guy from Anglo was unreliable, he could only try the church. They would not ignore a candidate for clergyman like him, right? Furthermore, Ye Qingxuan had been sent here by the church. Rather than the trial, he had come here to help the sick. Just as he had expected, there were no official mission members in this tiny church. There was only an old pastor who could not really see and two mixed local children who cleaned the place. There were no believers in Romulus. The annual budget was barely enough for the pastor to eat. Maintenance was a huge sum as well. The pastor stared at Ye Qingxuan's identification card for a long time with his old eyes. Oh, the flu? I reported it years ago, but there was no news. I thought they gave up on it. He patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. I didn't think someone would actually come. You scared me. But sadly, you're late. Late? Ye Qingxuan blanched. Did they all die? No, it's just a common fever. They get better after a few days. The pastor shrugged. So, Mr. Yi, you're late. The flu died out half a year ago. Ye Qingxuan gaped. He could not accept this. He had come here passionately to help the sick, but everyone was cured before he even got here. It was like the villain of an adventure novel died from the plague when the hero just embarked on his journey. The world was saved and everything was peachy, but Ye Qingxuan did not feel happy. Then why didn't you withdraw your request? Ye Qingxuan just wanted to cry. Otherwise I wouldn't have been fooled by that asterisk Shoal Maxwell and came here. Let me finish. The pastor sighed. The flu was put out, but it's still here. Ye Qingxuan froze. It was still here? What did that mean? There was a basic surgery room in the church's basement. After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan looked away from the small microscope. Rubbing his eyes, he muttered a curse. He was sure that the flu was man-made. Someone had created a flu targeting the Romulans with room for maneuvering. The observation sample was a Romulus who had recently died from old age. He could clearly see the virus in the blood and organs. It was dormant and essentially harmless, but it was still integrated with the body. Regular people would be able to kill the virus with their immune system and remove them through metabolism. Demons were not affected either. Their bodies were completely different from humans and were immune to ptomaine and other diseases. It was a different story for Romulans who were mixed with human and demon blood. This disease clearly targeted their lack of immunity, filling the gap between their two sides. This meant that the demonization process of Romulans could be sped up until the demon blood would completely replace their human side. This is horrible. Ye Qingxuan sighed. How many people were infected? Practically everyone. Chapter 330, Have a Friend from Afar. Practically all of them. The old priest shrugged. A few years ago, the flu spread very widely. Normal humans were all right, but all Romulans were infected. The infected experienced symptoms like fever, vomiting and skin bleaching, but recovered after a few days. I found that the virus wasn't extinguished by chance. Ye Qingxuan was horrified. Why didn't you report such a big event? I did, the old priest said earnestly. The nations placed great importance onto this matter. But why didn't they take action? They did. Didn't you see it when we entered the city? The old priest pointed to the direction of the gate and stated, many countries pay to build the high walls. It was expensive. Ye Qingxuan fell into silence. After a long while, he asked bitterly, you mean that people here have to fend for themselves? Do they know about this? No one else knows, the old priest said. I have only informed their elder. That is, before he finished his words, a coarse laughter sounded outside of the door. The raspy voice shouted, Doctor? Is the doctor here? I'm here to see you. I heard that we have a new doctor from the sacred city. Let me have a look. Hearing this voice, the old priest's face twisted. That's him. There were no officials among the refugees of Romulus and there was no government in the enclave. They only had a clan system. The noblest of them was undoubtedly the elder who was elected by the masses, the wisest, and the most far-sighted, but in reality, this elder who was in his 50s looked, well, he looked very Romulusian. In other words, he looked like a tramp. This was the first time Ye Qingxuan had seen such a passionate Romulusian. As soon as he went out, the black and thin old man pounced on him like a monkey. He was stooped, had eccentric paint smeared on his face, and wore a ragged robe with apparently nothing else. The elder grabbed him and looked up and down. He asked about his day with genuine interest and looked as happy and enthusiastic as if Ye Qingxuan was his son. If he did not smell like strange spices and charcoal, Ye Qingxuan could reluctantly accept such an elder. So you're the new doctor? The elder grabbed Ye Qingxuan inside. We Romulusians love new friends. Since you were sent by the church, then you are our friend too. Oh, do you want something good? Pausing, he took out a little sack from his pocket, picked out a handful of powder. He dropped it into tobacco, and then deftly rolled it into two, one for Ye Qingxuan and one for himself. Please don't refuse. This is the custom here. Ye Qingxuan held his and looked at the elder who was puffing joyfully. He could faintly smell many familiar scents that made him slightly dizzy. Yes, there was opium, white orange leaves, false shamrock, and white mugwort, the familiar ingredients and the familiar formula. Ye Qingxuan suddenly wanted to vomit. How could he call this something good? This was obviously a kind of psychedelic incense made by many drugs and stimulants. What was this man doing? Was the custom of Romulus taking drugs? If he were an Anglo, he would be arrested. Ye Qingxuan was caught between lighting it or not. Both were inappropriate. He could only put away that cigarette, planning to throw it away when he left. But when he was about to leave, he was stopped again. Come, I heard that you just arrived last night. The elder took his hand eagerly. Let me show you around Auschwitz. This is a nice place. You must have not grasped it yet. No. I have fully grasped it. Ye Qingxuan was preparing to decline but was forcibly pulled away. The old priest could not help him. Instead, he just wished him good luck, making Ye Qingxuan especially depressed. On the chaotic streets of the enclave, Ye Qingxuan followed the elder awkwardly, wanting to say something. Elder. Just call me Caligula. The elder looked back and smiled at him. This is the name of my ancestors and also mine. Well, Mr. Caligula, where are you taking me? Ye Qingxuan was very nervous. He was afraid that the elder would take him into an alley and then 800 Romulusian youths would rush out to tear him into pieces on the spot. The answer is quite obvious. The elder whistled. I'm taking you to my home. But I still have a stall to pack up. I've got someone to help watch it for you. There's no business early in the morning and you're an outsider selling swords. Do you know how many people have talked to me saying that they want to teach you a lesson? Ye Qingxuan was speechless. Rather than being upset, the elder praised him. You have a good accent. Where did you learn it? I am a scholar of ancient studies. My teacher is a master of ancient languages and historical studies. Ye Qingxuan scratched his head. I learned a little on my way to here, but I didn't learn it well. The locals don't seem to like my accent. No, they just don't like you. The elder's bluntness startled Ye Qingxuan. The people of Romulus have been unable to speak their own language for a long time. Only the accent is left. You can only make them feel ashamed if you use this accent to speak the lingua franca. The elder patted him on the shoulder. Don't do that again. The people of Romulus do not need this kind of fake sincerity or compassion. Okay. As they talked, they made a few turns and found that they had entered the core of Auschwitz without realizing. Several narrow streets led into a huge market. All kinds of goods were displayed in the busy fair. Traders hawked fervidly and the people pushed and shoved. It was not desolate as the outside. This is the real market. Only outsiders go the place where you were. The elder patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. If you really want to sell something, come here, say my name, and the locals won't bother you. Thank you. Ye Qingxuan managed to smile but involuntarily looked to the center of the fair. It was an empty spot in the middle of the circular plaza. In the clearing, several long black iron poles rose into the sky. Several withered corpses hung from them. As the breeze blew, the withered corpses swung like leaves, looking extremely hideous and grim. But who would hang such things in the center of their own enclave? Ye Qingxuan was confused. What are you looking at? It dawned on the elder when he followed Ye Qingxuan's gaze. Oh, those are past elders, my colleagues. Unfortunately, they were hanged for making mistakes. Mistakes? Ye Qingxuan asked curiously, what did they do? The elder raised his eyes. He looked extremely sympathetic as if he was looking at a retard. If they knew what would be mistakes, they wouldn't die, right? Ye Qingxuan was speechless. He asked, this. Who did this? I did, of course. Who else is qualified to judge them here? Caligula said lightly. Let me think. It was 5 or 6 years ago. They've been hung for so long. Now, if they're not hanging here, I'll feel that something's wrong. Why? Why hang them? They're already dead, right? Is it necessary? Hearing Ye Qingxuan's question, the elder was puzzled too. He scratched his messy hair and gesticulated. I don't know if there are such people outside or not. They're young and ignorant, but they think they know everything. They want to change fate, but they also don't know what the real world is like. What is this kind of person called? Young. Angry youths, Ye Qingxuan supplied. Yes, that's right. The elder hammered the palms with satisfaction, lamenting, the mistakes of youths are unavoidable and there has to be something to warn them. At least, this will make them calm down when they try to make a fool of themselves. The elder paused and said lightly, after all, there's no chance for Romulans to make more mistakes, is there? Ye Qingxuan was speechless. He did not know what reply was appropriate. They did not talk the rest of the way. When passing a stall, the elder conveniently took a dove for free. Ye Qingxuan had no idea what he was planning to do. Soon they got to the place. Come in. The elder pushed open the door and invited Ye Qingxuan to take a seat. However, instead of chairs, there were only several cushions on the worn carpet. Ye Qingxuan casually picked one. After putting down the dove, the elder went to the back room, grabbed some spices and sawdust, and sprinkled it onto the stove. Flames rose soon. Caligula whispered a few words of prayer to the family flame that had lasted from the ancestral age to today. Romulus valued ancestors greatly. Each family of Romulus had their own set of etiquette to worship the family flame and ancestors with strict observance. Caligula was certainly no exception. Soon, he ended his prayers and returned to the hall. Several servants brought over a few cups of water and placed the prepared dove before the elder. Now the poor dove was plucked and had its feet strapped. It cooed innocently. Ye Qingxuan looked down at the dove. This is... The elder smiled mysteriously and pulled out a short knife. You're a guest from afar. Let me divine for you. I used to be the best wizard in Romulus. Before Ye Qingxuan could react, the elder brandished the knife and split the dove's belly. In the psychedelic incense flavor mixed with drugs, the elder held the dove and the knife. He sucked in a mouthful of white smoke. His eyes rolled into the back of his head and he began dancing crazily. Under the husky strange humming, his body twitched, his eyes rolled, he gasped violently, screamed, shivered, and suddenly sat down on the ground. Clenching his right hand, he flattened the poor dove. The elder cleverly used the knife to pick out the dove's thin intestines. He split it carefully and stared at it intently. He murmured something that no one could understand. It sounded like an ancient language. After a long silence, Caligula put down the knife and bloody dove. Someone offered a basin of water. He calmly washed hands and then sat back to the opposite of Ye Qingxuan, hesitating. Seeing his serious expression, Ye Qingxuan snapped out of his daze. How's the result of the divination? Seeing the dramatic build-up, Ye Qingxuan was actually excited to hear the result. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331 to 340. Chapter 331, Better to return earlier. How's the result of the divination? Sir, your fate is very strange, the elder said with a sigh. The revelation says that you will meet what you are destined to meet. Ye Qingxuan's features twisted. He would meet what he was destined to meet? Well, no sh*t. What was the point of getting his fortune told? The elder laughed. Don't be angry. This is one of the best results. Ye Qingxuan had no words. He did not see how this was a good result. When the Romulus Empire still existed, wizards were fortune-tellers who stayed beside the emperor to decipher the messages from the heavens. Sometimes there would be messages of catastrophes or good news. However, no fortune is better than this. The future will always go toward the future. Your fate is your own choice and uncontrolled by others. If you're the emperor, you would be overjoyed with this fortune. You can continue forward with your destiny. I can see that your future stretches into the darkness. There are twists and turns, but you might see the light. After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan nodded. I hope that is so. Then let's talk about the important matters. The elder sat across from Ye Qingxuan and loosened his collar. He said lightly, if I've guessed correctly, you also work for the underground palace? Let's talk about that. Ye Qingxuan straightened and prepared himself. Hundreds of years ago, after the Romulus Empire officially dissolved, the remaining city-states survived for decades and centuries. Until 50 years ago. Just like the original empire, the city of wolves, the Romulusians' last home, was destroyed by the natural catastrophe. The mindless phenomenon tide of silver had swept past. Everything in its path was flattened. The thousands of miles were still flat as a mirror's surface. If one looked from above, one would see a smooth silvery expanse like a wound on the earth. The Romulusians had no homeland thereafter. The wandering Romulusians took up the lowliest jobs, physical labor, porters, thieves, bandits, prostitutes. The beastly nature in them meant they would forever be ostracized from society. But 26 years ago, Gaius from the City of Wolves made great accomplishments in the exploration of the dark world. He received high status in the sacred city parliament as refugee with demon blood. He received recognition by various kings and the Pope's blessing. Under his hard work, Romulusians were recognized and gradually accepted back into society. Their image grew more positive. They received much sympathy and aid. They saw an improvement in quality of life and profited from craftsmanship and similar industries. However, 6 years later, 20 years ago, Gaius defected. His soldiers occupied the new colony on the other side of the sea and openly rebelled against the rule of the other nations and the sacred city. The other nations instantly grew furious and began to chase the Romulans away. Within a fortnight, the improvements were all gone. The entire process lasted 15 years. The Romulans had lost everything. With nowhere to stay, they became wanderers on an endless road under flying insults and stones. Finally, they were led by 6 elders and followed the calling of ancient notes. They traveled to the barren lands of the south and found the land once promised to them by God. However, years had passed. The fig trees and grassy plains no longer existed. The river no longer flowed with milk and honey. All that remained was a desert. It was Auschwitz. It was a paradise with nothing, and it was where the Romulans stayed. We had to find an industry if we wanted to survive here. The elder asked, "Mr. Yi, if it were you, what would you do?" Ye Qingxuan did not know how to answer. He really did not understand how to survive in a place like this. It was arid and impossible to grow agriculture. Without lush grass, breeding was out of the question too. All they had was yellow sand and barren land. They could not hunt either. Trade? To be honest, there were no specialties here other than the Romulans themselves. Other than slavers and traffickers, no one else would be able to find any business opportunities. The only thing he could think of was what the Romulans had done before. "So did you open the mine?" He sighed, understanding the context now. After arriving here, the Romulans had dug a mine in order to survive. They signed a deal with the Chainsaw Fraternity to borrow a huge sum, but the mines they found were not rich. There were only sparse copper mines, metal mines, and some green gold. There was no value in digging. They could feed a small town but not Auschwitz. Even worse, they discovered the relic left behind from the Romulus Empire while digging. It's even worse than the relic. It's a cemetery, the elder corrected. Past elders had flipped through ancient texts and realized that the construction was ordered by the emperor when the Romulus Empire still existed. It's the final resting place for the great men. And then digging stopped. No Romulan dared to continue exploring. Disturbing the ancestors' spirits will put out the family flame. We could only seal the underground palace. Even the digging of copper mines stopped. To be honest, we still owe a huge sum to the Chainsaw Fraternity. The elder rolled his psychedelic cigarette expertly and said lightly, "When the 10 years are up and the loan matures, us old guys will probably have to sell ourselves and become their mechanic slaves." Ye Qingxuan fell silent. "Kid, don't be upset. This has nothing to do with you." The elder leaned on the rug. One hand grasped his smoke, the other caressed a bloody red rock. Squinting, he murmured, "Where were we?" "The cemetery." "Ah, yes, cemetery." The elder sucked in a mouthful of smoke and exhaled slowly. "You know the rest. One of your 3 kings, the King of Yellow, came to the cemetery of our ancestors for some reason. And then he disappeared. If bad luck is a curse, then we've been cursed by the gods. Everything bad happens to us. Now, your little group of musicians is here, stirring up trouble at our home. Next, you're all going to run into our graves and mess around. And we can't do anything about it. Tell me, what did we do wrong to be punished like this?" Ye Qingxuan could not answer. "To be honest, I came here without knowing about the King of Yellow or the cemetery or underground palace," he said. "I thought I was coming as a history scholar to help patients. I never even thought about the sacred city's reward. I hope you believe me." The elder held his bare and dried belly and laughed. "I can hear the truth in your words. Continue. I'll do everything I can to help you. There's nothing to continue." Ye Qingxuan chuckled dryly. "These things are outside my capabilities. I just wanted to find a guide and take me around the underground palace so I can at least find out if the flu has anything to do with the palace. Elder, can you recommend anyone? I can pay him. The elder fell silent. He smoked while seeming to space out. He stared at the plumes of smoke, sinking in the high of the illegal drug. He did not snap out of it until it burned to his fingers. Then he raised his eyes, climbed up, and snuffed out the smoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, he said. This is the only thing I cannot do. To the Romulans, there are 3 things that will make them be out for your blood: insulting their ancestors, putting out the family flame, and digging through their ancestors' graves. We won't agree whether if it's your request or the sacred cities. You have a lofty goal, but don't say things like that in the future. Sorry. Ye Qingxuan felt a bit awkward. I'll take note. You can go to the church. That old guy should still have the records of the dig and some traces. The elder rose. That's all I can help you with. The rest has nothing to do with us. I hope the sacred city won't drag us into your matters either. He paused and looked at the tiny scales on his toes. After all, we've already paid enough for the sin we were born with. After lunch, Ye Qingxuan left the elder's home. Lunch was very simple, but it had been days since he had edible food. It was clear that this counted as a rich meal in Auschwitz. Afterward, Ye Qingxuan rejected the offer to have some fun. The elder warmly saw Ye Qingxuan to do the door. However, when they were about to part, he reached out and grabbed Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. In Ye Qingxuan's shock, the elder came up and embraced him tightly. Mr. Yi, here is some advice, he murmured in the youth's ears. You are a good person, so this will be my only advice. No matter why you're here, leave this place as soon as possible for your own good. Chapter 332, Stranger. After leaving Elder Caligula's home, Ye Qingxuan decided to explore the rest of the Auschwitz market and see the overall terrain. Multiple places had been bought and radiated with obvious ether waves. He could see invisible walls if he used the Eye of Silence. Some places were flattened and the sole remaining building emanated a cold aura. Some places were deep in the residential area, but there was no sign of life. He could sense a massive dark fog but did not know what was hidden inside. There was nobody like Ye Qingxuan who slept happily in the inn at night and went to sell in the market in the morning. However, when he returned to his stall, he found that someone had come over. There seemed to be a customer sitting before the empty stall. He picked at the weapons, looking at this one or touching that one like a picky customer. In the end, he picked a short sword and stroked it. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hearing the footsteps, the musician turned around, revealing the face Ye Qingxuan had seen last night. I'm Colt, he said. Colt Flag. My teacher has mentioned you before. And your teacher is? Heisenberg, Colt answered. Grandmaster Heisenberg of the Rock Institute. Ye Qingxuan thought of the cold hawkish face within the council members of Abraham's appraisal. He could vaguely see traces of it in Colt's face. They had the same cold hardness. He nodded. My apologies, I was impolite. Nothing to apologize for. After all, our teachers don't have a great relationship. Colt glanced at him. My teacher said that he isn't as good as Abraham. Abraham has a perfect student who can continue and develop his legacy. To be honest, I am envious. Ye Qingxuan's eyebrows shot up. He did not expect Heisenberg to think so highly of him. He flatters me. Colt chuckled. Rather than replying, he toyed with the sword. Want to work together? He asked suddenly. After thinking for a bit, Ye Qingxuan shook his head. I'll pass. I'm not really social. That's a pity. Colt looked at him coldly. Your answer is such a pity. With a snap, the sword was unsheathed. The blade shone coldly. Faint waves of ether rolled off of Colt. It was heavy with animosity. Ye Qingxuan stared wordlessly. He would be a bit worried if Colt was a hot-tempered modifications musician constantly troubled by his beastly nature, or a mentally unstable summoning musician. He would not be worried at all if the opponent was illogical and introspective. No sane person would go against the rules of the sacred city and put the locals at the market in danger by fighting with him. Revelations musicians also had low lethality, so every action was precious and made for the kill. In some extremist schools, a Revelations musician would not act unless he was at least 60% sure he would be successful. Instead, Ye Qingxuan had to be careful to not fight back and give this guy something to latch onto. During the quiet stalemate, Colt laughed at himself. As expected, this trick doesn't work on you. He sheathed the sword again and put it back. Nice sword. With that, he rose, bid farewell politely, and disappeared into the masses. Ye Qingxuan looked coolly as he walked away and returned to his spot. After a long time, he picked up a rag and wiped away Colt's fingerprints. Sheathing the sword, he smiled into the distance. Under his feet, the rag silently burned to ashes. At the end of the street, Colt stopped after turning. He looked at the girl hidden in the shadows. "Ariana, how is it?" he asked quietly. Ariana's expression changed. She shook her head unhappily after a while. "There's still no reaction." "Are you sure you put my personally made hint onto his stall?" "I swear," Colt said lightly. "I'm the only Revelations musician in all of Auschwitz that can discover hints." Before he could finish, a small sound shot from Ariana's fingertip. Her expression changing, she looked down and found that the ring had cracked. "Really?" She took off the expensive alchemy equipment and tossed it into the trash. "There's another one now." After a moment of silence, Colt lowered his eyes. "It seems like we should raise Ye Qingxuan's threat level. Tell the musicians teaming up with us to be careful of him. Treat him as a resonance-level enemy." "That dramatic?" Ariana furrowed her brows. "They won't accept it if there isn't any evidence. How can the weakest guy suddenly jump to the top of the list?" "No problem. If they want evidence," Colt scoffed and turned, "there'll be evidence once Ye Qingxuan takes care of some stupid guys." Ye Qingxuan was not thinking about what Colt had planned. He just took it was a test from a fellow competitor. After checking the illusion fulcrums he had hid in nearby stalls, he started thinking again. He soon discovered that someone strange was keeping an eye on him. And the person was really close. And really cheeky. Cheeky to the point of squatting before him and staring with a curious and focused gaze. It was a little Romulan girl around the age of 11 or 12. She wore a dirty robe like everyone else. Her hair was brown with strands of gold. She was mixed. Her old backpack was filled with little trinkets, from hair clips, scissors, pieces of paper, to a dead white rat. It had been turned into a specimen and she took it everywhere with her. Someone had drawn on her face with weird paint, making her look like a little witch that would be burned at the stake in olden times. Now, she squatted by the stall and looked up and down, creeping Ye Qingxuan out. "You, what are you looking at?" Ye Qingxuan scooted back and gazed blankly at the girl. Hearing his question, the girl was stunned too. She quickly shook her head and replied honestly, "I forgot." Ye Qingxuan almost spat out blood. He coughed violently, not knowing how to reply. The girl remained squatting and rested her chin on her hands. She looked at him curiously. "Are you a foreigner too?" she asked. "I saw some others looking at you too." "How many people?" Hearing her words, Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. "Are there still a lot?" "Probably." The girl scratched her messy hair. "Can we not talk about this?" "I can't remember." Ye Qingxuan could hear the sound of his sanity shattering. "What do you mean you can't remember? And talk about what?" "We're not talking about anything." Don't act like we're already familiar with each other. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Ye Qingxuan forcefully himself to calm down. How can I help you? Oh, we don't know each other? The girl looked at him in confusion. Finding her answer in his upset eyes, she nodded. Then you've already bought a map, right? Just pretend I was never here, What map? Ye Qingxuan had never had such a hard time talking to someone. He was even doubting his own intelligence. Was this girl crazy? Oh, so you haven't bought it? The girl's eyes brightened. You want it? The map's really cheap. Don't you foreigners all want to go to the palace under the mine? I'm the only one who's been to it. I can't take you, but if you spend, she paused and flipped through her pocket. Taking out a price sheet, she glanced at it and stuffed it back. She stated, spend $300 and you'll get my hand-drawn map. You think I'll believe you and give you money? Ye Qingxuan made a face but did not know what to say. Oh, you think it's expensive? The girl misunderstood and scratched her head apologetically. Yeah, I think it's expensive too. How about you give me 100? If you still think it's not worth it, I can tell you a secret passageway. Without waiting for Ye Qingxuan's reply, she took out a strange map and started drawing on the back. Her drawing style was, well, extremely spirited, filled with wildness and emotions. Simply put, Ye Qingxuan could not distinguish anything other than two statues and a door. Soon, she stuffed the map into Ye Qingxuan's hands and gazed at him expectantly. She was waiting for money. Was this a new kind of scam and beggar technique? Ye Qingxuan was numb. He thought, fine, it's just $100. Please take it and stop damaging my sanity and logic. You should have just told me you want money. He sadly took out $100 and gave it to her. The girl accepted with a smile but realized the money would not budge. She tugged it again. Ye Qingxuan let go and grasped her wrist. She looked at Ye Qingxuan, but Ye Qingxuan was looking at her wrist. There was a tattoo of two snakes entwined on a cross on her wrist. Ye Qingxuan took out his pocket watch and realized that there was no difference in the design. Where did you get this tattoo? Chapter 333, Elsa. Where did you get this tattoo? The girl thought for a moment and shook her head. Forgot. Forgot? You can forget this too? He thought. Feeling weak, Ye Qingxuan rubbed his face. Do you know someone called Hermes? Probably. Do you or do you not? The girl pouted. I don't know, I forgot. None of your business, You remember your own name, right? Staring into her eyes, Ye Qingxuan enunciated, tell me your name. The girl fell silent. She dodged Ye Qingxuan's eyes and tried to take her hand back sadly. I'm not selling you the map anymore. Let go. Seriously, you're so annoying, you keep asking weird questions, she murmured. She would not meet Ye Qingxuan's eyes as if she was avoiding something. I'll let go, I'm leaving. She tried to pry Ye Qingxuan's fingers but he just stared at her seriously. Tell me your name. Her name is Elsa. Someone reached over and placed a hand on Ye Qingxuan's hand. Relax, Mr. Yi. She's my daughter. The hand was covered in calluses and abnormally old. He patted the back of Ye Qingxuan's hand and loosened the fingers. Then he embraced the little girl. She began laughing dumbly after he murmured something. Take her home. He gave the girl to a young man behind him. The young man placed the girl on his shoulders and walked away. After seeing his daughter off, the stooped old man turned back to the youth. I just sent you off and I can't believe we're meeting again. Mr. Caligula. Good afternoon, Mr. Yi. Caligula held his pipe. Studying Ye Qingxuan's double snake time meter, it dawned on him. You're Hermes, man. I didn't expect that. It's a coincidence. Ye Qingxuan sighed. I actually came to Romulus to help him check on Elsa, but it seems that things aren't as bad as I thought. Hermes still remembers the poor child? Caligula nodded. I met him once when the flu erupted 5 years ago. At that time, my daughter was close to dying. He helped me find the best doctor, but sadly, he was too late, leaving this sequela. Mr. Yi, were you bothered? After a pause, Ye Qingxuan asked, is there a problem with her memory? You guessed it. The elder lowered his eyes and said softly, the fever damaged a portion of her brain. Some of her common sense remained, but her memory only lasts 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. After a long while, he lowered his eyes and sighed deeply. I see. Only this way could he understand her strangeness. However, he could not imagine that kind of life. A world of 5 minutes was like an infant looking at the world. There was no past or future. She did not even know her name. No need for pity, Mr. Yi. She's very happy. Caligula patted his shoulder after seeing his sympathy. It's not necessarily a bad thing to having no past. This is not bad. At least, she won't be troubled by sadness or pain. The youth nodded. I hope that is so. I almost forgot why I came. Caligula pulled some dirty scrolls and placed them onto his stall. I wanted to give you these. These are relics from those elders. Some of our history is recorded, and I think you can use them. Ye Qingxuan took them and flipped through. He looked up in shock. These are all Romulus history? They're invaluable treasures to any scholar. Mr. Yi, you told me this afternoon that you originally came to help the patients. These things are insignificant gifts of gratitude. They're only useful to scholars. Caligula knocked his pipe against a rock. The non-flammable ashes fell out and scattered in the wind. If possible, I hope someone like you wins the trial. If you still think it's too heavy of a gift, then please find a better doctor for Elsa. Chuckling, he turned and left. Ye Qingxuan remained in his spot and watched as Caligula disappeared into the distance before looking away. Vic, Tori? He murmured. I'll try. At dusk, the smell of burning tobacco and alcohol hung in the air of the inn's lobby. There was bustling busyness under the quiet chaos. Though it was messy, it was rare for Romulus to be so spirited. However, the lobby was split into 2 clear parts. One half was filled with the shirtless natives who drank and talked loudly. The other half was silent. The musicians who had worked the entire day ate their food quietly. After all, if one had enough money, one could even buy respect, let alone a place to eat. It was not sumptuous, but it was already the best treatment in Romulus. The table in the center was empty. There were only a few cups of liquor and half a bottle of gin that could make many alcohols drool over. There was a gold sticker on the bottle. It was clearly a good imported product and the best of the inn. There were even some slightly dried lemons paired with the good drink. However, the 3 musicians did not seem to want to talk while waiting. They just sipped their hard liquor and waited. Soon, the door opened. A musician in gray cloak shook off the dust at the entrance and walked straight to the table. Something invisible seemed to follow him, leaving behind small footprints. A flash of coldness seemed to thicken the air. It was heavy beastly nature that practically became tangible under the ether's projection. The musician did not seem old. His blonde hair was messy like a lion's mane. He had the vertical pupils of summoning musicians who interacted with beasts too often. His gaze was wild and terrifyingly beastly. School of Dragon Rock. Barrow, the Gold Lion. Barrow Hoffman. Sensing his arrival, the other musicians started whispering amongst themselves, discussing the hottest topic of the Auschwitz trial, the star of the School of Dragon Rock, an elite branch of summoning. When Barrow casually sat down at the middle table and started drinking the gin, everyone's gazes grew serious. Now, the three popular picks for the champion were sitting together. They seemed to have teamed up and would explore the relic together. There was Sam, nicknamed Hammer, the School of Destruction's representative, Gold Lion Barrow of the School of Dragon Rock, and Miller, the rising star of the Northern School of Choir. Putting the three names together was terrifying. Something negative flashed through the eyes of the other musicians. They finished their food quickly and left. Seeing those gazes, Barrow sneered. Unperturbed, he grabbed a lemon and squeezed it over the gin. Then he tossed it to the side and emptied the cup of gin. Nice. He sighed. I was outside the entire day and now I can finally get rid of the taste of dirt in my mouth. The musician on his left picked up the flagon with a smile and helped him refill the cup wordlessly. Barrow wiped his mouth. Looking at his companions, he started with the main topic. Sam, I heard you found another partner? I think he fits, Sam muttered while nodding. He has a good head. Barrow furrowed his brows. But we already have 3 people. It's better with one more, Miller said on his right. I don't object. The more the better, right? Not necessarily, Barrow huffed. It depends on who it is. I'm not willing to work with any weird guy. Sam, you're too sympathetic. Don't just add whoever into our team. You've heard of him, Barrow. Miller smiled. It's that Easterner who made things hard for those guys last night. Let me. Ye Qingxuan? Barrow interrupted with a furrowed brow. The nominee for the weakest of all participants? Miller froze, his expression strange. What's the use of deadweight like that? Barrow shook his head in dissatisfaction. I heard that he would not have even been allowed in the city if the Anglo-Ian Grandmaster wasn't there. Miller drank his gin awkwardly and said softly, Look, a Revelations musician that's good at exploration is always a plus for relics like these. He's also Historical Studies Grandmaster Abraham's student. He can help with exploring the Romulus relic. You can relax too. Relic exploration isn't a game. Barrow raised his voice. The scar on his forehead reddened under the alcohol's stimulus. He was filled with disdain and disgust. It's already a feat if a newly made official musician doesn't add trouble. Don't put your hopes on him for being useful. And anyway, my scale demon can explore relics too. Unable to refute the claims, Miller looked away. This is Sam's decision. He must have his reasons. I don't agree. Barrow's expression was dark as he tried to keep down his anger. Do you think anyone can join our group and split the reward? Those gold-digging pieces of trash are useless. Talk after you've seen him, Sam finally uttered. Rather than being angry or wanting to argue, he stated, he has a good head. I think it'll be good to have someone like him on the team. Barrow's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stepped back. Okay. If he's not good, don't think I'll agree. Chapter 334, Good Cooperation. Barrow stepped back. However, it was apparently just because of his fear of Sam. Surrendering in such a situation made his mood worsen and grow manic again. Just like beasts, summoning musicians were easily angered. Except those who had no emotions since birth, few people could suppress this beastly nature and control the agitation. The stronger the musician was, the more difficult for him to manage this. That D*MNB* starred, he muttered. He indignantly grabbed the lemon, squashed it, took the glass, and drained it. The musician beside him filled the glass up for him wordlessly and handed him a new lemon. Angered, Barrow drank cup after cup. During the long wait, Sam stared blankly at the glass while Miller looked up at the dust on the ceiling. After several cups of gin, Barrow's patience finally reached its limit. He angrily smashed the table so that the whole hall was shocked into silence. How long do we have to wait for that guy? Does he want us to wait for half a night? He angrily squeezed the lemon in his hand and threw it on the ground, reaching for the gin on the table. But he grabbed nothing. That bottle of gin was taken away by someone. The remaining liquor shook in the bottle, reflecting the light like amber. Don't be angry. The most important part of life is to be happy. The musician sitting next to him handed him a glass of water. Come on, drink some hot water. Are you hungry? Let me cook some noodles for you. Barrow froze. He turned and looked to the man beside him. The man was looking at him too, smiling politely. He had been sitting there in silence since the very beginning, filling the glass for Barrow and handing him lemons, smiling and listening without a word. The squashed lemons were piled into a small hill before him like a hapless but organized family. It was only then that Barrow felt the sour and stinging pain in his mouth as well as the turbulent churning in his stomach like the pain after eating dozens of lemons. But, more importantly, how did he not notice the sky if he had been sitting there for such a long time? Snap! His fingers sharpened, scratching 5 deep gouges into the table. He stared at Ye Qingxuan angrily. Who are you? Me? The young man smiled helplessly and took off his hat. His long silvery hair reflected the light like metal. I'm the heaviest burden you were talking about. Looking at his smiling face, Barrow's face twitched and he growled softly like a furious lion restraining itself. Now, he finally understood Miller's complex expression and Sam's days when he was speaking. The youth had been sitting here since the beginning, quietly watching his restlessness for fun. Thinking of this, he could not help gritting his teeth. The grinding sounds were jarring. Ye Qingxuan, what do you want? Nothing. I just don't want to be involved in your bad luck. Ye Qingxuan piled the withered lemons into a small tower and carefully placed a small umbrella onto it. Well done. Facing Barrow's furious gaze, the young man lowered his eyes, gazing at the little umbrella. He said softly, Mr. Barrow, perhaps the most important thing to you is strength, so you despise powerless people. But you need to understand that the strength you're proud of means nothing to me. Boom! A lion roared in the void. It was overwhelming like a hurricane that almost overturned the table. It also destroyed the pagoda of withered lemons. Ye Qingxuan, you'd better shut your mouth. Barrow was on the verge of losing control. The beastly nature in him was about to absorb the ether and condense into phantom beast. Mr. Yi, I think that, Miller stood out to smooth things over, but when he turned back, he saw that Sam was motionless. He froze for a moment and his expression changed subtly, shaking his head helplessly. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Seeing that they would not meddle in the matter, Barrow smiled. He rubbed his fingers and harsh notes burst out, almost sparking in the thin air. Should we go out and practice? He said with a challenging smile. If you're a man, then be a man. Go out? The youth shook his head. No, let's just do it here. Barrow was stunned but immediately laughed out of extreme anger. Do you think the ban of the sacred city can protect you? There are locals around here, so I can't do anything to you? You're too naive, You think too much, Ye Qingxuan interrupted him. He looked up and there seemed to be a quiet moonlight flowing in his eyes. He said, I'll admit defeat if you can use any music score. Barrow froze. His face twitched as if he was either furious or grinning crazily. Good. Crimson light shot from Barrow's eyes. Very good. His voice was followed by a lion's roar. An impassioned melody sounded. The head of a giant pure white lion emerged from the void. Its hair was like knives reflecting light of the metal. In the blink of an eye, half a body had appeared. The giant mouth covered half of Ye Qingxuan and suddenly shut. It could be seen that he did not want to end Ye Qingxuan's life. However, he also needed to teach this guy some lessons. Bang! The big lion's mouth closed, but the scream was Barrow's. The lion vanished like dust and dissipated in midair. The beastly nature returned to Barrow's mind. The conflict between the beastly nature and rationality made his vision go black. It felt as if his head was about to burst. The white lion is the representative phantom beast of the school of Dragon Rock, right? Ye Qingxuan asked lightly. I can see that the beastly nature has other parts mixed within. You have an iron lion in your mind? Very creative, I like it. But what a pity. In the throbs of pain, Barrow covered his face. Veins bulged on the back of his hand. The eye visible between his fingers had become red. It trembled as it focused on Ye Qingxuan's face. In his lethargy, Ye Qingxuan's face was as illusory as mist in his eyes. The youth seemed close to dissipating. Dimness surrounded them, leaving only a solitary lamp for illumination. Behind the lonely lamp, Ye Qingxuan's smile was very secretive. Illusion. Barrow gritted his teeth. Your illusion is winter eyes? Yeah, I learned it on the road for self-defense. Ye Qingxuan lowered his head. As you know, it comes from winter eyes. The movement is called Toshjum, which means deception. Its effect is to construct illusions while make the enemy's movement lose target, sending it back at the enemy. It is quite good against the school of summoning. The white-haired youth seemed defenseless. He told Barrow every detail about his movements and secrets. Then he pushed the lonely lamp to Barrow. I can tell you one thing, its fulcrum is this lamp before you. In the crackling sound of the burning light, the hum of the teenager came faintly. There was a fire, swinging lovingly before me. I followed it around and followed it close, watching it wander around, luring the vagabonds to come. Oh, how pitiful am I to be deceived so happily. I see a warm and bright house in this dreadful night. The one I love is inside even if all I see are just illusions. Do you think this illusion can trap me? Barrow gritted his teeth. Even the voodoo crypt candidate, that *TCH Rebecca, doesn't dare to expose her fulcrum to me. No, I just want a fair fight. Ye Qingxuan shrugged. I got the geographical advantage while you don't need to worry that the destructive phantom beast will hurt the innocent. It's good for you, too. What do you say, Dot? Just what I need. Barrow grinned, revealing sharp canine teeth. A shadow slowly surfaced behind him. It was a huge and hideous black organ. The 6-layered keyboard was engraved with countless beastly claw marks. The flowing notes transformed into different music theories, performing the war between a great beast and dragon. This was the wuthering sound, the trademark instrument of the school of Dragon Rock. Barrow's eyes were crimson. They had absorbed the beastly nature and seemed to burn. He had entered the phase of deep resonance. You'll regret it, Ye Qingxuan, he uttered, emphasizing each word. I'll tear you to shreds. Then you must hurry. Ye Qingxuan smiled and closed his pocket watch. We still have the time to play a few rounds before the dinner. I hope I can convince you. Late at night, there was only the sounds of heavy breathing could be heard in the silent hall. Before the already cold dinner, the musicians were silent. Only Barrow was staring at the lamp before him with a pale face drenched with sweat. Shall we eat first? Sam sighed. The dinner's getting cold and we have to pay to heat it again. How much longer did Barrow want to hold on for? He did not mind eating cold food, but he did mind spending money. It had cost a lot to get the best table here too. If this was in the past, he would not care about it, but he had just wasted a lot of money for the rain in Oz. Now his wallet was empty. If Ye Qingxuan had not said that he would treat them, Sam would have stolen food from Miller. It won't be long before Barrow runs out of strength. Miller stretched out his hand to hold Barrow's wrist and shook his head with a sigh. I hope Ye Qingxuan can persuade him. Is the school of summoning filled with stubborn guys like him? Researching beasts really messed with their heads. At least the school of Dragon Rock is so. My teacher told me that if I met a psychopath from there, I should just beat them up. Otherwise, it's not possible to talk. Your teacher tells you to beat them up no matter what school they're from. The two reached a stalemate for a long time. Finally, they decided to eat first. Ye Qingxuan reached out to pinch out the light on the table and the light dimmed. Barrow shook and almost slipped from his chair. He was sweating like a pig and panted heavily. He gasped as if he had broken free of asphyxiation under the sea. His lips faintly flushed with purple, his fingers trembled, and sweat fell from his hair to his collar. Miller stretched out his hand to check but was refused by his waving. "I surrender." Gasping for breath, he looked up at Ye Qingxuan. He was not content but he still squeezed from his teeth, "I'll listen to you in the relic." Ye Qingxuan laughed. "Then, let's cooperate well." Chapter 335, Just Watch. It was silent at night. A shadow stood amongst the clouds and wordlessly gazed at the city below him. Holding a notebook and a feather quill, he recorded silently. Endless stars were reflected in his starry eyes. Behind him, a silhouette emerged from the condensation. "Grandmaster Coke, how is everything?" "As usual." Coke ripped out a piece of paper for the man. A total of 19 musicians have gone against the sacred city's order and involved the locals during their personal fights. There are many kids who think too highly of themselves. The shadow in the clouds glanced at the notes and nodded. "They want to fool around when the silent authority's here? They'll have to pay for not following the rules." Grandmaster Coke continued to look down. He finally stopped recording when the midnight bell rang out. His records were filled with various names. Ye Qingxuan was the last participant to arrive before the deadline of midnight last night. Now, there were 160 participating musicians in Auschwitz. The group's average age was not even 30, but there were more than 20 musicians above the resonance level. The others had delved deep into music theory years ago. They were the elites of their academies and the stars of their schools: Tori Hauser, Sam, Casper Hauser, Colt Flag, Ye Qingxuan, Barrow, Ariana, Rebecca. Grandmaster Coke gazed at the lines of names under the moonlight. Perhaps the new king of musicians would be born from this list. They were destined to shine. The next morning, they were at the center of Auschwitz. If one looked down from the sky, one would see a yawning hole in the circular area. The eerie crack was like an eye in the earth staring up to the heavens. Within the eye was bottomless darkness. According to scholars, Auschwitz was built on a complex but fragile geological rock formation. The smallest earthquake would cause a chain of disasters. If the crack enlarged, everything might be swallowed into it. One could vaguely make out some rusted machines and the remains of a helicopter around the crack. Those were the digging equipment that the Chainsaw Fraternity gave to Romulus. They were only able to enter the mines with these things. However, they were abandoned when the relic was discovered. Now, only the scar-like hole remained. At daybreak, the musicians gathered here, waiting to cross through the mine and enter the relic. Of course, many of them held mysterious maps and suspicious unreliable mine road maps. They did not know if the maps were useful, but they only costed around $200 to $300. They could use the maps as commemorative gifts. Soon, the grandmasters supervising the trial appeared. After publicly taking away the dozens of rule-breaking musicians, the trial officially began. The sealed entrance to the mine was opened. Some musicians flew down, some started climbing, and others summoned phantom beasts that could fly. Seeing everyone use their tricks to enter, Ye Qingxuan casually got into the line for the lift. The lift was a piece of equipment from before. It used to transport the miners and heavy machinery every day. It was dozens of square meters and could easily transport dozens of people and their luggage. Beside him, Barrow had wanted to summon his griffin and fly down. However, due to his promise, he followed Ye Qingxuan's command with a dark expression. You don't have to waste your energy at the start. Attracting attention at the start will make you a public enemy, right? The sacred city won't care what we do once we're in. Ye Qingxuan carried his package to the very front. Compared to the other light travelers, he looked like a snail. Sam eyed his own giant bag with a pained expression. Is all of this necessary? Ye Qingxuan patted his shoulder. I hope a lot of it is unnecessary, but you'll be happy to have it when we need it. Sam sighed. He obediently put on the heavy bag and walked into the lift, lowering into the darkness under the loud rumbling. Another rumble sounded under their feet. Blinding red light illuminated in the darkness. Fire was burning. Screams spread. Far from the entrance of the mine, a middle-aged Easterner stuck his hands in his sleeves and watched the chaos with a smile. Beside him, a few white-haired youths and girls anxiously wanted to do something but could only stand there obediently. Sir, are we really not going to help? Someone asked softly. All is destined by the heavens, so just let it be. Those who understand this fact will not stand under danger. Mr. Hu patted the youth's shoulder and remained still. After all, this is not the East, and we are not locals here. For complicated matters, it is not good to be involved, but there is no harm in watching. He paused and watched as the white-haired youth entered the mine. No harm in watching. The chaos started in the entrance. Someone said that two musicians who were fighting for space in the lift were squished together, and one of them touched the other's chest. Others said that they kissed publicly and blinded the singles in the crowd. Others said that they already had feelings for each other and this was a well-planned conspiracy. Anyway, many rumors came out of this event. And the end result was that there was a fight. It was an all-out fight. This meant that other people were dragged in as well. In the beginning, Ye Qingxuan saw sparks fly from below the lift and heard the commotion. Someone in the first batch awoke the music score sealed in his instrument, transforming ether into a hungry fire. It exploded in the center of the crowd. Amidst the explosion, the lift began to shake furiously. The steel cable pulled taut and swept over Ye Qingxuan's head, popping in the air. Then there was a huge quake. People screamed and the lift visibly tilted. Amidst the grating sounds of steel warping, 3 of the 6 poles under the lift cracked. The other 3 were warped under the music score's effect. Inside the mine, the riot had grown uncontrollable. As competitors, they did not have the grace of being friendly and calm. It was an everyday matter to fight now. For these musicians, survival of the fittest was the way. The intensity of the fight burned white-hot. Under Ye Qingxuan's observation, dozens of ether waves shot out one after another in the darkness peppered with sparks. This meant that dozens of musicians were part of this messy fight. Most of them were for self-preservation and covered themselves with shields. Then, they started messing with the others. The Eye of Silence immediately sensed reactions from 6 different music scores, a sonata that got a head start, an overture that planned slowly, a symphony performed by multiple musicians, a concerto, a fantasia famous for explosive power. The high and piercing sounds was interwoven in indistinguishable cacophony. Chaotic ether were guided by the music theory and came crashing with the destructive music. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, immense pressure shot out from the darkness of the mine and into the air, making Ye Qingxuan's vision go black. This time, he was unable to keep observing. The wobbling lift had finally toppled over. The musicians quickly showed off their skills to escape the sinking ship. However, some were unlucky and did not prepare music scores for this situation. They had no time to perform one from scratch, so they could only grab onto other musicians or equipment and pray. The moment Ye Qingxuan felt the shaking, he was grabbed by someone. He felt a boom above his head and heavy wind whistled by. A griffin with a wingspan of a few meters had emerged from the air. With a caw, it began flying. Its claws were agile like a man's hands. It hooked onto Ye Qingxuan's collar and grasped his waist. The other claw grabbed Miller, who had not yet processed everything. Barrow and Sam sat on the griffin's back. Seeing Ye Qingxuan's pathetic state, Barrow huffed sadistically. Who was the one that said it's best to save our energy, F***ck? The last half of his sentence was swallowed by a scream. Metallic light surged like a thunderstorm in the darkness. Under the eerie bamboo melody, countless steel edges emerged out of thin air and swept in all directions like rain. Either meaningfully or not, they blocked the griffin in place. I told you, Ye Qingxuan sighed and activated the shield on his ring, getting ready to charge. No matter how many times he had failed in Avalon, Ye Qingxuan still liked to act cool. However, he also had learned some things. If everyone else is suffering and you're acting all majestic, of course they're gonna come for you. Bro, don't hit my face. He only had time to raise a hand and block his face. The metallic light swept over with a roar. The griffin had just been summoned and Barrow had no time to control other music scores. He could only yell, Sam! What are you waiting for? We're fighting now? Sam finally realized. He was so excited he even stuttered. You could have said so. The massive iron had not come yet, but the griffin suddenly cried out. Their altitude decreased as if an invisible hammer had pounded its head. This was because of the copper mountain. The majestic yet wild melody shot out, extending the music theory, performing equations, and connecting the shaking ether. Then, a gale of red wind appeared in thin air. It transformed into a tornado that stretched from the sky to the ground like a wildly dancing snake. In the eye of the storm, Sam's eyes were ablaze with flames. They shone like lava. Wild winds swept through. This was not the music score's effect, it was only the prelude. This was Chapter 336, I Want to Fight 10. Sound of Heart? Ye Qingxuan looked up in shock. His eye of silence looked past the semi-transparent griffin and fell onto Sam. In his semi-transparent body, countless rhythms had combined into one tempo. The tempo resonated with the sea of ether. It poured into the music score, performing its own effect. This was Fain Wind, the sound of heart that only musicians loved by Saint Agni. Burning wind instantly swept through. The massive iron was swept in and burned instantly, creating a stream of melted iron that solidified in midair. In the crowd, the musician's expression flipped. He tried to escape, but it was too late. It's not over yet. Sam cackled. He slammed his fists into the air. A passionate melody shot out. The flowing melted iron was pounded by invisible hammers and instantly began to weather. Countless music notes flowed within it, adding to the music theory until it transformed into a terrifying alchemy weapon. This was Les Preludes by Saint Liszt. It was also known as the Score of Damocles. Everyone held their breaths because a sword hung in the sky. In the silence, Sam held his breath too. He reached out cautiously as if cutting the invisible thread. The sword descended instantly. Hundreds upon thousands of red meteorites fell. The shooting sword multiplied and returned under the giant boom. The musician who had performed the secret attack was aghast. With a scream, he tried to escape, but it truly was too late now. The wild etheric vortex was born in an instant and disappeared in the next. Amidst the continuous rumbling, countless gaping holes opened in the deep end of the mine. The swords that lost their strength pierced and melted into the rock. They gradually dimmed and all that remained was evaporating bloody vapors and dots of shocking dark red. Hey, that's a bit overdramatic? It was not just Barrow. Even Sam was frightened and wiped at his cold sweat. Now, he finally realized the eyes on him. They were full of fear, darkness, hatred, shock, murderous intent, terror, awe. Sam, I have a question, Ye Qingxuan uttered. How many can you destruction musicians fight at once? If we're at the same level, maybe 3? Sam answered uncertainly. Why are you asking? So you can't win if there are more than 3? Sam nodded. With so many eyes full of malice on them, Ye Qingxuan could not help but bury his face and sigh. Barrow, what are you waiting for? Run! This time, Barrow did not need Ye Qingxuan's urging him, and cast a bunch of music scores. The griffin's wings shook and it rushed into the darkness. Get him! Someone yelled. The crowd swarmed after them like an angry beehive. Sam's aggressive reaction had been too over the top and had attracted everyone's attention. They were all competitors here, so if one performed so well, they would go after him, as usual. Numerous music scores were cast in an instant, targeting the extremely visible griffin in the air. Next, an attack much denser than before swept through the air. At the same time, explosions sounded outside the mine. In that instant, waves crashed in the ether sea. Outside the tolerance range of most ether balls, the fragile crystal balls exploded, blinding their owners. Faced with an intensity that was more than enough to kill them, the group paled collectively. Sam, do you have any solutions? Barrow glanced at the culprit. Sam thought seriously. After wasting the last bit of time they had, he stated, I don't think so. Barrow almost coughed out blood. He was ready to accept death when he heard Ye Qingxuan's voice. Speed up, he said. I'll take care of the rest. In the next moment, a hymn rose up. Beside Ye Qingxuan, choir musician Miller felt boundless radiance emerge from the darkness and illuminate the earth. Holy? In awe, he sensed the choir music theory brewing within and murmured, the realm of God has descended onto earth and operates as if in the heavens. In the light, the boundless realm unfolded in thin air. Music theory of the school of abstinence joined with choir theory, creating a perfect shield. There were no shakes, hits, or explosions. All attacks disappeared into the shield and landed in an unknown place. When the dust settled, they were already gone, as if they had disintegrated. In the crowd, Colt Flag gazed through the sky. His gaze turned meaningful as if his starry eyes saw something. After the chaos, the musicians spread out into the mine. A rope was gradually lowered into the darkness, falling into the riddled mine. Barrow and Sam were close to collapsing. They were practically carried down by Ye Qingxuan. They had no time to escape and instead hid in the crevices of the wall. In order to stay hidden, they did not even dare to use any music scores. They depended on pure physical strength. Ye Qingxuan would not have been able to hold himself without the governor, let alone care for the other two. In comparison, Miller was relaxed as if he was vacationing. He was not even out of breath. The School of Choir studies life, you know? Miller explained with a smile. My research field is the resistance of the physical body. Many techniques do not require music scores. The theory is simple. You just need to adjust the 4 liquids inside your body and maintain equilibrium. It's just like how you modifications uses changes of formulas. One of our seniors survived 2 days in the deep sea by maintaining the equilibrium to study the limits of the body. This is a small case. Hearing that, Barrow sprawled onto the ground listlessly. He decided not to ask anymore. Let's get going after a 10-minute break. Ye Qingxuan looked around. He pulled some chant consumables and created an illusion barrier. We're already behind. Hopefully, we won't fall too far back. Shouldn't we be fighting every second now? Sam asked. That's for the last step. Right now, it'll be okay if we catch up. If we're too far ahead, the others would probably team up against us. Ye Qingxuan held his chin emotionally. Trust me, I've dealt with these situations too much. You don't want to experience it. Hearing his words, everyone else's expressions grew strange. They wondered what this white-haired guy had actually experienced in the past. I'm sure everyone understands after that riot that you can't survive by yourselves. Now, even the ones who didn't want to join groups will try to find someone. Miller sighed. The rest of the journey will be difficult. You can't do it by yourself, but explorations aren't the more the better, Ye Qingxuan mumbled with a mouthful of breakfast food. The Eastern Empire called for tens of thousands to excavate the ancient royal tomb, but only a handful is actually useful. The four of us is enough. In fact, we have advantages. Ye Qingxuan had joined this team as a Revelations musician. He was responsible for investigating the path and exploring the relic. When needed, he would decode enchantments. The destructive Sam was responsible for martial power. Miller's job was healer and backup. Barrow was multi-talented and had many phantom beasts. He was responsible for filling in the holes. They made up a pretty standard exploration team and were enough to explore the dark world, let alone a relic. They restarted the journey after a short rest. However, Ye Qingxuan cautiously pulled out a sealed flagon this time. It was the size of a fist but heavy as if it was solid steel. What's this? Barrow scooted over, but Miller dragged him away after taking a whiff. Live mercury? Miller furrowed his brows. This is fatal poison. You won't want to get a drop on you. Relax. It's just a chant consumable. Holding his breath, Ye Qingxuan carefully opened the lid. Inside, the endlessly and silently flowing mercury rippled. This mercury was transformed by an alchemist. It was more active. Even in this flagon, it was still moving. It began bubbling slightly under the gentle melody. Strands of silver snaked out and hung in the air. Ye Qingxuan let out a breath. Done. Next, the gentle melody repeated. 2, 4, 8, countless strands of mercury extended from the flagon into all directions with the bolero melody. Under the intensifying song, the entire flagon was transformed into microscopic strands. They flashed faintly in the darkness. The mercury perception threads extended, allowing Ye Qingxuan's senses to stretch into the deepest darkness. This was Charles's creation. After realizing that Ye Qingxuan's water vapor perception threads were too weak and hard to use, he suggested directly changing the material. The two had stayed up the entire night, adjusting intervals and music theory. They had finally applied it onto mercury, overcoming water vapor's weakness. The mercury threads were flawless, save for the fact that it was slow to prepare. Ye Qingxuan soon put back his empty flagon. The group began foraging deeper into the mine. The darkness swallowed their figures. A serene breeze blew from the distance, light as a laugh. Chapter 337, A Good Start? Using the mind map from the church, the group moved quickly. In fact, they had even overtaken many people. Under Ye Qingxuan's perception, a complex yet detailed map formed in his mind. There were barely any fights during their journey. Ye Qingxuan had avoided all the musicians. However, he suddenly halted during their wordless walking. Wait, there's a situation. During the journey, his teammates had acknowledged his exploration abilities. Hearing his words, everyone grew guarded. Ye Qingxuan tossed down his bag to lighten the weight and cautiously walked forward. 1 step, 2 steps. The mercury threads extended and sank into the soil, sensing something hidden under the decaying dirt. Ye Qingxuan froze and was immediately covered in cold sweat. Who the F***ck did this cruel thing? With his eye of silence, he looked past the disguise. The entire tunnel was covered in alchemy arrays and carved music scores. It looked like a wall covered densely in Boston ivy. Though beautiful, it was terrifying. This thing was activated by the slightest touch. Without using help from aether, he took out a small shovel and carefully drew some circles on the ground. Come over one by one and follow me, he turned around and said seriously. Step in the circles, all right? There are 3 layers of traps buried here. 1 layer is mechanic, 1 is an aether trap, and the last should be some parasitic phantom beast. It won't be good if it gets onto you. If you take a wrong step, the entire tunnel might collapse from the chain reaction. The others were stunned. They gulped. Buried under hundreds of thousands of tons of dirt, meters under the ground, no one would be able to survive. Soon, they passed through the trap safely under Ye Qingxuan's guidance. The pissed-off Barrow raised his hand, ready to destroy the trap, but Ye Qingxuan stopped him. What are you leaving it for? If you want to mess with others, you have to be ready to get messed with. Smiling, Ye Qingxuan opened his bag and took out some tools. I'll change it a bit and add some new stuff. When the person who set this trap tries to go back, he'll have fun. His hands did not stop moving while he talked. He quickly changed the activation requirements of the traps. By changing the positions of a few music notes, the intervals of the complex array were changed completely. He connected the rhythms, changed the notes, edited the intervals, he did everything in one breath. Compared to changing Avalon's vast enchantment, this was nothing. The outer appearance was still the same in the end. I just changed the activation requirement, Ye Qingxuan murmured to himself. It'll be fun when that friend comes back, right? His three companions felt something evil and cold radiate from him and they took a step back in unison. They soon started forward again. This time, Barrow summoned a dark falcon to discern the direction and he froze. Did we go the wrong way? He looked from the map to Ye Qingxuan. Why are we going south? The entrances are in the north and east. Ha! Did you buy your map from a local? Ye Qingxuan took Barrow's map and studied it with a nod. Look at mine. He took a new map from his pocket. Comparing the two, Barrow shut his mouth obediently. Yesterday, he had spent a sum to buy a layered map from a Romulosian engineer who had entered the mine before. However, the map drawn from memory was incomparable to what Ye Qingxuan had. God knows where the guy had gotten it from. It was detailed to the point of noting the width of the tunnels, situation, and even a scale and depth differentiation. Where did you get this from? Barrow asked after a moment of shock. How much did you spend? Ye Qingxuan looked at him as if he was a retard. The church's archive has resources from the mine's early days. Anyone can go look at it, and it's easy to copy the map. Why would I spend money? Barrow shut his mouth. The saying was, you do it if you can. Ye Qingxuan could, so Barrow had no need to embarrass himself. In Barrow's map, there were 3 entrances to the second level. In actuality, there were 5 in total. One of the other 2 was made by early engineers and was abandoned now, so few knew about it. The other one was cracked by earthquakes and had been buried. It was only recorded in the safety records. If we don't want to get slowed down by fights, we should have gone by the path made by the earliest explorative engineers. Ye Qingxuan raised his lantern and illuminated the darkness before him. However, the ones here did not need these tools. The lantern was just a prop. What do you mean should have? Sam asked. Gripping his chin, Ye Qingxuan smiled weirdly. Because things seem to have changed. Before he finished, there was a giant boom up ahead. Something seemed to be fighting intensely. Ye Qingxuan studied the footprints illuminated by the lantern and realization flashed past his eyes. He was definitely not the only smart one. Others must have realized they could take advantage of church resources and discovered this place. However, few knew why this path was abandoned. At first, I planned on barging in, but now someone has tested the waters for us. Ye Qingxuan pulled out a chair and sat down. Let's wait for 10 minutes. We can go and take advantage of things after they clear the way for us. 10 minutes later, Ye Qingxuan led the way, and the group entered a giant underground cavern. The ground was littered with carcasses of snakes as thick as a man's thigh. The engineer who discovered this place had noticed the hibernating snakes. They were not big threats to musicians, but it would be bad news for miners. After all, no one wanted to wrestle with a bunch of poisonous snakes on their way to and from work. Therefore, they abandoned this path while exploring the mine. They even sealed off the center and put up warning signs so brash people would not come dig around. He could imagine how happy the musicians must have been to see so many little friends, starving and ready to prepare for hibernation, waiting for them. Should we collect some? Ye Qingxuan looked back at Miller. Snake marrow makes great chant consumables. They can act as live substances and help with many choir scores. Miller shook his head. I can buy them in other places. No need to waste time here. True. Ye Qingxuan nodded and turned toward Sam. It's up to you now, Dot. For some reason, Sam felt goosebumps from the gaze full of anticipation. Do what? He stepped back subconsciously. Ye Qingxuan stepped through the pulverized snake corpses and kicked aside the junk. After clearing out a circular space, he looked toward Sam. Please make a hole here. A hole? Sam was dazed. Yeah, a hole. Ye Qingxuan pulled out a map. If I'm not wrong, we should be right on top of the relic. Instead of going around, why don't we just make a hole and go down? You can do that? Why not? Ye Qingxuan waved. If I say we can, then we can, even if we can't. This is a great chance to get some experience. Pretend you're digging a well for the people of Oz. After a long silence, Sam obediently took out a chant consumable that looked like white ash. He sprinkled it onto the ground while murmuring and humming something. He pressed down. A faint melody sounded in the next moment. It was gentle with a shade of sadness. The white cinder melted into the stone, softening it like water. Under the calling of the melody, the stone gradually rose, increased, and wrapped around the others. They were enveloped in something rectangular like a coffin? The coffin sank gradually as if bringing them into the 9th level of hell. Did this count as resting in peace? Ye Qingxuan's expression was strange. Smelling something decaying in the white ashes, his eyebrow arched. Funeral march? The funeral march by Saint Chopin was extremely widespread and widely used by every school. In the school of illusion, it could create the illusion of death and the afterlife, such as dancing with skeletons. In the school of choir, it could fake deaths. The musician could retain the sliver of life and enter hibernation. It was much more aggressive for modifications. Usually, they would stuff the enemy into a coffin and add fire for a cremation. The good thing was that it was efficient. They could burn the enemy into ashes which could be used as consumables for future use. Ye Qingxuan began thinking wildly in the darkness. Suddenly, he chuckled. We won't disrupt any lost souls by playing this melody while entering the tomb, right? The downward motion abruptly turned into falling. Then, with a crash, the coffin landed on the ground. It seemed to have passed through the layers of rock and slammed onto the ground. Cracks appeared on the coffin. He did not feel much shock inside though. Ye Qingxuan pushed the slabs aside and climbed up, taking a shallow breath. There was the smell of decay in the air, but there was no poison, just as he had expected. This was a good start, not just good but very good. However, Ye Qingxuan's beautiful fantasy quickly shattered. A stone hammer came whistling toward his face. F***CK. Chapter 338, Native Specialty. F***CK. While cursing, Ye Qingxuan shot back instinctively, rolling out of the coffin and onto the ground. He had had so many near-death experiences that his body could act on its own accord. This thought made Ye Qingxuan both happy and sad. Who wanted a talent that could only be had after almost dying too many times? Immediately after, the hammer shattered the coffin with a roar. The sounds of metal and stone clashing rose in the darkness. Ye Qingxuan scrambled back. Cautious of his surroundings, he snapped his fingers and the rune light appeared, hovering over his head. Everything looked normal in the long tunnel, but 2 columns of 3-meter-tall statues lined the 2 sides. They looked like armored warriors and held Romulan swords and shields. However, their abnormal size was terrifying. Many of the weapons in the Belier statues were even more terrifying. There were long-handled stone axes and square-headed stone hammers. Someone even carried a fasces. The statues looked extremely overbearing with beautiful intricacy. If it was any other time, Ye Qingxuan would study them closely and enjoy the art. However, he could not enjoy anything when the statues were activated by a foreign sound. Their eyes flashed red and slowly walked toward the lower platform. He had no tricks against these things. Mind? Did these things have minds? He was not at the point that he could control everything in the world. It was impossible to control stone statues without being at least a resonance musician. Illusion? These things did not even have real eyes. Would they fall for illusions? Revelations? Ha, what a joke. The School of Revelations did not lack anything other than combat abilities. Ye Qingxuan did not know if the School of Abstinence was useful, but he specialized in the construction of music theory. It could help him with controlling enchantments but was powerless against these soulless objects. He looked down at the amber gem on his black cane. Indra's eye. Was electricity useful against these non-flammable things? Before his thinking ended, something cold whistled past him. It brushed past his body and fell onto the gradually incoming statue. Cold frost instantly spread and giant ice crystals formed rapidly, swallowing the entire statue. The sudden coldness froze the statue in place. It was Sam. What the F***ck is this? Sam had just climbed out of his coffin. His reaction speed was only a beat slower than Ye Qingxuan. Barrow and Miller crowded over as well. They looked around at the few giant statues that were advancing toward them. In the distance, the statues that had slept for eternity were now shaking off the dust. There were enough of them to form 2 battalions. Ye Qingxuan had a headache. I think these are the clay puppets, sacrificial objects made by Romulan alchemists for the nobles. They replaced live slaves to guard the tomb. These guys are replicated from the most powerful Romulan warriors. They even have some techniques and know how to work together, so be careful. Barrow suddenly had a headache too. How the F***ck are these things clay puppets? They're made out of clay. Ye Qingxuan had seen this with his eye of silence. These guys have been burned to a ceramic-like quality and their durability is comparable to iron. Iron can corrode in a tomb but porcelain won't. Now, he was sure that Indra's eye was useless. It would not have any effect other than raising the temperature. Porcelain did not conduct electricity. So what do we do? Barrow asked impatiently. They don't have weaknesses? Don't rush me. Sweat beaded on Ye Qingxuan's forehead. The eye of silence was getting hot too. He could see the alchemy arrays buried within the shells of the clay puppets. Those were the things controlling the objects. Ye Qingxuan manipulated his mercury threads to read the music theory within. The joints. The weakest parts are the joints and heads. Ye Qingxuan said quickly. Their observation loops are in the heads and should use old-fashioned heat and auditory sensors. Try not to use attacks with high temperatures. Otherwise, glancing at the 2 columns of warriors that stretched into the distance, he gulped. Otherwise, it'll be like attacking a beehive. I get it. You're annoying. Barrow spat. Beastly nature appeared in his eyes as he began murmuring in a raspy voice. Under the faint melody, the wind around him instantly grew wild. Dozens of tiny vortexes appeared. Bat-like things flew out with incredible speed. Immediately after, cracks began appearing in the charging clay puppets as if a sword was hacking at them. The eyes of a thin and lithe warrior flashed red. It flipped in the air and took out 2 scimitars. Gashes formed in the air. Slice. With a small sound, the beasts in the wind had their wings broken and were revealed. 2 bat wings fell from the body, which also ablated into the wind. It was the phantom beast flying cycle. If one died, Barrow would add another one. Instantly, Ye Qingxuan could see around 15 flying cycles hovering around them. They hid in the wind and continuously attacked the awoken clay puppets. Only 15? Make some more. Ye Qingxuan pursed his lips. I've seen musicians who could summon a pack of wolves and each one was realistic and powerful. They could even break through shields. You think phantom beasts are mass-produced? I'm not the kind to specialize in phantom beasts either. Raising 15 of these aggressive things is already hard enough. Barrow's face was beet red and he almost spat out blood. Don't compare me to those who had written their symphony of predestination and entered the scepter level. Really? Ye Qingxuan chuckled. Just say you can't do it. Barrow seriously was going to spit out blood as he glared. Ye Qingxuan, if I really do reach the scepter level, everyone like you will die. Pissed off, Barrow was much more generous in casting the music scores in his instrument. The speed of the 15 flying cycles instantly tripled. They broke through the air silently, but when they attacked, they were like angry axes. They were so fast one could not process their speed. With a roar, Barrow played 3 accented notes. The flying cycles immediately grouped and transformed into a vortex of death, swarming toward the approaching clay puppets. With a muffled boom, even the cracks were cut off by their wings. For burly clay puppets broke apart instantly. They fell to the ground, the red light in their eyes dimmed, and they shattered. Ye Qingxuan's eyes twitched as he saw the artistic statues be pulverized. His heart was in pain. Don't do it too hard, whatever. Ye Qingxuan forced himself to stop. He never thought that he would do such a taboo thing. Romulus's history had already been cut off. There were not many resources or evidence in the world. Their history was a mystery as well. If the researchers saw them destroy these precious objects like this, they would probably get a heart attack. But for now, it was more important to save themselves than ancient relics. Otherwise, the relics would not be protected and they would be dead. They would probably be written into the next edition of Dumb Ways for Musicians to Die and be tormented in death. His thoughts were muddled, but the historical scrolls Caligula had given him flashed through his memory. There was an entry in it that suddenly shocked him. We can't stay here for too long. Leave here first, he called. Hurry up, as fast as possible. Huh? Sam, who was constructing a shield array, looked back. What's wrong? If I guessed correctly, it'll be worse later. Ye Qingxuan looked around at the gradually awakening warrior statues. More and more red eyes lit up in the darkness. He wiped at his cold sweat. Do you know what the Romulan army is most famous for? No one replied. The three who did not know history at all exchanged confused glances. Ye Qingxuan moaned and sighed dramatically. Anyway, just hurry the F***ck out. What was the Romulan army famous for? Was that even a question? Of course it was the Romulan formation. Boom! The giant boom was the sound of giant shields crashing onto the ground. Hoo-ha! Roars sounded amongst the clashing of metal and stone. Deep within the tunnel, 9 statues stood shoulder to shoulder and put their shields together. On the ground, the metallic porcelain reflected the young musicians' faces. Then, the wall of shields pushed forward. Hoo-ha! The ground shook and whistles shot through the air. Lances! They were 2-meter-long red lances. The giant lances shot from the wall of shields like a thunderstorm. They broke through the ground with terrifying booms. The booms sounded one after another. Scars were left in their path. The red lances burned like lava and arced through the air like falling stars. They had not yet arrived, but the pressed down on the air, asphyxiating them. Chapter 339, Snake of the Atrium. In the last moment, Ye Qingxuan pushed Barrow behind him. He reached out to guard everyone. A hymn sounded. Holy! 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 The God of all authority! Dozens of lances fell onto the shield and landed on the ground silently. However, more lances fell in other places and exploded instantly. Red fire and wild explosions shattered the walls and bricks. A violent current of air swept across. The entire tunnel shook to the brink of collapse. After the fleeting hymn, all was changed. The area had been turned into a giant and empty crater. The land that they stood on was still whole, but everywhere else was covered in lava. Using holy 2 times in a short period made Ye Qingxuan's face stark white. He practically collapsed onto the ground. Behind him, Miller pressed onto the back of his head. A gentle melody accompanied the chanting of a saint, helping him recover. 2 more rounds! Ye Qingxuan exclaimed. At least 2 more rounds. Behind the steel wall, the lancers took off their lances once again. They slowly raised their hands, getting ready to throw again. If you have any good tricks, let them all out. We're facing the alchemy puppets made by Romulus at their golden age. They're the 200-soldier Romulusian formation. They can flatten the Chainsaw Fraternity's heavy artillery group. Ye Qingxuan's words extinguished the last bit of Barrow's wishful thinking. Of the power and weapons that the Chainsaw Fraternity sold, the cost of hiring a heavy artillery group was enough to bankrupt an entire merchant city-state. Their performance also proved how terrifying the killing machine made of pure money was. How rich were these guys to have guards like these? Barrow complained. There was a flash of pain. He pulled out a bone flute and played harshly, but Sam was faster. The copper mountain rumbled and the faint winds swept through. Red winds surged along the tunnel instantly. Within it, a roaring melody shot out. It was filled with wild aggression. Hundreds of formulas rose from the music theory one after another. They combined and changed until finally transforming into something complex yet detailed. Under the music theory, dirt was burned into lava. It climbed up Sam's body and quickly cooled down into blocks of sharp black rock. Sam instantly became a flaming giant radiating terrifying heat. Mazeppa. This was the music score written by Saint Liszt according to the legendary hero Mazeppa. He had come back to life and received holy power. He wielded the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. He was unstoppable on earth. The flames transformed into the hero's stallion and the violent winds became his wings. The iron rumbled in his hands, singing highly. Sam roared and rode the melody, charging forward. The next instant, he faced the Romulusian formation. Before him, the lances shattered in the air. His black rock armor was damaged but quickly regenerated seemingly endlessly. The long lances pierced his giant hands, but the steel wall was crumbling under the deafening rumbles as well. Countless shards flew out. Sam crudely grabbed at the clay puppets that were not able to escape and threw them at the lancers. In his hands, the clay was melted into lava by fire formulas. They fell and splattered in all directions, melting the clay puppets in the vicinity. Next, Sam took a deep breath and the black giant's chest swelled. His exhale was an extremely cold gale of wind. The ghastly white wind instantly shrouded the formation, freezing the clay puppets. Following Barrow's flute music, the roaring deep within the earth grew more and more dramatic. Something huge seemed to be coming. Within the formation, Sam retreated under Barrow's cries. Then, the tunnel's walls shattered. A yawning mouth emerged from the side and, brushing past Sam, rushed toward the formation. The mouth was more than a dozen meters wide. It easily swallowed everything and returned into the wall, the giant body following. After a few good minutes, it finally faded away. The crack formed from its appearance and disappearance was dozens of meters deep. Sam and Ye Qingxuan were rooted to their spots. What was that? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. All he knew was that this was a projection from the ether world. It's the great king earthworm that the school of Dragon Rock has raised in the ether world for centuries. Barrow's face was pale. It's 16 kilometers long. The entirety can only be summoned by scepter musicians. It's known as the snake that can wrap around the atrium of the world. He sadly put his bone flute back. The instrument was covered in fissures and would not last much longer. Sam removed Mazeppa's effect, revealing horrific burns all over him. Thankfully, Miller could heal them. Otherwise, they would all have to go home. After this mess, none of them looked down on the Romulusian relic anymore. No one knew what kind of person needed all these creepy clay puppets as guards. However, they soon understood. This is a large-scale public cemetery. Inside the large underground square, Barrow looked into the distance. He used his night vision to see endless rows of stone coffins standing on the ground. They had seen more than 1,000 coffins along the way, and there were most likely even more. When Ye Qingxuan saw this public cemetery, he was silent for a long time. Then he took out a crowbar and walked toward the nearest coffin. Barrow tried to stop him, but Ye Qingxuan had already pried open the coffin. Amidst the muffled scraping, the coffin was activated. Dust that had settled over the centuries rose up and the dried bones were revealed under the light. The skeleton slept in the coffin, its mouth open as if in a smile. There were no traps, poisonous snakes, or beasts. As expected. Ye Qingxuan reached out and carefully took the burial sword from the dead. He waved it lightly, but cracks snaked across the blade as it corroded and weathered quickly. These are all Romulusian civilians. He looked around at the densely packed coffins. If I guessed correctly, the statuses of the dead will get higher the deeper we go. There may be soldiers, generals, priests, and even their king, Augustus. The Romulusians are pagan and worship the family flame. They believe that the souls of their ancestors live in the flame. Their ancestors' bodies are buried here so foreigners can't taint them. But didn't you just have fun tainting it? Barrow murmured. However, his eyes quickly lit up. What about musicians? Where are the graves of the musicians? Hearing that, the eyes of the other two brightened as well. It was difficult to track the King of Yellow, but the cemetery would not move around. This trip would not be made in vain if they could find some classical music scores, precious instruments, or alchemy equipment. Musicians? Ye Qingxuan laughed and shook his head. First of all, you have to know that ancient Romulus specialized in alchemy, but the instruments were all handed down the family. The sons inherited their father's business. Other than damaged or extremely meaningful instruments, they'd rarely be buried with their owners. Literature and scores are archived in their temples and rarely spread amongst the public. Secondly, there are so many coffins here. Are we going to open each one to find which is a musician? They're all together? Barrow furrowed his brows. Musicians are buried in these public cemeteries too? Ye Qingxuan nodded. In Romulus, musicians are just another job. They were known as the Black Marquis, and were couriers. They had high status but were still only civilians. Only nobles, priests, elders, philosophers, and Augustus had the right to be buried alone. Philosophers? Barrow was stunned. Why? Are they more useful than musicians? Ye Qingxuan pursed his lips. It's because they're too annoying during life. No one wants to be their neighbor in death. Would you want that? Barrow was speechless. Shall we continue? Ye Qingxuan put on his backpack again and extended his perception threads, walking to the front. They passed by many more traps, but it was obvious much time had passed without maintenance. The mechanics of the traps had all rusted and could not be opened. Some doors were unmovable as well. Sam had to forcefully destroy them. The more they walked, the more amazed they were at the scale of this underground palace. They had walked 2 levels down, but they still saw coffins and rooms for descendants to worship in. According to their judgments of the burial items, they were still civilians. However, they were richer. Many of the burial items were jewelry cost thousands. However, musicians could only use these things as chant consumables. Of course, they could fill the emptiness in Sam's wallet. The others, some took for the memory. When they opened the next door, they saw ruins littered on the ground and heard whistling wind. The well-prepared Barrow huffed. His figure shook and a lizard-like scale demon emerged from the shadows. It stuck its head out and smacked its lips like an alligator. Crack! A cracked stone monkey shattered all over the ground. The scale demon spat it out in distaste and disappeared back into the shadows. However, Ye Qingxuan's group's attention fell onto the corpse amongst the ruins. It was still fresh and the blood had not dried yet. He had probably died a few dozen minutes before their arrival. Chapter 340, The Eye of Resentment. It's a Revelations musician, Ye Qingxuan said after scanning the corpse. His frame looks to be about 27 years old. The design of his amulet seems to be from the south. And the thing in his hand is a shovel. Ye Qingxuan pulled out the broken spear-like thing from the corpse's hands and nodded. He's probably an exploration scholar from the School of Geological Studies. Geological exploration and underground relics are the stages exploration scholars are most experienced in. It's not strange that he would be before us. Rising, he looked around. It was a large room with 6 side doors that probably led to 6 different places. Straight ahead, there was a tunnel that stretched into the distance. Finally, his gaze landed above the doorframe. The dust contained the obvious mark of a monkey. The stone monkey had probably been there originally. If an intruder entered, it would jump down to tear him apart. There aren't any actual obstacles other than the clay puppets, so he was probably careless. Ye Qingxuan sighed. He placed the body into an empty coffin outside and closed the lid. The good thing about dying in a cemetery was that there was an abundance of coffins. Dust returns to dust, dirt returns to dirt. What must leave should not be kept. Ye Qingxuan drew a holy emblem on the coffin and performed a short funeral for the trial participant. This was probably the first of them to die and served as a warning. Everyone gathered their spirits, not daring to be careless. Who knew what else they would run into? There would definitely be stranger things as they went. Other than Ye Qingxuan's perception threads, Barrow would also let out a dozen white Pathfinder rats every now and then. These rats were not very strong and had short lifespans, making them efficient. He could let out hundreds at a time without feeling the pressure. One was a bit stupid and died from rolling down the steps, but the others were okay. However, everyone's expressions grew uglier as they went. How could there be such a long staircase in the world? They had been walking for 10 minutes. Barrow's legs had turned to jelly, but they could not even see the lower level. Ye Qingxuan made a rough calculation and furrowed his brows. We've descended for a few hundred meters. Even if there were a sh*t ton of ancient Romulans, they wouldn't make such a meaningless structure. This design doesn't have any meaning either. An illusion? Thinking, firelight surged in Sam's hand. The heat spread and the rest prepared to shield against the attack. Sam looked as if he wanted to destroy this section of steps. Modifications musicians were great. Performing highly destructive music scores was as easy as drinking water. However, Ye Qingxuan stopped Sam just as he was getting ready. It's useless, Ye Qingxuan stated. I'm a Revelations musician and I came in unknowingly. If it's an illusion, it must be large-scale with multiple fulcrums. It may be on our bodies. If you destroy it brashly, it might lead to more changes that make us sink in further. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They did not have any better ideas, and it felt strangely uncomfortable to hear this guy say he was a Revelations musician. So do you have a good idea? Barrow asked. After a moment of silence, Ye Qingxuan smiled yet grew serious. Nope. The other three tried very hard not to explode. Barrow glared. Then what are you pretending for? You're a Revelations musician and you led us into an illusion, but now you don't even know what to do. You're useless. Calm down. It was a joke to lighten the mood. Ye Qingxuan waved with a smile. My specialization in Revelations is recognition and explanation of music theory, not illusions. But don't worry, his tone suddenly changed and he pulled out a palm-sized velvet pouch. One could vaguely see some small balls inside. Ye Qingxuan grabbed the string and swung the pouch around casually. However, something foul and cold spread as the pouch swung. It was almost tangible malice. This is, thinking of something, Miller stepped back with a pale face. That's the eye of resentment. You made that sh*T? Hearing Miller's words, Sam and Barrow's expressions changed too. They stepped back instinctively as if the pouch contained a demon. The eye of resentment was technically just a universal chant consumable. Any music score could be added in to be reinforced. It was named like this because it was made from a fossilized eyeball that expressed resentment in wails from the underworld. This chant consumable must be personally made by the user in order to be effective. However, it was forbidden by the sacred city because the production process was too cruel and went against all ethics. How cruel was it? Well, it was developed by dark musicians. Its biggest function was not breaking through illusions. Instead, it turned into a fulcrum itself and embedded into the illusion. Through this fulcrum, it could taint the entire illusion. Any illusionist knew how troublesome a foreign fulcrum was in their illusion. I can't help it. I had to make up for my weaknesses, Ye Qingxuan said nonchalantly. He took the dried eyeball from the pouch and weighed it. The pupil still rolled in the eyeball. When it met someone's eyes, it radiated with an almost tangible resentment. Thinking of the bloody ritual recorded in the files, Sam and the others looked away, not bearing to look. "All right, what date is it?" Ye Qingxuan suddenly asked. September someone replied reflexively but was cut off as if someone muffled their mouth. The voice was gentle like a woman's. Thus, Ye Qingxuan chuckled. "What's your name?" "Umph." A voice said with difficulty. She seemed to be struggling against Ye Qingxuan's questions but answered involuntarily until her voice was forcefully cut off in the end. "Seems like there's more than one, huh?" Ye Qingxuan's smile grew colder. He slowly raised the eyeball but there was no eyeball in his hand. It was just a glass marble. "Sorry, you should know what I'm going to do to you if you've already accepted the hint, right?" he asked lightly. "I try not to torment girls, so why don't we all take a step back? You remove the illusion and I remove the hint. Otherwise, you know what happened to Mr. Simon. You don't want to be disabled like him and only be able to enter the men's bathroom in the future, right?" Pained cries repressed anger, but Ye Qingxuan's expression suddenly went slack. He rolled the marble in his hands. The girl's moans of pain sounded again. She seemed to be enduring immense pain. "You want to undo my hint? Seems like you have a mind musician with you." Ye Qingxuan arched an eyebrow. "Sorry, I haven't learned other skills, but unless you're at the level of my teacher, don't even think about undoing my hint." He had used the marble in a hurry to attract their attention and put the hint and imagery in, but Lola had taught him personally and it was not easy to undo. They needed more than 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, Ye Qingxuan could use the marble as a medium to do whatever he wanted in the mind of the illusionist lady. It was her fault for being so worried at Ye Qingxuan's eye of resentment and staring at Ye Qingxuan's hand for so long. "Enough, Rebecca. Your illusion can't stop them, so just let them in." It was another familiar voice. Ye Qingxuan chuckled. "Another friend? Mr. Colt, what are you doing now? Come look and you'll know." The illusion disappeared with Colt's voice and all returned to normal. There was still a staircase before Ye Qingxuan, but it was only 3 steps. They had been walking on these 3 steps for a dozen minutes. There was a large hall below the steps. The empty room was held up by a single pillar. Colt and 5 other familiar figures stood before the large door at the end of the hall. Ye Qingxuan had seen these musicians during that night. Amongst them, Rebecca from the voodoo crypt stared at Ye Qingxuan. Her face was filled with anger and hatred. Smiling, Ye Qingxuan tossed the marble over. Another female musician, Ariana, caught it. After checking it, she destroyed the marble, ending Ye Qingxuan's hint. The 2 other musicians glared at Ye Qingxuan's group. They hid an aether in their sleeves in preparation. Between them, Colt leaned on a cane. He glanced at Ye Qingxuan and said, "I didn't expect you would come after us. We're not first place, after all." Ye Qingxuan chuckled. "I didn't think you'd be nice enough to wait for us. Let me guess, did you run into something difficult?" "Let me repeat myself." Colt turned, revealing the door behind him. "Come over and see for yourself." The prepared musicians guarded the door behind him and glared. They were not welcoming Ye Qingxuan over. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for Ye Qingxuan to willingly fall into their trap. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341 to 350. Chapter 341, Hades' Door. Miller wanted to speak but hesitated. Barrow grabbed Ye Qingxuan's shoulder. "Don't go. Who knows what they're planning? Don't worry." Ye Qingxuan glanced at Colt and smiled. "Mr. Colt isn't like that, right?" Colt smiled without replying. Coldness was hidden inside his emerald eyes. "Stay here. I'll be back soon," Ye Qingxuan said to Sam. "If there are any problems, don't worry about me. Kill Colt first." Sam nodded. Putting down his bags, Ye Qingxuan walked toward the 5 musicians. Colt watched as he moved forward step by step with an unchanging expression. In the silence, Ye Qingxuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. He stared at Colt, Colt stared back at him. They exchanged meaningful gazes. In the short pause, faint animosity appeared in everyone's eyes and the atmosphere tensed. However, Ye Qingxuan's smile did not change in that suffocating moment. In the end, Colt sighed regretfully and took a step back. There was a faint sound in the air as if something had disappeared. Ye Qingxuan continued forward as if nothing had happened. He walked past the 2 musicians with challenging gazes without a care in the world. "What a pity," he whispered as he walked past Colt. "If I were you and was 50% sure, I'd act." Revelation's musicians never gamble. Colt's expression was still cold. "Ye Qingxuan, you still lack too much." "No, what I meant was that a 50% chance becomes success in my hands." Ye Qingxuan smiled and looked away. "But not for you." Colt seemed to not have heard anything. He did not look back at the youth either. However, his lips pursed and veins bulged on the hand that gripped the cane. His emerald eyes were still cold. Fearless against those cold eyes, Ye Qingxuan gazed the door behind him. The eye of silence scanned every inch. He trailed a finger down the veins of the door. As if studying a precious treasure, he did not overlook any detail. After a long while, he rose and went back. The 3 did not relax until Ye Qingxuan returned to the range of Sam's sound of heart. "What's the situation?" Sam asked. Ye Qingxuan pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the dust on his hands. He looked up and said, "There's trouble." 10 minutes later, Ye Qingxuan said, "So basically, there's only one road ahead of us now. According to the trend of this underground palace, all the tunnels will reach here. In a while, after everyone else is here, it'll be even more fun before the door. The problem we'll all face is that, compared to the poor civilians and soldiers, the ones behind the door are probably rich and powerful nobles. They won't be buried so simply, you know? Miller reacted first. Is it an enchantment or a seal? The problem is that it's both. Ye Qingxuan jutted his chin at the large stone door. In Romulan legends, there's something called the Hades door. It's overreaching like an enchantment and independent like a seal. It should be the specialty of some school. There are signs of at least 5 abstinence musicians working together. Can you do it? No, Ye Qingxuan shook his head resolutely. I might have some chance if I reach the scepter level. Colt probably can't either. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Should we try digging a hole? Do you really want to dig a hole on an active volcano? Ye Qingxuan used a metaphor. If you dig a hole without undoing the alchemy array, you won't be better off than that guy. Remember the Romulan formation? That was just an appetizer. Once Hades' door is activated, it'll activate all the protective measures in the first floor too. Then the main course will come. Ye Qingxuan gazed at the vast palace. It was enough for hundreds of people to come out and fight. He said with a mocking smile, let's not look too far, but how many clay puppets do you think can fit here? Barrow's face twitched and he cursed. I knew it was bad news for Romulans to make such a big place. So what do we do now? Eat some food? Ye Qingxuan shrugged. There are 3 solutions. 1. We stay here and see if anyone else can figure out a plan. That'll waste time though. 2. We go up and try another path. It probably won't work though. What about 3? 3? Ye Qingxuan chuckled. Checking his watch, he said, it's getting late and there's no point in waiting. Why don't we go back, sleep, and come back when we're refreshed? Everyone thought that he was joking, but seeing his serious expression, they did not know what to say. In the end, the 3 were convinced. They packed their bags to leave. The group on the other side seemed panicked. Shock flashed past Colt's eyes. He opened his mouth to speak but saw the mockery in Ye Qingxuan's eyes. Boom! Ye Qingxuan slammed his cane on the ground, tipped his hat, bowed politely, and got the H*LL out of there. He did not know what Colt had planned, but he would not fall into any traps if he did unpredictable things. After all, the relic would stay there for a while. If they wanted to stay there, they could. Ye Qingxuan's group would go sleep. The 4 of them actually left just like that. However, Barrow suddenly froze while climbing the steps and grabbed Ye Qingxuan. His eyes had turned into the beastly vertical pupils at some point. The hair on his hands stood straight up like a beast about to go wild. His aura was already wild as if he had met his natural enemy. Something crazy's coming. Gritting his teeth, he stared into the distance. Really strong beastly nature, really strong. Ye Qingxuan was stunned. How strong must the beastly nature be for the inheritor of the school of Dragon Rock to be so affected? Ye Qingxuan had become desensitized to phantom beasts after seeing the Great King Earthworm. It was hard to imagine something even more shocking. Footsteps quickly sounded on the spiral staircase. There were 2 pairs of feet, one after another. Whenever the person in front took a step, the person behind him would step as well. It was orderly as if the latter was earnestly stepping into the former's footprints. Casper Hauser. Barrow gouged the wall with his sharp fingernails, sand fell to the ground. His body tensed. It's the Hauser brothers. Tori Hazer and his freak brother. Just as he finished, a gray and a black shadow appeared before them. The one clad in gray stood up straight. His features were coldly handsome and serious. In the dimness, his eyes were like amber. The slouched figure behind him was like a monkey. His old black clothes were dirty and ragged. His features were unclear because his face was covered with cloth. His greasy waist-length hair was stuck together into locks like a wild beast. For some reason, his eyes did not contain the beastly nature representative of summoning musicians. They were just blank. Caspar Hauser. This was the legendary musician raised by summoning musicians according to the optimization theory. He was the beast of beasts. The atmosphere stagnated when the two parties met. Then the elder brother, Torres, nodded slightly. Without giving a greeting, he moved aside. After a short pause, they brushed shoulders against each other on the not very narrow staircase. The stairs were at least 5 meters wide, but right now, it felt too narrow. It was narrow to the point of suffocating. When he passed by, Ye Qingxuan's peripheral vision fell onto the faint designs on Caspar's black poncho. The design was faded from the years of wear and tear. It was the emblem of a black hound. It hid in the darkness of the long robe, its silhouette faintly revealed. It was grinding its teeth and drinking blood, preparing to kill. It was a fleeting interaction, but Ye Qingxuan could still hear Barrow's pounding heart after they had walked for a while. He was panting heavily as if they had fought a war. Barrow's eyes were dark. He chewed on his nails subconsciously, making annoyed cracking sounds. "Is the rumor true?" Miller asked. "He completed the inheritance of the beastly nature?" "Most likely," Barrow muttered. "I was doubtful before I saw him, but now I'm pretty sure it's true. Compared to that kind of result, the research of my school has fallen behind." Inheritance of the beastly nature? What's that? Heresy. Barrow spat and looked back at Ye Qingxuan. "You know how the hound was created? How was the breed of the hound created?" "Of course it was done by looking through thousands of dogs and choosing the most aggressive, most violent, fastest, and strongest one. Then, by interbreeding the best bloodlines, they would observe the children and choose the strongest to continue training, developing, strengthening, and breeding. Finally, the bloodlines of countless strong ancestors would be joined in one powerful hound. Aggressive, strong, fast, violent yet obedient, all the positive traits were combined, creating a new hound. Some schools believe that we can breed hounds like that, so why not summoning musicians? After all, aren't humans just a more advanced type of beast?" Here, Barrow stopped talking. After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan looked into the darkness behind him. The darkness shook as if a large black hound had once walked past it. This was a summoning musician created by summoning musicians. A beast of beasts. I see. Chapter 342, Sunbathing. Leaving the underground palace was not as hard as they had imagined. Most musicians were rational. They would not fight if there was no definite reward. Small tussles happened continuously, but real fighting never happened. However, when they were going up toward the exit, they realized that the path they had first used had collapsed. The surprise they had left had probably been given to the owner. It must have been very interesting. When they left, the musicians were still exploring enthusiastically, but there had been no real breakthroughs. It was as if they had run into an obstacle in the aether ball games. However, no one expected that they would be stuck for days. During these few days, Ye Qingxuan had gone to the palace every day. When he saw that the musicians before the door still had no solutions, he would go back and sunbathe happily. Yes, sunbathe. While everyone was racking their brains trying to solve the problem, this *SS would lay in the Romulan market and sell the swords that no one wanted to buy while sunbathing on a ratty chair. He would read when he was bored, eat when he was hungry, and drink juice when he was thirsty. The afternoon sunlight was warm and bright. He was relaxed as if he were on vacation. Musicians that passed by him would practically break their teeth from grinding them too hard. They wished they could drag this guy over and beat him up. He must be so lazy that not even the Angloian musician could stand him. He needed to clean out his student. But actually, they were overthinking. The Angloian musician, the mysterious big guy, had never appeared again after that first day. According to Ye Qingxuan, he just ate and slept in his room. He was even lazier than Ye Qingxuan. Since the teacher was like that, the the student should not be blamed. Ye Qingxuan irresponsibly stirred up the serious trial. During this, Mr. Hu brought his students around the city. Sometimes, they would go over to say hi to Ye Qingxuan, talking about Eastern culture and specialties or discussing their thoughts on interpretation and ancient history. In the beginning, the stars of the Imperial College felt competitive against the white-haired boy of the same race. However, they were disappointed by his indifference and unprogressive style. They murmured, "The environment changes people," and decided to ignore him. If someone this lazy was in the Imperial College, he would have been expelled early on. However, Ye Qingxuan quickly discovered that his happy days were over. What was the phrase? The villain had his own devils. Just as Ye Qingxuan was sprawled on his chaise, sleeping and drooling, he felt a shadow fall over him. Opening his eyes, he saw a familiar map on Elsa's gleeful face. "Sir, would you?" Before she could finish, Ye Qingxuan shot up from the chair in fright. "I bought the map. Please let me go." "Oh," Elsa instantly grew dejected. "Do I know you?" Ye Qingxuan looked around to see the Romulans around him. Their faces said, "Try bullying her and you'll get it." Face twitching, he answered honestly, "Kind of?" Elsa nodded. Seeming to have some thoughts, she circled his chair in confusion. "What are you doing here?" "Sunbathing." "Oh." Elsa was instantly satisfied. But instead of leaving, she lied down. She actually lied down. Ye Qingxuan's head promptly started hurting. He watched as the girl lay down beside him and copied him. She squinted and started sunbathing. "Girl, you can't do this." Ye Qingxuan felt the shocked eyes on him. Complaints stuck in his throat, his grew both sad and furious. "If you keep doing this, I'm going to have to call you Dad. Having bad memory doesn't mean you can extort people like this." Thankfully, Elsa climbed up after a short while. She stared at Ye Qingxuan blankly. "What am I doing?" Ye Qingxuan's headache grew worse. He answered weakly, "You're probably sunbathing?" "Oh, I like to sunbathe? No wonder I'm so tan." At this realization, Elsa looked at her bronze skin and started laughing happily for some reason. Ye Qingxuan had never seen someone so happy just from sitting under the sun. She seemed to have made this her home turf. She sat down while humming and took everything out of her bulging bag. Then she used a dirty handkerchief to wipe each item clean before returning it. The objects formed a small mountain. Small pencils, small hair clips, small lids, small dolls. "What's this?" Ye Qingxuan looked at a small bottle that had rolled to his feet. Picking it up, he asked in confusion, "A toy?" "I think it's something I like." Elsa scratched her head. "I have bad memory, so I keep everything I like with me. Look at this, isn't it pretty? And this, oh, and this." She excitedly showed Ye Qingxuan her collection, the hair clips, dolls and the dead white mouse. Seeing the dead rat so close to his face, Ye Qingxuan's face twitched. He tried to scoot back. "You like this?" "Yeah. I don't remember it, but I bet I liked it a lot before." Elsa started petting the little mouse in her hand. She said gently, "If only it liked me too." Ye Qingxuan fell silent. He reached out and petted her head. "Don't worry. It likes you too." "Really?" "Really." Elsa became happy again. She spun around him for a while before suddenly taking a notebook out for him to sign. "What's this?" Confused, Ye Qingxuan accepted the notebook. The crooked title on the cover read Elsa's Friends. The notebook was almost filled completely with messy handwriting, but the contents seemed to be repeated. Some names had been written 4 or 5 times. The newest page had an inked paw print, for some reason. The ink was still wet and it looked like graffiti. Beside it, Elsa had scrawled, "Big dog can't write." Ye Qingxuan really did not know what her friends actually were. Sighing and chuckling, he wrote down his name. After all, she would forget after a few minutes. He should just make her happy for now. Seeing his signature, Elsa cheered. She grabbed the notebook and started flipping through. As her hair moved, the faint words on her neck were revealed. Ye Qingxuan gazed at them curiously. What's this? This? Elsa felt around. She found a mirror and answered with assurance, I think it's my name? And my address. Oh, this way people can bring me back home. Wow, no wonder everyone knows me. Ye Qingxuan made a face but he was unable to reply. Elsa suddenly reached out to pet his hand. Good luck to you too. Your family must be looking for you too. He turned stiffly. Huh? Elsa looked at him in confusion. Didn't you forget where your home is too? No. Ye Qingxuan shook his head expressionlessly. Liar. Elsa pouted. Everyone thinks I'm pitiful when they look at me. But when you look at me, you look sad, like you can't find your home. You must have a bad memory too, right? That's why you got lost and can't find where your home is. Ye Qingxuan looked at her for a long time before glancing away. He replied nonchalantly, No, you're overthinking. No, I'm right. Elsa glared at him angrily but her expression soon turned to sympathy. She got onto her toes to touch his white hair. It's okay. Pat, pat. I know this place really well and everyone's nice. Maybe someone will find you one day and take you back home. Ye Qingxuan did not know what to say, or whether to be angry or chuckle dryly. He stared at the little girl for a long time. Staring at the amber-like eyes, he suddenly felt scared for some reason. She could see through him. She could see through his lies. It was not because of her instincts or any other reason. It was solely because she thought Ye Qingxuan was like her. The creepy thing was that she was right. She was F***king right. My home isn't here. Ye Qingxuan broke the staring contest and avoided her eyes. You don't have to worry. Elsa seemed to understand and not understand at the same time. Did you forget too? She asked with uncertainty. Ye Qingxuan pushed down the anger that had risen for some reason and said nonchalantly, You're overthinking. I'm not to the point of forgetting where my home is. Where is it? Ye Qingxuan opened his mouth to answer but he was stuck. Yeah, where was his home? In the east? In Anglo? In the burned wooden cabin where he had been banished to? The music history department of the Royal Academy of Music? Or the luxurious mansion on Queen's Avenue? You're right. Ye Qingxuan laughed at himself and looked down. I forgot. He had had no home since he was 10 years old. A small hand pressed onto his forehead. Pat, pat. It's okay, don't be sad. Elsa tiptoed and petted his hair. Her eyes were gentle and quiet, pure like the sky. I'll make you a straw doll, okay? That's the only thing my mom taught me that I didn't forget. My mom said it can protect me. It'll help you find your home too. Ye Qingxuan gaped at her. He squeezed out a smile. I hope so. Elsa soon cleaned up her collection. She waved goodbye and ran off somewhere. When she left, her expression was determined and serious as if she was going on an unknown adventure. Perhaps everything in this world was new and unknown to her. Perhaps living without any worries was not as painful as Ye Qingxuan had thought. After all, she was much happier than him. Make a straw doll? Ye Qingxuan chuckled softly as he stared at her receding back. Hopefully she'll remember. Chapter 343, 50%. In the evening, crazy Elsa was caught at the fair by the Caligula's servants and taken home to bathe. Bye, big dog, said Elsa, sitting on the man's shoulder, reluctantly saying goodbye to the friend she had just met today. The dirty boy, known as Big Dog, copied her and waved. When he giggled, his nose streamed and his voice became vague and hoarse. He squatted on the ground and watched the girl fade away. His eyes grew sad and he whined. Someone pressed onto his shoulder, pulled out a handkerchief, and carefully wiped his snot. Casper, having fun? Tori squatted down to look at him. Together, they watched as the girl left. He took Casper's hand. Let's go back. We can come to her next time, all right? Casper looked at him, puzzled. Then he laughed happily as if he understood what Tori had just said. He followed behind his brother, and they disappeared in the crowd. Just before closing, the guest that Ye Qingxuan had been waiting for finally arrived. Hey! Ye Qingxuan, lying on the couch, raised his eyes. This is just the third day and you're here? You're less patient than I thought. Colt sat opposite him with no expression. They looked at each other across the unorganized swords on the stall. Their eyes were cold like steel and clashed when they exchanged glances. How long are you going to stare like this? Colt asked coldly. If you're okay with it, I can keep looking at you until the trial is over. Ye Qingxuan whistled. Anyway, I'm here because an unreliable guy scammed me. At first, I didn't think that I must get the Emperor's blessing. The ancient information here is enough for me to study for a couple of years and get 5 or 6 awards and medals from the sacred city. As a scholar, what else am I unsatisfied with? I'm right. Hearing him say so, Colt frowned. Caligula did give you the information. That guy. I spent so many resources and money to finally see him, but he told me that the ancient information about Romulus's history is lost. Sometimes, we have to believe in fate. Ye Qingxuan smiled. What else are you here for? I'm going to close my stall if there's nothing else. The boy's words darkened Colt's face again. Well, there's nothing to hide now. He decided to be straightforward. Let's work together temporarily, what do you think? This is mutually beneficial. Other than the word temporarily, you seem to have just repeated what you said earlier. Ye crossed his legs, looking indifferent. Although you just added a word, you seem more genuine this time. But do you really think that if we two work together, we'll really be able to crack the prohibition of Hades' door? Hades' door is strong, but it was built hundreds of years ago. Its theory is outdated now. As long as everyone cooperates, there may be the possibility to crack it. Everyone? Yes, everyone, Colt said lightly. All the candidates now understand that the battles are meaningless if we can't open the gate, so we decided to join hands temporarily. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. You know, the number of people doesn't matter in the excavation of ancient ruins. Only few are actually useful. There are not many Revelations musicians here in Romulus. Only you and I are good at interpreting. Hades' door is a piece of work that spans a number of schools. It's a strategic defensive facility by itself. With the two of us, we can't even break the shell and access the alchemy matrix. We might even lose our lives. Hearing his words, Colt just smiled and pulled out a dagger from his pockets to show Ye Qingxuan the music scores engraved on it. What if we have this? Ye Qingxuan looked at his dagger. His pupils could not help but contract. Anti-tune? Yes, anti-tune. Colt stroked the blade of the dagger and tapped the ridge. The sword quivered with a shrill noise. This was the probe of the ancient school of Revelations for the large enchantment of the ruins. It looked like a dagger, but it was actually rare alchemy equipment for interpretation. The anti-tune could destroy the music theory and directly break down any defensive matrix to make the musician's induction directly get to the core. The casting method was lost and only 6 of the anti-tune swords remained. And this was one of them. Ye Qingxuan mused for a moment and shook his head. It can help us damage the outer defense, but just the two of us aren't enough. What if I join? A voice sounded behind Ye Qingxuan. He finally realized that someone was coming towards him. The newcomer, looking unprovocative, stopped 5 paces away from him. Tori? Ye Qingxuan recognized the musician who he once met in the underground palace. He knew at the moment he sensed Tori's body. So you're a disciplined musician? Tori nodded slightly. Ye Qingxuan finally understood why Colt had so much confidence. Among the 7 schools, abstinence was best at controlling music theory, while Tori was a disciplined musician, the branch of abstinence most adept in playing against music scores. With the 3 of them working together, coupled with the rest, they may be able to crack the gate. Looking at Ye Qingxuan thinking, Colt nodded. What do you think? What's the success rate if us 3 work together? Ye Qingxuan raised his head and asked. You must have calculated it. 50%, Colt answered nonchalantly. In the worst case, Hades' door will self-destruct and we'll be annihilated. Stunned, Ye Qingxuan narrowed his eyes. Have you told the others? Colt looked up at him and smiled. Ye Qingxuan understood what he meant and gasped. Don't you hate gambling? Even the sanest people occasionally long to hear the sound of the dice. And I have a reason to gamble anyway. Colt gazed at him. His dark eyes were like 2 deep caves. Ye Qingxuan, this is the first time in my life I'm asking someone for help, and it's also the last time, so don't let me down. If you really will get definite success from a 50% chance as you said, then why hesitate? Hesitate? I'm good at betting on life, so I never have to hesitate. I just need to value it. Ye Qingxuan paused and stared at him, smiling meaningfully. Colt, since you're willing to bet, what's the price you're willing to pay in order to get the definite success from me? The following morning, Colt stood silently in front of the rift outside the mine, gazing down at the darkness below. He seemed to be lost in thought, but rather than staring blankly, he stared directly and firmly into the darkness. Under his eyes, the darkness was disturbed and the vague contours behind were revealed. There, his sound of heartbeat. All disguises were revealed slowly and certainly, there were no more mysteries. Light danced, faintly weaving out the shape of the huge mine and palace. However, the sharp corners of the underground palace were just the tip of the iceberg. Most were still stubbornly hidden in the darkness. Hades' Gate cut off all the detections and obstructions. After attempting for a long time, Colt withdrew his gaze with disappointment, no longer wasting his efforts. Behind him, a burly man clad in armor approached slowly. Countless notes were engraved on that hideous armor. When the notes collided against each other, a low and sonorous sound burst forth. Only the man's face was exposed. It was also engraved with a strange tattoo which looked gloomy and ferocious. His eyes were full of anger and anxiety. The dust around him was ignited, turning into sparks of fire, illuminating the dark streets before dawn. It's rare that you're up so early, Glenn. Colt looked back at his teammate calmly. What's the matter, Dot? Glenn asked directly with a gloomy face, did you give that Eastern kid the priority to explore? Yes. Colt nodded. After Hades' door is open, they'll have the right to select 3 pieces from the underground palace first. Why? Glenn stepped forward, suppressing his anger. He loomed over Colt and gritted out, I need an explanation, Colt. Colt looked at him indifferently. I said before that I make the decisions in the team. I know a lot of people are dissatisfied with this matter, but there's no room for negotiation. Is it fair that we're working our *C's off but he gets to pick first? Because your efforts will mean nothing without him. Colt glanced at him and advised, Glenn, there are so many people struggling all over the world but few reach the goal. Those who are able to reap what they sow are favored by the gods. All the geniuses of the West are gathered here, so why should you be rewarded for your efforts? Glenn ground his teeth and uttered with a hoarse metallic voice, what the *LL is he without us? You care what you can get from it, but he doesn't, Colt said lightly. From how he behaved before, we know he was selling his ability. The longer the delay, the more benefits he can gain. There is an Eastern idiom that says, "Those who are willing take the bait." Everyone who wants to win the emperor's crown all need him to help them open the gate. Glen's eyes narrowed. A sharp gleam flashed by. He'll be useless when the door opens, right? I advise you not to entertain the wrong idea. Colt glanced at him and sneered. Do you think you can compare yourself to Gavin? Chapter 344, Nature of Danger. To modifications musicians like Glen, his biggest enemy was no doubt the school of Anglo that specialized in both modifications and summoning. As the rising star of the school of Anglo, Gavin had become everyone's enemy at the start of the trial. However, he never appeared for some reason. He was replaced by a Revelations musician that had just entered the academy 1.5 years ago. No one knew who he was. It was as if Anglo had no interest in the future three kings and had just sent someone over patronizingly. In other words, he was here to court death. No one was sure if the position of a future saint and the crown that represented authority were unable to tempt Gavin? Or had that guy gone crazy? What do you mean? Glen muttered after a pause. Be straightforward. I hate going in circles. Do you know why Gavin didn't represent the Royal Academy of Music? Colt stared at him coldly. I received the news yesterday that the pride of the school of royalty, the one that everyone had thought would be the next Grandmaster, Gavin, had disappeared right before the trial. He just vanished. All evidence points to Ye Qingxuan. If I'm not wrong, Ye Qingxuan probably killed him. Even the Royal Musician Division doesn't dare collect Gavin's body. I also received a list of all Avalonian musicians that had died this year. I suspect more than half of them are connected to him. If we're talking about qualifications, you can't even get into top 10. Do you understand, Glen? Don't get any dangerous ideas. The deaths he's suspected of can fill up the entire Queen's Avenue. Adding you in would just mean a few more inches of land. He probably won't feel too bad. After all, it's just this much. Colt reached out and drew a small circle in the air, marking Glen's future burial spot for him. The circle was merely enough to place a box of ashes. Glen stepped back involuntarily, shivering. I'll verify it myself. Glen's features twitched. In order to hide his anxiety, he turned to leave without arguing any further. Colt watched him leave. Scoffing, he turned to side. You've been watching all this time. Anything to say? A figure had appeared beside him at some time. If I have to say something, I must say the rumors are really exaggerated. Don't believe them, the white-haired youth said sincerely with a pipe in his mouth. I'm good friends with Gavin, seriously. Honestly, don't trust those rumors. And Queen's Avenue is so big. I can kill until my hand goes numb and it wouldn't be enough. Mr. Yi, stop joking around. Colt shot a meaningful glance at him. I've experienced the nature of your danger. Ye Qingxuan chuckled. He looked down at the embers burning in his pipe. The nature of my danger? Only footsteps sounded in the silent palace. Dozens of musicians stood quietly in the large expanse. Compared to this vast area, humanity's existence was so insignificant. Even everyone put together would not be as thick as a pillar here. Now, it was as if they had entered a heavenly realm. Hymns floated from the stone door before them, catching the attention of gods. Unfortunately, this was not in the sky but in the underworld. Rather than heaven, it was Hades behind the door. It was a tomb that had been buried for centuries. The musicians willing to work together and break the seal had come here long ago. It was more than half of the participants. Anyone with common sense understood that a single person was too insignificant in this large-scale relic. If they did not know that beforehand, they had all understood after the clay puppets taught them a lesson. The loose union was built on the foundation of breaking Hades' door. They had agreed to work together, but everyone was still guarded. They did not get close to each other or make any conversations. Within the crowd, before the door, Miller tugged Ye Qingxuan over and asked quietly, "Are you sure you can undo this thing?" "Nope," Ye Qingxuan said casually. "How can I? I'm not even at the resonance level. It'd be weird if I have confidence." Miller's face practically turned green. On the team, Sam did not care about anything other than formulas and music scores, and Barrow's stubborn brain did not work that well. The only one who thought was Miller from the School of Choir. After all, being the doctor required technique, and he was more careful. However, he never imagined that asking a question out of curiosity would get him such crazy news. He yelped but quickly covered his mouth. "But you. There's nothing bad about agreeing." Ye Qingxuan whistled. Patting Miller's shoulder, he murmured, "If you see things going bad or see my signal, just run. Otherwise, thing will probably get worse." "Worse?" Miller froze. "How bad?" "On the lighter end, the enchantment will self-implode, bringing down the entire palace to bury us." Miller's face was stark white. "That's light?" "Of course," Ye Qingxuan said. Hades' door is a battle-scale object created by more than 5 grandmasters. It absorbs strength from the ether world through music theories. If we fail even more at undoing the seal, the disrupted music theory might get dragged directly into the ether world. Then it'll be strange if you don't get pulverized in the ether sea. Miller's features twisted. He shivered, imagining himself getting assimilated by ether and drowning in the ether sea, or falling into the strange yet famous ether world. However, he soon snapped out of it. "What will you do if we run?" "Don't worry." Ye Qingxuan patted his shoulder and smiled proudly. "I don't know about other stuff, but no one's better than me at running away." "No one." Tori, clad in gray, soon walked through the crowd and gave Ye Qingxuan a sheepskin scroll. "This is the official agreement. Sign it if there aren't any problems." The agreement ensured that everyone could work together without concern. They would not attack each other during the union. The terms were concise and detailed, the intervals and music theory within the music score were compact as well. Ye Qingxuan could not find any problems. As expected of disciplined musicians. Ye Qingxuan nodded and signed his name, allowing the music theory within the agreement to flow into his body. Soon, he felt something cool against the back of his neck. It was like a blade. This was an agreement from the School of Abstinence. If he went against the agreement, he would suffer from the backlash of the ether within his body. According to the terms, the ether would transform into iron and pierce through his neck. In other words, he would be beheaded. This way, everyone could let down their guards and truly work together. Ye Qingxuan was also an official abstinence musician. However, the school of Stoneheart that he had inherited specialized in the construction of the sub-originator and territorial enchantments. That was in the field category. He only had basic knowledge of the discipline category of countering and agreements. Tori just chuckled at Ye Qingxuan's compliment. "You flatter me. It's nothing compared to your ether furnace. We can discuss techniques in the future." He casually glanced at Ye Qingxuan's chest while speaking, as if he could sense the immense ether and abstinence music theory there. However, he had mistaken the sub-originator as the ether furnace that could strengthen music scores. Ye Qingxuan did not correct him. After leaving the limitless supply of the Avalonian enchantment, the sub-originator could only provide him 15 minutes of resonance. After that, he would need 24 hours to recharge. This was both his strongest and weakest point. Of course, he would let others guess incorrectly. Tori left soon after he signed the agreement. The man was still wearing the faded gray clothing, and he did not have any alchemy equipment on him. He looked inflexible and strict. Each step was 35 millimeters, not a millimeter less or a millimeter more. His steps seemed to be measured with a ruler and his speed was shockingly balanced. He breathed once every 5 seconds and blinked once every 7 seconds, never a millisecond late. An invisible rule board seemed to box him in, covering every detail. Every move, from how he walked to how he breathed to how his heart beat, was made with extremely fine precision. This was the cost of becoming a disciplined musician. It quantified everything, extending rules and music theory into every crevice of his life. Casper, who followed behind him, emanated a wild aura. His bloodshot eyes seemed to be searching for someone to eat. One brother was like a wooden puppet. The other was a beast. Both were abnormal. Ye Qingxuan quickly looked away and returned to staring at the stone door. "Have you started interpreting?" Colt asked beside him. "How are you going to start?" Ye Qingxuan was trying to find an entrance point amongst all the strands of music theory within Hades' door so he could start interpreting. This was the most important preparation step. All he did was take out a marker and draw 2 straight lines on the door. They intersected at the bottom right and was marked with a small dot. "How about here?" He drew a circle around the dot casually as if doodling. "It's a seam that the alchemists had made while working together. It should be enough buffer." Colt gaped at him. "You've already calculated before?" "It's just preparation." Ye Qingxuan chuckled. "When do you prepare to start?" "We shouldn't wait any longer." After a moment of thinking, Colt checked over all the preparation work. He pulled the anti-tune sword. Slowly but surely, he stabbed it toward the door. 3 inches away, the door started shuddering and dust flew. Boom! Chapter 345, Besiege. Boom! Booms sounded constantly as the sword advanced. The levels of transparent shields seemed to be breaking apart under the anti-tune. Every boom created tidal waves in the ether sea. Standing in the center of the tides, Ye Qingxuan felt his body shaking. It was suffocating. Something flashed past Colt's eyes. He stepped forward. The blade entered the door. The underground palace shuddered abruptly as rumbles continued sounding. Brilliant light shone from the door. Countless precise yet wild music notes were overlapping with one another, forming intervals in music theories. They formed an ivy-like formation, snaking across the door. They covered every inch. As the anti-tune entered, a circuit was cut apart, creating a scalp-numbing shriek. This was the melody of the interpretation completely turning the music theory and notes around. This was fatal poison to Hades' door. The protection on the door instantly fell apart. Wild waves of ether shot out. The underground palace shook with a giant boom. Countless sounds crashed and converged, pouring out under the pushing of the immense air pressure. Finally, a tsunami-like wave erupted out of the mine and into the sky. The chilling sound was like the earth cracking apart. The grandmasters in the sky looked down in unison. Realization flashed past their eyes when they saw the mine. It had finally begun. Deep inside the underground palace, Ye Qingxuan, Colt, and Tori had all stepped forward the moment the roaring began. They forcefully pushed back the suffocating ether tide. Pressing against the door, they connected with the complex and vast music theory. Connection was completed. The interpretation would begin now. At the same time, all musicians waited and looked in all directions. The sound of a rushing river had appeared out of nowhere. It echoed throughout the grave palace like a flood. The guarded musicians looked around but could not find any changes. Until something sticky fell onto someone's face. Rain? Someone touched his face. Seeing the sticky mud, he was stunned. He looked up and saw that mud was pouring endlessly from the crevices of the stone ceiling. The ground! Someone yelled. The ground too! As mud seeped from the ground, a crack appeared in the wall. A beastly head floated out. It opened its mouth and mud shot out like a tide. What is this? Inside the crowd, Miller looked at the mud that was now over his feet. It felt wrong but could not pinpoint why. He could see that it was not poisonous or anything special. It was just mud. Are the Romulans trying to drown us in mud? Someone laughed involuntarily but was quickly cut off. Sam raised his hand. The copper mountain roared and faint wind heaved. A heat wave spread instantly, practically igniting everyone's hair. Screams sounded throughout the crowd. Sam, are you crazy? The next moment, the boiled mud dried and evaporated. Faint shadows left the mud. Roaring angrily, they dissipated with the water vapor. However, even more shadows rose up from the mud. 1, 2, 4, 8. The mud fell off, revealing the metallic porcelain-like texture of the burly bodies, as well as large shields, heavy spears, and lances. They were the clay warriors that everyone had struggled against. As they started climbing up, everyone was stunned. They now stared at the mud in terror. This was not mud anymore. This was the raw material for making the clay puppets. In other words, they could make a limitless clay puppet army if they wanted. The musicians struggled to keep them back. Puppets rose from the mud and fell apart back into the mud. Finally, the first 10-man group stood together with the second 10-man group. The musicians' pressure doubled. When the first 100-man group was formed, the musicians started truly struggling. This was the protective alchemy array that had been hidden since the construction of the underground palace. It represented the peak of Romulus artistic technology. Clay warriors could be created at any time, any place. This kind of protection was comparable to the secret defense of larger schools. Faced with these guys that would continue to multiply and be born as long as the underground palace existed, the easiest solution would be to destroy the palace, but who would do that? And who could actually do that? The musicians' attacks slowed, but the clay puppets did not. In the blink of an eye, the battalion had become 400 men strong. They advanced forward, tossing the exploding lances and spears without caring about expenses, forcing the musicians back. However, the scariest was that musician assassins were hidden within them. They would jump out from the mud without the musicians realizing. They moved like ghosts and caused bloodshed with a mere jump. Glenn had used his modifications formulas to move freely within the formation. However, he was hit by a hidden assassin and almost died. Drenched in cold sweat, he retreated back to the shield in cold sweat. His armor was practically covered in cleaved traces. Thankfully, many smaller groups worked together well. They went into coherence and performed symphonies to block the clay puppets. Otherwise, the musicians would be forced to fend for themselves. On the battlefield, small enemies were as easy to pick off as small morsels of desserts. Faced with these extremely powerful enemies, everyone used all their strength to maintain the completion of the shield ring. Many musicians with fast reaction speed had started to attack the root of the problem by getting rid of the mud under their feet. However, the supply of mud was limitless. Even if they used all their tricks, they still could not clean a large enough area. As a choir musician, Miller walked around the circle, singing hymns and healing the gravely wounded musicians. He supported the musicians. In a large-scale battle, a choir musician was like an angel. However, he was spread too thin as well. If he let his guard down for a moment, he would be beheaded by an assassin from the sky. Right now, enemies could attack from everywhere and anywhere. If not for Barrow's cycle, he would probably be headless by now. Where's your giant worm? Your snake of the atrium? Miller shook Barrow. Get rid of the mud. Barrow practically spat out blood. I have limited chances. Even if I'm the future inheritor, I can't keep dragging them out of the ether world. If they get pissed and slap their tails out of the ether world, we'll all die. Then what do we do? Miller suddenly discovered that the defense ring had contracted. They had been in the safe zone, but now they were left behind. Within the moment of inattentiveness, they were discovered by the clay warriors. Countless spears and swords were about to come for their blood. Sam, the best fighter, was far away and could not come help. Miller's expression grew bitter. He really regretted choosing physical resistance as his specialization. The only thing he could do was make diseases and viruses. He was powerless against clay and wooden statues. Do you have any solution? He looked at Barrow with teary eyes. Anything that can save us. Being looked at like that, Barrow gritted his teeth in determination. That's what you said, so don't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a really weird chant consumable. It was a white dress embroidered with roses using silver thread. It looked extremely elegant and luxurious. It even had a faint fragrance. However, it just felt wrong in Barrow's hands. He was like a pervert who had stolen a dress at night and was planning on doing something weird to it. Sensing everyone's gazes, he forced his tears back. This was a strange summoning score from a lost school that he had found in an exploration years ago. It did not require much energy but had explosive power which suited this situation. Barrow had sworn to never touch this again after using it once because it was so embarrassing. But now, he could not keep this hidden anymore. Surviving was more important than keeping his dignity. Under the ethereal and graceful melody, the white dress suddenly floated up. The spirit born from the music score had emerged, transforming into a beautiful girl. From her side profile, one could see her skin as white as snow, hair as black as coal, and lips as red as blood. She was beautiful and her voice was otherworldly. With a tinge of sweetness, she was pure as a fairy. Countless musicians were attracted by the song. They turned to look and practically drooled. Under those enthusiastic gazes, the girl slowly turned around, revealing her sexy beard, straight and big nose, and a giant mouth. In the halo of spirituality, even the knife scar looked charming. Her eyes were flirty and she was ugly to the point that it was impressive. It was Barrow's own face. Chapter 346, Low-Quality Goods. F***CK. All the anticipating musicians choked at the same time and wished they could gouge their eyes out. Amidst the retching sounds, Barrow's face darkened. Covering his face, he muttered, I was forced to. The moment the girl turned around, the tiles started shaking. 7 holes appeared on the ground and 7 dwarves jumped out. To fight for you, my princess. The 7 muscular and bearded dwarves yelled in unison. Waving hammers, axes, flails, and swords larger than themselves, they rushed into the Romulan formation. The giant shield formation crumbled under their attacks. The dwarves jumped up and down around the clay warriors, deftly shattering the metallic porcelain armor. Their speed and strength were both incredible and unbelievable. They were extremely agile as well. None of them slacked off, and they all worked together, one kicking and the other hacking away. These were not summoned objects. They were practically 7 top-class knights. Everything in their paths was destroyed. They had no enemies. Within 10 minutes, the 100-man clay battalion was forced back. Finally, the dwarves disappeared along with the white dress. Barrow and Miller had also returned to the protective ring and even gotten the upper hand temporarily. There were no problems other than being embarrassed. Many of the musicians stared at Barrow, hoping he could do that again. Some girls were even willing to give him their dresses. Don't even think about it. Barrow roared with a red face. I'd rather die than humiliate myself again. PSH, many pursed their lips and looked away in disappointment. Pained cries sounded again. However, this was from a musician rather than the wildly advancing clay warriors. A man with half his chest ripped apart was brought over. Blood flowed like a river and he was on his last breath. Miller and 2 other choir musicians rushed over without hesitation. Many of the musicians looked into the distance while fighting. They were in the side wing and, other than the few united groups, someone else was fighting against the Romulan formation. One person was at the very front. The dirty and pathetic-looking young man squatted on the ground with his sharp teeth bared. He roared and his wild aura spread in all directions. He was not singing a melody but was roaring like a wild beast. The thundering melody had a crazed beauty. The music notes played like a group of beasts growling while killing. It was fierce, crude, and shockingly pure. Countless strange apparitions flashed in his vicinity as the melody changed. Wild beasts appeared one after another. It was enough to destroy one's mind, but the deathly wild beastly nature had no effect on him. Instead, they worked reverently to his roars. He did not clean the mud under his feet. Instead, he let the clay warriors emerge, tearing them apart immediately after. Countless invisible mouths were hidden around him. The being squatted obediently in the area Casper had marked for it. Anything, even teammates, that dared to approach were ripped to shreds. It was like a rabid guard dog or wild wolves supervising their territory. It was a pure beast. Caspar Hauser. Even while interpreting, Ye Qingxuan could feel the strange wolf-like aura that rose to the sky like smoke. Turning around involuntarily, he saw the hunched yet wild figure with shocked eyes. He had never seen alienation to this extent. "What's wrong?" Colt's thin voice floated into his ears. "Curious?" Ye Qingxuan looked away. He knew it was wrong to ask about others' personal matters, but he could not help it. "What's wrong with him?" "You really don't know?" Colt's tone was meaningful. He was born as the result of the inheritance of beastly nature. As a natural-born musician, he carries the anticipation of his ancestors. His father wanted to isolate him from other influences, so he was locked in his cellar until he became a resonance musician at age 15. He's a true genius with incredible talent, but he doesn't know how to talk. He doesn't have any common sense and doesn't know how to socialize. He doesn't understand others either and can't communicate at all. To him, human language is meaningless, like empty music notes. Stunned, Ye Qingxuan almost lost control of the interval in his hands. Is he still human? His father had wanted to turn him into a beast since the beginning, a pure beast. Colt's voice was indifferent. That's the only way for him to completely fuse with the beastly nature and enter deep into the ether world to complete the transformation. Then he could become a phantom beast in a human's body. After a long silence, Ye Qingxuan shook his head. His family is too cruel. Aren't musicians all like this? Colt chuckled. The way to the originator is long and hard. It's already past the realm of ethics. Sometimes, you have to throw away some things to go further. Ye Qingxuan, don't be shocked. You'll do this one day if you keep going along this path. Ye Qingxuan did not answer. He focused entirely on interpreting. The complex and vast array on the stone door before him shook. About half of the flowing veins of light were extinguished. This was the masterpiece of ancient abstinence musicians, but it was still something centuries removed from current technology. After the anti-tune had let them close in the gap, the three were able to chip away at the seal slowly but surely. It was just a matter of time, but the problem was, how much time did they need? Ye Qingxuan had viewed this as a big job and planned to fervently work 6 hours per day for 7 days. But for some reason, the progress this time was too fast. Everything went on unbelievably fast. Of course, he was responsible for half of that. After all, the core of Abraham's interpretation method was fast. Its goal was to interpret the enemy's next move in battle, so it must be fast. He had to overlook the details and focus on the big picture to solve the core problem. He did not care about anything else. Ye Qingxuan performed the interpretation method smoothly and expertly. He was as fast as a rabid dog freed from its leash. When he ran into harder parts, he would toss it to Tori. The latter was responsible for forcefully undoing the unavoidable obstacles in the music theory. In other words, he stormed the obstacles. This was their first time working together, but they cooperated well after the run-in period. After all, Ye Qingxuan's interpretation method was abstinence music theory disguised as revelations. He had also inherited theory from the school of Stoneheart. This collaboration made things easier for him. He did not lack anything on the aspect of theories but had some shortcomings for real-life application. This opportunity allowed him to see how the school of abstinence worked. He was able to copy Tori and secretly learn everything. With them decoding in the front, Colt had undone a good portion of Hades' door's prohibition. His speed was increasing too. His understanding and investigation of music theory was beyond Ye Qingxuan's expectations. He was not like a 25-year-old at all. Sometimes, Ye Qingxuan would get the misconception that there was a grandmaster beside him. He did not agree with Heisenberg's character, but the Rock Institute's secret bearer inheritance lived up to its reputation. Working with someone like Colt cut down on the worry and effort. However, for some reason, Ye Qingxuan felt like he had overlooked something as he continued. He even had time to turn around at times to check on the others. The clay warriors grew back as soon as they were destroyed and were getting stronger, but the musicians had started standing their ground after the earlier panic. The overall situation was good. Not just a bit good but very good. Yet he felt something was wrong. It was so successful that he felt sorry for the Hades door and such a large alchemy array. Ye Qingxuan was confident in his abilities, but he did not think he was good enough to tear through Hades' door as if it was a counterfeit good. Were ancient Romulans all fools? There must be a plot twist hidden somewhere he would never think of. While he was distracted in thinking through the Romulan history he had read, trying to find something he had missed, he felt the pressure decrease. The music notes flashing on Hades' door had suddenly started extinguishing. It was as if they had been poking holes into rock for a long time and finally pierced through the surface layer. He thought the next step would be even more difficult, but then he realized that the stone was hollow. Is it actually low quality? Chapter 347, Good Start. Ye Qingxuan froze in place. He gaped at Hades' door. It seemed that no one had been regularly maintaining it through the centuries. The music theory array within it had actually eroded by itself and fell apart quickly with their outside pressure. The speed was unbelievable. As Hades' door broke down, mournful cracking sounds began one after another. The wildly advancing clay puppet battalion froze in place. They quickly began to melt and cave in, returning to the mud and disappearing. It's over? We won. They're outdated puppets. They have a lot of tricks, but they're all too rigid. They're not threatening anymore once you understand the pattern, no matter how large the quantity is. Is the underground palace open? Everyone started talking at once. They surged to the door, rubbing their hands in anticipation to start exploring again. Wait. Don't rush. Ye Qingxuan stopped them, still not feeling exactly right. Don't you guys think something's wrong? Amidst the noise, some grew serious and started pondering. Others thought that Ye Qingxuan was just scaring them and started interrogating him. He could not reply either. He did not know what the problem was. Even the bad premonition was just a strange feeling. The door opened gradually amidst rumbles. Dust fell down in clumps onto his hair, shocking him from his thoughts. Stunned, Ye Qingxuan turned around and furrowed his brows. Who opened the door? No one replied. Before the door, Colt and Tori stared back at each other. They exchanged glances. Suddenly understanding something, their faces changed dramatically, turning stark white. No one had opened the door. This meant that someone had pushed the door open from the other side. Oh, Titterus, someone sang hoarsely from the solid darkness behind the door. A foul miasma spread out. A tall withered figure limped forward. The shackles on his legs dragged on the ground with grating clanks. The chains seemed to be red-hot. Sparks flew as they scraped against the ground. Titterus! The pained voice sang hoarsely. You, 'neath a broad beech canopy reclining, on the slender oat rehearse your sylvan ditties. In the darkness, a hunched figure slowly straightened up. The creaking of joints sounded painful like cracked wood. He stepped into the palace outside the door. Firelight shone and illuminated his face. The shackles on his feet were still singing painfully. Look, they sang. I from my sweet fields, and home's familiar bounds, even now depart. Exiled from home am I, while, Titterus, you sit careless in the shade. When the dim flickering firelight illuminated the figure's face, everyone shivered. It was a withered skeleton. It walked through the darkness and crossed Hades' door, stepping into the grave palace. The bone-dry skeleton still wore a pure white robe. The silver thread tattoos had broken down, but he was still abnormally solemn. Even if he was now a shackled prisoner. Now, everyone realized that there was nothing on his neck. He was holding his skull in his right hand. Someone had poured melted gold into his mouth, twisting his face into something menacing and ugly. However, his lips were still open, chewing on the dark gold and singing the eclogues. He gripped a sacred and solemn scepter in his left hand. The scepter thudded on the ground with a sonorous sound like a whip cracking in everyone's hearts. Waves crashed in the ether sea the moment he stepped from Hades' door and shook along with his horse singing. It finally dawned on Ye Qingxuan why it was so easy to break Hades' door. The power source was connected to this skeleton. He could see through the eye of silence that countless strands of gold light extended from the entire underground palace and wrapped around the skeleton. That was the music theory that should have been on Hades' door. Now, this skeleton was the core of the array and the controller of Hades' door. It did not even have reinforcement, but it was terrifying enough. It was a complete. A saint's remains. Someone yelped and stumbled back, finally recognizing it. Those maniacs. Those Romulans, they turned a saint's remains into that thing. This saint's remains that had been sealed for centuries now dragged his shackles forward. The skull singing in his hand seemed to smirk. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. He opened his mouth and roared soundlessly. The scepter slammed down. Boom! There was a rumble like a mountain crashing down. Mud fell to the ground like an endless waterfall. Under the sound of mud bubbling and boiling, countless burly clay warriors walked out again. The hundreds upon thousands of clay warriors held square shields and spears. Like soldiers from hell, they knelt in the palace and bowed to the prisoner who had walked out of Hades' door, offering him pure respect. They were welcoming their ruler back. Their ruler, I see. As if struck by lightning, Ye Qingxuan's muddled thoughts suddenly cleared. He finally realized what was wrong. The Romulan formation contained everything they needed, from lancers, javelin wielders, warriors with shields and swords, to chariots. Only one thing was missing. This entire time, they had used set processes and modes to chase away invaders, but they lacked their leader and commander. How could an army without a commander fight to their full strength? Now, Ye Qingxuan finally realized why it was so easy to decode Hades' door. This was probably a trick the dead Romulans had designed. When the core of Hades' door decided pure defense was unable to fight off the invaders, the music theory would break off and guide all the power into the saint's remains behind the door. Next, the invaders would be celebrating ecstatically, thinking they had succeeded. At that time, the saint's remains would walk through and lead the endless Romulan formation into a massacre. It was all a trick. The deceit was pure evil. Ye Qingxuan felt numb. Those dead Romulans had really put everything into keeping their dead safe from outsiders. But what should they do now? Those that could be acknowledged as a saint were undoubtedly powerful musicians who were influential in the material world and had status in the ether world. Their power in the material world would dissipate once a saint had fallen, but their scepter would still remain in the ether world. This meant that this corpse before them was at least a scepter grandmaster. He had also covered this underground palace with an alchemy array, continuously supplying Hades' door with inexhaustible power. In Ye Qingxuan's eyes, this skeleton was a giant vortex. Other than the skull shining like the sun in his right hand, the scepter in his left hand was also covered in complex music theory. This was his symphony of predestination. This was the unique music score the saint had used all his soul and will to write before his death. Under everyone's stares, the saint straightened and slowly raised the cracked scepter. A majestic horn sounded out of thin air. A holy realm was about to descend. At that moment, Ye Qingxuan slammed his cane down. Jiu Xiao Wan Pei rang with a cold and sharp sound. Dozens of silver nails shot out of his bag. Countless shackles wove together in the air, forming a net and tightening. It locked the saint in place. Cracks appeared on the shackles instantly. Ye Qingxuan felt as if he was restricting an active volcano rather than a dead object. The strength of the anti-shock was enough to make his vision go black. Blood seeped from the corner of his lips. The silver nails shooting toward the saint pulverized silently, the shackles fell apart. Ye Qingxuan was not trying to restrain a mere body. He was fighting against the entire realm that had descended from the ether wall, the miraculous power that had been called forth by the symphony of predestination. It was light fighting against the entire Avalon's shadow. It was as laughable and incredulous as an ant trying to stop a car. At this moment, everyone finally realized what they were facing. There was no need for hesitation. There was no need for yelling. There was no need for communication. At this moment, everyone awakened their instruments in unison and cast their most destructive music scores at the skeleton. If they were still in a daze and allowed this guy to finish expanding his scepter, it would be a massacre. They could imagine hundreds of ways to die. For a third or fourth level musician to fight against a saint in his territory was as useless as a chicken trying to fight the butcher on the chopping board. No matter how quickly the chicken waved its claws, it was nothing against the butcher's knife. So if they wanted a chance to live, they had to do it before getting placed on the chopping board. Frantic music scores sounded continuously in an instant. Fierce melodies collided, resonating with the ether sea, and performing the blazing light of destruction. The earth spat out fire, lightning cracked. Countless streams of liquid fire descended from the sky amidst the rumbling, enveloping the eerie saint. Chapter 348, The Whole of Destruction and the Holy Spirits Incarnate. Ye Qingxuan observed the ether sea and saw countless wild waves. Rays of light shot out like ripples in a starry sky. They rose, exploded, extinguished, and formed an unobservable black territory. The explosions were swallowed by the darkness. All sound became unclear and strange. However, a speck of light appeared. Someone sang the eclogues hoarsely, "O traveler from afar, 'twas a god vouchsafed this ease to us." Amidst the clanking of chains, the burning skull was lifted. Its mouth was filled with melted gold, but it continued to sing loudly in the darkness. See how it totters the world's orbed might, earth and wide ocean, and the vault profound, all is sea, enraptured of the coming time. Thus, the ether sea was in turmoil. The radiant song that had recorded years of glory awoke the power sleeping within the ether world. It passed through the 9 levels of the ether sea and fell upon the material world. A blazing sun ascended. It shone with boundless radiance. This was the Romulusian Empire's light of glory. Darkness shattered the moment his scepter was ignited. The ether sea was no longer in upheaval. All chaos returned to serenity, all ether was singing for the Empire's radiant glory. All other music scores stopped abruptly. The musicians who had reached the resonance level paled, their organs close to failing. Their sound of hearts had been hit by the Romulusian Saint's symphony of predestination and almost shattered. It was worse for the official musicians who had not finished the sublimation of their heart of sounds. Just the aftershock was enough to completely break them down. Black blood seeped from the noses and mouths of those who were still standing. They suffered grave internal injuries. In reality, those who had not collapsed from directly facing a scepter were already considered elites of the group. Amongst them, Ye Qingxuan was in the best state. He was only an official musician, but his heart was the sub-originator created by the Avalonian enchantment. He had made the sub-originator independent from the outside world after understanding natural interference. Thus, he was affected the least. However, the situation at hand was worse than worse. Ye Qingxuan did not know who the saint was, but he was definitely a fervent protector of Romulus to sing of Romulus's former glory in his symphony of predestination. Blessed by the territory, everything that had fallen now regained their luster. The most obvious were the clay puppet warriors. Under the light, they upgraded from dead objects and transformed into giants. They were covered in dragon scale armor and held weapons shrouded in lightning and fire. They seemed to be blessed by a god. Countless breaths overlapped. Like the muffled wind before a thunderstorm, the destructive power of wind and lightning brewed within. Under the light, they became God's messengers and an immortal army. As the saint raised the scepter, the almost legendary army under the dazzling light yelled in the ancient language and advanced toward the invaders. The survivors paled considerably. This army was enough to kill all of them, let alone the skeleton in the center. Under the symphony of predestination's pressure, the majority of them could no longer fight. If they could not orchestrate a decent attack, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. The gears in Ye Qingxuan's brain spun as his expression darkened. Originally, his worst-case scenario was the entire underground palace being pulled into the ether world. However, this situation was not much better. Territory from the ether world covered the material world, changing the rules in physics. They were reduced to ants under the scepter. Scepter, wait, why did the supervising grandmasters not come out yet? Were they waiting for these young elite musicians to all die and be buried in this palace before they came and avenged their deaths? Or did they think the musicians could solve this crisis? If that was the case, Ye Qingxuan furrowed his brows. He pushed back against the heavy light with difficulty and looked back at Colt. The man's expression was calm under the heavy pressure. He did not seem to feel any fear. Sensing Ye Qingxuan's gaze, he smiled mysteriously. Twisting his ring, he quietly put several layers of shields on Ye Qingxuan. Then he stepped back soundlessly and hid into the crowd. Before Ye Qingxuan could react, there was a mind-numbing wail. Spears! Spears from the Romulusian formation. Countless spears fell from the sky. Like lightning striking a tree, they crashed down toward the musicians. They grouped in the sky and, in the end, created a terrifying shadow. The shadow was shirtless. His muscles knotted and he slammed the long spear made of countless lightning streaks toward the ground. This was the father of lightning from Romulusian legends. Scholars had verified long ago that all Romulusian gods were idols created by average people and priests. Their gods did not exist, but when the shadow appeared in the palace, it still brought about the tremendous pressure of a god's descent. Ye Qingxuan felt like he was getting struck by lightning even before the electric spears fell. His hair stood up straight and his skin stung, he was almost losing control. Supported by both Hades' door and the Scepter of Glory, the Romulusian formation had become a true battle machine. The mere throwing of spears could evaporate all obstacles. They could even destroy city walls, so what were flesh bodies to them? That instant, Ye Qingxuan lifted the brim of his hat, preparing to activate Holy. However, the next instant, he felt a large vortex open abruptly in the calm ether sea. The source of the vortex was amongst the musicians. Right before the tip of the lightning spear, a musician clad in a scarlet robe lifted the amber ring on his hand and quietly chanted a spell. Next, a black hole opened in thin air. Strength also from the depths of the ether world was called forth, forming a giant vortex in the air. It instantly swallowed the boundless electricity. However, it did not dissipate after the electricity disappeared. The vortex remained in the air, radiating with wild attraction, swallowing everything it could touch and transforming them to nothingness. Ye Qingxuan could not tell what the thing was made of even with his eye of silence. He could only feel that there was another large hole in the ether sea, but it was distorted, shattered, and dragged in by the music theory in the vortex. It was neither warm nor cruel, it was like a natural occurrence, but everything that it touched was sucked into the blackness. It dawned on Ye Qingxuan and coldness spread through his body. This was the whole of destruction from modifications. It was known as the product closest to total destruction. It was a destructive music score that imitated the signs of the end of the world created by modifications musicians, the dark vortex that covered the world and swallowed all. How courageous must one be to put this thing in one's ring and take it around everywhere? The slightest careless mistake could destroy a city. And how irresponsible must a senior be to give something like that to a student for protection and let him bring it to a trial? Ye Qingxuan had not expected for such talents to be hidden within this group of musicians. His scalp tingled as he tried to keep his body in place, resisting the attraction of the expanding dark vortex. The vortex was not caring about the musicians under it either. It was battling against the glorious scepter. Boundless light fought with the blackness, creating murky waves in the ether sea. At the center of the formation, the saint stood on a chariot. His eyes were bloody red. Raising his scepter, countless music theories were interwoven, creating dazzling light and pushing back the whole of destruction. Boom! With a soft sound, the cracked scepter cracked once again. The glorious territory shook violently, the light flickered. In his other hand, the singing skull suddenly opened its eyes. The dark eye socket stared forward with a soundless command. The godly army roared. Unsheathing their swords, they charged. The earth shook. In the crowd, the musician controlled the whole of destruction with all his might. His face had turned red and was almost swept into the terrifying shaking. The whole of destruction can only exist for 1 minute. What are you waiting for? To die? Before he finished, the anxious Sam let out a long breath. I don't care anymore. Gritting his teeth, he decided to ignore his senior's warnings and pressed down on the copper mountain. Let me have a good time. The faint wind whistled. Sam's body shook and lit up with a halo of light. A ball of light bright as the sun emerged in his chest. Replacing his heart, it sent lava through his veins. Half of his body cracked like a turtle's shell. One could see his fiery blood through the cracks. Behind his head, a red halo gradually solidified into a menacing shadow. It was Agni, the spirit of fire. The copper mountain roared and the faint wind billowed. The earth began to shake instantly as countless flames rose from the earth like an abruptly appearing forest. The blue flames transformed into solid spears and instantly swallowed the formation, piercing through it, evaporating it. The scalding temperature scattered with the wild wind, turning the place into a true hell. Sam walked forward within the forest of fire. Flames licked around him like a throne of molten iron. He was the incarnate of the spirit. Miller yelped as he gaped at Sam's figure. That guy's able to bond with Agni like that. Barrow had not expected for Sam to be this powerful and be acknowledged and deeply bonded with a spirit merely at the resonance level. The skull in the saint's hand slowly swept its gaze to Sam. Its song became mournful. The two warriors manning the chariots beside him suddenly shifted. Mud surged and their bodies reformed. This time, they were two priests with unclear features, war drums, and horns. Chapter 349, Under the Shell. Shocking waves of ether shot through. One of the priests beat the war drum. The drum beats were desolate and bleak. The quagmire bubbled and 6 heads gradually rose from it. It was a giant 6-headed snake. Dozens of meters tall, it was covered in dark green scales. It emanated coldness and pounced toward Sam. The other priest blew a horn. The blare was deafening and seemed to contain tangible malice and murderous intent. With the help of the horn, the clay warriors instantly sped up and strengthened. They attacked the musicians with crazed strength. The horn's sound contained mind music theory. At the same time, it eroded at the musicians' will to fight. It magnified their fear to thousands times the original, causing them to panic. Within a few seconds, dozens were torn apart by the soldiers. They did not even have a complete body. No one had expected for there to be musicians hidden within the clay warrior battalion to provide large-scale help. The saint regained his upper hand. He raised the scepter. Though cracked, it radiated. Under the pressure of the scepter territory and the collision of music theories, the whole of destruction had contracted to half of its original size. It only knew how to swallow matter rather than defending itself. Its structure began falling apart and was close to collapsing. The skull in the saint's other hand continued to chew on gold and sing hoarsely. Electric light shot out of its black eye sockets without stop. The lightning jumped through the crowd. Each flash evaporated an enemy. The lightning seemed to have a special sensory as well. It targeted those that it deemed musicians of special threats. Within a few seconds, 6 musicians had been swallowed by electricity. Only 2 survived. One flickered in and out like a bubble but was unharmed. He had clearly used a special defense score. The other was worse off. He crawled out of his burned shell like a shedding snake. He was a bloody mess but quickly recovered with the help of a choir music score. These 2 were clearly from famous schools and had many life-saving objects. Their instruments were above average as well. By going all out rather than hiding their true ability, they were able to push back the immense pressure and save many people. The skull in the saint's hand slowly turned, locking onto those 2. Electricity brewed in its eye sockets, ready to shoot out. A beam of light cut in diagonally. Crack! The electric chain of hundreds of meters long cracked across the skull's face. The temperature was hot enough to reduce onto ashes, but it did not damage the skull at all. This type of electricity was more like humiliation to the skull rather than an attack. It was as if someone had waited for its moment of carelessness and ran over to slap it across its face. The electricity winding in its eye sockets rose and looked into the distance, locking onto a figure in the crowd. There, the youth with a cane waved excitedly at the skull as if saying, "Hey, look here." In that moment, moonlight guidelines extended from the wound in his fingertip. They floated in the wind. The real yet unreal moonlight gently wrapped around the saint's skeleton. Next, an invisible river of imageries emerged from Ye Qingxuan's mind. They traveled down the moonlight lines, whistling and invading the saint's consciousness. If it still had a consciousness. Technically, even a miraculous saint could not retain his consciousness after death. At most, he would leave it with the ether and sublimate into a holy spirit to be enshrined in the sacred city. Corpses of regular people would decay completely within 2 to 3 years, but saints were not the same. Transformed by their symphonies of predestination, their bodies could be preserved for thousands of years. Their bodies would still contain their original strength and were unmatchable treasures, such as the Indra's eye that Ye Qingxuan had. In addition, this complete corpse had been modified by alchemists. It was connected with the music theory of the entire underground palace and could even awaken the fallen scepter. Ye Qingxuan suspected that something else was hidden in the corpse. He instantly felt that he had jumped into a dazzling glow. The boundless light swallowed his senses and practically burned him to ashes. It felt as if he had walked into the sun. Nothing was able to hide before the light. It was the symphony of predestination. Ye Qingxuan's vision went black. He had almost evaporated, but thankfully, the invisible river was tiny and existed between real and unreal, so it was not destroyed by that instant. He had not expected that the symphony of predestination's spirit was supporting the skeleton. The music score sang of Romulus' glory. Its spirit was like the blazing sun as well, majestic and aggressively shining in all directions. Even more shocking was that the Romulans had carved the music score directly onto the saint's body, turning him into a puppet through alchemy. This explained why a dead person could have a musician's scepter and awaken the territory. It was unmatchable alchemy equipment by itself. It was just made from a saint's relic. Musicians often said that excellent music scores contained a spirit which was the score's soul. However, it was too weird to use a music score's soul to replace a human's soul. Ye Qingxuan was going crazy. How many messed up studies had the Romulans done? Didn't they say they wanted to respect the dead, let them rest in peace, and worship their ancestors? The remaining bit of the Symphony of Predestination was almost beyond his limits, let alone the saint's consciousness. He struggled at shrinking the invisible river to the extreme, reducing the speed of evaporation. His vision flickered. Soon, a sliver of moonlight rose in the river. I can interpret it if it's a music score, right? He guided the moonlight to meld into the sunlight and began to decipher the music theory of the symphony. Blood poured from his nose. The extreme expenditure sapped him of his energy. Unable to care about anything else, he drained a bottle of medicine, forcefully maintaining his connection with the saint's body. He had not delved too deep into the school of mind. It was much harder to try interpreting a music score in someone else's mind. He could only do his best and ignore everything else. The saint had not perceived Ye Qingxuan as a threat, but it felt the connection. Disturbances of its music theory structure had clearly been classified as an alert. The skull quickly locked onto Ye Qingxuan. Its eyes burned with electric light and it shot out without warning. In the last instant, a white lion jumped from Ye Qingxuan's side. It absorbed the lightning. Its metallic body was burned red-hot, almost melting. Behind the iron lion, Barrow wiped at his sweat and glanced at Ye Qingxuan. You're spacing out here? You wanna die? Forget about all that and shield me. Ye Qingxuan did not even have the time to wipe his blood away. Gritting his teeth, he grasped Xiao Xiao Wan Pei and put all his effort into deciphering the symphony. Done shortly. Shortly? No one knew how long shortly was. As mindsets changed, even an instant could seem like eternity. Ye Qingxuan transformed his consciousness into moonlight and assimilated it into the music score's spirit. He worked at interpreting the structure but felt his own insignificance when he realized what this immense entity was. He did not know what the Symphony of Predestination was called, but it undoubtedly included music theories from modifications, choir, summoning, and abstinence. Countless music notes had intertwined to create something as vast as the sun. It had dimmed and broken through the passage of time, but it was still beyond Ye Qingxuan's abilities. Merely observing it used up all his strength. Compared to the huge music theory system, Ye Qingxuan was even smaller than dust. There was no way he could use it to his advantage and attack it. In the black consciousness, the spirit of the music score hung in the air like the sun. Its radiance was like Romulus' past glory. It rotated as the scepter territory changed, transforming into layers of light. The music theory scraped past each other, creating a majestic melody. It was incomplete and unable to fully operate, but it still resisted the musician's attacks and maintained the territory. Wait! A bizarre idea flashed past Ye Qingxuan's mind. Deciding upon it, he grasped something invisible and closed his fist. Boom! The faint sound of a bell spread out. The faraway and eternal ringing hid within the chaos and quickly disappeared. However, moonlight shone in Ye Qingxuan's eyes. He had activated the sub-originator. As if he had broken free from the restrictions of his body and received unparalleled freedom, Ye Qingxuan felt unprecedented closeness to the ether. His strength was exploding as well. This was his first time experiencing resonance-level power in a red zone. He had not expected for his power to raise this much. The sub-originator reinforced it. The higher the density of ether, the more strength it supplied. He only had 15 minutes, but it was more than enough. In the space of his consciousness, Ye Qingxuan smiled. He transformed into moonlight and flew into the ball of light. Chapter 350, Hellhound. Boom, dot. Everyone saw it in an instant. Light continued to burst from the scepter. If it shone like the sun before, now they had entered a holy realm. Burning light was everywhere. All mundanes were about to be purified to nothingness. The saint's hoarse singing resounded on the ground as if it was in the sky. The air was filled with the majestic praises of Romulus. Ye Qingxuan, Colt turned around in shock. He saw Ye Qingxuan's faintly discernible connection to the saint, as well as Ye Qingxuan's explosive waves of ether. Colt sensed an immense cold shadow emerge from the youth's chest and then disappear. Like a sliver of moonlight amongst the black clouds, it was distant and untouchable. However, the saint seemed to have taken a tonic or something. It instantly went all out, singing the symphony of predestination powerfully. The glorious territory was completely activated. Everyone was at the brink of defeat. Colt knew without thinking that Ye Qingxuan was messing around. Shoal. What are you doing? But he had no time to care about Ye Qingxuan. He felt the light burn above his head like a tidal wave. Something was coming. The eclogues resounded throughout the palace. Under everyone's stares, the saint rose into the air. The cracked scepter transformed into the blazing sun, illuminating everything under it. Countless shadows emerged from the light, looking down like deities. The ground shook. Covered by the light, the silent palace erupted into cheers. Layers of stone steps suddenly appeared on the walls. Countless shadows in white robes appeared on the steps. They watched the musicians fight against the Romulusian military, dancing and cheering. This moment and location under the scepter's territory was no longer the quiet and empty palace. It had transformed into the location of the sacred battle that the Romulusians had built in legends. It was the Romulusian arena. From its construction to after it was destroyed by natural catastrophes, countless gladiators, beasts, and musicians had fought and killed in competition. Countless men had either died under the eyes of the audience or seized victory and sat onto the throne. This was a sacred place to all Romulusians. It was a paradise for warriors and competitors. However, under the cheers and praises of the audience, the clay warriors now threw their heads back and yelled, raising their swords and spears. Their already muscular bodies expanded again. Their hair burned like fire and they walked across the earth, banging on their shields with the swords and roaring in unison. The shadows of a bull and eagle appeared above the formation. According to legends, the Romulusians were descendants of gods. However, these clay soldiers seemed to have truly transformed into the descendants of gods now. Their roars were like thunder, their movements like wind. Their power had more than doubled. They instantly destroyed dozens of musician shields. The faltering defense line was practically washed away. If some musicians had not taken out their strongest defense music scores, they would have been completely defeated. The scepter's glorious territory was still rising. It would be much more powerful if the symphony completely unfolded. If the territory was completely constructed, the audience would also contain priests, nobles, and the emperor. At that time, the duelists would also have to fight against giants, phantom beasts, and even true spirits that walked off the altars to battle against the mortals. But at that moment, everything stopped. It should not have stopped. A fatal crack appeared in the singing. It was as if someone had suddenly clamped around its throat. A horrible hole appeared in the music theory. A new crack appeared in the already cracked scepter in the saint's hand. The light flickered and the territory shook. If the army had seemed to be drugged and abnormal before, they were even more drugged up now. The drugs changed but quickly went back to normal. It was so fast it was imperceptible, but the changes could not escape Colt's eyes. That's how it is, finally dawning on him, he understood what Ye Qingxuan was trying to do. That guy was not trying to damage the symphony of predestination. fighting against a saint's symphony was laughable. The backlash from touching the music theory structure could break down his mind and implode. Rather than damaging it, Ye Qingxuan was fixing it. Right now, the territory was like an ancient clock from Hermes' shop. After thousands of years, many of its pieces had stopped working due to the lack of maintenance. It was able to operate now and then, but if it had to keep operating without changing its parts, there would be problems sooner or later. Ye Qingxuan had somehow assimilated into the symphony and purposely used very crappy and crude ways to fix the holes and damages that he saw. There would definitely be many side effects in the future, but now, he pushed the music theory to move and perform the climax of the music piece. There would not be any problems in the meantime. In fact, it might even feel smooth, but once the symphony reached the climax, various problems would arise in the vast music theory system. It was okay to make an old guy take a walk. However, it would be interesting if one made the old guy put on knee pads, take some stimulants, and go run a marathon. Crack! Another jagged crack appeared on the scepter, but the strength of the territory increased again. The soldiers shone with tangible light. They had all seemed to turn into gold like in Middle Eastern legends. God's power operated on the earth. There would be horrible after effects, but the power now was undeniable. Colt practically broke his teeth while clenching his jaw. Ye Qingxuan was gambling everyone's lives. It was like a bunch of amateur athletes had to survive until the old decathlon winner died. This time, Colt was not even 50% sure. While his expression changed, the symphony rose to another level. Crack! 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 3 cracks appeared on the scepter at once, but the sea of light was unfaltering. Even the sun was on the brink of falling. All the musicians trembled. Their gut instincts told them to bow down. This was beyond the distortion level. The scepter was brewing true godly power. We really can't avoid it? At the front, Tori gazed at the aggressive sunlight inside. Looking toward his brother, he waved lightly. Casper, come here. Enshrouded by layers of beastly mouths, Casper seemed to hear him. He twisted around and scampered over on all limbs like a black wolf. Tori reached out and he stopped. Tori placed his hand on his forehead. I'm sorry, Casper, he murmured with eyes lowered. Thin rings of music notes appeared on Tori's wrist. They spun and fastened until they meandered to Casper's face. Chains of music notes dove into Casper's features until they reached his bones. There, they connected into a music theory and the ether transformed into a key. Tori closed his eyes and the key began to rotate. Surface Humanity Seal, unlocked. Casper stiffened, but his limbs began convulsing. The light in his eyes dimmed bit by bit until it sank into darkness. In the last moment, he stared at Tori. His lips opened as if he was speaking. His thin and unclear voice called, "Brother." When he opened his eyes again, they were startling red. Overlapping roars sounded from the empty air around him. Countless mournful wails appeared without stop as if thousands and thousands of beasts were killing each other. This was the elegy of beasts dying and demons being reborn. Countless beasts continued to die, but the beastly nature were reborn in Casper's body, controlling him with the humanity seal. Fiery red shadows appeared in the ether sea. Strong resonance shot out from Casper's body and stirred the ether sea as he roared. The resonance reflected upon the fiery shadow which then covered his body. The frail youth expanded, changed, and burst with lava-like firelight. The destructive firelight blinded all who saw. The slovenly youth had vanished, replaced with a ball of fire that shot to the sky. Amongst the flames, a giant dragon-like tail swept across. Black hair flowing with lava followed. The hairs writhed like venomous snakes. Next, 3 giant heads spitting sulfur rose from the fire. Black venom dripped from their mouths, falling onto the ground and eroding the tiles with crackles. The poisonous aura spread. The Romulan warriors eroded and quickly lost the strength from the legend, returning back to normal. 4 eyes on the skull searched around. When its gaze reached there, it froze and stiffened. The firelight expanded and transformed into the gates to hell. The man-made demon that resulted from centuries of summoning musicians' work walked out of the fire. It roared. This was beastly nature that no human could control. Merely looking at it would make one cave in and tremble from fear. It was the Hellhound. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351 to 360. Chapter 351, Past Hallucinations. The moment the Hellhound appeared, the entire territory started trembling. The symphony of predestination was at its limit, and it could no longer take it, especially faced with the scepter killer created by the School of Summoning. Amongst the various beastly natures that created the Hellhound, the strongest were the three heads that controlled the hound. And amongst them, the most important was the demon wolf that could swallow the sun in legends. In order to fuse the beastly nature in human body completely, the school had wagered the phantom beast saved within the ether world and drew its essence into the inheritance of the beastly nature. Now, the Hellhound raised its three heads. They roared in unison. The menacing wolf in the center threw its head back. Opening its mouth, it tore at the invisible music theory and swallowed all light. The sea of light poured into its throat but could not sate it. It was a key point in the school of modifications, the nemesis of heat of light. With its existence, the territory that relied on endless light was in danger. After swallowing much light, the Hellhound tripled in size. The dark aura around it thickened. Roaring, it charged into the Romulusian army. Its tail swung, tearing through the formation. It cut through the dying six-headed snake and roared without waiting for the priests to start beating the drum again. The drum exploded, the priest broke down and was divided by the three large mouths. The wolf forcefully pushed back the saint's boundless electric light and the territory's immense pressure. It ravaged the territory. Extreme pressure focused onto the Hellhound, but the wild beast did not care. It charged at the sun in the air again and again. It allowed itself to be burned all over. Whenever the beast was injured, Tori's body would shudder. Various ghastly seams cracked open on his skin as if an invisible chain connected him and the beast. The cost of turning into a complete beast was sealing one's humanity. The result was completely losing control and falling into the abyss of demonization. This was something the School of Summoning would never allow. Thus, there must be restrictions. Casper's restriction was his brother Tori. When Casper's humanity regressed and was replaced by the beastly nature, Tori took charge of controlling him. Discipline abstinence musicians had placed a large shackle on the wolf. Tori gripped the shackle, constraining the wolf within it. With the Hellhound's hindrance, Sam, still in the state of spirit incarnation, started up again. He quickly attacked the saint. Torrents of fiery thunder and layers of icy metal fell upon the sun. He must extinguish Romulusian's former glory. Above the sun, the hole of destruction had contracted to the size of a thumb. Its music theory was one touch away from breaking apart. The musician controlling it sensed the shaking of the territory. Determination flashed past his eyes and he clenched his fist. The hole of destruction exploded soundlessly. The energy created from the destruction of everything it had sucked in now poured out like a waterfall. Boom! 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 Tragic cracks appeared on the scepter continuously. Even the saint's body cracked. Through the cracks, one could vaguely see burning light flowing in his body like blood. The symphony of predestination was nearing its climax, but it suffered attack after attack. It was close to the end. Behind Sam, the shadow of the Copper Mountain rumbled. Under the frantic melody, countless bolts of lightning grouped in his hand and transformed into a spear hundreds of miles long. He hurled it into the saint's chest. The spear did not fly out, it dove straight toward the core of the territory. Then it broke apart and swept in all directions as streams of light. The territory in its path shattered. The Romulusian formation evaporated into steam. As the lightning spear continued to attack, the hellhound roared. The three heads spat out true dragon breaths. Red light that represented ultimate destruction fell upon the saint's body. There was a thunderous roar. The scepter in the saint's hand shattered. The endless sea of light, the countless cheering spectators, the shadows of spirits, and the hoarse yet solemn eclogue all disappeared. The incomplete realm within the ether sea completely broke apart. Disorderly streams of light shot into all directions. The glorious scepter was destroyed. That instant, Ye Qingxuan's body shook. Lowering his head, he vomited scarlet blood. His consciousness had almost gone with the symphony of predestination's spirit. Thankfully, he had constricted at the last moment and escaped the terrifying storm. However, streams of chaotic hallucinations came toward him in the empty space of consciousness. He saw everything this saint had seen. He saw the clouds in the sky and, in the clouds, he saw the vast black shadow that covered the earth. The shadow hung in the Romulusian air, covering the sun, announcing the arrival of the spirit. He saw a bustling city fall apart. Countless people wailed, blood flowed into a river, bodies separated, countless people died in horrible ways, and infants cried in their cradles. He saw a seemingly familiar face. The eerily handsome blonde youth held his head. Smiling, he closed the unseeing eyes of the dead saint. Ye Qingxuan could faintly see the design of two entangled snakes on the man's palm. Next, it was the golden era of Romulus again. Countless historical miracles replayed before his eyes. He could feel that everyone was calling out one man's name in unison. In the next memory, he saw a spirit burning in flames. This was Romulus's first emperor. He had created the glorious empire. Worshipped as a god, the hero rose from the holy flames. Looking up into the sky, he shed scarlet tears. At the end of the hallucinations, Ye Qingxuan saw a large door open. Beyond the door was the familiar palace. However, a sad middle-aged man walked into Hades' door through the palace, walking into the darkness. The man wore a sacred robe, but he did not care for it at all. The robe was ragged and nothing like its original appearance. The ring of entwined rings told Ye Qingxuan who he was. The King of Yellow. He was the King of Yellow. He walked through Hades' door and into the darkness that Ye Qingxuan could not see. There, someone lit a torch, illuminating three figures. Let us begin. And the hallucination ended. Ye Qingxuan's body shook. He escaped from the space of consciousness, but he had no time to think closely. Activating the governor, he wielded electric light and used all his power to shoot up into the sky. As if he was launched by a catapult, he pounced toward the falling saint's body. What was most important right now? Of course, it was fighting for the loot. This horrible battle had lasted for so long. Now, it was finally time for the victors to divide up the goods. Countless figures amongst the musicians flew up instantly. Sam was the closest and had an advantage. He grabbed at the saint's skeleton, but the hellhound under him reacted speedily. It opened its mouth and pushed in. The unfair thing was that it had three heads. One head went for the saint, another gnashed at Sam, and the last one turned 180 degrees and blew a gale of wind at the other guys who were coming. Because of the agreement they had signed, they could not hurt each other. Therefore, no one used techniques that could kill anyone. However, anyone who was a step late would go home empty-handed. A large majority of them were still letting out relieved sighs and had not yet processed everything when more dark shadows leapt from the crowd. They had clearly held back during the earlier battle. Now, they burst forward with incredible speed. Seeming to have prepared for a long time, they were instantly before the saint's body. Then Sam turned around. Behind him, the saint's shadow let out a desolate song. A mass of air actually solidified, wrapping around the figures like amber. Flames erupted in Sam's hand and he pushed it onto the hellhound's head. Pop! The head was forced back. A large crack appeared on the skull but healed in the next moment. Wounds that did not injure the core were nothing to the hellhound. The man and hound wrestled in mid-air. Swelling ether scattered, icy winds and fiery rain appeared one after another. Sam gripped the saint's shoulder tightly, but the hellhound bit the corpse's waist. As they tried forcing the other to let go, the musician who had summoned the whole of destruction appeared behind the saint like a hallucination. He grabbed at the back. Tapping with his fingers, his rings lit up again. The shadow of a woman with hair made of snakes rose behind him and gazed at the others. Sam's expression changed. Letting go, he twisted in the air, dodging the incredibly strong fossilization ray. One of the hellhound's heads turned into rock instantly. This guy was clearly well prepared. Grabbing the saint's body, he turned to leave. However, something mysterious appeared before him and slammed down on his head before he even had time to smirk. He blacked out and dropped to the ground with a thud. Ye Qingxuan emerged out of thin air. He shook his cane, turning it into an extremely thick instrument string that curled toward the saint's body. "Let go!" Someone huffed coldly. A mass of steel plates came whistling. Burning light appeared behind him and the quagmire underfoot bubbled. An unbelievably big snake head poked out, snapping its mouth at Ye Qingxuan. In the air, Ye Qingxuan's scalp went numb. He had nowhere to hide in the air. Everyone was restricting themselves and he would not die from all of these powerful direct hits, but he would definitely have to go to the intensive care unit. Here was the problem: there was one cake and one knife. How could 5 little kids split it? Most musicians would think that they would just have to kill the other kids. However, if he could not kill the other kids but still wanted the cake for himself, there was only one solution. Chapter 352, Skull of Truth. The youth's eyes were determined. Opening his hand, he let out a beam of blazing light. The sun had descended. Without warning, countless mirrors refracted the light, practically turning into the sun and blinding everyone. Amidst the pained cries, Ye Qingxuan hurled a mass of metallic wind and thundering rain toward the saint's body. There was a blast. The saint's body exploded into dozens of pieces. Good friends had to learn how to share, but countless people cried out in shock and anger. Chaos ensued. However, people still rushed against the blinding light to snatch up the broken pieces. Sam was first. He descended with flames and reached into the mass of light, grabbing with 2 hands. Various pieces fell into his pocket: the left arm, a rib, and the heart. The 3-headed hound burst into action. All 3 mouths opened. Taking a deep breath, they swallowed all the shards of the scepter and escaped quickly because all the other musicians had swarmed over. Broken pieces flew in the air. With a rumble of thunder, a musician with dreadlocks broke through the air with shocking speed. He left behind white airwaves in his path. The guards on his hands and feet were bright red from the friction. Everything blocking him were upended. Pushing against the dazzling light, he grabbed 2 things before he was swallowed by a thunderstorm. When he rolled out, he was charred black and no longer able to compete. A giant hand appeared from a crack. It grabbed the saint's right leg before disappearing. Barrow's flying cycle flew across sneakily and bit a crystal that had fallen from the saint's chest. It quickly disappeared, hiding its achievement. A handful of groups acted at once, dividing up the saint's right leg. With an angry roar, a 3-meter-tall black giant ripped open his clothes and jumped from the crowd. He kicked a competitor aside and snatched half of the left hand. After a few jumps, he was out of the crowd. His body shrunk and his man-made muscles scattered in the wind. Miller walked out, cheekily putting his loot away and taking out a transparent test tube. The liquid inside the tube was clearly not something good. He shook it before the musicians who had crowded around him with evil intentions. He acted as if he was going to break the tube. The others froze in place, features twisting. All the musicians fell into chaos during the messy battle. One musician had lost his temper and plunged his dagger through another's back. That competitor collapsed and he froze in place as well. Metallic light spewed from his throat, wrapping around, and his head fell to the ground. Violators would die. The majority pined after the saint's spine. As a few musicians dueled, the spine was lifted by an air current. It flew in an arc overhead and landed outside the crowd. It landed perfectly into someone's hand as if it was a coincidence. I'm so lucky. Colt seemed to have planned to stand there. Faced with everyone's shocked eyes, he sighed softly and collected the vertebrae without any effort. He subtly stole a glance at the white-haired youth on the other side of the crowd. Ye Qingxuan remained in his spot, watching as everyone fought over the precious saint's body. He smiled and put his hands behind his back as if he was not interested at all. There was a circular bulge in his bag though. The cover showed a strand of burnt hair. The saint's most valuable body part, the skull of truth, had entered his bag without anyone realizing. Every part of a saint's body had different uses according to the saint's territory and scepter when he was still alive. For example, some saints' rings could provide the ability to breathe and live underwater. The hearts of others could be implanted into another musician's body, allowing him to be practically immortal. However, the similarity of all saints was their skulls. Carved with their symphony of predestination and all their spirit, these skulls were known as the skull of truth. It could only be used once, but if the skulls were compatible, the musician could borrow the saint's remaining power and receive a mysterious experience. Lifting the fog of reality, the musician could see the true appearance of the ether sea. After this experience, he would receive a large majority of the saint's previous enlightenments, allowing him to take a giant step forward in music theory and knowledge. In Ye Qingxuan's opinion, special alchemy equipment and supernatural abilities were incomparable to the development of one's own abilities. If he could use this opportunity well, he might be able to answer the 7 questions for musicians and reach the resonance level. Seeing how Ye Qingxuan had taken his treasure so easily, Colt did not blow his cover. Instead, he just said, "You didn't even have to let out your hidden ability. Seems like you're more powerful than I thought." Ye Qingxuan just smiled meaningfully. "Try a few more times. There's always hope." "Hope my ass. I don't have any hidden abilities, alright? It'll be funny if you can force it out of me." "You want a hidden ability? Here, I have a whistle that the weird grandmaster gave me. You want it? Take it," he thought. During the intense fight, everyone took turns pulling tricks and finally, they finished cutting up the saint's body. Sam called Barrow over, giving his lute to him and said something to Ye Qingxuan. After Ye Qingxuan nodded, his eyes rolled and he passed out. Beside him, Miller had already prepared various medicines and music scores. He put all of them on Sam for emergency treatment. 70% of his body had been severely burnt, and he had extreme blood and energy loss. There was a cost to being the incarnate of a spirit. Sam had only entered the resonance level recently. He was still too unfamiliar with distortion level strength. The stronger the power, the more difficult it was to control. The scarier the music score, the worse the consequences of losing control. One incorrect music score could cause a catastrophe. Barrow summoned a bear to take Sam away. An invisible cycle guarded them. He looked at Ye Qingxuan and asked, "What now?" Ye Qingxuan looked back at Hades' door. It had cracked open. "Now we'll see what's behind it." Colt, Tori, and Ye Qingxuan, who had walked over casually, stood before Hades' door. They stared at each other but no one took a step forward. One saint's body was already hard enough to deal with. What if they walked in and 6 saints climbed out of their coffins? It was not that probable, but what if? Colt smiled at Ye Qingxuan and broke the silence. "You first?" According to the rules, Ye Qingxuan should go first and pick what he wanted. However, he was the one who set the rule, so he did not have to follow it. Thinking a bit, he looked at Tori. "You first?" Tori smiled. He carried his unconscious brother without any intentions of moving. Instead, he looked to Colt. "You go." They had gone in a circle, but Colt was not surprised. He had expected this. He was the most observant of the three and would definitely know if there was danger behind the door. The other two were unable to rule out the possibility of something hiding there. Colt only had to pretend a little for them to scare themselves. Hearing their words, Colt smiled. Seizing the chance, he walked toward the door. His frail figure disappeared in the darkness. There were no more sounds. All was silent. Technically, Colt should give them a sign no matter what he found. It was inevitable for them to think the worst after such a long stretch of silence. Just as Ye Qingxuan and Colt stared at each other awkwardly, there was an angry roar. It was Colt. It was like a wild roar after losing all sanity, filled with unrestrainable shock and hysteria. Ye Qingxuan and Tori froze before sprinting into the darkness. They quickly saw Colt. He was rooted in the darkness, his eyes dark and furious. Veins bulged on the hand that gripped his wooden staff. This was the first time Ye Qingxuan saw him lose control. He could not even control his ether waves anymore. If this was a black zone, he would have imploded from the backlash of the music theory. Furrowing his brows, Ye Qingxuan looked around. He froze as well. Tori looked in silence, only his expression changed. After a long while, he sighed. "I've used up all my ideas," he said before turning to leave. In the darkness, Ye Qingxuan focused on everything the Eye of Silence would sense. After a while, he took a torch from his pocket and raised it up. Under the illumination, Ye Qingxuan scanned every inch of the dark hall. The walls were covered in paintings of heaven. The colors had faded after the thousands of years and had become speckled. The angels' faces were unclear. When they looked down at the newcomers, their gazes were blurry and muddled, as if they were looking here from long, long ago. 11 statues stood in the hall among countless dust and cobwebs. These 11 Romulasian gods had stood here for thousands of years and had become damaged beyond repair. This place was like an abandoned temple. It had been years since anyone had come to worship. There was an altar under the various statues, but the sacred fire had long been extinguished. All that remained was white ash. The fire watcher's chair beside it had rusted and one could vaguely see the image of the saint sitting there. There was nothing else here. There was none of the noble graves that they had expected, nor any challenges. There were not even any spiders. There was only an empty temple. It was terrifyingly still. There were no paths either. This was the end of the underground palace. So what's this? Ye Qingxuan gaped at the giant broken statue before him. After a long while, he threw down his torch and glanced at Colt. "Did you discover any secret paths or hidden rooms or any other traces?" Colt turned around. There was mockery in his dark eyes. "Would I be like this if I did? Who knows? A tricky B*TCH like you can do anything." Ye Qingxuan thought. Of course, he could not say that out loud. Otherwise, Colt would have flipped out. But despite the fact Ye Qingxuan could still crack jokes, he was disappointed as well. The Eye of Silence did not detect any hidden rooms or secret paths. There were no double layers either, and there was nothing behind the paintings. Ye Qingxuan cut some pieces down, only to find yellow dirt. There were no messages in the paintings. The ground was smooth and had been cut from stone, just like the statues. He reached for the broken probe he had found in the palace. Poking the ground, he discovered that there were hundreds of meters of dense stone underneath. There was no empty space at all. That meant there truly was nothing hidden here. That posed another question. Ye Qingxuan sank into deep thought. Where did the King of Yellow go? Chapter 353, Barrier of Knowledge. 5 days. There were no traces or progress in 5 whole days. The frustrated musicians had flipped through the entire palace, pushing aside and smashing the statues and looking through all the coffins, but they found nothing. They did not find the King of Yellow, but they did find a dozen yellow cloths wrapped around corpses. It was enough for everyone to use for blankets at night. Some musicians were still investigating closely, but many impatient ones had gone home already. Others had just started fighting the palace, practically beating each other's brains out. However, there was no progress. The King of Yellow was still missing. His disappearance was strange and unnatural, dumbfounding everyone. As the days passed, autumn was coming to an end and winter was coming. With the wind, Auschwitz's temperature dropped lower and lower. Many people changed into their winter clothes. In the sky, gray clouds clumped together, brewing with a blizzard. It was rare to see sunlight. Under the suffocating atmosphere, many had either lost the motivation to continue searching or felt anxious to do something big. Ever since Colt returned from the underground palace, he locked himself in the church's library. He rarely came out and his teammates gradually stopped contacting him. In the library, the bedraggled Colt sat amongst scattered books. He read book after book of records in silence, trying to find some clues. However, it was to no avail. After he flipped through the excavation records for the 5th time without any results, he closed the book expressionlessly. The book turned to dust under the angry ether waves and fell from his hands. The white dust fell into the scattered records on the ground. Those Romulans, coldness flashed past his narrowed eyes. They must have hidden something important. It was a pity the sacred city forbade musicians to do anything to the Romulans. Otherwise, Colt definitely would not have wasted all this time. As he pondered in silence, his expression changed. He tried to think of a way to make the Romulans talk. Unfortunately, Caligula was a trickster who did not care about anything. He took drugs and drank every day. It was clear he was the worst off mentally of these refugees. If Colt did something wrong, he could ruin it all. If there was a commotion, the School of Rock might get ordered directly by the sacred city to modify itself and pay for it. The current pope was not merciful. His tactics were comparable to the 5th pope who had resealed the Dragon of Armageddon. He was never lax with those who went against the sacred city's orders. The ring on his finger suddenly flashed while he was deep in thought. His eyes brightened. Pulling out a pitcher of water, he poured it out seemingly carelessly. However, the water never reached the ground. It turned into a thin water mirror in the air under the gently flowing melody. This was just a medium. It was actually a projection from a scepter in the ether world. The torchlight that shrouded the School of Rock thousands of miles away now projected into his mirror. It also established the connection between him and miles away. A blurry figure soon appeared in the water mirror. He said, "Mr. Colt, there is news about what you wish to investigate." In the north, above Asgard's frozen earth, the School of Rock was perched at the peak of a cluster of mountains. It rose out of stone that contained a rich iron mine. It was the highest point on Earth and was the closest to the stars. There contained the world's oldest school of revelations and the source of all starry-eyed musicians, the Secret Keepers. Colt's teacher, Heisenberg, was one of those grandmasters. For millenniums, the Secret Keepers received signs of the future from deep within the stars. They also listened to the voice of the earth. Under the guidance of the few generations of grandmasters, there were people all over the world to provide information to the Secret Keepers. They continuously provided secrets and messages, pushing the school of Secret Keepers closer and closer to the legendary point of all-knowing. As Heisenberg's student and the future inheritor, Colt naturally had the right to use this vast information web to his advantage. Now, days of silence later, he finally received feedback from the informants. Colt only nodded. "Speak." Ye Qingxuan is a member of the Music History Department of the Anglo-Royal Academy of Music, the man in the mirror said. This music academy is particular about heritage and knowledge. However, he was able to enter the academy with unprecedented full marks on the written exam. Because of his qualifications, he was seen as the disgrace of the academy, but those who mocked him all disappeared within the academy. During this year's school trials, he went against the entire academy by himself and won first place. At the same time, he helped an infamous failure of a senior graduate with the highest score. Within half a year, he went from a student with nothing to an official musician. He may even break into the resonance level within a short period of time. His teacher is Abraham, who made the biggest ancient academia discovery within decades due to his interpretation of the Voynich manuscript. I'm sure you've heard about the plagiarism scandal. According to investigation, Ye Qingxuan played a major role in this. To take revenge for the plagiarism, he single-handedly forced Ingmar, professor of the School of Revelations, to insanity. Ingmar died in the asylum 2 months later, mysteriously, just like everyone else who had wronged him before. This includes Gavin's brother Banner. Gavin had become enemies with Ye Qingxuan due to this and was affected. The entire Adrian family had fallen during Anglo's political cleansing last year. According to our investigations, the second princess had seen him off when he embarked on the journey here. She is the heir to the crown. His relationship with Anglo's royal family is not average. According to informants, there are rumors that his recommendation letter when he entered the Royal Academy of Music was written by the current King of Black. When he finished reading, the man in the mirror laughed, thinking the last sentence too incredulous. However, Colt did not laugh. After a long silence, his face darkened. I see. Colt raised his eyes and asked, "What does my teacher think about the King of Yellow's traces?" The man in the mirror answered, "According to the Grandmaster's speculations, the sacred city already knows where the King of Yellow went but isn't willing to publicize it. He doesn't understand why the sacred city organized this trial. However, the end result will be to use your hands to tell the world where the king went or completely bury this matter." After pondering, Colt nodded. "I understand." He raised his hand to end the water mirror, but the man spoke. "The Grandmaster has another word for you. He hopes you can listen carefully." Confused, Colt looked up. The man in the mirror looked at him and said coldly, "The Grandmaster said that, if you wish to accomplish something during this trial, then Ye Qingxuan is your enemy. If you really can't win against him, don't even think about inheriting the mantle. I would rather end this school in my hands than have it ruined by incapable musicians." Colt nodded after another stretch of silence. "I understand," he said. "Please tell him that I understand." The water mirror dissipated. In the silence, Colt looked down, staring at the yellowing scrolls. He hid his gaze in the darkness. At noon, a merchant caravan unwillingly stepped onto the barren earth and traveled dozens of kilometers to Auschwitz. The market near the gate that had been deserted for a while was finally filled with the sounds of hawking merchants. Most caravans were unwilling to come here because there were not many people and they did not have much money. The merchants just sold some grains, meat, salt, and other unprofitable goods. The money they could make after all that effort was probably not even as much as the profit of a batch of silk. If the sacred city did not give merchants tax redemption for going to Auschwitz, no one would come. Amongst the hustle and bustle, a white-haired youth lay in the best spot and slept. Bathing in the sun, he slept so well it was shocking. Someone in the passing carriages was confused. He raised a hand to lift the curtain of his carriage. He stopped when he saw the young man. His eyes were meaningful. "What's wrong?" his companion asked. The man looked away and let down the curtain. In the dimness of the carriage, the man with a hood stated, "For some reason, I really want to kill him." For some reason, his train of thought was interrupted. Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes and sighed dejectedly. When he looked at the passing carriages, he yawned and flipped over to continue sleeping. With his eyes closed, he could practically see the dazzling symphony of predestination. Other than the dead saint, he was probably the clearest about this symphony. He transformed into moonlight and entered it, experiencing every change in the majestic music score. Countless music notes formed intervals. The intervals worked with each other to form the music theory, expressing incredible miracles. It was vast yet detailed, fine yet majestic. He was in awe whenever he thought about it. Ye Qingxuan knew without a doubt that his moonlight could be developed to this extent if he had the ability. After merging into the symphony of predestination, his knowledge of music theory had improved a lot. Symphonies of predestination were the crystallization of a musician's soul. It contained his life, experiences, personality, and everything else. Entering it was the same as that saint giving him everything to learn. If not for the barrier of knowledge, Ye Qingxuan would probably have risen to resonance on the spot. Ye Qingxuan still did not abandon his path, step around the barrier of knowledge, and use the symphony of predestination to break into resonance. If Lola found out about that, he would probably get hung on Traitor's Gate for being a disappointment. But what should he do now? At a loss, Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes and stared blankly at the sun. After a long period of accumulation, he finally ran into the enemy of all musicians, the eternal shadow, the impassable wall, the barrier of knowledge. Chapter 354, Existence of Knowledge. For the first time, Ye Qingxuan experienced the depression that came with not being able to make any progress no matter how hard he worked. It was not serious enough to be traumatizing, but he could imagine how crazy he would feel if he were stuck here for 3 or 4 years. So many musicians were willing to turn to the dark side just to obliterate this obstacle. One must make sacrifices and be determined to abandon everything. Otherwise, they had to be prepared to never take another step forward. Ye Qingxuan sighed and closed his eyes. Reaching out, gentle music notes sounded as his fingertips pressed down. The fog dissipated. The formless ether sea gradually showed its vast appearance, filling the sky and earth. Compared to it, he was even smaller than dust. However, in this speck of dust, his perception extended boundlessly and delved deep into the ether sea. Ye Qingxuan could feel 4 paths slowly unfurling before him. They varied in length and led in 4 different directions. They represented the 4 schools that he had knowledge in. One of them seemed to be made from countless stars. The stars rotated, illuminating the fog for him. They faintly pointed out the direction of the end. This was the music theory path for the School of Revelations. One path was fleeting like a hallucination, fading in and out of existence. This was the School of Illusions. One path extended from under his feet and spiraled upward. Countless unclear faces appeared, stared at him. They were filled with incessant temptation, luring him to come forward and walk to the end. This was the School of Mind. The last path was the longest and the firmest. It extended from his body into the sky, extending steadily inch by inch to the core of all. This was the School of Abstinence, which was the school Ye Qingxuan grasped the most of. He could feel that he was only a tiny bit away for his consciousness to go through the musician path and enter the heart of the ether sea. Then, he could project into the ether world, nail himself into a spot, and resonate with the world to enter the resonance level. He only needed a bit more. However, this little bit was as vast as an abyss. Ye Qingxuan knew he could not cross the abyss until he broke through the barrier of knowledge. This was why he was frustrated. The barrier of knowledge would not be known as the cliff of despair if it were easy to cross, would it? But only the cream of the crop could use their ability to cross the barrier of knowledge. The cost of using a spirit or demon was too small, so small people easily lost sanity due to this difficulty. Ye Qingxuan retracted his senses and opened his eyes again. Is it time to eat? He muttered to himself. He touched his stomach and it grumbled. He was once again whiling his days away. During the day, he would go to Caligula's house if he was bored. They would talk about classics and history and other small talk. He had learned a lot about Romulan history, and the elder had given him some drugs to get a high as well. Ye Qingxuan memorized the former and tossed the latter into the trash. Other than that, he had no accomplishments. Occasionally, he would go to the church to see if the priest made any progress in the virus research. As for the King of Yellow, Ye Qingxuan had forgotten all about him. After all, he did not come here for the Pope's reward. Just as he was tossing on the chaise and wondering if he should eat some fried pancakes or dried grains, a shadow fell across his face. "Hey, sunbathing?" The white-haired senior from the east bent down and smiled at him. "Mr. Hu, you're taking a walk again?" Ye Qingxuan rose and invited him in. He poured a cup of coffee from the stove for the man. "I'm taking a stroll," Mr. Hu said, kicking at the covers. "I used to really like walking. When I was still a student, my teacher would tell me to take a walk whenever I am feeling down or feeling indecisive about something. Does it work? I guess?" Mr. Hu scratched his head. "Once, my teacher met with the emperor. He was troubled when he returned, so he took me out on a walk. We left from the capital and walked west for 10 years before coming back slowly. In the end, my teacher thought it through." Ye Qingxuan was curious as to what question had taken Mr. Hu's teacher more than 10 years to think through. "Then what?" "Then?" Mr. Hu shrugged. "Then he died and I took his ashes back to the capital. He was enshrined in the Lingyan Pavilion. It's been many years." Ye Qingxuan did not know what to say. He cleared his throat for a while and sighed. "The East is a strange place." "Yeah, it's a nice place." Mr. Hu pulled out a thin pipe and stuffed it with tobacco. Lighting it, he sucked in 2 breaths and let out a plume of smoke. He smoked while squatting on the ground like a farmer taking a break rather than a scholar with students. He smoked happily and lazily. "Hey, kid," he suddenly said. "Have you thought about visiting the East?" Caught by surprise, Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "You should go." Mr. Hu glanced at his white hair and said, "Otherwise, you'll regret it." After a moment of silence, the youth could not help but scratch his head. "Sir, there's nothing regretful. There's only a few things people like me can do. Everything will be good if I can do it right. If not, nothing will happen. But right now, I can't even handle the things that I need to do. I don't have the effort to think about the East. But have you ever thought that there's something waiting for you there?" After thinking a bit, Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "Never." Mr. Hu nodded. He suddenly chuckled. "Then that's that." He let out a breath and rose as if he was relieved. "It's good this way." He nodded in farewell, but Ye Qingxuan called out to him just as he turned to leave. "Mr. Hu, you're an important figure in the Imperial College. You must have your view on music theory, right?" Looking at him in confusion, Mr. Hu nodded. Thus, the youth smiled happily and moved closer to him, rubbing his palms in anticipation. "Can you help me with a question, Dot?" Half an hour later, they were in a quiet corner of the inn's hall. "I see." Mr. Hu nodded after listening to Ye Qingxuan's current troubles. He had some ideas. Soon, he asked, "Ye Qingxuan, have you ever thought about what the source of the world is? How does life produced and evolved?" No, Ye Qingxuan shook his head. "The nature of time and space, the laws of the natural world, the existence of souls? I don't know. The relationship between humanity and the world? Never thought about it." Ye Qingxuan nodded crisply, but Mr. Hu looked at him with sharp eyes as if trying to see through his disguise. "You've never thought about it, or you're not willing to think about it?" Ye Qingxuan froze, his expression stiffening. After a long while, he scratched his head awkwardly. "Sir, what do you mean? The upper path of mind and thoughts is intangible, the lower path is tangible. This is the explanation of the musician paths by the ancient East. There is a separation between inside and outside. The 7 schools can also be categorized as such. If I'm not wrong, he reached out and grasped Ye Qingxuan's wrist. His 3 fingers fell lightly onto the youth's pulse. Sensing his sound of heart, understanding filled Mr. Hu. Revelations, mind, illusion, and abstinence? I see. Ye Qingxuan, how long has it been since you've dreamed? Dreamed? Ye Qingxuan was confused. I dream every d-. He stopped. He just realized that it had been a long time since he had dreamed. At some point, he had stopped dreaming and he no longer remembered any dreamscapes. Thinking back, he could only remember that person in the dream telling him to go to the end of the dream. This is where your problem is. Mr. Hu toyed the thin pipe in his hands and asked lightly, Ye Qingxuan, other than the way of abstinence that focuses on ether, you've learned practically all the paths of self. However, there's disparity between your sense of self and reality. You've felt this before, correct? Ye Qingxuan stayed silent because Mr. Hu was correct. He had long realized that there was something wrong with him, but he could not pinpoint what it was. That's why you feel you don't fit with many musicians. You never saw yourself as part of the same world as them, and you lack the real sense of being a musician. So many people swarm by and you're caught in the middle as a bystander, unable to integrate into them. It's just like how a zebra can't find their place between black horses and white horses. Mr. Hu studied him with pity and sympathy. Ye Qingxuan, what would you do if you realized the world is completely different from what you thought? Ye Qingxuan hung his head. He could not reply. Mr. Hu rose to bid farewell. He patted Ye Qingxuan's shoulder, saying, "This is your barrier of knowledge." In his room late at night, Ye Qingxuan finally snapped out of his deep thoughts. To be honest, he really had no other solutions. If this problem was his barrier of knowledge, then he truly had no idea how to solve it. So I have to rely on you? He looked up at the weathered skull on his desk. The eye sockets were pure black, as if it contained all the darkness in the universe with unknowable secrets. It was the skull of truth. Chapter 355, Jiu Shao Wan Pei. Ye Qingxuan lifted the skull and stared at the eye sockets. The skull was cold as stone and seemed to be made of metal. Its mouth was filled with solid gold, making it look like a menacing piece of art. However, waves rippled through constantly, resonating with the ether world in death. This was the source that the saint left behind, a connecting point between the ether and material world. Through this point, Ye Qingxuan could experience the saint's lifetime accumulation and absorb understanding of music theory. This way, he could see the truth through the fog. After he broke through the barrier of knowledge, he could enter the ether world, anchor his own point, and enter the resonance level. He did not need to sign with a spirit or demon, so he did not need to be restricted or affected by the contract. This was the more stable solution, but it was not entirely harmless. After all, the ether world was not a paradise. It was an illusory realm enveloped by the originator. Unknown dangers were hidden in the shadows there. To them, rashly entering musicians were the best feast. If he entered without enough accumulation and was not protected by a saint or a natural catastrophe, he could attract the attention of something scary without realizing. Plus, Ye Qingxuan already had Hyakum's eyes on him, but that natural catastrophe had established a bottomless abyss in the ether world and was not some nice guy. The ether world was his territory. If he was not gravely injured as expected or had recovered a bit, he would definitely welcome Ye Qingxuan to visit and perform a bunch of tricks for him. So should I gamble it? Ye Qingxuan muttered to himself as he gripped his chin. He laughed involuntarily. Should he keep dragging it on until Hyakum recovered? It was just a matter of time. After all, the ether world was huge. He would not be so unlucky that he would fall into Hyakum's territory, right? As the saying went, you only live once. He would be like any other loser if he had such a good opportunity before him and he did not try. Ping. 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 Ping! The strings on Jiu Xiaowan Pei quickly extended and crisscrossed through his room. They vibrated and established an ether-blending music theory, constructing a small enchantment. Moonlight creeped on the instrument strings and connected above the suboriginator. The suboriginator's music theory came from Avalon's enchantment and brought together the wisdom of several generations of musicians. It was overqualified to be used here, but it was better safe than sorry in this situation. Ye Qingxuan did not want to get stabbed in the back while his consciousness was extending into the ether sea through the musician path. When everything was ready, he cut open his finger. A strand of silvery moonlight blood dripped from his finger. It fell onto the skull and disappeared. The skull absorbed his blood like a bottomless and insatiable hole. Ye Qingxuan's expression quickly changed. His blood was flowing faster and faster as if it was being sucked by an invisible vortex. A bout of dizziness besieged him. In his daze, he saw that flesh was growing on the skull. The withered face grew plumper and a pair of eyes slowly opened in the empty sockets. It looked at him and sighed, singing a horse song. Ye Qingxuan was swallowed by the song. He sank into a daze and could not move. The fog that constantly shrouded the world before him suddenly disappeared. Once again, he could observe the omnipresent ether sea. The sea was boundless. Waves surged to the rhythm of the world's breathing. Light flowed from another world in the depths of the sea. The four musician paths appeared before him again. Mind, illusion, revelations, and abstinence. They were waiting for Ye Qingxuan's choice. However, before Ye Qingxuan could think, the moonlight inside him started burning. The suboriginator rose up and a gentle melody spread out. The sleeping Deva's blood woke again under the melody. It radiated inside him. It felt as if his head split apart under the illumination of the moonlight. Sealed memories boiled in his mind, emerging one after another. They dragged him in, going deeper and deeper inside, deeper. Finally, amidst the immense pain, he saw the seal made of moonlight inside his mind. Influenced by the skull of truth, some kind of power was awakening behind the seal. It was the power hidden in his blood, a melody that had accompanied his life since his birth. It was the talent within his Deva's blood. Ye Qingxuan could only feel that his blood had turned into some sort of medium. Countless complex sleeping music theories emerged in his blood. They connected with each other, transforming into a detailed but vast structure. Finally, it turned into a complicated music score. That was the nature of the dragon bloodline, the source of the white-haired Deva's strength. The music score's power continuously charged against the seal that Ye Lancao had set. The music notes inside the seal shook, pounding against Ye Qingxuan's head, engulfing him in debilitating pain. However, the seal was undamaged. Influenced by the music score, the skull of truth's guidance suddenly changed. The talent within the Deva's blood had chosen for Ye Qingxuan. Its power entered the skull of truth. It burned with the saint's enlightenment and knowledge, quickly enacting one of Ye Qingxuan's propositions. Flames lit up inside the dark eye sockets of the skull. The inheritance was starting. Countless music theories started emerging from the skull of truth. They wove with each other until the thousands of strands connected with the four paths made of music theory. Like tendrils and ivy, they grew quickly. They formed a complete entity where Ye Qingxuan had never thought of before and seeped into the four paths. They combined with the four entirely different music theories, starting an unexpected chain reaction. The first to collapse was revelations. Of the four, Ye Qingxuan's study of revelations was the shallowest. Therefore, the music theory in that path was the easiest to change. In his mind, the school of revelations quickly evolved until it became a beam of light that flowed into the path of abstinence. There was a rumble. Countless music notes flowed on the path of abstinence. They rose like flames and changed on the spiraling path. It wrapped around the revelations music theory in an unimaginable way and became more solid. A dazzling star rose slowly at the end of the road, illuminating the future path. Next was illusion. It evaporated and seeped into abstinence. Countless music notes emerged infused. The abstinence path became both real and illusory, as if it was between the real and non-existent realms. Finally, the path of mind merged completely with abstinence. Rays of light and shadows instantly appeared on either side of the path. They seemed to pass through hell and heaven, going to an unknown destination. After the three changes, the path of abstinence was nothing like before. It seemed to have turned from a bungalow to a tower that reached to the sky. Countless music theories were combined by the saint's enlightenment, enveloping Ye Qingxuan's music theory within. This path transformed with the entirely new state, transforming into a structure that Ye Qingxuan could not understand. It was majestic and solemn. More moonlight spirit was merged into it. It had some signs of a symphony of predestination but was hard to grasp. Ye Qingxuan was dumbfounded before this tower. He had no clue what was happening. The 7 schools were different, but it was possible to merge. However, one needed to be at least the distortion level to merge to this extent. Before writing the symphony of predestination and entering the scepter level, musicians must go through the completion stage. They must merge his specialized path with the other 6 schools and complete the evolution. Only a complete and stable system could support the vast symphony of predestination. Ye Qingxuan never expected that the skull of truth could cross all that at once and help him merge 4 paths before he even entered resonance. This change had solved one of Ye Qingxuan's hardest problems, though. All 4 paths were long and hard to choose, but now they had become just one path. The downside was, the enlightenment within the skull of truth that could help him break through the barrier of knowledge had thinned. If it was a blazing fire before, now it was only a weak flame. All that power had been used up by the Deva's blood. Ye Qingxuan wanted to cry. What kind of musician was he now? Now, the sub-originator was the core within his body. His blood formed a system that merged 4 schools together. It looked like he had formed a special school, but there was no sign of Ye Qingxuan's Dreamweaver. It seemed that the world hated him. However, he had no time to waste. His perception climbed the tower of music theory and charged into the depths of the ether sea. It felt like he was flying in the air. Breaking through layers of fog, he soared like an eagle. Riding the waves of ether, he flew higher, higher, and higher until he reached the end of the sky. The scenery around him was bizarre. Figures appeared in the countless rays of light. Those were the silhouettes of musicians that had left in the ether sea when they entered resonance. They spanned throughout history and were of all ages. Some wore noble clothing while others were in rags. Some may have died, but their consciousness was carved within the ether and shone like stars. The higher he went, the closer he was to the depth of the ether sea. He could sense more and more vast realms operating within the distant world. He stepped on the tower with stars of music theory guiding him overhead. Rather than being distracted by the absurd scenery, he walked steadily along the stars' guidance. Passing countless paths, he walked in his own direction and entered deep inside the ether sea. As he walked, the figures around him lessened. The remaining ether waves were stronger. Finally, the figures turned into Eastern musicians in elegant robes. They were of different ages and genders, but their marks in the ether sea rippled with familiar waves. The same family emblem was on their long robes. The same, Jiu Shao Huan Pei. Chapter 356, The Shadow of the Ether World. For thousands of years, the Eastern Deva's blood, the Yi family of the 9 dragon bloodlines, and all musicians who had reached the resonance level had left their mark here. Whether near or far, they guided the road for Ye Qingxuan. However, there were very few people up ahead. Ye Qingxuan began to feel weary and exhausted, but the flames of the skull of truth still provided him with the power to fly to the depths of the sea. Finally, he saw the familiar figure. The ethereal figure stood alone at the highest point, hanging high like the moon, as if waiting for the successor with a smile. Father? Ye Qingxuan was stunned. He had been walking down the musician path into the depths of the ether sea. His sense of the ether world also reached an unprecedented clarity. As if standing at the peak of the land, he gazed at the stars and saw countless sweeping nebulae in the starry sky. It was either the territory and lair of natural catastrophes or the scepters and temples of first-generation kings and saints. The most striking of all was the sacred temple, which was shrouded in divine light. Countless magnificent songs played in the temple. Saints stood like stars, illuminating layers of darkness like the sun. It was the sacred city founded by the first three kings, around which countless saints and the scepters of the Holy Spirits revolved like satellites. Together, they created a galaxy. In another distant place, Ye Qingxuan sensed a huge abyss, full of darkness. Endless cries emerged from it. There seemed to be countless huge figures hidden in the dark. Those shadows loomed in the dark with terrifying outlines. As he gazed at the abyss seemed to be watching him too. The horror emblem of the eyes within the eye emerged from it. It was the territory of Hyakum, the original darkness of the world where all the evils gathered. Ye Qingxuan felt distraught with a mere glance, growing breathless. He dared not to look again. Somewhere else, there were countless scepter territories operating. One of the scepter fields was like a huge scorching sun, overbearing but lacking agility as if it was sleeping. It was the throne of the Burgundy kingdom, the evidence of the Sun King. However, the position of the Sun King had been vacant for hundreds of years. No one had risen to it yet. In the east, Ye Qingxuan could feel a huge wall extending tens of millions of miles. On that high barrier, countless beacons burned with eternal light. They were the physical incarnation of the Holy Spirits. The light interwove into an enchantment, resisting all the darkness and attacks, firmly shrouding the eastern land. For hundreds of years, the saints from the 9 dragon bloodlines were not welcomed into the sacred city after their deaths. Instead, they became a part of this horrible realm. The Eastern Emperor and the 9 families had spent hundreds of years creating this weapon of terror to keep natural catastrophes away from. Then, Ye Qingxuan perceived the direction of Anglo and the faintly revealed Holy Grail. This was the legendary artifact. The destructive Grail covered the country, emitting cold murderous intention, keeping people from approaching it. Deeper in the void, Ye Qingxuan sensed a broken city. It was the fallen Avalon's shadow. The moment he sensed it, a bell rang from the shadowy city. The resonance between the enchantment of Avalon and the sub-originator was clear and unguarded toward him. If Ye Qingxuan wanted to enter sub-originator with others' power, he should anchor himself in Avalon's shadow. This way, not only could he reach the resonance level, he could also inherit the Avalon's shadow in the future and leap into the scepter level. Unfortunately, he was not planning to get involved in this rotten legacy from hundreds of years ago. In fact, he intended to keep as far away from it as possible. At the same time, he sensed another realm that seemed to have lost touch and drifted into the depths of the ether world. When he looked in puzzlement, he saw countless tombstones in that realm, desolate and old like a cemetery. He could see his own name on one of those tombstones. All the lights under the tombstones were extinguished, only a solitary lamp was lit before his tombstone. It suddenly dawned on Ye Qingxuan when he saw the light. That was where he had pushed open the door of musicians and made a pact with the originator. It was also the realm that had been passed down the Yi family for the past hundreds of years. The moment he sensed it, he felt his vision spin. His induction quickly blurred. In his hand, the flame of the skull of truth trembled like a candle in the wind. It extinguished. It had to be now. Before Ye Qingxuan could react, he felt his perception decline rapidly and fall from the sky. As he was falling, he looked back and saw his previous direction. Light was surging on the desolate land of Romulus. Countless lights flowed under the earth like rivers and gathered in the underground palace where he vaguely saw a door. It was the door that could only be seen through the flames of the saints' remains. A door? Late at night, Ye Qingxuan opened his eyes in the darkness. In his hand, the skull of truth had turned to ash and dropped from the fingers. But Ye Qingxuan did not feel down. He was ecstatic. He had completed the completion stage in advance and organized his chaotic music theory system. It was worth the price. Moreover, his strength had made great progress with this experience. He believed that he could enhance his perception to find the origin in the near future, even if he could not break through the barrier of knowledge. Now, the most important thing was that he finally found the clue hidden in the underground palace. Sure enough, the problem is still hidden in the temple, Ye Qingxuan murmured to himself. He quickly packed things up and wore the governor under his coat. Opening the window, he silently ran toward the mine under the dark night. Upstairs, the loudly snoring Angloian grandmaster turned amongst the scattered plastic containers and dirty dishes. He stared blearily in Ye Qingxuan's direction. It's so late. Why is he running around instead of sleeping? He muttered. He snapped his fingers and continued to sleep. By his bedside, something flashed vaguely. Ye Qingxuan sped through the silent underground palace, bypassing the musicians who stayed up late looking for clues. He did not attract anyone's attention and walked into the temple. In the silent shrine, there was only debris all over the ground. The statues were shattered by the musicians in anger and the precious artifacts had become fragments. This was also the reason why Ye Qingxuan was unwilling to come here. As a scholar of ancient studies, it made him uncomfortable to see all this. The 11 statues had all been smashed. The walls were also pitted. They had truly dug 3 feet under and even the ceiling was full of holes. Ye Qingxuan sighed, slowly shaking his head. A nation's history and past was completely destroyed. Some places had been pulverized. Nothing could fix it. Ye Qingxuan wandered in the decadent temple, staring at the 11 statues. They were proved to be the Holy Spirit Aeneas, the father of thunder, Aeneas's wife who was later worshipped as the mother of the gods, and several of their children including the god of light, Cupid, goddess of hunt, two-sided Ares, the god of secrets, as well as the god of wine and the god of wealth. Ye Qingxuan walked around while counting the statues again and again. In the end, he was finally sure that his guess was correct. There were 12 deities in the ancient book that Caligula gave to himself, but there were only 11 here. Ye Qingxuan stopped between 2 statues. There should be another one here. It should be Mercury, the messenger of the gods and the spirit of the traveler. In Romulus's pantheon, Mercury's domain was of traveling and messengers. In the ancient language of Romulus, both musicians and messengers were known as Dark Duke. On the day of his introduction, Abraham once told him that musicians also served as messengers. In ancient Romulus, musicians were loyal to the temple and conveyed the will of the gods. The aether was the messenger that led those who had gone astray back to the originator. Therefore, Mercury also served as musician. The missing deity's archetype came from the oasis in the desert of Thebes, the origin of mankind centuries ago. People called it Thoth, the god of wisdom. Although Mercury's position was not very high among the gods of Romulus, he was obviously still very important. It was not possible to omit his existence in order to save space. So, this meant that his statue was ignored deliberately. In order to hide something. Ye Qingxuan thought for a moment, looking at the gap between the 2 statues. The longer he gazed, the more familiar it was. He had seen this somewhere. All of a sudden, something flashed through his mind. He took out a crumpled map. Comparing them, he became confident in his guess. He had seen this place amidst the graffiti he had bought from Elsa. On the back of the map, Elsa's graffiti clearly depicted this corner of the image, but the graffiti looked vague and strange, so he could barely recognize it. However, the space was not empty in the graffiti. There was a door. Ye Qingxuan walked forward, touching the potholes on the wall. He could only feel the cold and solid rock. How could there be a door? There was not even an empty hole. He looked down at the back of the map to look at the scribbles. After a long while, his expression became helpless. Elsa's drawing was too messy. She was really a soul painter. Everything was crooked and nothing could be figured out. There was something strange drawn on the door as well. Ye Qingxuan struggled at it for a long while. Suddenly, something dawned on him. He pulled out his pocket watch and compared them. He was almost shocked to death. The two squiggly lines was the double snake emblem. Did she draw it here to test his imagination? Chapter 357, Goodbye. If it was not midnight, Ye Qingxuan would have definitely rushed into Caligula's home to interrogate Elsa on how she had entered. However, Elsa only had 5 minutes of memory, so she probably could not explain clearly, right? But why was the double snake emblem here? There was one on her wrist too. Ye Qingxuan stared at the pocket watch and thought for a long time, but he still did not understand. He grew depressed. The worst thing in the world was when the door was right there but one could not find it. He sighed. Looking back at the shattered statue, he shook his head slowly. It's been so many years. The Romulans have probably all forgotten about it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this damaged. Shaking his head, he turned to leave. But then he froze. The holy fire. The holy fire. When the Romulans left the oasis, they established 7 cities of wolves and created their own empire. Many races had come from all over and assimilated into Romulus. They also brought their own gods, which was why Romulus' temple was known as the Thousand-God Temple. However, the Romulans maintained their worship of their most primitive ancestors. They believed that the souls of their ancestors lived inside their family flames. Thus, the family flame must always be lit. A family must worship the same flame. The connection was closer than blood relationships. The elder of a family was also the priest of the family flame. Every family had a unique prayer and ritual. When a daughter married, a musician needed to witness the marriage before the family flame in place of the ancestor's spirit. This way, the girl could leave the family flame and enter another family's flame. Therefore, the holy fire that represented the many gods in the temple would never be extinguished. Even in the temple, the saint's relic acted as the fire watcher. When he resurrected, he absorbed the fire and transformed it into his own power, and the fire was no more. Then, I'll light it up for you again. Ye Qingxuan returned to the altar and cleared away the ashes. He broke the rusted chair and tossed the parts in. He created a spark of fire and tossed it in as well. Fire lit up in the darkness. Ye Qingxuan took off the eye of silence and studied the temple. Under the weak firelight, a solemn aura appeared around the broken statues. Centuries ago, the Romulans had come here to create a cemetery for their heroes. They also built a residence for their gods and sacrificed slaves and beasts to them. With the fire's return, the gods seemed to have returned from darkness. Their broken faces gazed at Ye Qingxuan, the foreign worshipper. Before the weak fire, Ye Qingxuan felt his pocket watch vibrate. Taking it out, he saw the double snake emblem lit up slowly before dimming. Even the dark design disappeared. The mirror-like outer shell reflected the holy fire's glow. There seemed to be small contours on the surface, producing rectangular shadows on the wall. The light floated on the wall as Ye Qingxuan moved his wrist. It finally moved between 2 statues. It looked like a door. A door. Ye Qingxuan gaped at his pocket watch and then looked at the door of light and shadow. He put his watch away, but the door's contour was still there. This is possible? Doubtful, he walked over and pushed. The door opened. It really was possible. He stared blankly at the open door and the bright space behind it. After a long while, he stepped through. In the secret room behind the door, there was a statue holding flames. There was a line of dark gold words carved on the statue's foundation. Made of green gold and copper, it did not rust. Under the firelight, discipline from ancient priests shone brilliantly. Dis te minorem quod juris imperas. Thou rulest because thou bearest. Before the words, someone had abandoned a ragged robe. It was covered in dust, but Ye Qingxuan could tell immediately that it was from the King of Yellow. He had abandoned it here as if abandoning the glory and position that countless people dreamed of. Before Ye Qingxuan could take a closer look, the thing beside the robe caught his attention. He suddenly wished he had never come here. He'd rather have never discovered the secret behind the door, wishing he had never come here in the first place. It was pure regret from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to run away. Staring at the thing, it felt as if he had fallen into an icy gorge. He shook violently and practically collapsed. He had never hesitated, even as he faced the strongest enemy, the most terrifying beast, or natural catastrophes. Ye Qingxuan had once thought that there was nothing in the world that could shake him up like this. But looking at this, Ye Qingxuan felt raw fear. What in the living f***ck is this? Late at night, a heavy yet sad bell rang from the peak of the sacred city and spread in all directions. Outside the Holy Spirit Temple, a few solemn archbishops clad in red stared at the flickering firelight within the faraway temple. They sighed under the bleak bell and lowered their eyes. The Holy Spirit Temple was the most important place of the sacred city. It was the core and even more important than the Pope's palace. However, it was not heavily guarded. Rather than knights guarding it, there were only priests clad in gray. This temple enshrined the saints who placed their consciousness into the ether after death and transformed into holy spirits. The spirits slept inside the temple and slowed down their decay, waiting for the time they needed to step onto the battlefield. However, a man's consciousness was so insignificant and temporary compared to the world. When the slow death finally came, the bell would ring to announce the passing of a Holy Spirit. This was the 6th this century. The archbishops outside the temple murmured amongst themselves. It must extinguish in the end? He is a saint, but it is the 600th year, after all. No living thing can escape it. But he's different. Someone sighed, then they fell silent. The one that would soon extinguish was the powerful musician who had started the age of Romulus 600 years ago, the eternal emperor of the Romulans, Holy Spirit Aeneas. Someone entered the temple. The traveler from far away walked past the stone coffins on either side and stopped before the altar. There, the unclear face of a Holy Spirit looked up from the weak flame and looked at the comer. The newcomer was completely different from before. He was no longer eerily handsome, but his long hair was still as golden as before. Within a few short months, he had aged to a middle-aged man. He looked time-worn but was still fat. The double snake emblem on his cane still shone. Seeing the Holy Spirit in the fire, he smiled. Hermes? In the fire, Aeneas looked at him. His eyes filled with recognition. Long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Hermes sat beside the altar and rested against the pillar. He said softly, I'm here to see you off. Thank you. Aeneas nodded. Hermes lowered his head and pulled a pipe from his pocket. Sadly, the lighter was wet and would not ignite. After struggling for a while, he sighed helplessly and cursed. Aeneas pressed a finger onto the pipe. The weak embers lit up the tobacco. Thanks. Opening his mouth, Hermes sucked in deeply and let out a long breath. I sat on a carriage for days. I'm so tired. Aeneas looked at him. Hesitating, he asked quietly, Are they okay? Of course, Hermes answered. It's good enough to be alive nowadays, right? And anyway, it's good enough for them to have a place to stay as a group of homeless wanderers. What about you? You stay here like it's a prison. Want me to take you out for a walk? I had a dream before you came, Aeneas. And you were here when I woke up. What a coincidence. It's good to dream. What did you dream? Tell me about it. I dreamed of my family flame. He sighed. I dreamed that I left this place and returned to the family flame, reuniting with my ancestors. But when I woke up, I felt scared. I've done so many things wrong. I don't know what they will say to me. Don't worry. You did many things right too, Hermes said. If there's an afterlife, you'll definitely be rewarded there. Is there really an afterlife? No, Hermes shook his head. You've lived for so long, Aeneas. Do you still not understand? Humans are just as you can see, 70% water, calcium in the bones, blood in the body. They breathe when they're alive, and when they're dead. There's nothing anymore. Pointing at his head, he said softly, there's no soul here, Aeneas. I'm sorry, but there's no afterlife. I see. Aeneas sighed as if he had settled down. Thank you. No need to thank me. This was my duty. You were the first man I ever met. I had the responsibility of witnessing your death. I just didn't think that this day would be 600 years too late. Soon, it's coming soon. In the blink of an eye, it's already been 600 years. Smiling, Aeneas closed his eyes. In the fire, the Holy Spirit half knelt on the altar and lowered his head to the person before him. I once stepped onto the path of destiny as guided by a god and accomplished something great. Now, 600 years have passed. The traces I've left on the earth have disappeared, and I will disappear as well. You've witnessed all of this. Hermes lowered his eyes. Aeneas, you've witnessed me as well. For people like me, we had strength while we were alive and did some things, so we were known as heroes and kings. Sadly, I have my limits. After living emptily for 600 years, I wish I could do something for those lost folks. But sadly, I can't do anything. Hermes, I hope you can guide them just as you guided me before. Everything has a life, Aeneas. Fate guided you, Hermes said softly as he smoked. I will take care of them for you. Don't worry. There's still an old man with a good head. They won't live badly in the future. That's great. Aeneas smiled in content. His dim figure flickered in the flames and gradually dissipated, turning to ash. Amongst the ashes, the old face slowly shattered. He uttered his last farewell, goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Hermes closed his eyes. The flame extinguished. The ashes scattered like birds flying in the sky. Hermes reached out. Catching some falling ash, he clenched his fist. Goodbye. Chapter 358, The fire will soon extinguish. Only the dim family flame burned in the dark room. According to legend, this flame contained the spirits of the ancestors. Now, it flickered unstably like a candle in the wind. Caligula, sleeping before the fire, opened his eyes and sighed. The dove in the cage beside him had felt the unrest and flapped its wings in fear. Caligula grasped it and slit its stomach open, taking out the thin intestines. He hummed the ancient song lightly and deciphered the obscure sign under the firelight. After a long while, he tossed it into the fire. The fire will soon extinguish. He read the message from the heavens. Looking up, he stared in the distance blankly as if he could see the spirit far away in the temple, dissipating into flames. Your Highness, I hope your gradually leaving spirit will gallop through the starry skies just as you raced across the lands, but sadly, there will be no family flame for you to rest in. Caligula lowered his eyes as he murmured. Thick blood flowed from his nostrils and dropped onto the back of his hand. There, grayness spread with the smell of disease and sickness. Scales slowly grew on his ankles like an awakening demon. The disease that had been hiding inside the Romulans had finally awakened and broken out. His vision went black and he stumbled, almost falling. Has this day finally come? He murmured to himself as he pushed himself up. Whatever, Romulus's era should have ended long ago. The ashes of the old age should be pushed into the garbage. Behind him, the door was pushed open cautiously, revealing a young face. Elsa had been startled awake from her nightmare. She clutched her doll and looked at Caligula. Daddy, I'm scared. Caligula smiled with difficulty. He hugged her and petted her long hair. "Don't be scared, Elsa, don't be scared." Wiping away his nosebleed, he asked softly, "Do you still remember Mommy?" "Mommy," Elsa hung her head. "I dreamed of Mommy. She told me not to be scared, but I was still scared." Then she left. "Daddy, will you leave too?" No hugging her, Caligula hid his tears. "Mommy won't leave you either. She loves strong children." Behind him, the family flame burned faintly. Winds seemed to blow. The fire would soon extinguish. Thus, a mournful song sounded in the flames. The mournful song resounded over Auschwitz during the silent night. "Come, let me tell you about the future, tell you the honors the descendants of God won, how your descendants will be." This was a canto from long ago. It recorded the honors the saint had made on this land and the ballads that Romulan poets had sung. However, these ballads were ineffably sorrowful and bleak. As the song resounded, the Romulans woke from their sleep. They saw the gray spots expanding on their bodies and the blood flowing from their nostrils. The family flames went out one by one as if the ancient souls living within them were dying. However, those dying souls were singing of the glory of the olden days, the city, and miracles that the Romulans had once made. Finally, all flames extinguished in the darkness as if their ancestors had burned to nothing in the fire. All was in darkness. Then the earth started shaking. A terrifying rumble came from deep underground. The entirety of Auschwitz started trembling. Enormous slabs of stone collided against each other with shattering roars. Under the deafening roars, countless cracks spread through the walls and buildings. Intense shaking followed one another. The musicians startled awake from their dreams, sensing the changes in the world and the roars in the air. "What's going on?" They looked up reflexively to the sky. Grandmaster Coke. In the reflections of those eyes, the black clouds were burning. Pained cries sounded. Behind the clouds, firelight surged. The frail old man turned into withered bones that fell apart in the air. Dust fell from the sky, bringing murderous intent from the heavens. Darkness came with disaster. 5 minutes ago, the clouds were illuminated by the bright moon. In the sky, Grandmaster Coke opened his eyes, his brows furrowing. On the ground, ether waves rippled through the entire city. As if gales of wind had swept through, the family flames that had been lit for millenniums suddenly extinguished. The earth was thrown into darkness. The moment the firelight was extinguished, his head shot up to see the abnormality. Darkness came from the starry sky, extinguishing the starlight. The darkness seemed to be a living creature. It enshrouded Auschwitz, instantly creating an immense shadow. He could not see his own fingers in the darkness. Grandmaster Coke furrowed his brows. He drew in the air with his pen and a music score emerged on his sheepskin scroll. Gentle starlight rose from his scroll like a small sun. This was the glow of insight from the school of revelations. It allowed him to see all truth. The darkness in the light's path faded, shrunk, and revealed the dark music theory within. Under the glow of insight's illumination, hundreds of rays of bloodlight appeared in Auschwitz. Coke's face paled and he gasped. Every dot of bloodlight represented a dark musician. The dots were mostly hidden in the outer inns and around the market. That was where the caravan that entered Auschwitz in the morning lived, but how could a caravan be so scary? This place had turned into a demon nest. Coke did not understand. He had been here since the trial began to supervise everything. How could so many people go undetected from his starry eye? "No need to blame yourself," an easygoing voice said. "They're all believers blessed by the dark followers. They're deeply protected and it's quite normal that you couldn't tell." The voice was polite and filled with chivalry, but Coke felt as if he had fallen into an icy gorge. Trembling, his pallor turned ghastly. Even with the glow of insight, he still did not feel anything behind him. However, an empty hole appeared as the voice spoke. A black hole suddenly opened in the massive light. An unclear figure came out. It stared at him and spoke in the human tongue. However, the hole seemed to reach into an abyss. The figure was inhuman and terrified him. I didn't think the school of Akasha's book still has inheritors. You must be the current recorder, yes? The empty hole stared at the sheepskin scroll in Coke's hand and nodded in understanding. What a pity. Paganini. Coke's voice was hoarse. He stared at the comber. Fallen Saint Paganini's garment of original sin. No wonder I couldn't tell. Are you all the perishing praise? You're Crowley Ergo? No wonder you're the recorder of Akasha's book. You even know this. Crowley chuckled lightly. His true appearance was revealed from the garment of original sin. His white face was like a youth, but his withered hands were wrinkled. Centuries ago, the sixth-generation Paganini had crossed the forbidden line to search for the essence of music theory and turned to the natural catastrophes, thus becoming a dark follower. The holy name of Paganini had fallen and was no longer passed down. At the same time, the musicians who had inherited his music theory also fell into the demonic realm. They formed the Perishing Praise and were third of the 16 fallen orchestras blessed by Hyakum. They were guided directly by the dark followers. These fallen musicians wandered through the world. Some even lived inside the dark world. When they acted, they were a synonym to natural catastrophes. Everything in their paths were reduced to ruins. No one had expected this group to dare to appear here. Seeing Coke's cautious expression, Crowley laughed. You want to drag things out so the others can spread the news? It's useless. We've obviously made some preparations since we've come so far. We at least have all of your information. There are people taking care of things below. You don't have to worry. Coke's expression darkened. Is there something in Auschwitz important enough for the perishing praise to come out for? Or are you planning to declare war against the sacred city? I didn't think you'd worry for us. How touching. Crowley smiled, his youthful face filling with innocence and joy. He pointed at the land below them. Look at that flower. In the darkness, the world shook. Auschwitz drowned in wails. There was no flower, but Crowley was captivated. The seed was planted a century ago. Now, it's finally blooming. He reached out as if gently caressing the city. I thought it would take a few more centuries of care, but sadly, His Majesty was gravely injured and we had to put the long-term plans to the side. After tonight, other than the mermaids, demi-dragons, and black moon spirits, our Lord will have a new race following him. I'm sure the Romulans will give birth to many demon children. You're wishful thinking. Enraged, a dazzling light glowed within Coke's wizened body. An immense star seemed to surge from his body, practically burning him to dust and breaking through. Chapter 359, The Gift of Life. The symphony of predestination instantly solidified and transformed into a cold star, practically leading the stars outside the dark atrium to move. The starlight was murderous and the 12 constellations rotated unstably. One could faintly see music notes surging and a grand melody shooting out. There seemed to be a muddled world within the glow of starlight. The originator opened and all organisms began growing. The sight was splendid and dazzling. This was the amazing miracle in Akasha's book, created by countless recorders who wove music theory through the centuries. Now, it was called forth, bringing strong murderous intent. Then the music score stopped abruptly, shattering. Crowley reached out. His figure went past the star map and pressed onto Coke's neck, raising him slowly. The explosive starlight fell on him and was swallowed by something, disappearing without a trace. This was the artifact weapon that fallen Saint Paganini had made from Crowley's body and instrument, the garment of original sin. Back then, Paganini's heart was captured by the abyss due to his greed for power and the originator. He had sealed the secret of the abyss into his instrument, thinking that he would not be tainted by it. However, the listeners would see a demonic shadow when he played the instrument. His appearance looked normal, but the abyss had already devoured his insides. When he joined the natural catastrophes, his body and instrument had practically become the abyss's physical incarnate on earth and led to the gates of hell. He had transformed his body into a fallen instrument. Those who wore this garment would be wrapped in the abyss and supported by the natural catastrophe. One must have a killing artifact of the same caliber to penetrate it. Though the recorders had passed Akasha's book down the generations, it was still not used for killing and could not penetrate the garment's defense. The power of the garment of original sin immediately counterattacked. Layers of black aura seeped into Grandmaster Coke's face, moving under his skin like a snake menacingly. The darkness was eroding him. Do not struggle. Crowley gripped Coke's neck and looked down with a cheerful smile. You must know that there is a grand future in the abyss. Coke raised his head with difficulty. Staring with his bloodshot eyes, he suddenly laughed. It was hard to have you come closer. Then, as you wish. Crowley's expression changed. Coke surrendered and allowed the power of the garment to taint him, transforming him into a dependent of the abyss. However, his symphony of predestination on Akasha's book still in his hands quickly moved and released explosive starlight. In the gales, the book recorded by countless musicians from different schools slowly opened and flipped to the last page. There were only 8 words on that page: the stars will fall. The world will end. Printed with Coke's symphony of predestination, it now contained his scepter. Now, the prediction of the world's ending had arrived. Boundless starlight shot from the page and swept toward Crowley, who was so close by. Coke had ignited his scepter so Crowley could die with him. The School of Revelations had always lacked the power to kill. It was the same for grandmasters such as Coke. The best way to use his shortcoming was to be decisive, even if it was deadly to himself. Burning light instantly swept through the sky, engulfing Crowley. Even with the garment's protection, he was still gravely injured at once. Half of his body was burnt to crisp, turned into a torch by Coke's self-sacrificing attack. His symphony of predestination was also damaged. The dark atrium that covered Romulus shook. Coke, burnt to crisp, fell from the clouds amongst the blazing light. The burning Akasha's book flipped in the wind, recording the life of the last user, and burnt away with him. Grandmaster Coke, the second clerk of the Sacred City Parliament, passed away. In the sky, Crowley's expression was dark. His burnt face twitched. The shaking from Coke's self-destruction of his scepter had caused the dark atrium, Crowley's scepter that had sealed Romulus, to practically break apart completely. The one attack had stirred the music theory. Even the general structure had become slightly warped. If he could not fix it, he would not be able to maintain the dark atrium's lock. Not only had the self-destructive attack created a big problem for Crowley, it also revealed his arrival to the other musicians. Even worse, these were all the small details. Coke had actually wanted to create a hole in the dark atrium, break through the lock, enter the ether world, and transform into a lighthouse to warn the sacred city. Thankfully, the garment of original sin had sealed the last beam of energy. Otherwise, the problem would be worse. Knights Templar, the sacred choir, and the saints could not hurry over because they were thousands of miles away. But the Pope of the sacred city was apparently a demigod. Known as the interpreter of the holy message, the master of holy power, the holder of sacred authority, the Pope had inherited 10 generations of the King of Red. The most intimidating thing about him was not the countless destructive music scores such as Fate, Emperor, and Ode to Joy. It was the ability beyond human limits to enter unimaginable states, such as resurrection, incarnation, and teleportation, the extreme wish of the School of Modifications. He could be at the church the last moment and be right before Crowley the next moment. So many infamous dark musicians had died due to this. Reinforce the lock. Crowley's voice was hoarse and vicious. Tonight, this is the land given to us by our Lord. Do not let anyone out. Yes. In the empty market of the dark Auschwitz, the hooded musician looked away from the sky. His lips twisted into a sneer and he looked back to the goods in the wagon behind him. Under the moving of a few muscular men, the precious goods that had been transported thousands of miles were now thrown mercilessly to the ground and shattered. Finally, all that remained was a steel box. They placed it before the hooded musician. Taking an excited breath, he grabbed a crowbar and pried the box open. Inside it was a writhing piece of flesh. It seemed to have grown into the steel. Veins appeared on the box, fusing the two together. The lump of purple flesh writhed in the night wind. A girlish face appeared within. It quietly sang a song about life. It sang of all organisms growing, intoxicating all who heard it. The dark Gaia, the hooded musician murmured, his eyes filling with intoxication. I am so honored to finally be able to see you. The steel box contained the flesh of the dark Gaia. Or rather, it was a container created by fallen alchemists that could bear the power of the dark Gaia. The formless power had entered it and become one with it so the dark musicians could transport it. This power of life, the vitality of the abyss is so touching. The hooded musician caressed it, allowing the flesh to eat away at him. However, the flesh was unable to seep into his skin and was sealed outside. Merely opening the steel box made all dark musicians feel as if they had arrived in heaven. The demonic blood within them became unprecedentedly active and waited to evolve. Many prepared dark musicians took off their robes and stood beside the box naked. They fervently sang the fallen hymns and praises of destruction. The flesh boiled under the song. Viscous liquid seeped out and trickled on the ground, crawling up the singers. The singers ignited. They danced and sang crazily in the fire, letting their bodies burn to ashes and scatter in all directions. Like the seeds of a dandelion in the spring. They would bring the blessing of the deep abyss to all of Auschwitz. A few moments later, those countless seeds had fallen into the dark atrium and mingled among Crowley's scepter territory. It was as if the dark Gaia had personally arrived to where the dark atrium enveloped. She selflessly gave the deformed life form to her children. With their true nature revealed, the dark musicians grew more menacing. However, they were not the lifeform's true target. Its target was the Romulans who contained the demonic bloodline. The rich vitality flowed into the Romulans as a catalyst for their vigor and woke the demonic blood within them. This strong catalyst could complete hundreds of years of change in one night, completely awakening the demon in them. The panicking Romulans gradually fell unconscious. A layer of thick horn-like material grew on their bodies, cocooning them within. After this night, they would break through as newborn demons. This was the true goal of the perishing praise. They dragged the Romulans into the abyss using the dark Gaia's flesh to create true dark descendants. At the same time, they could capture the next generation of powerful musicians. It was two birds with one stone. To most musicians captured within, the danger was much more serious than that. They quickly realized that the density of ether in Auschwitz was quickly rising after the dark Gaia's power had flowed into the dark atrium. It would quickly rise from the red zone to the black zone and enter the zone of absolute danger. The rising trend was not showing any signs of slowing down anymore. White zone, yellow zone, red zone, black zone. If they pushed through another level, it would be the phenomenon that all musicians spoke of with terrified expressions, sinking. All of Auschwitz was like how Avalon's shadow had been. It sank toward the ether world. One night later, Auschwitz would disappear from the material world and fall deep into the ether world to be swallowed completely by Hayek's territory. 5 short seconds later in the underground palace, Ye Qingxuan snapped out of his shock. Chapter 360, Dusk of Hell. Ye Qingxuan bent down in the mysterious temple and stared at the thing that was half his height. It clearly did not belong here and had been brought in by someone else. The copper kettle-like object seemed like a lotus. It was delicate and detailed without a single seam throughout the body. Ye Qingxuan cautiously put on a mask and gloves and opened the lid. He counted the grooves of varying sizes. dispatch pool, fusion pool, cultivation pool. Fungus grew in many of the grooves due to the long period without maintenance. The cistern was murky and smelled horrible. The detailed inner paths were clogged and rust covered everything. This priceless cultivation kettle had been completely damaged due to the lack of care. As a specially made alchemy equipment, it was useless to regular musicians. It could neither be used as a weapon nor perform any music scores. It was only used as aid for some choir musicians. Its main use was growing viruses. With his last shred of hope, Ye Qingxuan reached out and scraped off a remaining white dot from the bottom of the kettle. He observed it with his eye of silence, magnifying it 1,000 times. He could vaguely see that countless dead viruses had dissolved, but there was still a tiny bit of lively survivors. As an outsider, Ye Qingxuan did not understand what they were. The eye of silence was not professional equipment either, and could not determine how the virus was made or what effect it had. He only knew one thing: this virus was identical to the one he saw in the church. Understanding this, his gut dropped. The virus that had exploded a few years ago and contaminated all of Auschwitz had come from this cultivation kettle. This site also contained traces of the King of Yellow. Everyone on this planet knew that the current King of Yellow was a once-in-a-century genius. In addition to high attainments in alchemy, he was also unparalleled in his studies of the school of choir. Knowing this, who would believe that the King of Yellow did not create this virus? Ye Qingxuan believed it. He did not dare to not believe it. If the King of Yellow really did do it, then he would have to think about what the sacred city was doing. The Romulans had already been driven to barren Auschwitz because of their demon blood. However, the various nations still viewed them as a cancer that must be removed no matter the method. Caligula had once showed him the scales on his leg, saying, "We've already paid too much for the sin we were born with." At that time, Ye Qingxuan did not understand what Caligula had meant, but he seemed to know now. If all of this was due to the sacred city, then if you're so powerful, why don't you just become a god yourself? Sighing, Ye Qingxuan thought for a bit and pointed his cane at the kettle. Under blinding electric light, the cultivation kettle quickly melted, distorted, and finally turned into unrecognizable liquid. The words carved onto the eye of silence were true. Sometimes, knowing the truth was not an easy thing. Ye Qingxuan decided to let this secret rot in his gut. It affected too many people. He could not tell anyone, he could not even let people discover that he had been here. He did not want to suddenly die in his sleep. The countries did not keep assassins for fun. Plus, there was also a nightmare that hung above the heads of all musicians: the silent authority. The only thing he could do was leave this place immediately and find an excuse to bring Caligula and Elsa to somewhere else. He believed that the Fifth Department could easily hide the two. Before leaving, he took one last glance at the statue. It seemed to be looking down at him too. Its face was half hidden in darkness and its lips were curled into what looked like a mocking smirk. Ye Qingxuan quickly looked away. He closed the door and extinguished the holy fire. Looking back, there was no trace of the secret room. However, when he was carefully getting rid of his traces, something above him rumbled. Dust fell down and a giant crack appeared in the ceiling. An earthquake? He muttered subconsciously. But then he felt the blood boiling as it flowed through his veins. Moonlight flashed uncontrollably. It had sensed the overwhelming breath of the abyss, dark musicians. Stunned, he gaped at the eye of silence. The Deva's blood sensed ether with music theory from the abyss appear endlessly. Both near and far, he could sense nearly 100 dark musicians. There was also a distorted ripple in the sky that he could feel even through the rock layer in the underground palace. He sprinted out of the palace. Just below the entrance of the mine, a burnt body fell from the sky. Boiling blood fell like rain. Ye Qingxuan looked up. He could see through the ghastly crack that the black sky was red from the flames, bright as morning. It was like dusk in hell. With no time to hesitate, Ye Qingxuan quickly started climbing out. When his head peeked out, all he saw was a massive killing. Tori was surrounded by a group of beasts. He tore through them. When he saw Ye Qingxuan, his eyes brightened. Ye Qingxuan, did you see Casper? Before he could finish, countless cold lights flashed past. The silver nails turned red in the air and pierced Tori's throat. A horn rang out and flames exploded, burning him to crisp. Ye Qingxuan waved emotionlessly and retrieved his nails. Trying to fool me with illusions? The corpse fell down. The thing had no face. As the vitality was sapped, it stiffened. The soft scales that continuously changed colors quickly withered. Finally, it became a pile of black ash. Faceless actor. Ye Qingxuan bent down and picked through the ashes until he found half a bone. The skullcap looked like a mask with a mocking smile. These were the children the Dark Followers created with the Dark Gaia's power. Different from cannon fodder like the Strays, the faceless actors were the best demon assassins born with illusion powers. They could imitate someone pretty well with just a mere glance from the distance. One would not be able to distinguish the differences in a hurry. Plus, these things specialized in the imitation branch of the School of Illusion. They could imitate practically all music scores without any flaws other than a reduction in strength. They could act as one's lover for years without anyone realizing, let alone acting as a musician. However, no matter how they changed, they were still demons and would activate the moonlight from dozens of steps away. In a hurry, they were unguarded against Ye Qingxuan. He easily cast Night on Bald Mountain, which he had saved in Jiu Shaohuan Pei, and used the power of the stakes to kill the faceless actor. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. He did not know what the demon would do if he dragged things on. The disguises were nothing to him, but what about the others? Ye Qingxuan looked around. Under the eye of silence, he saw that Auschwitz was covered in red light. He seemed to have gone to another world and fallen into the lair of dark musicians. Will the others be okay? Garbage. Glenn huffed as he was surrounded by demons. His armor was red-hot and blindingly bright. Under the song, dazzling flames shot out from under his feet, swallowing the incoming demons. The fire was more powerful than an incinerator. The demons were practically cremated instantly, but these things continued to crawl out of holes in walls like bugs. They just kept coming. If one died, 10 more would appear. After eating the ashes of their dead, their bodies expanded and grew more menacing. They kept swarming over, surrounding Glenn. Glenn, don't delay. Not too far away, Tori was killing with Casper. He looked back and said, go first and regroup with the others. Doesn't matter how much of this *T there are. Glenn grabbed a random demon. He closed his iron grip and turned the struggling demon into dust. Laughing wildly, he unsheathed his long sword. Musicians rarely used swords because to them, regular weapons were incomparable to music scores. However, Glenn's school was unique and combined music scores with swordsmanship. Paired with a sword and armor, they looked more like warriors than musicians. They fought as wildly as warriors too. With his sword out, the fire everywhere was stifled. Wild wings wrapped around the blade, almost tangibly. One could faintly see a blurry layer of whiteness. As the blade swung, the invisible wind cracked the earth apart. Blood sprayed. Glenn jumped into the mass of demons, cutting apart everything in his way. He struck with his sword, creating splatters of scarlet. Within an instant, the demons were all cleared away. Amidst the bodies, Glenn sneered. He sheathed his sword and turned toward Tori. Look at these. Before he could finish, the flesh scattered on the ground pounced onto him like a living thing. Caught by surprise, Glenn was swallowed whole. The flesh had instantly become rotten and sewed together crudely. The stitches were made of white bone and looked mournfully abnormal. The sewed-up corpse roared. Its giant head twisted and locked onto Tori. A beam of scarlet fire lit up in his abdomen. It screeched and Glenn, covered in fire, broke out of it. However, the armor that covered him had been eroded by the terrifying acid. Even his skin was gone. All that remained was a layer of desolate red. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361 to 370. Chapter 361, The Dead. Tori, help! Glenn rushed out of the corpse's belly and fell to the ground, screaming for help. However, the giant corpse suddenly bent over and swallowed him again. It started to chew wildly. After a few snaps, the dull screams disappeared, leaving only a curved sword poking out of the corpse's mouth, hanging on the face like a strange strand of hair. Casper bared his teeth. His muscles pulled taut, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He wanted to pounce, but Tori grabbed him and turned away without hesitation. No one knew what was going to happen while fighting with demons here. He was already aware of the strange ether fluctuations coming for him. Just around the corner ahead, a faint ether wave suddenly emerged. Tori did not stop, but his voice suddenly turned gentle. He chanted soundlessly, playing a silent movement in the stillness. The music theory was being constructed in his hand, ready to be sent. In an instant, two figures met in the corner. Coldness flashed in Tori's eyes, but the other person jumped back and raised his hands to protect his face. Wait! The white-haired young man exhaled when he saw it was the Hauser brothers. Tori, it's me, Ye. But Tori continued without hesitation. He pressed his palm down and the other person froze. Crimson blood boiled under his skin. His face distorted. Then, an invisible giant head descended and bit. The flesh and blood burst. Soon, the flesh disappeared without trace. It was just a phantom. In the distance, Ye Qingxuan's figure appeared. He looked at them, full of vigilance. How can you do that? It's me, Tori, what's wrong with you? Tori narrowed his eyes and watched him for a while. His taut body finally relaxed. Sorry, I'm too nervous. I thought you were an enemy in disguise. Ye Qingxuan's face twitched a bit. He sighed helplessly. Forget it. I understand. What's your next step? Look for other people first. The more people who gather together, the bigger the possibility of survival, Tori said. I wonder what is going on with the masters. I'm afraid we can't worry about them. Ye Qingxuan walked forward with Tori. I did not expect that those dark musicians are so rampant. They even. Boom! Behind him, Casper rampaged. Layers of huge mouths shrouded Ye Qingxuan's back. Ye Qingxuan's expression changed. He tried to roll forward but found his feet were anchored to the ground. The air around him was solid like a lock, tightly clamping him in. The next moment, the flesh and blood burst. The phantom dissipated and a hideous, hollow head rolled to the ground. Tori smashed the head with his foot expressionlessly and lightly said, "Play such a trick before disciplined musicians? Are you kidding me?" In the silence, someone coughed behind the corner not far away. Well, under two sharp gazes, a white-haired youth came out, holding his hands high with a complex expression. If I said I'm real, would you believe me? Tori paused for a moment and glanced at Casper. Casper looked as he had before. He glanced at Ye Qingxuan then looked away, continuing to hang his head. Casper never recognized people by their face, temperament, feeling, breath, or fluctuation. Beasts only judged beasts. As the result of the animal genetics, he could sniff the beastly nature hidden in one's mind. Almost no camouflage could cheat its eyes. Seeing Casper's such reaction, Tori sighed softly. You're real. So can I come forward? Ye Qingxuan took a step cautiously. Then after another step, he stopped and thought for a while. He stepped back to his original spot and smiled. Or I just keep being like this. This will also be more convenient for us to escape. Tori was speechless. In the end, he just sighed. Whatever. Do you have any advice? Just do as you discussed with the previous faker. Find the others. At the very least, figure out what's going on. Mercury threads spread from the youth's body and melted into the hellish crimson wind and flew into the surroundings. At the same time, his face slacked. He looked back to the collapsing burning house. His smile stiffened. Tori followed his eyes but could not sense the breaths of any living creatures. What's wrong? Ye Qingxuan was silent for a while. He whispered, Can you ask your brother to help lift the wall up? Tori looked at Casper. Casper growled and the wall was flipped by some unknown force. There seemed to be an invisible giant beast scratching, even the flames were extinguished. The body under was revealed. When Tori saw the clothing of the corpse, he soon understood something. He lowered his eyes. Ye Qingxuan bent over to sweep the dust off the deceased's face. The dead looked grim and full of anger as if he had suffered an incredible betrayal. It's you! Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes, sighing sadly. He put a holy emblem in the palm of the deceased and folded his fingers so he could firmly hold it. Thus, in the ashes, the dead's angry expression faded and his eyes closed. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Ye Qingxuan gave him one last glance. Goodbye. The figure slept in the fire and blurred. The sound of the flames was muffled as well, like a farewell. After a long time, there was no more sound. Sam was thirsty as he slept. Some sweet liquid fell onto his face and flowed into the dry and cracked lips. He moaned and subconsciously sucked the droplet by the corner of his lips. What filled in the mouth was a cold iron taste. It was blood. He awoke from his dream and saw the burning town. Miller was carrying him on his back. He was still thin, but a faint deep blue showed under his skin like steel covered with a layer of leather. You're awake? Miller smiled wryly. I thought you would sleep for 6 months. Then Miller applied the medicine for him again. He hesitated but took out a tube to give Sam a shot. Now, Sam was finally sober. His tiredness disappeared and he became energetic again. Even the cracks on his face revealed some faint glow. He had slept for so many days that, if it were not the dark musician's attack, he would still be lying in the church. At the beginning of the attack, the first to be destroyed was the church. Miller had rushed into the burning church, carried out the sick Sam, and ran until now. When Barrow found him, he was surrounded by a group of demons. If it was a little later, the demons might have feasted on him and Sam. It was Barrow who had come all the way to gather the musicians. There were about 30 flustered musicians. None of their usual demeanor and reserve could be seen. They were like a group of wandering beggars. Barrow had a broken hand and bloodshot eyes. He muttered something like a psychopath. He had forced too much beast nature out, which was about to crush his sanity. However, the crazier a summoning musician was, the more powerful. In particular, he unified the phantom beasts with the sound of heart tiger bone to forcibly repress the beastly nature. He barely managed to stay sane. Around him, the invisible flying cycles were inflated several times, emitting strong murderous intent. Even the recently stitched giant corpses were torn up by the furious phantom beasts. Now that the Grandmasters disappeared, where are we going? After understanding the situation, Sam looked to Barrow, who was guiding the road. Rushing out is impossible. This is the dark atrium that the Dark Saints had evolved with their scepters. They probably want to capture all of us. And... He smiled wryly and looked at the high wall up to the sky in the distance. Maybe those nations didn't expect that the elite musicians of the new generation would be trapped in behind this wall when they built in order to isolate the plague. Go north. Barrow wiped the blood on his face. His voice was hoarse. First we evacuate to the snow hotel where I came from. There is a grandmaster there. Which one? Hearing this, all the people became excited and began to ask questions. The morale turned high when they got to know the details. Even the effect of the music scores became stronger. Be careful. Don't attract any monsters. Miller sighed. We'd better save our strength. I already feel my body starting to fade. The dark atrium is suppressing us. As a choir musician, he was obviously the most aware of his physical condition. He could surely detect the silent erosion from the dark atrium. The repression on the strength was not the worst, but the dark atrium's force directly influenced the spirit. If they did not pay attention, they could be turned into demons without realizing it. Hearing this, everyone became alert. After a short break, they began to walk north. However, Sam stood still. He sat on the ground, looking at Barrow's back. Where did Barrow go? Sam's voice was hoarse, but the words stirred in the crowd. Barrow looked back at him, frowning. What are you talking about? Sam's expression was unchanged. He asked, I said, where's Barrow? In the silence, only the sound of distant flames and collapsing buildings could be heard. Sam looked at Barrow coldly. After a long while, Barrow chuckled. His eyes were no longer bloodshot. I thought I was perfect. He sighed. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with you. You are playing well. Sam coughed violently and spat out bloody phlegm. His voice was still hoarse. Barrow likes to bully others and hold grudges. He's narrow-minded and neurotic. He despises those who are weaker than him. He is a paranoid ****. So, never once did I hear the word "let's" from his mouth, not to mention helping so many people along the way. He'd never be as kind as you. When saying the word kind, Sam's eyes became harsh like the scorching sun. Among the charred cracks on the face, blood lit up like lava. Let me ask again. Where is Barrow? Is he such a man in your mind? Barrow sighed. If he heard that, he must be very sad. His last words before dying were, Samu finally woke up. Great, when I killed him, he thought he was dreaming, thought. Grandmaster. What about the master? Someone in the crowd was about to break down. Where is the Grandmaster? Miller finally processed everything. The former friend beside him had been replaced by a demon. A wisp of redness emerged on his ashen face like boiling blood. Master? There was no master at all. This was only a well-prepared trap. What could be easier than letting the prey come voluntarily? Chapter 362, Opponent. Where's the Grandmaster? Barrow just smiled cynically at this in reply. What did you prepare at the Northern Inn? A trap? Or an ambush? Sam stared at him. Tell me. I'm interested. There's nothing interesting there, just a transformation ritual. Barrow pursed his lips and chuckled. After all, you're all stars of the next generation. My lord thirsts for talents. He would never do something like shedding blood. The perishing preys are just bandits that only know how to kill. I'd love to have more companions, especially elites like Mr. Sam. Before he finished, a cry sounded in the distance. Dozens of wild ether waves appeared. A bloody head was tossed over. Barrow looked at Sam as if he could see the subtle hand movement. He chuckled meaningfully. Do you still have more questions? I will answer everything I can. Sam's expression darkened. Those who wanted to escape froze, their eyes filling with despair. I admit I had other intentions, but I was still the one that protected you all along the way, right? How can you leave without a word of thanks? I'm so sad. He reached out and picked up the head. He flicked the dead lips mischievously. Looking at the people gently, he said, Come, say it with me, thank you. No one replied. In the silence, someone finally set his determination. He jumped up, calling, I'll stop them. Everyone split up and leave, but before he could finish, his body split in two. His body was cut apart, and blood splattered onto everyone's pale faces. Leave? Barrow smiled tightly. We're already here. Where else do you want to go? Blood fell endlessly like rain. Washed by the blood, the hallucination fell apart. The burning city and broken walls all disappeared. Finally, all that remained was the bloody hall. The northern inn that had transformed into a demon's lair was covered in bodies. 16 dark musicians stood around the vast alchemy array and played an eerie music score. They performed the ritual and praise. The sacrifices that had escaped here were standing within the array. The solid black aura constrained and immobilized them. Those who had died along the way had already been tossed onto the altar. They were being slowly transformed into the dark race. Soon, the newborns crawled out of the puddle of blood one by one. The dark musicians waiting beside them called out their names and helped them put on black robes. The transformation ritual has been prepared for a long time. The faceless actor finally revealed its true nature. The empty face smiled at them and opened its arms to the panicking musicians. Now, what do you all think? The musicians' faces turned ghastly white as they stared at the menacing demons around them, unable to move. Then some familiar faces walked out of the group of demons. Asa? How can it be you? And Lorenzo, someone was stunned. Aren't you guys dead? In the crowd, a girl whose face had been burned yelped as she looked at a familiar face in the back. Benny! Why are you still alive? Those who had reappeared were all musicians who had died during the attack. Some had even died before their friends and were buried. But now, they were all here, looking the same as before. Illusion! Someone roared. It's an illusion. Miller finally reacted. He glanced subconsciously at his companion who was an illusion musician. However, the musician's face was colorless and decadent. Forcefully shattering an ether ball, his expression slacked. After a while, he shook his head. It's real? It was real. Anna. Amongst the dark musicians, the man known as Benny gazed gently at his lover. We finally meet again. This is God's blessing. Please don't doubt me. Do you still remember when we first met? The more he spoke, the more incredulous Anna grew. Finally, tears sprang from her eyes. Stumbling back, she covered her burnt face and choked with sobs. Don't look at me, my dear. I couldn't save you, I'm sorry. Ailments are just the surface. Don't mind it. My dear, we've reunited. Benny opened his arms and waved at her with gentle eyes. Come here, my love. Come to my side. Hesitating, Anna walked over cautiously. She embraced Benny and they kissed. The love in Benny's eyes was genuine. Finally sure that he was not an illusion, Anna broke down sobbing. Benny murmured something to her. She quickly made her decision. Taking off her clothes, she stepped onto the altar. The other musicians were enraged, but she walked into the center of the transformation ritual. One by one, the musicians were convinced by their resurrected friends and walked toward the altar willingly. The faceless musician hugged each one, welcoming them. Finally, he looked to Sam. Mr. Sam, you were personally requested by Leader Crowley. I'm sure you've witnessed our Lord's ability to turn back death. Why are you unwilling to face reality? The faceless musician stood before him and looked down. Is it humiliating to bow down before the truth? And what about you, Mr. Miller? The School of Choir has always been the cradle of dark musicians. Aren't you interested in the transformation between life and death? All you have to do is bow down and you'll see the treasures given to you by our Lord. Miller's lips were pale and trembling. He stood in front of Sam and stared at the faceless musician. He rasped out, "Your God is not my God. How can the clay idols you worship be compared to the majestic existence?" The faceless musician's expression hardened and he raised his hand. "I'm sorry. You only had one chance." Miller closed his eyes, waiting for death. However, the hand was caught by someone else. "Wait, Will." The newcomer stopped his comrade and said lightly, "Let me talk to them. Then, I'll hand it to you." Will glanced at the man and stepped back with a vague smile. The man turned around and took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. Barrow. Miller was dumbfounded. Even Sam's dark eyes flashed with confusion. "It's me." Barrow chuckled, but his expression was extremely peaceful and calm. His eyes were not bloodshot, nor was there any mania. He looked like a gentle and quiet youth, undisturbed by his beastly nature. "Our time apart felt like years. How have you all been?" he asked quietly. Miller's expression changed and he stumbled back. He wanted to say something but he shut his mouth. Sam glared at Barrow as if looking at an abomination. "Barrow, you're already dead," he said. "The dead should not crawl out of the grave. You're worried I'm fake?" Barrow walked up. "Don't worry, Sam. I'm great now. I didn't actually die. It's just that will help me see my true strength. Do you still remember how we met 3 years ago? At that time, you looked more normal. That's because I'm normal now." Barrow laughed. "I'm no longer troubled by anger and mania. Calmness feels so nice. I've defeated the beastly nature within me. It was a gift from His Highness. Now, I've recovered." Snick! Blood spewed out, flowing from Barrow's heart. A dagger had appeared in Sam's hand as if he had practiced it thousands of times. He was clearly too weak to move, but he was still incredibly fast. He had yanked the dagger from his boot, flipped his wrist, and sent it forward. The blade had swum through the air like a fish and disappeared into Barrow's chest. It had pierced into the heart, creating a ripple of red. Blood spewed onto Sam's face. Barrow gaped at Sam. He tried to say something but blood had poured into his lungs. He could no longer speak and fell onto his knees. Sam pulled out the dagger and wiped it against Barrow's neck. He fell to the ground. In the last moment, he gaped at Sam. His dull eyes reflected the bloodied face. "Sorry, Barrow." Sam sat on the ground and lowered his eyes. "Since you couldn't die bravely in battle, I hope you can die in shame. That way, you'll still be like before." "Sam!" Will could not process this. He roared, "What the F*** did you do? That's your friend. He had come back to life just to see you." "He's not my friend." Sam looked up with cold eyes. "He never was." "You? Friend? How could he have friends?" Sam raised his hand and closed Barrow's eyes. He said gently, "People as paranoid as him only see wins and losses, strengths and weaknesses. Something like friendship probably never existed to him. He's an opponent that I acknowledge, and an enemy that I must kill with my own hands. That's what I thought when I first met him 3 years ago." He thought the same. Even without you, he would have challenged me before the trial ended, justly like a true musician. Dying would have been okay. But he chose this crazy path to challenge me. Now I feel sad seeing how weak he had become. I feel disgusted. Reckless ****. Will laughed in anger. "If that's the case, there's no point in keeping you." Pop. He flashed like a hallucination and reached out. His sharp finger bones ripped Sam's chest apart, breaking through the back. He squeezed the heart as if it was clay and fresh blood spurted out. Sam was lifted up and moved around like a burnt and ragged doll. Blood flowed down his face like tears, as if he was crying. He closed his eyes, letting the blood or tears roll down his cheeks. Finally, his breathing cut off. However, fire crackled within his shattered chest. "Did you know?" I'd been waiting for him to challenge me. His dead eyes opened again. Now, they were red as lava. There was no fear, uncertainty, anger, or sadness in those eyes. It just burned like fire. It was terrifying just by burning. "I've waited 3 years for this day." The copper mountain rumbled. Chapter 363, The Last Mazeppa. Faceless musician Wolf screamed because the blood that splattered onto him had turned into burning melted metal. The shattered heart in his hand turned into a furious sun, burning his hand to charcoal. He convulsed in pain and tried to escape, but Sam grasped him as if embracing the dead barrow. "Aether? Aether," the faceless musician cried out as he burned. "How can you know?" "No. Idiot." Sam hugged him and said hoarsely, "I can't, but Agni can. He's so much more generous than your lord." As he spoke, flames seeped out of his every pore. His flesh burned into a rosy crystal. He sublimated in the fire into something that the average person could not speculate. He had become a beast more terrifying than any demon. "Since you killed Barrow, then witness it for him. Witness this last Holy Spirit transformation." This was the ultimate resonance, sacrifice, and offering. For years, musicians had used pure modifications music theory to create Agni, the Holy Spirit that represented fire and destruction. It only responded to the most aggressive thirst for strength, those who reached into the fire even if it meant burning themselves. It was the strictest Holy Spirit. Only musicians who sacrificed everything for modifications could receive its acknowledgement. At the same time, it was also the most generous spirit. As long as you were determined, it would give you unlimited strength and transform you into the physical incarnate of destruction. You would become this flame until you were burnt to nothing. At that moment, the alchemy array under Sam's feet lit up. The melody from the darkness thundered. Ether from the deep abyss burst forth from all directions and entered coherence. It integrated music theory changes from the abyss and fused with the dark atrium. Transforming into an invisible shackle, it pushed the fire down. However, the illusion of the copper mountain appeared in the flames. It was the dazzling harp amidst the roaring of the fire. He used fire as his body and thunder as his instrument. Blazing faint wind blew and swept in all directions. Countless thunder and lightning appeared. They collided against each other, playing the majestic music notes. Thus, the sleeping hero of legends woke. He attached onto Sam, making him invincible. Heavy armor appeared out of thin air. Countless music notes sang of destruction and miracles. Fire turned to water, water turned to wind, wind turned to earth, and fire burned within the earth. The original sin could transform into salvation. This was the music score that Saint Liszt had written based off a legendary hero. It contained the ultimate desire of transforming death to life, allowing the immortal hero to appear in the world. It was Mazeppa. The state after the distortion level, besieged by dozens of dark musicians, Sam opened his eyes in the fire and murmured, "I see." The earth cracked apart. Scalding lava swept up from the ground like a reversed waterfall and soared into the air. The extreme modification's path appeared in his hands and descended into the world. The world shook in anger and the red pillar that represented disaster rose. It would reduce everything to nothing. Shrouded by flames, the alchemy array instantly turned to ash. Firelight permeated and swallowed the dark musicians, turning them into a mass of redness. The moment the fire and destruction descended, Anna and Benny embraced. They turned to ash, the dark musicians followed, and then everything else. For an instant, practically everyone in Auschwitz could feel the scarlet glow pour out of the earth's crust. It was fire. Fire seemed to transform into a red pillar that continued to rise, extending inch by inch to the sky, crashing against the dark atrium of the abyss. Then the skies and earth shattered. Sam? Ye Qingxuan looked up at the pillar of destruction. His face paled. With no time for hesitation, he bolted. But when he finally arrived, everything was over. At the center of Auschwitz, there was a tragic patch of black burnt dirt. There were no more traces of demons there. There was only a figure on the ground that seemed to be burning like a candle in the wind. The half-burnt miller knelt on the ground, healing him in panic. But it was useless. Ye Qingxuan could barely recognize Sam's face. The broken face looked like dying ashes. It was inexplicably ugly and menacing. Hearing the approaching footsteps, he seemed to see Ye Qingxuan's arrival and he smiled in regret. Ye Qingxuan, you're late. The Holy Spirit's incarnate? Ye Qingxuan finally understood what happened. He looked down blankly. His mouth opened but he did not know what to say. I accidentally killed people I shouldn't have killed, Sam murmured. Sorry. People like me, we only know how to set fires. We try to do the right thing but we can't. If only you were here. There must have been a better solution. Miller gritted his teeth. He choked with sobs. The burnt dirt cracked apart and a bloody dark musician crawled out. However, he abruptly screamed. In Sam's hand, the copper mountain glowed with blinding light. It burned him completely like fire. Far away, roars sounded one after another. A mournful melody played in the sky. The dark atrium fell inch by inch, bringing with it a mighty pressure. In the bed of flames, Sam stared up at the sky. He chuckled weakly and closed his eyes. The copper mountain harp descended slowly into Ye Qingxuan's hand, bathing him in warm firelight. As if returning to land from the deep sea, the terrifying pressure and shackles disappeared. The sense of ether was clear again. They're coming soon. Go, Sam said quietly. Take the copper mountain with you. Remains of Agni's symphony of predestination are still there. It can help you. If you can leave this place alive, bring it to my teacher. The school of destruction will repay you. As he spoke, the firelight in his eyes lit up again. He seemed to be totally fine. He had revived his spirit and stood up again. No hardships could knock him down. But that was just a reflection of the light. The darkness in the sky thickened. Pressure of thousands of tons fell quickly, about to completely seal everything off. Ye Qingxuan. In the distance, Tori rode a beastly hound. He yelled, "You're running out of time. Go! What are you waiting for?" Sam took one last glance at Ye Qingxuan and smiled in farewell. I won't thank you even if you stay to accompany me. Ye Qingxuan opened his mouth to say goodbye but nothing would come out. He took a step back and another. With one last glance, he pulled Miller left and turned around, direct and unhesitating. Sam smiled. This was good, this was how it should be. This was very good. At least my sacrifice won't go to waste. Sam raised his head and looked at the pressing blackness in the sky. Smiling, he murmured, sadly, I can't win with you all. The darkness swallowed him. The fire extinguished. In one short hour, Auschwitz went from stillness to fire. This hour felt like eternity to everyone. More than half of the musicians passed away in this attack. The remaining ones huddled together in the front that the grandmasters had left. They anxiously observed the demons writhing in the darkness. The only sound was a deafening rumble. It was the sound of the giant beast made of hundreds of corpses patrolling in the darkness. The screams and cries of demons traveled from the burning city. After multiple attacks, the dark musicians seemed to have temporarily given up on this difficult prey and retreated. However, the music theory of the front showed signs of breaking apart under the pressure of the dark atrium and abyss music score. If this continued and the front collapsed, everyone would be sitting targets for slaughter. The dark atrium had already recovered from Koch's self-destructive attack. It had permeated even further. Under it, the abyss gained the upper hand and rewrote the rules of all music theories. Everyone's resonance with the ether world was forcefully cut off. All music scores under the resonance level were distorted and could not be cast. They could not fight against the dark musicians. Plus, the enemies were not average foot soldiers. They were the infamous perishing preys from the dark world. All was quiet in the small courtyard front. Some girls had broken down and started crying. Everyone's expressions were dark and heavy. "Stop crying." A Revelations musician by the entrance paled. "Something's coming again." Low rumblings sounded in the silence. The bloody corpses fused into something like a giant centipede. It started crawling in the darkness again. Bones stuck out of the flesh and turned into scales. The bony scales opened and moved forward with the giant centipede, crushing the walls with a thunderous noise. It was attracted by the smell of blood. It wriggled over and paced outside the front. Though it could not see through the illusion, it was still attracted by the dead beings. It moved around eagerly, the many eyes on its ugly head blinking constantly, trying to distinguish the building before it. Finally, it slammed against the wall fiercely. Under the boom, dust flew and fell from the ceiling beams. The lights flickered and everyone paled. The centipede seemed to have gone insane. It charged crazily at the defense outside the front, scratching, gnawing, spitting acid, scraping with its scales. Amidst the thunderous booms, it danced like a kid who clutched a gift and could not wait to rip off the wrapping paper. Then the sounds stopped. The crazed centipede froze. Its thick and unnatural limbs were broken by an invisible power. An unseen beast was besieging it, causing it to roll on the ground in pain. The countless corpses all cried out. Then the cries stopped. Chapter 364, Where to Go? The horn rang, signaling the coming of dawn. Flames blazed from every mouth, every eye, every void. After dozens of silver nails punctured to and fro, countless fire drops fell on the demonized bodies, burning exuberantly. Finally, a muffled explosion sounded. The ball blew up and exploded. Minced meat and blood fell down from the sky like sticky rain. Everything was covered with shocking red. In that dark red, a few figures slowly came. The young man at the front stooped, picked up the silver nails on the ground, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it, and put the nails in the backpack. He looked bloody like he had just crawled out of a bloody hell, but his hair was pure white like burning silver. At last, he raised his eyes and looked over. Seeming to see through the illusion, he saw the man behind the door. Then he came forward. "Open the door." The weary young man knocked gently, and his hoarse voice came from the outside. "I am Anglo's representative, Ye Qingxuan. Miller and the Hauser brothers are also here." The people in the front still had not recovered from earlier. They looked at each other with fear. Someone hesitatingly went to open the door, but someone screamed, "Don't open it. Who knows if they are real or not?" For a moment, the hand that reached to open the door drew back quickly as if touched a red-hot iron. There was still shocking dark red blood on the door and walls. That was the trace left by the last faceless actor who had sneaked in. Open the door or not, ... If they were fake, then, could this front suffer another loss? What if they are real? Real? How could someone play music movements in the abyss? They must be fake. But we need to get rid of them quickly. Some people became vicious and touched their instruments. If we let them stay outside, who knows what they will attract? People looked at each other with uncertainty. They whispered, disputing the identity of the newcomer. For some unknown reasons, they subconsciously kept away from the door and dared not approach it. But in the dreary silence, only the leisurely knocking on the door could be heard. That sound was like a hammer beating everyone's heart again and again. In the end, someone looked at the back with hesitation. "Colt! Open it!" The brooding musician lowered his eyes and stroked the wooden staff across his lap. He said lightly, "When they come in, we will see if they are real or not." "But," I said, "open the door." Colt glanced at him. "Or do you not trust my ability?" The man shut up and stopped talking. It could be said that all the survivors here were gathered by Colt. Even this front was arranged by the Rock Institute. If it weren't him, all the people here might have been annihilated. Soon, the door of the front opened a crack. The musicians who had been waiting for a long time slipped in. Then the door was closed, and everything was engulfed in silence. In the silence, all the people looked toward those figures. They looked very pathetic. Their whole bodies were blood-stained. No one knew what they had experienced along the way. The choir musician fell down on the floor, exhausted, as soon as he entered. But soon, someone exclaimed. A gentle light lit up slowly in that musician's bosom. The copper mountain suspended in the air like a gentle sun, dispelling the cold air. Left in it was the symphony of predestination of Agni. The flames not only brought about destruction but could also banish darkness and bring about life. A glow seemed to light up in the dark. In the land transformed by the abyss music theory, a piece full of order was unexpectedly made. The fractured front also ceased to collapse. It even began to be repaired. They finally understood how these men had survived in the abyss outside. After seeing the copper mountain, Colt narrowed his eyes slightly. Thinking of that huge fire pillar half an hour ago, he guessed where Sam had gone. He had not expected that Sam would die so soon. Although he regarded Sam as a great enemy in the trial, the death of Sam in this dangerous environment was still a bad news to all, including him. On the floor, Miller had been gasping for a while before he climbed up. But soon he noticed the gazes from all the people and the faint hostility in the air. Several musicians had surrounded them, occupying a favorable front. There were faint etheric fluctuations emitting from their bodies. A Revelations musician came up with an etheric ball in his hand. "Excuse me, please cooperate. Don't fight back." Ye Qingxuan looked back at him indifferently. The Revelations musician unconsciously stepped back and swallowed. This is the necessary examination." Ye Qingxuan ignored him, skipped over those guarded musicians, and looked directly at Colt. "What are you playing? In this time, we have to be more cautious." Colt looked at him. "We risked letting demons and opened the door. You have to show your sincerity. Don't scare them, Colt." Ye Qingxuan sneered. "Real or not, can't you tell?" Colt was silent. He looked at surrounded Ye Qingxuan. He looked still the same, but the original gray cloak had been dyed scarlet. The scorch marks all over were very shocking. But for some unknown reason, he felt Ye Qingxuan was a little different. Something had changed. But he couldn't tell what it was. The silent staring contest was soon over. Colt waved and motioned all the people back. Ye Qingxuan put down his heavy backpack. After loosening his muscles, he sat opposite Colt and took out his pipe. He filled it with tobacco. "Do you mind?" Colt gestured to him that he did not mind, and just asked, "Is there anyone else out there?" The teenager lowered his head to ignite the pipe. After a whiff or two, he exhaled the blue smoke and sighed with his hoarse voice. "The Grandmasters left behind 6 fronts that can be used as shelters. Only this place has people," he said. The other 2 places had people. He didn't finish his words, but Colt could obviously understand what he meant. 2 places had people. How about now? They must have died. Only ruins remained. "Do you have any information?" Ye Qingxuan asked. You know what I'm asking. The Perishing Praise is a music division of those Dark Lords. The head is Crowley, a fallen musician of the spirit level. He inherits Paganini's music theory. The Dark Atrium, you see it? That's what the Saint's Scepter looks like, known as the Devil's Shelter. If I am right, the Dark Musicians wanted to seize this opportunity to turn all the people of Romulus into a dark race. Just like the Moon Spirits and Half-Dragons. Anyway, they were already eroded by the Dark Gaia. They have the demon bloodline by nature. They can be said to be the demon's reserve. The reason why they didn't act is to leave a nail in the human world before the fruit was ripe. Now they have no time to wait for the fruit to ripen, so they plan to catalyze it forcibly. If you see any cocooning Romulans, you'd better kill them, or else they'll all turn into monsters when dawn comes, Colt said coldly. It's a pity the sacred city was too kind to clean up this group of variables earlier. Ye Qingxuan listened and smiled weakly. He just nodded. I see. In the silence, only smoke rose. Where are the Grandmasters? He asked, still not in touch? There is no news yet. I'm afraid they're trapped in the deeper areas of the Dark Atrium. We can do nothing, Colt said. We still have fronts here. Now we need to assemble all the forces to defend it. It is impossible for the sacred city to have no interest in Auschwitz, especially as there are so many masters here. As long as the sacred city reacts, we can be rescued. Just make it through this period. Defend here? Ye Qingxuan raised his eyes and looked at him. The Dark Musicians have noticed here. When they have cleaned up the rest, they will come back and concentrate their efforts against this place. We can't stop them. Staying here is to wait for death. Crash. In the silence there came a noise of chaos. It was a frightened musician who had knocked down a cup. Under everyone's scrutiny, he scrambled to pick up the cup. Sorry, but everyone looked at each other with fear. They totally ignored his apology. Ye Qingxuan, do not overstate. Colt's voice was serious. Everyone can criticize, but those who tell the story are often the most unrealistic. Do you have a better idea? Go to the underground palace, Ye Qingxuan suddenly said. Hades' door can still be repaired. Do you know how far the palace is from here? Colt sneered. The Dark Musicians will let you go into the underground palace? Although it is big in the mine, there are not so many ways for you to escape. Even if we manage to get into the underground palace, we'll be in another trap. What's the difference between here and there? I know a secret chamber. Ye Qingxuan lightly said. It's the chamber left by the King of Yellow. Hearing this, everyone fell into dead silence. Colt's lowered eyes turned up like he was struck by lightning. He stared at Ye Qingxuan and subconsciously clenched his wooden staff. His muscles pulled taut as if he was going to crush it. Everyone looked at Ye Qingxuan in shock. Even Miller did not expect that he would find the secret chamber that didn't exist in the underground palace. The sacred flame. Everyone forgot the sacred flame. Ye Qingxuan said, there are altogether 12 gods in Romulus, but there are only 11 in the hall. One was hidden, the secret chamber. It is Mercury, the god of travelers and messengers. There was also a clue that the King of Yellow left before. Colt tightly pursed his lips. He sneered after a long while. I see. So I'm a step behind. It seems that the people of Romulus choose you? It really didn't occur to me that Caligula, that old man, would take so highly of you. Unfortunately, you can't save them. Ye Qingxuan was silent as if he had not heard. He just clenched his fist tightly beneath his burnt sleeve. Chapter 365, Cannot Go Anywhere. Prove your words. Colt reached out. Do you have proof? No. Any way to get in? Colt asked again pressingly. You came here to take us all into the underground palace, but you won't even tell us how to get in? I'm the only one who can do it, Ye Qingxuan replied indifferently. I don't plan on publicizing the details. Ha! Colt scoffed. You must have some results, right? What about the King of Yellow? Any trace of him? Ye Qingxuan fell silent. After a long pause, he said, I don't know. Colt looked at him strangely as if looking at a lunatic. So, you have no proof and you're unwilling to provide any details or the exact location and method of entering, yet you want everyone to risk their lives and help you find a possibly non-existent secret room? Colt raised his voice, Ye Qingxuan, are you dreaming? Colt! Miller shot up instinctively and glared. Tori looked over too, and Casper opened his mouth, revealing sharp canines. Colt stared back without fear. In his corner, a few musicians with clenched fists walked forward silently, preparing to surround them. Wanna fight? Colt sneered and looked at Ye Qingxuan. But Ye Qingxuan stayed silent. He smoked, blowing out plumes of gray. An eerie phantom appeared from the smoke. It was a wisp but wrapped around the two. It seemed that it would appear behind Colt at any time and place invisible swords on his neck. Colt stiffened. He looked at Ye Qingxuan darkly. I was kind enough to let you all in, but you've wanted to fight since the beginning? Ye Qingxuan still did not reply. Finally, the pipe went out. The figure in the smoke disappeared. Lowering his head, he knocked off the ashes and wiped his pipe clean with a handkerchief. He slowly rose and put his bag back on his shoulders. Since you're all willing to wait here and die, I have nothing to say. Without looking at Colt, he said nonchalantly, we're leaving in 2 minutes. Those who are willing to believe me can come. Sensing his contempt, Colt's expression darkened. However, the confused crowd rustled when they heard Ye Qingxuan's words. Some hesitated but walked toward them. Hey, are you really going? What if it's true? We'll just be waiting here anyway. Doing something is better than not doing anything at all. If I go and attract the dark musicians, I can make it safer for you. Then I'll go with you. What about you? The whispers snuck into Colt's ears. Coldness flashed past his eyes and his lips thinned. With Ye Qingxuan's arrival, everyone forgot the things he had done. They'd rather believe that demagogic guy. It was always like this. As long as that guy was present. Already 5 or 6 people were preparing to leave. The others started having doubts too, panicking especially when Miller prepared to retract the Copper Mountain. Hiding the darkness in his eyes, Colt made his decision. Wait. He raised his voice and looked at Miller. Miller turned around, his hand stopping in midair. I'm not against your leaving. Colt stared at him coldly. But if you take it away, then what about the rest of us? Hearing this, everyone grew anxious. Menace appeared in some eyes. Miller finally realized that he had become surrounded at some point. Leave the Copper Mountain behind if you're leaving. Colt looked at him with a cruel expression. With so many people here, any resource is valuable. It can't go to the grave with you. Miller froze. Seeing all these people around him, he was helpless. But, this is Sam's. Ye Qingxuan waved, gesturing for him to stop. The Copper Mountain is what Sam left behind and I'm taking it. Even if I don't, I still won't give it to you all. He glanced at the people surrounding him. His cane popped out of his fingertip and thudded on the ground. If you want to fight, then come. If you want to talk about philosophy, then here's something for you. What does your life and death have to do with me? Hearing this, Colt laughed. He pounded his staff and asked quietly, so you're set on going alone? Stop the nonsense, Colt. Haven't you been waiting for that? Ye Qingxuan arched an eyebrow, his lips twisting into a smirk. But are you confident in winning against me? Or are your teammates really that useful? Think carefully. Since I've come here, how many times could I have put a hint in your minds? Or put down fulcrums? Plus what? Behind him, Casper's figure slowly expanded. A wild shadow scurried up the wall like a burning flame, emanating with beastliness. The music note key on Tori's arm had appeared. He could activate the humanity seal instantly. Are you ready? Ye Qingxuan asked. Are you ready to make chaos in the front? Are you ready to face self-destructive methods? Or rather, are you ready to make this broken front completely fall apart? Colt fell silent. He grasped his staff with a dark expression. Then everyone's vision went black. Boom! A sharp sound shattered all their eardrums. Messages from the darkness sounded outside the front. Countless girls screamed in despair, but they sounded so beautiful. Their screams were gentle and graceful, inexplicably lovely. Music theory descended from the dark atrium, slamming against the shields of the front. The music notes in theory of the front cracked with tiny fissures. It was close to the end. In the air, the firelight within the copper mountain dimmed, close to going out. Dark musicians. The musician on guard before the window yelled. The dark musicians are here. Don't panic. How many? I think there's only 2? The Revelations musician looked down at his ether ball, but his vision spun. No, there's 7, 8, 12, there's more than 30. Give it to me. Ye Qingxuan snatched the ether ball. Glancing at it, his expression darkened. There's only 2 and only one has acted, but there are more than 30 ether waves. This is the large-scale symphony that dark musicians specialize in. Boom! The ether ball exploded. Outside the front, the hooded musician who had just overseen the transformation ritual of the Dark Gaia sensed that someone was watching and mercilessly cut off the connection. He immediately played his French horn. The shields around the front groaned and twisted. A hand reached out of thin air to get rid of these annoying obstacles. The slender and feminine hand tore at the front frantically, but it was somehow beautiful, like a girl waving at her lover. Under the strange melody, girls reached out from the abyss, searching for their dance partners. Then blood rain fell from the sky. The bloody thunderstorm converged into a rumbling river. It burned like a river from hell. Brides in their wedding dresses emerged from the bloody river. The skeletal faces were covered in pure white veils. They looked gentle and lovely, but their slender fingers had no warmth. The aura of death wrapped around them. Skeletal brides? Ye Qingxuan froze, remembering something. But then, a high and energetic song started. Ah, you worry so much. You're young and beautiful, gentle and kind. You're like a piece of gold shining in the mine. True love awakens here beside the Danube River, beside the beautiful Danube River of blood. The hooded musician opened his arms wide and sang loudly. His sonorous voice was unusually attractive, making one envious. But there was no time to envy him. The world was shaking. Above the boiling blood river, the front was quickly covered in a layer of red. The redness seeped into the music theory outside the front, aiming to upend the entire yard. Tiles scraped and twisted, the walls shook and collapsed, the ground roared and quaked. A ghastly crack appeared on the earth and the bloody river sprayed out. A slender and white hand instantly reached out. Then a white veil and skull shot out with a smile. A blazing silver nail burst forward. Boom! The nail went straight into the forehead, embedding into the bone. Ye Qingxuan held the silver nail with one hand. He clenched a fist with the other and slammed down. Bang! With a tragic wail, the silver nail broke through the skull, digging into the bride's core. The music notes burning on the nail burst forth with a horn. Flames exploded. The skeletal bride was nailed into the blood river. She struggled, but the blazing fire was like a four-sided sword. It exploded above her skull and rose up in flames to the ceiling. Within the pillar of fire, the bride wailed and screamed, turning to ash. Before that, Ye Qingxuan had already collected the copper mountain, stuffing it into Miller's arms. He yanked the dazed boy up to get the H*LL out of there. He was confident in his bad luck, but he never thought his predictions would come so quickly. The dark musician was almost there. Who knew what would happen if they stayed here? It was better to make a definite choice. After all, these guys were adamant on going toward the dead end. Ye Qingxuan would just let them be. Leaving again? Miller froze and looked at the dark shadow in the distance. There's only one. If we all fight, we might win, right? You know, anyone who says that in novels fail. Ye Qingxuan chuckled dryly. He did not know how to explain the sense of danger that finally besieged him. He could only drag Miller up. While everyone was still dazed, he kicked down the swaying wall and ran out from the side. Hesitating shortly, Tori and Casper followed behind him. Ah, I thought you'd live and die with them. Living with them is okay, but I'd pass on the dying. Tori sighed. You ran without even thinking after seeing him. I'd be stupid if I stayed there. That makes sense. Tori glanced at his troubled look. You know that dark musician, Dot? I don't, but I have my guesses. I can't believe it. Ye Qingxuan chuckled dryly. If I'm right, then we're in trouble. Before he finished, a frail figure appeared in the ruins before them. He was a boy around 13 or 14 years old. Uncle said I can't let you leave. The youth put his doll into his pocket and looked up. His eyes were gold, pure gold like a dragon, and wildly bloodshot. He said, You must stay. Chapter 366, See enough and you'll know. You have to stay. Just before the teenager finished his words, Casper roared furiously. For the first time, Ye Qingxuan saw Casper become so furious that he even broke free from Tori's control. He seemed to have sensed something very dangerous. The roar of a beast resounded through Auschwitz. Then, Countless Beat's giant mouth suddenly loomed toward the boy. Casper rushed forward and his body expanded crazily in the midair. He even slightly broke free from the seal of humanity. Swallowing the beastliness in his consciousness, he forcefully evolved into the three-headed hound. It was a veritable fusion of beastly nature. Dozens of species of phantom beasts were fused in his body. Each one was a huge phantom beast from the remnants of his beastly inheritance. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a half-human, half-beast covered in fiery flames. Immense toxicity spread. Not expecting the enemy would attack directly, the teenager was shocked for a moment. He watched as Casper rushed to him. Then, he reached a hand out to Casper's forehead and suddenly pressed down it. Bang! The earth trembled. It was like a falling rock crushing Casper's skull from high above. Casper was crushed into the ground by the boy's palm. The huge fulmination spread and the trembling earth made one's vision go black. Dust flew but soon froze in the air. The teenager suppressed Casper's fury merely with his own strength. An invisible power extended out from his hands to freeze the air and form twisted shackles. Casper frantically struggled in the shackles but was unable to move. Ye Qingxuan was drenched in cold sweat. He knew this power, he was so familiar with it. I said you all have to stay. The youth looked up. There seemed to be melting gold boiling in his eyes. No one can leave. This feeling was definitely it. The dragon breath, Ye Qingxuan whispered softly. This was the dragon breath that only Phantom Beast Dragon could produce. It could interfere with reality at will by attaching the thought to the ether, condensing it into substance, and transforming into an intangible but qualitative force. That power could turn into a bone-picking knife and completely tear the body into shreds, but it could also attach to the body and strengthen the human flesh to an unimaginable level. It was said that at its extreme, one could turn into the wind, into clouds, into a fire, or even thunder and lightning. But in this youth's hands, it was used as skillfully as his arm. Ye Qingxuan had never seen such powerful dragon breath that could suppress Caspar's outbreak in an instant. At the same time, behind them, in the distance of the crushing position, the breath of the abyss pierced into the sky in the distant crushing front. Blood fire burned. In the dismal song, the skeleton brides danced with desperate grooms. They embraced their partners tenderly and immersed themselves in the burning blood river. In the chaos, the frantic musicians were determined to surround him at all costs. The whole of destruction, catalysis of beastly nature, mimicry illusion, the eyes of the exterminator. These strange movements and alchemical equipment emerged endlessly, but no matter what kind of power, they were all jokes to the hooded musician even though he was only at the resonance level. Holding the whole of destruction from the sky, the figure seemed to suddenly teleport. The figure easily took away that strangely glowing eyes and swallowed them. Then an arm grew out of the shoulder, playing a gentle tempo. However, a modification's movement cut into the beat, forcibly causing the music theory's backlash. The musician instantly swelled and turned into dust. He seemed to have anticipated what would happen next. Using only the Danube River of blood and countless strange music scores, the hooded musician was able to sweep the stage with his destructive power. He seemed to be toying with the musicians with his skills. Thus, the musicians sank into the blood river one after another and were sealed by the skeletons, waiting to be transformed. "Is that all you got?" The hooded musician chuckled. "I was expecting all the school's elites to have some new tricks, but you all play the same trick? I saw nothing different from what I learned when I came into your school with a disguise." "Well, then, try this," a voice said behind him. It was a dark-skinned youth with a head of braids. His body was painted with all kinds of strange tattoos. Under the tattoos, layers of notes flowed. He was like a phantom treading on the blood river. He crashed through the air and set off a white blast. Then that frantic speed brought by his left foot was thrown into the blood river, setting off frenzied waves. The power went into his body with this action. It crossed his waist and went along the shoulders. His muscles fluctuated like waves as if they were alive. They grew and expanded 3 times so that he practically became a giant in that moment. Then the power that was enough to break a wall gathered into his fist and he punched forward. The fist broke through the air again with a blast. The speed even went beyond the speed of the sound. It penetrated layers of shields before the movement changed, smashing through layers of defense and slashing toward the hooded musician's shoulders. Boom! The hooded musician's shoulder and even half of his chest was blown up. His body flew out, but he recovered in midair and landed slowly on the ground. A hint of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes. That attack was a bit like nudge inside of Eastern martial arts, but the speed and strength. He gazed at the young musician and muttered, "One's body would have vaporized in this speed." "Hey, young man, what's your name?" "Paul Bunyan." The young musician with braids rolled his neck. His joints cracked and popped. His muscles had turned into an abnormal dark color. "The strengthened choir?" The hooded musician recognized the power in his body but immediately shook his head. "No, there is also strengthened modifications." "That's it. You combined it with the music theory of the school of choir and transformed your body with the power of modifications so that your physical fitness could almost be improved endlessly. Was it inspired by the dark musicians?" He applauded with joy. "New theories and levels produced after just a few decades? Amazing. I am impressed. I never thought that the weak human body could be strengthened to this degree. You are almost like steel. No, you're far beyond steel. If we didn't appear, you would surely be able to shine in this trial. Becoming the elite of this new generation musicians is also possible for you. It is the same even with your appearance." Paul Bunyan suddenly flashed and his body came like thunder. He seemed to grow 3 heads and 6 arms. His fists smashed forward like storms. Every fist would penetrate through the air and bring about an explosion. There was thunder. The strengthened fists were pushed to the limit. He solved all the problems by meeting them head-on. No matter if it was a shield, walls, or anything else before him, everything must be mercilessly destroyed. During battle, Paul Bunyan's blood almost boiled. Strands of blood gushed from his pores like burning flames. In an instant, the hooded musician was beaten into mud but then recovered soon as if he had endless vitality. However, he could not fight back against Paul Bunyan. My weakness was found. Sure enough, you're spent. Paul Bunyan laughed. What Colt said was true. You have run out of your strength after fighting with so many musicians. As long as I restrain your change with speed, you have no ability to fight back. Call, T. Well, he must be the elite of the Rock Institute. I did not expect that I'd be revealed. After the flurry of beatings, the ball of ground flesh and mud could still talk and even laugh tauntingly. But where is the Colt that you mentioned? Paul Bunyan was stunned. He turned back but only found several figures behind him. Colt, who had been conducting them, had disappeared. No, he had escaped. Distraction in battle is very dangerous. At that instant, the hooded musician's voice sounded in his ear. His vision went black as if the back of his head was hit by a siege hammer. His body flew out and smashed against a wall. He quickly climbed up and looked over blankly. Standing still, the hooded musician had already recovered. The palms under the broken cuffs constantly changed. They were dark as iron and cold as silver. At the end, they seemed to have transformed into dark purple crystal. How could Paul Bunyan almost suffocated? He had figured out the method used by the hooded musician. It was the core music theory of his school, immortal alchemy. The frail body sublimated into a more solid golden iron, and finally, to an immortal state. Is it really strange? The hooded musician laughed. What's so strange thing? See enough and you'll naturally know. The next moment, Paul Bunyan's face turned. The enemy was pouncing toward him. In the darkness, Colt was running wildly. His footsteps were silent and the figure was misty. In the huge Auschwitz, he was aware of the existence of many dark musicians and demons. He ran at the edge of their range of perceptions and quietly ran through many battles. No one noticed him. Soon he sneaked into the outside of the mine and hid himself in a half-collapsed building. He held his breath warily and gazed at the demons wandering around the mine in the distance. Chapter 367, Master of Justice. Since the front was destroyed, they could only venture into the mine, use the complex paths to escape the pursuers, and find the hidden room with Ye Qingxuan's clues. This was the best solution now and they were close to success. However, the closer to success they were, the more humiliated Colt felt. This was the solution he had looked down upon, but now, reality proved Ye Qingxuan was correct. This guy who was not even good at revelations. So who was wrong? Colt's face twitched. This guy had used his words to lower everyone's morale and led all the musicians to run away with him the moment the fighting started. With all the people they had, they would not have been captured by that dark musician if they had stayed. He lowered his head. His face hidden in the shadows was livid. Ever since Heisenberg returned from Anglo, he no longer praised Colt and instead grew distant and cold. Even when Colt broke through the barrier of knowledge and made all sorts of accomplishments to prove his talent, he only received 4 words: I have no successors. I'm so envious of Abraham. Colt still remembered how Heisenberg had murmured that day. If I have a successor like him, the school of the secret keepers must have a glorious future, right? Glorious future. From that day on, the future of the secret keepers dimmed because the cloud called Ye Qingxuan hung over his head. No matter where he went, those 3 syllables followed him like a shadow. It wrapped around his ears and took everything from him. That's the smell of jealousy. Can you smell it? Behind him, a blurry face reached out of the shadows. He inhaled deeply around him, his eyes intoxicated. This sweet and heavy smell like wine, I haven't encountered it in years. Behind Colt, Crowley came out of the shadows. He gently held Colt's shoulder and said with a soft and curious voice, "Young man, you have not yet fallen. Why is the dark abyss in your heart as deep as the sea?" Colt gaped at him. His hand quietly reached into his sleeve and grasped the dagger's hilt. His hand tightened and tightened until it loosened weakly. "What are you scared of? Me? Or someone else?" Crowley chuckled meaningfully. He pressed onto Colt's forehead with an eye-crinkling smile. "I see. The Rock Institute? Why help those old gatekeepers?" He paused, looking down at the shocked Colt. "I allow you to become the concertmaster of the perishing praise within 5 years." In the silence, Colt collapsed onto the floor as if all his energy was sucked out. He was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Crowley but saw no reflection in his eyes, only darkness from the abyss. Colt seemed to have found his true nature in the darkness. He lowered his head. In that moment, Ye Qingxuan and Tori, who had been shaken by the dragon breath, met each other's eyes. Behind them, no more sound came from the shattered front. They could only sense a writhing shadow. It seemed to solidify into a human with thousands of hands, hundreds of feet, crawling over to them. They could not keep going. Tori tapped his finger onto the air. The emptiness shook. His bloody gray robe suddenly expanded. Blazing light glowed within. Under it, the blood and grayness warped, burned, and transformed into a flame. Hoarse singing rang out from him, guiding ether to descend. A star shone in the black sky and rose gradually. It told of a holy arrival. The strange youth suddenly looked up. Something murderous flashed past his eyes. Invisible dragon breath surged and tore through the air like a white dragon shooting toward Tori. Everything in its path was pulverized by the iron. However, Tori closed his eyes and started praying. Who can bear it when he comes? Who can remain standing when he appears? He is like the fire that smelts gold, the alkali that cleanses one. As he sang the holy hymn, radiant light fell from the sky, breaking through the dark abyss and falling on everyone. Ye Qingxuan was untouched, but the strange youth shook, practically falling to the ground. The dragon breath dissipated. All of the ether was forcefully converged into the glow. The power was comparable to how Yunlu Chaoyue had awakened the Tai and transformed into the sole master of ether. All white noise and demonic sounds were chased away. This was the Messiah, the music score that announced the coming of God in heaven. This was a specialty of disciplined musicians. After investigating the true nature and rules of ether, they created the discipline way in the school of abstinence. Thus, they were able to see the patterns of all beings and learned ways to counter them. It was the same faced with modifications, illusion, and the dragon breath. But even for disciplined musicians, performing the Messiah at the resonance level was still too dangerous. Tori had only chanted the beginning, but his body was already burning. His skin cracked apart and blood flowed from his eyes. The light burst through but flickered like a candle in the wind. Ye Qingxuan did not waste the precious time Tori fought for him. He unfurled his Jiu Shao Wan Pei and instrument strings overlapped, abruptly playing a melody. Sub-originator activate. Layers of thunder and lightning overlapped and shot out, carving a complex music score in thin air. The electric score changed with the melody. The image of a moon instantly rose behind Ye Qingxuan. The music jumped past the overture and straight into the main melody. Without stopping, it swept past cold, calling, death, chi, soul, until it reached the 18th measure of the main melody, sword. Moonlight is the symphony of predestination that teacher could not complete even after he entered the scepter level, Lola had once said to Ye Qingxuan. It contains all of his work. And even though sword sounds graceful, it actually contains 10 steps of murder. It's similar to the deadly phenomena of the white rainbow, a comet crashing into the moon, and the Black Eagle who assassinated the emperor. All of teacher's murderous wishes are put into this measure. Thus, the image of moonlight turned black like a steel curtain of black clouds. The clouds wavered as if they were inside a thunderstorm. The sword. Moonlight broke through the clouds, falling down like a sword. The cold light swept across. Nothing in its path was harmed, but the implied negativity disappeared. All sadness, fear, and coldness vanished. All that remained was the flashing sword of moonlight. The moonlight broke through. In that instant, the boy shook. He forcefully broke free from Messiah's halo. Tori spat out blood and stumbled back. However, the boy sensed danger and looked up. Golden fire burned in his eyes. Scales appeared on his limbs and his fingernails sharpened. Digging into the stones, he charged at Ye Qingxuan before the moonlight fell. At that moment, Ye Qingxuan opened his mouth and roared, "Mordred, you dare disobey me?" The voice was not like his at all. It was hoarse and low, seeming to contain endless hysteria and fury. This was the roar from crazy King Arthur who had paced through Avalon's shadow for centuries. This voice had given Ye Qingxuan immense fear in Avalon's shadow. This was why he remembered it. As the voice sounded, the sub-originator in Ye Qingxuan's heart, the core of Avalon's enchantment, radiated with the king's aura. Ah! Terrified screams broke out. The boy's movements suddenly stopped. His face filled with fear as if he was swallowed by a nightmare. He screamed deliriously and scrambled on the ground as the deadly moonlight sword fell down. Silently, the moonlight blade cut through his shoulders, piercing into his chest and nailing him to the ground. Cold moonlight entered his body and spread, fusing into his blood. It transformed into thousands of tiny blades, tainting his blood, destroying his organs, and turning him to dust from the inside out. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." On the ground, the boy named Mordred rolled and writhed in pain. He scratched at his chest, tearing his flesh as he tried to dig out the non-existent moonlight. However, specks of cold moonlight wrapped around his body, turning his organs into dust again and again, and they died away and regenerated. Like a real kid, he rolled in pain without even thinking of fighting back. "Daddy, don't hit me." "I'm sorry, Daddy, I'm sorry." "Don't lock me up, I'm scared," Mordred wailed, rolling on the ground. He cried, "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Don't hit me, Daddy, my head hurts." The dragon breath turned into destructive electric light, shooting up to the sky. Under the light, Mordred transformed into a demi-dragon. He lowered his head and dragon breath poured from his mouth. This was the true nature of the dragon's destructiveness. Not even he himself could stop it. Half of his body along with the moonlight dimmed in an instant. But then it grew rapidly, flesh growing and bones extending. The blood of the red dragon had given him endless vitality, causing him to grow wilder. Split up. Ye Qingxuan only had the time to stuff his bag into Miller's hands. "Don't worry about me and go to the mine. Everything to open the room is in here. I'll find you guys after I get rid of this beast." Without waiting for Miller's response, he activated the governor and rushed toward the other direction. Mind-numbing murderous intent followed, whistling past. He heard a string cracking sounds. It was the furious Mordred crashing through layers of obstacles. Ye Qingxuan looked back. The sight he saw made the hair on the back of his neck stand up straight. Mordred had transformed into a dragon completely. He was chasing with blood-red eyes. "Daddy, don't go!" It roared hysterically. "Let me kill you! Let me kill you! I'm going to kill you!" Boom! Ye Qingxuan's vision went dark and he flew out. In the air, he felt himself get hit at least 10 times. Each time was enough to pulverize him. If he had not activated Holy in time, he would be a mass of blood now, raining onto Auschwitz's dry dirt. Maybe there would be flowers here next year. But before he could keep thinking nonsense, he smashed into the ground. He rolled and finally crashed into a burning home. In the next moment, the flames were extinguished by Mordred's dragon breath. Furious, he grabbed Ye Qingxuan. His red eyes were murderous. He raised his other hand, about to scratch his face into shredded flesh. Morty, a hand reached out of the darkness and tapped the back of his head. Stop. The sharp claws stopped. Mordred abruptly came out of his dragon state. Losing all strength, he collapsed onto the ground. His eyes were blank like a broken doll. The hooded musician walked out of the darkness and picked Mordred up by the neck as if he was a pet. Then he looked down at Ye Qingxuan's pathetic state and sked. Such a small world. My friend, you always surprise me. The feeling is mutual. Ye Qingxuan coughed and tried to catch his breath. He looked up at this old friend. Nibirius, aren't you dead? The musician's stage is cruel, my friend. Every important character needs the skill of faking deaths. Coincidentally, I'm the best at this. Nibirius lifted his hood, revealing the familiar face with an arched eyebrow. How about it? Are you surprised? Surprised your asterisk ass, Ye Qingxuan swore weakly. Why are you always here? You're so annoying. Nibirius sighed and scratched his head awkwardly. I couldn't help it. The Abyss has a shortage of people and I have a shortage of money, so I had to come work. He suddenly changed the topic and his expression grew more cheerful. However, compared to the destruction before, we're here as lofty masters of justice this time. Hearing this, Ye Qingxuan could not help but scoff. Justice? Since when do dark musicians have the right to talk about justice with me? Is it justice to turn people into demons? Nibirius glanced at him with a strange expression, smiling but not smiling. You don't think that no one discovered when the sacred city did those small things to Auschwitz, right? Who do you think asked us to come and save the Romulans from the disaster? In that moment, Ye Qingxuan froze. He had guessed the answer, but he did not believe it. That's right. The answer is, features dancing. Nibirius uttered the name, the elder of Auschwitz, the last saint of the Romulans, Caligula. Chapter 368, I'll whistle for you. When Ye Qingxuan regained consciousness, it felt like his head was cracking apart. In the underground room that had been transformed into a prison, he was half naked and soaked in some sticky liquid. Breathing was difficult. He could not feel blood flowing and had lost his sense of ether. He felt drowsy too and could not collect his thoughts. Hey, do you have to be so serious? Ye Qingxuan rasped out, struggling to open his eyes. Can't you just use a rope? How can a rope be suitable for someone of your status? Nibirius snickered. You're experiencing the treatment of a grandmaster right now. How is it? Happy? F***CKU. I'm reassured seeing how feisty you are. Nibirius nodded in satisfaction. I'll have Mordred accompany you during the wait so you won't be lonely. He's really obedient and you can ask him for anything you need, even bedtime stories. Don't worry, it won't be long. It'll be your turn in a few hours. He paused. His narrow eyes squinted in anticipation. Don't be afraid. You won't feel anything being taken away when you fall into darkness. All you'll receive is liberation. I'm really excited. How powerful will you become from the evil thoughts and unimaginable darkness locked away in your mind? Ye Qingxuan lowered his eyes, no longer listening. He quietly sensed his surroundings, but he was disappointed. The dark musicians had really given him the Grandmaster treatment. There was not even a handkerchief on him. He obviously did not have something as powerful as Jiu Shaohuan Pei either. Thinking of this, he could not help but look over at Nibirius. All of his belongings were hanging on the wall behind the youth reading fairy tales on the ground. How long was I unconscious for? Ye Qingxuan sighed. 2 months. Naberius chuckled. So don't worry, Auschwitz has already been burned to the ground. As for the trial, the good news is that all your competitors are dead. The bad news is, you didn't gain anything. Ye Qingxuan did not even glance at him. Tell the truth. Tisk, half an hour. Naberius shook his head. Being too familiar isn't a good thing. I can't even crack a joke. Just as he finished, footsteps appeared outside the dungeon. A black shadow walked toward Naberius. Leader Crowley calls for you. Naberius nodded. He glanced over at the newcomer, eyes filled with involuntary shock. He chose you? He has good taste. Since the leader thinks highly of you, I'll leave this to you. I'm sure you and the prisoner will have a good time. He patted the man's shoulder and left. All that remained in the cell were Ye Qingxuan, shackled in the cage, and the man outside the cage. Hey, Colt, seeing his cold expression, Ye Qingxuan could not help but laugh in amazement. Your new clothes are pretty handsome. I didn't expect this to suit you, really. Faced with the undisguised mockery, Colt remained cold. Whatever. Even with your abilities, aren't you in this state too? People have to know when to give up so they won't become as pathetic as you. I can't believe Naberius is so good to you. He even added some of the dark Gaia's flesh into the treatment liquid. Other than treating your wounds, you'll have an extra ability after your transformation. You should thank him. He treats you well. Really? Ye Qingxuan chuckled. I didn't know dark musicians were so hospitable. I can't wait to join this loving family. When will you take me to meet the parents? He paused, his expression turning into disdain. Oh, right. You're not a dark musician yet either. You haven't even seen Daddy yet and you're already here to sing